Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Kingdom of Goya. In the year 1517 of the Oceanic calendar, the Kingdom of Goya, a garbage dump by the East Sea, a diminutive figure tumbled down from the mountain of refuse, drenched in filthy water. The boy struggled to rise from the muck, only to collapse heavily onto the ground once more. In the deep of night, the boy, soaked in sewage, managed to stand up and proclaimed, "I am Qianlan, an orphan left to fend for myself, Goya Kingdom, Windmill Village, the garbage dump. Have I traversed into the world of One Piece?" As Qianlan pondered this bewildering situation, a technologically advanced holographic screen materialized before him. Host, Qianlan. Level none. Attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin-yang. Ninjutsu, none. Kaijutsu, none. Bloodline limit, none. Summoning beast, none. Weaponry, none. Shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Novice gift pack, awaiting activation. Qianlan was taken aback to find himself in the world of One Piece, only to discover that he had acquired a system reminiscent of that from Naruto. However, he resolved to embrace his circumstances, determined to survive in this new world. With a flick of his finger aimed at the sky, he noticed the bottommost page of the interface shifting. Novice gift pack, Jin and Chakra amount, body replacement technique. In an instant, a warm flow surged into Qianlan's body, coursing through him. After a considerable pause, Qianlan finally regained his senses and clenched his fist fiercely. Is this what power feels like? Now, I possess a modicum of strength to protect myself in this world. Just as Qianlan acclimated to this newfound strength, two shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. A scrawny figure approached Qianlan. "Jiren, the brat you pummeled earlier is still alive and kicking. Are you losing your touch?" "Doll, shut your mouth. I could take care of this little squirt with one hand," replied another, more robust figure, as he moved closer to Qianlan. Both men regarded Qianlan with intrigue, seemingly curious as to why he still drew breath. Having absorbed the memories of his original self, Qianlan understood the situation despite being a dump. This place was still frequented by scavengers. Jiren and Doll had claimed this area rich in refuse due to their youth, and the original owner had perished here after being beaten by them while attempting to scavenge. Mission: eliminate Jiren and Doll to avenge the original owner. Mission level: E. Mission reward: 10 mission points. Upon seeing the system notification, Qianlan realized what he needed to do. With his heart racing, he gripped the iron shard in his hand, the sole reward from a day spent scavenging, which had led the original owner to his untimely demise. This made Qianlan acutely aware of the harshness of this world. Doll, eyeing the motionless Qianlan, chuckled, "Jiren, did you knock this kid silly? Should we just toss him into the sea for the fish?" No sooner had Doll spoken than Qianlan, who had been biding his time, erupted into action, the iron shard slicing across Doll's neck, spraying crimson blood across Qianlan's face. Jiren, taken aback, reacted instinctively with a powerful punch aimed at Qianlan's face. However, Ziren's momentary shock provided Qianlan with a golden opportunity. Substitution? Jiren was astonished to witness Qianlan transform into a mere wooden log, while the real Qianlan deftly positioned himself behind Jiren. With a swift thrust of a sharp iron shard, Qianlan pierced Ziren's neck before violently withdrawing it. Mission reward: 10 mission points, now credited to the shop. After discarding the iron shard, Qianlan wasted no time and began to search the bodies of Jiren and Doll. Ultimately, his search yielded a meager sum of 100,000 berries, alongside 2 seemingly practical short blades. As Qianlan shifted his focus back to the system interface, it had transformed as well. Host, Qianlan. Level, Genin. Attributes, wind, thunder, fire, earth, water, yin-yang. Ninjutsu, body replacement technique. Kaijutsu, none. Bloodline limit, none. Summoning beast, none. Weaponry, none. Shop, kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. Surveying his mission points, it seemed his options were limited to the first 3 items, as the items beyond the ellipsis were likely beyond his means. Ding! Host spends 10 mission points to purchase 10 kunai. Qianlan stowed the kunai in his pocket, dragging his weary form to the beach after cleansing himself. He lay down upon the sand and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, awakening, Qianlan foraged for wild fruits from the trees to satiate his hunger with his current strength. He was ill-equipped to venture into the ocean, lest he be devoured by the sea kings. Wiping his mouth, Qianlan retrieved the kunai and began his training, for having acquired a system necessitated personal effort. Thus, the trees of the forest suffered greatly. Qianlan's kunai proved quite formidable, and after dozens of throws at a single tree, it was left riddled with gaping wounds. After 2 hours, midday arrived, and Qianlan concluded his training, lying on the beach to bask in the sun, only to soon feel an insatiable hunger. Perhaps I should venture into town to purchase some clothing and enjoy a hearty meal. With this thought, Qianlan sprung to his feet and made his way towards the city. Upon entering the town, Qianlan quickly found a clothing shop and spent 10,000 berries on a decent outfit, which transformed his appearance from that of a beggar. After wandering the streets for a while, Qianlan found no sign of a devil fruit at any of the fruit stalls, indicating that luck was not on his side. He reflected on how many individuals had fortuitously stumbled upon exceptional devil fruits in their youth, like Baby Five and Robin, who served as prime examples. Choosing a nearby restaurant, Qianlan stepped inside, hoping to indulge in a simple meal. However, upon entering, he was met with an exceedingly kitsch scene. A brutish man was gripping a young girl's wrist, while an elderly man in an apron pleaded with the brute to release her. "Bastard, why won't you let Beth serve drinks? Do you look down on me?" The hulking man spat, splattering the old man with a mouthful of alcohol before kicking him across the room, shattering the table behind him and spilling drinks everywhere. The other patrons, witnessing the scene, were filled with rage yet too intimidated to act, for the man's towering height of 2 meters was imposing. This was a stark contrast to the world of One Piece, where individuals taller than 2 meters were often considered powerful, in contrast to Dragon Ball, where Vegeta and Goku stood at 158 and 172 meters respectively, and the tallest character in Naruto, Jiraiya, was merely 19 meters. Chapter 2. A fortuitous encounter with Ace and Luffy. The girl named Beth, witnessing her father being knocked down, bit down hard on the brute's arm in pain. The brutish man raised his fist, as large as a cooking pot, ready to strike the girl. As terror gripped the onlookers, Qianlan sprang forward, delivering a swift kick to the brute's side. "Shorty, do you know who I am? I am Urk of the Iron Fist Gang. The moment you laid hands on me, your fate was sealed." Urk roared, attempting to instill fear, yet his swaying figure rendered his threats devoid of menace. In a flash, Qianlan sidestepped and pressed the kunai to Urk's throat, startling him into half-sobriety. "Get lost!" With a furious shout, Urk scrambled out of the tavern, while the other patrons who had not intervened hastily settled their bills and exited. The fallen elder was helped up by Beth, and they both knelt before Qianlan in gratitude. Observing this, Qianlan hurriedly assisted them to their feet. In truth, Qianlan couldn't stand idly by as others were victimized, even if he didn't consider himself a good person. His principle upon traversing into this world was akin to that of Yu Huanshui. "Whoever provokes me, I shall retaliate." The father and daughter expressed their heartfelt gratitude by treating Qianlan to a meal, while he awaited the arrival of the so-called Iron Fist Gang. As Qianlan sat quietly in his chair, picking at his teeth, a group of thuggish individuals stormed in, led by a man resembling a boxer. Urk, now akin to a sycophant, pointed at Qianlan. "Herdos, this is the brat who interrupted my collection of protection fees, claiming he would eradicate us Iron Fist Gang." Qianlan chuckled at this. "Herdos? What name? It sounds like a warning against overindulgence in drink. Consume less, or you might just meet your end." As Qianlan spoke, the system interface suddenly materialized before him. Mission: eliminate the Iron Fist Gang. Mission level: E. Mission reward: 60 mission points. Although the mission was of the same E rank, the rewards were considerably more lucrative, indicating that the mission's difficulty was based on complexity, while the reward's richness correlated with the number of opponents involved, thereby enhancing Qianlan's understanding of the system. Herdos, misinterpreting Qianlan's silence as fear, relaxed his expression. "Kid, if you can cough up 100,000 berries, I can let this matter slide. Otherwise, you might find yourself missing a few unnecessary appendages." As Hidoros relentlessly swung his fists, it appeared that this fellow might have once been a boxer. Meanwhile, Qianlan was deeply pondering how to better accomplish his mission. If this group of ruffians were to flee from him, wouldn't that signify the failure of his task? With this thought in mind, Qianlan abruptly shattered a window and dashed out of the restaurant. "Pursue him." At Hidoros' command, 13 of his minions immediately bolted after Qianlan, all of them roaring as they sprinted in his direction. Unfortunately for them, the agile Qianlan merely kept them at a leisurely distance behind him. How could a gaggle of small-time thugs possibly match the speed of a seasoned shinobi? Moreover, the still unfolded Qianlan was even more nimble. Thus, the chase ensued, leading Qianlan to guide the Iron Fist Gang into a narrow alleyway. "Hidoros, the path ahead is a dead end." Hidoros said nothing further. Instead, he quickened his pace. At last, Qianlan came to a halt in the cul-de-sac, remaining motionless, while the members of the Iron Fist Gang panted heavily, clearly exhausted from their earlier exertions. As the leader, Hidoros leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, and chuckled. "You've wasted so much of my time. Kid, I will definitely take you down today." Then, to the incredulous eyes of the Iron Fist gang, Qianlin's figure transformed into smoke and vanished, only for the real Qianlong to materialize behind them, where the last four gang members lay lifeless on the ground. The time for slaughter begins now. With a swift motion, Qianlong wielded his two short blades. Once more the Iron Fist gang, still reeling from their earlier exertions, found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. And soon enough, only Hidoros remained alive amidst the carnage. Yet, this moment of slaughter allowed Hidoros to forcibly regain his composure. It seemed this fellow had some skill to have risen to the position of leader among these dozen men. Fa! Hidoros spat a thick wad and glared menacingly at Qianlong. You shouldn't have given me a breather. Kid, you shall die. With that, Hidoros launched a heavy punch toward Qianlong, who simply extended his hand and grasped Hidoros' fist. What? Qianlong disdainfully smirked. You're truly overconfident, aren't you? It's you who will meet your end. With a surge of strength, Qianlong yanked Hidoros forward and, in an instant, pivoted to drive his kunai into Hidoros' chest. Mission reward: 60 mission points, credited to the store. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 60 mission points to purchase 6 explosive tags. Ah, how impressive, big brother. Be quiet. Luffy, immediately after, Ace covered his mouth, as if he had inadvertently revealed Luffy's name. Qianlong, intrigued by the two, had not anticipated encountering these brothers just a day after his arrival. Aren't you too frightened by the sight of me killing so many? Aren't you afraid I might slay you as well? As the elder brother, Ace stepped protectively in front of Luffy, declaring, the ones you've killed are part of the gang here. I'm somewhat familiar with them, right? I know these guys too. Does that mean this big brother is a good person? Luffy inquired, pointing at Qianlin's face with a foolish expression. Qianlong, slowly wiping the blood from his kunai, flashed a sinister smile at the two. Do I strike you as a good person or a bad one? Startled by Qianlin's demeanor, Ace and Luffy bolted away, failing to respond to his question. At their age, Luffy and Ace were merely accustomed to minor brawls facing someone who had just slaughtered a dozen men without batting an eye. Surely instilled a profound fear within them. Their appearance indicated that Sabo had already been rescued by Dragon, and Luffy had consumed the gum-gum fruit, also known as the mythical Zoan-type human fruit, Nika form. As for the departing duo, Qianlong paid them little mind to him. The kingdom of Goa was nothing more than a novice village. Once he honed his combat instinct sufficiently, he intended to depart from the East Blue. In the days that followed, Qianlong began his reign over the forests of the Goa kingdom, occasionally completing minor tasks to enhance his combat experience, while also dealing with small pirate crews that landed ashore. Chapter 3: Technique of Misconcealment, Chakra Fruit. A week later, within the mountainous outskirts of the Goa kingdom, a tall figure was in pursuit of a wild boar measuring 3 meters in length and weighing over 800 pounds. Fire release, great fireball technique. In an instant, a massive fireball crashed into the wild boar. Unfortunately, it had little effect, merely inciting the beast's fury. Further observing this, Qianlong promptly hurled a kunai embedded with an explosive tag. Boom! The explosion sent the wild boar tumbling to the ground, blood oozing from its charred form. It must be said that in the world of One Piece, even wild boars grow extraordinarily large. Mission reward: Technique of Misconcealment, now mastered. Receiving the ability to utilize the technique of misconcealment for taking down such a sizable wild boar brought Qianlong great joy. It seemed his fortune was indeed favorable in the absence of an opponent possessing haki. The technique of misconcealment would sufficiently enable Qianlong to contend with many adversaries, at least ensuring his dominance in the East Blue without significant trouble. Qianlong placed a wild boar on his grill and began to roast it soon. Boredom led him to check his system panel. Host: Qianlong. Level: Genin. Attributes: Wind, Lightning, Fire, Earth, Water, Yin-Yang. Ninjutsu: Body Replacement Technique, Great Fireball Technique, Mind-Severing Technique, Technique of Misconcealment. Taijutsu: None. Kekkei Jinkai: None. Summoning Beast: None. Weapons: Space Scroll, 10 kunai, 5 explosive tags. Store: kunai, shuriken, explosive tags. While Qianlong was reviewing his system panel, he suddenly sensed the presence of others nearby. Ah, with so much wild boar meat, how can I possibly eat it all by myself? Qianlong, let me help you eat it. Luffy's figure emerged from behind a tree, his gaze fixated on the roasted boar. Ace stepped out, face-palming at Luffy's antics, feeling a sense of helplessness as an older brother. This is the second time I've caught you too. What is it that you seek? Is this a ninja technique? I saw it in a book that Makino gave me. Ace remarked, having followed Makino's teachings closely, especially regarding etiquette, yet he still couldn't decipher Qianlin's methods. Qianlong, do you wish to become a pirate or a marine? I, for one, aspire to be the Pirate King. As Luffy stated this with utmost seriousness, he was instantaneously distracted by the aroma of the roasted boar. Pirate? Marine? What path should his future take? Was he simply meant to eat, sleep, and play games after his arrival in this world? Unbeknownst to Luffy, his question nearly overloaded Kiamlin's CPU, almost plunging him into a philosophical quandary. The pirate at the helm gazed at the cup containing but a single sip of liquor, a flicker of displeasure and ferocity crossing his countenance. Yet, he uttered no words. Instead, he seized the goblet with a swift motion and drained the fiery spirits in one bold gulp. The intense flavor of the wine evidently astonished him. Yet in the next moment, he burst into raucous laughter. "Ha! This wine is splendid. Bring me a few more barrels." His laughter was grating, revealing a set of uneven yellow teeth that was quite repulsive. Suyu remained composed behind the bar, unperturbed by the ruckus. "Of course. But this drink comes at a price of 100,000 berries. Do you have enough money?" Upon hearing Suyu's words, the group of pirates suddenly threw their heads back in laughter, as if they had heard the funniest joke. The pirate captain, still chuckling, retorted, "You fool. I am a pirate. Do you think we need money to buy wine?" Behind him, a subordinate chimed in. "Our captain has a bounty of over 120 million berries. Boss, have you lost your mind, daring to ask us for money?" "Exactly. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and serve us the wine while we're in a good mood, or else. Bring out the wine, you scoundrel. Do you want to die?" Chapter 3. This boss is not to be provoked in an instant. The once quiet bar erupted into a cacophony of harsh noises, the atmosphere turning tumultuous. Rayleigh sat quietly, observing the scene as if it were a play, completely unfazed by the tense environment. He was curious to see how the bar's owner would respond to such a situation. It is worth noting that this was the Grand Line, not just any sea. Pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were genuine sea marauders. Such strength, while appearing trivial to someone of Rayleigh's caliber, could rival a Navy captain, and the more formidable among them could even overpower a rear admiral. Suyu sighed, pondering whether these pirates were fools for provoking someone without ascertaining whether they were worth the trouble. He rested one elbow on the bar, supporting his chin, and languidly remarked, "I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and I might spare your lives." Abel, the pirate captain, tapped at his ear, thinking he must be hearing things. How dare this brat speak to him in such a manner? "Damn you, how dare you toy with me? Die!" Abel shouted furiously, brandishing his large sword and charging towards Suyu. His underlings, filled with excitement, seemed to envision the moment when their captain would cleave Suyu's head from his shoulders. "Ha! That fool is doomed. Who told him to provoke the captain?" The last guy who angered the boss met a gruesome end. One of them even shouted towards Rayleigh, "Hey, old man over there, better step back, or you'll be splattered with blood." Meanwhile, Abel had reached the bar. Observing Suyu's unmoving form and assuming he had been petrified with fear, a malicious grin spread across his face as he raised his sword, preparing to cleave Suyu in two. The blade drew nearer and nearer to Suyu's head, and the pirates seemed to envision the blood gushing forth. Their faces alight with a savage thrill, cheering loudly. However, they were destined for disappointment. Just as the blade was about to make contact with Suyu's head, it was suddenly halted by an invisible force, producing a resounding clash that echoed throughout the bar. The raucous pirates fell silent, as if someone had grasped their throats. Rayleigh squinted, unable to discern the nature of Suyu's ability. The powers of the devil fruits were indeed varied and peculiar. He merely calculated Suyu's strength in silence. Abel's previously triumphant expression momentarily froze, but being a pirate with a bounty over 100 million, he quickly composed himself, retracting his sword and stepping back. "Surprising. You possess some strength. You must be a devil fruit user." Seeing Suyu's silence, Abel felt vindicated in his assumption and erupted into boisterous laughter. "You think just because you've eaten a devil fruit, you can challenge me? I've dispatched plenty of ability users to hell. You'll regret this, you damned fool." As he spoke, a layer of dark substance extended from the hilt of his sword, enveloping it in an ominous black hue. The underlings once again erupted into cheers. This is serious. The captain is using armament hockey. With the sword, now imbued with hockey, raised high above his head, Abel summoned all his strength and swung down towards Suyu once more. Alas, this strike too proved ineffective. Once again, the ebony blade was met with an invisible barrier. The underlings stared in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock. How is this possible? The captain's strike could slice a ship in two. They trembled in fear, cold sweat trickling down their backs. How could this be? Abel, unable to believe his eyes, staggered back, only to meet Su Yu's gaze, calm and indifferent, as if he were looking at mere insects. Stung by Su Yu's gaze, Abel suddenly went berserk, lunging forward and swinging his sword wildly, again and again. This is impossible. It must be an illusion. Break through. Yet, reality would not bend to his will. All his attacks were effortlessly nullified. Have you had enough? Su Yu's tranquil voice seemed to awaken Abel from his delusions, and he finally ceased his futile efforts, drenched in sweat and filled with dread as he gazed at Su Yu. Then, as if struck by a revelation, a manic grin returned to his face. I see. Your ability is purely defensive, with no offensive capability, which is why you've been hiding behind your tricks. You can't intimidate me, Abel. Hearing Abel's desperate rationalization, the underlings seemed to find their backbone again, taunting Su Yu once more. Su Yu sighed helplessly at their foolishness. He then ceased his theatrics, lifting a hand and gently grasping the air. Instantly, Abel and his lackeys fell silent, rendered immobile and suspended in midair. Though they could not control their facial muscles, the terror was palpable in their wide eyes, as they realized they had lost all capacity to resist. However, even if they could speak, Su Yu would show them no mercy, for he had already offered them a chance. Rayleigh watched in amazement, pondering whether this was the power of a Logia-type air fruit. With a push of his hand, Su Yu sent them all flying out of his bar. He then turned to Rayleigh and said, "Old man, keep an eye on the bar for me. I'm off to the Navy." Having heard about the bounty, he decided to exchange it for berries at the Navy, treating it as his drinking money. Thus, Su Yu made his way towards the nearby naval base, accompanied by a group floating behind him. This peculiar scene instantly captured the attention of all passers-by, resulting in an impressive rate of glances cast back. However, being seasoned residents of the Pirate King's realm, they viewed the spectacle with mere curiosity rather than fear. As Su Yu approached the naval base, the soldiers, noticing the group of levitating individuals, promptly raised their rifles in vigilance. Su Yu gently set Abel and the others down in an open area and proceeded to explain his purpose. The naval soldiers quickly retrieved the wanted posters to compare the photographs, confirming that he indeed had captured the notorious pirate with a staggering bounty of 120 million. The surrounding Navy personnel gazed at Su Yu with reverence. Capturing such a formidable pirate was no small feat, and the youthful bounty hunter's prowess was evidently remarkable. Under the witness of the base commander, Su Yu smoothly received his reward and politely declined the commander's invitation to join their ranks. Meanwhile, Rayleigh waited at the bar and soon saw Su Yu return leisurely. Impressive skills, my friend. That was a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Yet he posed no resistance against you. The old man chuckled. Such scum might not even withstand your conqueror's haki. Su Yu smiled and stepped back behind the bar, pouring another glass of wine and placing it before Rayleigh. This drink is on me, as a token of gratitude for watching over the shop. Rayleigh graciously accepted, genuinely enjoying the beverage. Then I extend my thanks to you, my friend. He then downed the drink in one go. Though the wine is exquisite, it is rather exorbitant, costing a staggering 100,000 berries for a single sip. Setting down his glass, Rayleigh regarded Su Yu, who appeared to be a user of the air fruit. This prowess, if not demonstrated, would remain undetected. The sudden appearance of such an unpredictable element in his secluded space caused Rayleigh a slight headache. He had no desire to invite trouble at his age, wishing only to enjoy a peaceful retirement with Shucky. Thus, he casually probed, "How does someone of your caliber come to open a bar in a place like this?" Chapter 4. Merely a matter of interest, given your remarkable abilities and youth. What motivates you to establish a bar? Su Yu replied with a subtle smile, "It is merely a matter of personal interest. There is no need for you to worry." Old man. He then added with a hint of profundity, "Moreover, I am no longer as young as I once was." Rayleigh found himself uncertain whether to believe him. Typically, individuals of such strength possessed ambitions that matched or even surpassed their capabilities. Yet, the nature of the strong is often capricious. What if this young man was indeed driven solely by interest? As for Su Yu's final statement, Rayleigh took it lightly, attributing it to youthful sensitivity regarding age. He hoped fervently that the young man would not stir up any trouble. Nevertheless, he considered himself just an ordinary old man, and if trouble were to arise, he could always flee with Shucky. With that thought, Rayleigh felt a wave of ease wash over him. He ordered 4 more drinks, savoring the fine wine with a contented sigh. After paying 500,000 berries, he rose and meandered back to Shucky's bar. Inside, Shucky was habitually smoking. Upon Rayleigh's return, she inquired, "Where have you been? You're back quite late. I want to check out that newly opened bar. How was it? Was the wine good? Is the owner male or female? The wine is indeed delightful, though darker than yours. A single glass costs 100,000 berries." Rayleigh exclaimed. Shucky exhaled a smoke ring, fixing her gaze on Rayleigh. "So, is the owner male or female?" Rayleigh chuckled. "A male, indeed. A young fellow, though his strength seems quite formidable." "Oh." Shucky narrowed her eyes. Given Rayleigh's assessment of the young man's prowess, he might not be an ordinary character. It seemed necessary to investigate further. Noticing Shucky's expression, Rayleigh anticipated her thoughts and spoke. "This individual is somewhat inscrutable. He recognizes who I am. And there is a notice board in the bar stating that as long as the compensation is sufficient, the owner can fulfill any wish. This person is no simpleton. We are now enjoying our twilight years, so let us avoid attracting the attention of such a dangerous figure." "He recognized you?" "Yes, but rest assured, I sense no hostility from him." Shucky felt reassured by Rayleigh's words. "I merely wish to investigate his background. Don't worry, I won't disturb him. And the ability to grant wishes. Aren't you curious?" Rayleigh, resigned, nodded. He trusted Shucky's judgment and decided to let it be. In the tavern, after Rayleigh departed, Suyu remained alone. When he said he was no longer young, he spoke the truth. He had lived for a considerable duration, perhaps even millennia. His response to Rayleigh's inquiry was sincere. He indeed found the prospect of running a bar appealing. However, his true objective aligned with the notice board's message. If customers provided adequate compensation, he could help them realize their wishes. Of course, completing such transactions would not only yield rewards, but also allow him to collect wish power. This was Suyu's primary aim. Wish power is derived from the collective desires of beings. It bears resemblance to faith power, but differs fundamentally. Faith power arises from devotion to a deity, whereas wish power emanates from the determination and aspirations of individuals seeking to achieve specific goals. In essence, wish power is a level beneath faith power. Indeed, Suyu's quest for wish power was a means to ascend to divinity. Unlike the pseudo-deities of myth like Zeus or Poseidon, or mere deities of incense and prayer, he aspired to become a true god, immortal and omniscient, wielding complete mastery within his own divine realm. This endeavor necessitates the accumulation of an immense collective will from the populace, and the realm of pirates alone is far from sufficient. However, it is fortunate that the mightier the individual, the greater the will they generate, thus facilitating Suyu's task of collection. The establishment of this tavern by Suyu is intended to await those fated to cross paths with him. As for what defines such fated individuals, my friends, today has yielded bountiful rewards. Let us proceed to indulge in some libations. A group of pirates, bags in hand, strolled away, their arms slung over each other's shoulders, their bodies still stained with fresh blood. They traversed a landscape of ruins, where smoldering debris and collapsed houses surrounded them, alongside villagers lying in pools of blood. In a house with shattered door frames and windows, both the male and female occupants lay unconscious in a crimson pool, their substantial loss of blood suggesting they were unlikely to survive. At that moment, a faint sound emanated from beneath the bed, and a boy, approximately in his teenage years, struggled to crawl out from underneath. His complexion was ashen, streaked with tears, and his lips oozed crimson blood, an excruciating result of biting down hard to stifle his cries as he witnessed the brutal demise of his parents before his very eyes. Just the day prior, the family had been enjoying a harmonious dinner together. His father had even procured a bottle of sweet and tangy wine from the local merchant, a delicacy that both he and his mother cherished. Yet, this idyllic scene was irreparably shattered by a band of marauding pirates. The defenseless villagers, stripped of the means to resist, surrendered their provisions and valuables to the pirates, who, in a grotesque display of savagery, slaughtered many, seemingly deriving amusement from their heinous acts without any justification. The pirates had discovered the boy hiding beneath the bed, but chose to spare him, as senselessly as they had chosen to take lives. It is unfathomable for a rational being to comprehend the mindset of such brutal marauders. Overwhelmed by grief, he bore witness to the loss of his dearest loved ones, leaving him entirely alone in the world. Anger surged within him, filling his heart with a seething resentment. How could this happen? His family had lived peacefully, and even when they had willingly offered their possessions, it had changed nothing. After a night of reflection, he meticulously cleaned his parents' bodies, crafted a gravestone, and buried them, his emotions finally stabilizing, although his eyes remained hollow. a stark contrast to his youthful age. He yearned for vengeance, yet as a frail youth, how could he possibly confront the ferocious pirates? Nevertheless, he resolved to attempt it. He would venture into the sea in search of ways to grow stronger. He must become formidable. He would forever remember the names of those pirates and their flag, the fearsome wolf pirate crew. They claimed to be affiliated with the 7 warlords of the sea, a term he recognized from newspapers, though he lacked full understanding of their significance, only knowing that they were sanctioned by the Navy. It seemed that turning to the Navy was not an option, but where else could he go? He was uncertain, yet he felt compelled to set sail. Remaining here meant a lifetime of stagnation. The remaining villagers wished to counsel him to stay, reasoning that survival, however precarious, was better than death. However, the boy had made up his mind. If he did not avenge his parents, then what purpose did his life hold? Recognizing his unwavering resolve, the villagers ceased their pleas, offering him a small boat along with provisions, fresh water, and wine. This farewell might very well be permanent. He accepted their gifts, for he had nothing left. As he boarded the vessel, he cast one last glance at the village, at the place he had called home since childhood. Though much had been ravaged, he could still discern its outlines. With a stoic expression, he took a final look before severing the rope that tethered the boat. The little craft drifted slowly with the wind, gradually receding from sight until the island faded entirely from view. Chapter 5. The bewildered youth. Time passed swiftly, and a week had elapsed since Su Yu's arrival at the Shambadi archipelago. His bar had begun to gain a reputation among the locals, who gradually accepted this peculiar establishment. There were instances when intoxicated patrons or those lacking sense sought to create disturbances within the bar, only to find themselves swiftly incapacitated by the owner's formidable presence. Those troublemakers, akin to fragile bones crushed underfoot, collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide with terror and their faces contorted in agony, yet unable to utter a sound. The ultimate outcome was akin to that of a belly, as they were delivered to the naval base in exchange for bounties. A reminder that among them were infamous pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. This development has thoroughly instilled fear in the pirates and various nefarious elements of the underworld, transforming the atmosphere of the bar into one of unexpected harmony. In just a week, numerous notorious pirates have been delivered to the naval base to exchange bounties, all accomplished by a single individual. This remarkable feat has captured the attention of the naval base commander, who has taken to frequenting the bar in hopes of recruiting Su Yu. However, Su Yu has remained unyielding, casually selling him a glass of wine priced at 100,000 berries. Naturally, Rayleigh has also made it a point to visit this establishment daily, utterly captivated by that exquisite wine, which the owner referred to as Wodiga or something similar, quite an odd pronunciation. Others have expressed curiosity about the matters inscribed on the notice board, yet they are all waiting for someone to take the first daring step to inquire. None willing to break the silence. They suspect it may be a ruse or a jest by the owner, and the thought of losing face, should they be mistaken, is too daunting to bear. For these individuals, maintaining one's reputation is of paramount importance. In the realms of the sea or the streets, it is precisely this sense of honor that prevails. On this day, much like the ones that preceded it, it was an ordinary day. In Su Yu's bar, a few patrons were scattered about, and there sat Rayleigh, relishing his strong drink at the counter. At that moment, the door of the bar swung open, and a figure clad in a naval uniform strode in. Judging by his insignia, he was a rear admiral, the commanding officer of the nearby naval base, known as Abel. Upon entering, he cast a brooding glance at the pirates seated within the bar. Although he yearned to apprehend them on the spot, the establishment's strict prohibition against violence restrained him, and he recognized that his own strength was insufficient to subdue these marauders. With a reluctant sigh, he steeled himself and approached the bar, keeping a wary eye on Rayleigh, who was quietly enjoying his drink, deliberately maintaining a respectful distance. As the commanding officer, he was aware of the infamous Rayleigh's presence in the bar. Rayleigh, however, paid him no mind, continuing to savor his drink, embodying the demeanor of an ordinary old man. After seating himself, Abel ordered a drink and commenced his usual attempts to recruit Su Yu. As expected, Su Yu declined his overtures, and Abel, undeterred, shifted his focus to the spirits before him. As long as Su Yu remained unobtrusive, that was sufficient for Abel. He raised his glass, downing its contents with a satisfied sigh, and was about to order another when the door swung open once more, admitting a frail figure. It was a boy, no more than a teenager, who surveyed the bar's atmosphere and the menacing pirates with a flicker of fear in his eyes. A strong impulse to flee surged within him, yet he suddenly felt a wave of determination. He was convinced that leaving now would lead to irreversible regret. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and resolutely approached the bar, disregarding Rayleigh and Abel, and directed his gaze toward Suyu. "Excuse me, are you the owner here?" Suyu smiled faintly and nodded, affirming his role as the proprietor. "So, this place can grant any wish, is that true?" The boy's eyes sparkled with hope, akin to a drowning man spotting a lifeline. He was uncertain whether grasping this lifeline would lead to salvation, but he clung to it nonetheless. Upon hearing the boy's words, the attentive patrons in the bar, including Abel and Rayleigh, perked up with curiosity. Suyu did not disappoint the boy. He nodded once more. "Indeed, I can grant wishes, but in return, you must pay an appropriate price. It's quite fair, is it not?" Upon hearing this, the boy's previously radiant eyes dimmed momentarily. He was currently penniless, having encountered a tempest that wrecked his ship. Yet, fortune smiled upon him as he was rescued by a kind-hearted merchant crew who plucked him from the wreckage. More fortuitously, their destination aligned with his own, the Sabaody archipelago. Thus, he became a sailor aboard their ship, bartering his labor for food and fresh water. Yet by the time he arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, he was utterly destitute. However, he was unwilling to accept his fate so readily. Mr. Owner, might it be possible to purchase on credit? I promise to work hard to earn money. So you currently have no money? Why, yes." Suyu fell silent, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the bar as if contemplating something profound. Observing the situation, the other patrons soon lost interest, returning to their drinks. While the boy stood quietly with his head bowed, the sound of Suyu's fingers drumming on the bar resonated like the tolling of a judgment bell against his heart. As time passed, the light in the boy's eyes gradually faded, hope slipping away. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, Suyu spoke. "In recognition of you being my first customer, you may stay here and work for me, which will suffice to offset your debt. After all, the first person to take the plunge deserves a bit of preferential treatment." Upon hearing this, the boy's head shot up, his face alight with surprise. "Thank you, Mr. Owner. I will do my utmost. Speak your wish." Noticing a shift in the atmosphere, the other patrons turned their attention back to the boy. Without hesitation, he declared, "I want to become stronger." "Stronger? To what extent do you wish to grow in strength?" For a moment, the boy hesitated, grappling with uncertainty. He simply desired strength to avenge the destruction wrought upon his village and the loss of his parents at the hands of pirates. Yet he lacked a clear understanding of what strength entailed. Indeed, he was the very boy whose village was ravaged by pirates and whose parents were slain. He set sail to seek the power needed for revenge. On the very first day at sea, he discovered a drifting bottle containing a parchment inscribed with indecipherable text. Although he could not read the words, he comprehended their meaning, which spoke of a wondrous bar on the Sabaody archipelago capable of fulfilling every wish. Uncertain of its authenticity, the miraculous message ignited a desire within him to explore its veracity, for a drowning man clutches desperately at any semblance of hope. Following a tempest that nearly claimed him, he was rescued by a merchant crew, ultimately arriving at this very bar. Suddenly, clarity struck him. That band of pirates was affiliated with the 7 warlords of the sea. Gathering his resolve, he spoke, I wish to possess the strength to rival the 7 warlords." The surrounding pirates paused, then erupted into uproarious laughter, the atmosphere thick with mirth. "Ha! Do you even comprehend what it means to be one of the 7 warlords, kid? Where did you come from, you naive little brat? Go home and get some sleep. Those are the 7 most formidable pirates in these waters, second only to the 4 emperors." Laughter filled the bar, echoing through the air. Chapter 6. Shockingly, the boy dared to declare. The pirates continued to mock the boy's ignorance, and even Rayleigh and Abel cast sidelong glances in his direction. Yet, their looks were not of disdain. Rather, they recognized the palpable rage emanating from the boy's voice. And in that instant, a silent understanding passed between them, accompanied by a collective sigh. As the boy absorbed the jeers around him, he felt like a fragile blade of grass swaying in a storm, gradually grasping the true weight of the 7 warlords' significance. His heart sank, but he remained defiantly focused on Suyu, yearning for an answer. Suyu, observing the boy's eyes filled with hatred, fell into a moment of silence. He surmised the boy's plight. After all, in the world of pirates, lives were often deemed expendable. Such tragedies were not unfamiliar to him in his extensive existence, and he had learned to maintain a calm demeanor, though he couldn't suppress a sigh within his heart. He regarded the boy. "What is your name?" "My name is Miranda. This wish is quite simple. I shall grant you the power to rival the 7 warlords, and in return, you will assist me here once you have fulfilled your ambitions." The surrounding pirates, who had initially been mere spectators, now stood in stunned silence. What did he mean by quite simple? The strength of the 7 warlords seemed far from trivial in his casual tone. They yearned to tell the boss to cease his jesting, yet upon recalling his formidable capabilities, they collectively fell silent. Nevertheless, they resolved to observe how he would realize this aspiration, for they held no belief in his potential to achieve such a goal. Rather, they were merely poised to witness the unfolding farce. Raleigh and Abel fixed their gaze upon Suyu, unwilling to overlook a single detail. Miran was momentarily taken aback. He had begun to feel a sense of despair, only to be astonished by the unpredictable vicissitudes of life that left his mind in disarray. However, Suyu did not afford him any time to react. He stepped away from the bar, his eyes igniting with a cerulean glow, then raised his hands, palms facing downward. In an instant, azure light emanated from his hands, and a bronze beam materialized in midair, gradually outlining a cube approximately 1 meter in length. With a flash, a solid bronze chest appeared out of thin air, crashing onto the floor with a resounding thud. The onlookers were left speechless, captivated by this miraculous spectacle. What was unfolding before them? What sort of power was this? Raleigh was particularly astounded, for Suyu's earlier display had led him to believe that he wielded the abilities of the air fruit. Yet now, this seemed to be an entirely new power. Could it be that Suyu had consumed 2 devil fruits? Surely, that was implausible. Meanwhile, Miran stared vacantly at the bronze chest, which emitted a soft glow. Each face of the chest was intricately engraved, and on the side facing him was a striking horse's head, adorned with a pair of wings, evoking an air of the extraordinary. It was the Pegasus armor. Indeed, Suyu had fashioned a set of Pegasus armor for Miran. Though he had never ventured into the world of the Saint Seiya, he had visited a unique realm where he not only encountered the manga of One Piece, but also the tales of Saint Seiya and many other narratives. Given his current level of mastery, conjuring a set of armor on the spot was quite feasible. To be candid, Suyu found the premise of Saint Seiya somewhat absurd. The minimum requirement for a bronze saint was supposedly the ability to strike at the speed of sound, with punches capable of cleaving the sky and kicks that could rend the earth. Our protagonist became a bronze saint at the tender age of 13. What had Suyu been doing at that age? Likely playing in the mud, one might presume. The Golden Saints were even more ludicrous. Their basic attacks were akin to punches that could reach light speed, all while the narrative insisted they were mere mortals. How could one consider these beings mortal when they could unleash punches at the speed of light? Suyu mused that perhaps this was merely the author's self-indulgence, given that he was just a comic artist, with little understanding of the true nature of saints. Observing Miran, who stood bewildered before the armor chest, Suyu spoke. "Grasp that handle and pull it down. You shall unlock the chest, and within lies the source of your newfound power." Upon hearing Suyu's guidance, Miran regained his composure and hastened to follow his instructions. With a click, the armor chest opened, revealing a soft glow that gradually dimmed, unveiling a silvery-winged Pegasus before the astonished crowd. The steed was resplendent in silver, adorned with golden patterns, its form resembling an intricate assemblage of armor. The platinum Pegasus emanates an aura of mysterious nobility, prompting the pirates to involuntarily display glimmers of greed in their eyes. However, upon meeting Suyu's indifferent gaze fixed upon them, their avarice swiftly dissipates. "Maland, don this sacred armor, and you shall wield the power of the 7 warlords." Suyu conjured a divine armor of the Pegasus. Though not as formidable as that in the original tale, it was more than sufficient to confront a warlord. As if awakening from a dream, Maland extended his hand and gently caressed the armor that constituted the Pegasus. In response to his touch, the Pegasus erupted in a brilliant flash, and the air resonated with the sounds of a stallion's whinny. It then disassembled, transforming into a complete set of armor: the headpiece, arm guards, chest plate, and leg armor, all soaring towards Maland. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the pieces of armor had already assembled themselves, and he emerged as the Pegasus Saint. Suddenly, an image flashed in Maland's mind, a youthful figure clad in shimmering silver armor, striking an odd pose. With a powerful shout of Pegasus Meteor Fist, Maland felt as if he beheld fists akin to countless stars, shattering all adversaries before him. This is also a masterpiece by Suyu. As a Sagittarius Saint, how could he possibly lack the signature technique of the Pegasus Meteor Fist? Upon receiving the inherited memories, Miranda snapped back to reality, gazing down at the armor adorning his body and then at his hands enveloped in this protective gear. It felt as if he were dreaming. Had he truly attained the strength to rival the 7 warlords? Yet, the youth depicted in that vision appeared remarkably powerful. Moreover, this armor is astonishingly light, feeling almost weightless when worn. The onlookers observed the transformed Miranda, sensing that something peculiar had transpired. This armor indeed seemed extraordinary, automatically donning itself. But could mere armor allow one to contend with the 7 warlords? Surely, that was preposterous. Abel, intrigued, examined the Saint armor on Miranda and proposed to test its strength. Miranda himself was equally puzzled, eager to uncover the true nature of this armor. So after a brief hesitation, he consented. Seeing the two ready to engage, Suyu clapped his hands to draw their attention. Surely, you do not intend to spar right here? Abel chuckled awkwardly. Haha, I couldn't help myself for a moment. I beg your pardon. He began to lead Miranda outside, but Suyu halted them. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he clasped his hands together, causing the space within the tavern to dramatically expand, transforming it from a mere bar into a vast plaza. The sudden change in environment startled everyone, prompting them to look around anxiously. Once they discerned there was no immediate danger, they temporarily relaxed, albeit still watching Suyu with a mix of fear and caution. His display was genuinely frightening. He had altered their surroundings without their slightest awareness. Even Rayleigh was taken aback, having failed to perceive this through his observation haki, marking the emergence of a third ability. However, Miranda did not share the same level of astonishment as the others, being merely a novice. He held little reverence for such power. Very well, let us proceed. You may begin, Suyu's calm voice resonated. Abel regained his composure and positioned himself opposite Miranda, standing roughly 10 meters apart. The battle commenced. Chapter 7, Overwhelming Force. The spectators encircled the arena as Abel and Miranda faced each other from the center, a distance of 10 meters separating them. As the fight began, Miranda, being an inexperienced youth, stood bewildered, lacking even a basic stance. In contrast, Abel, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, exuded an intimidating aura that caused Miranda's legs to tremble. Abel wasted no time, swiftly closing the distance to Miranda and delivering a punch to his abdomen. Though he only exerted 10% of his strength, Miranda was caught completely off guard, absorbing the blow and bracing for the anticipated pain. However, after a few seconds, he felt nothing at all. Unbeknownst to him, Abel noticed that upon impact, the section of armor struck emitted a soft glow, and he sensed his punch's force dissipate as if it had vanished into thin air. He thought to himself, no wonder Suyu presented this. It is indeed remarkable. He withdrew his fist and struck again with 70% of his power. Still dazed, Miranda was hit once more. Yet once again, he felt nothing. Abel, undeterred, decided to unleash his full strength, even enveloping his fist in haki, and launched a third strike at Miranda. Miranda appeared to be testing the defensive capabilities of the armor, remaining stationary to absorb the blow. The onlookers braced themselves for the sight of the youth being sent flying. However, despite Abel's full-force attack, it proved ineffective. Miranda merely swayed slightly. Abel was genuinely taken aback. After all, he was no ordinary individual, but a distinguished rear admiral in the Navy. Not only that, but he was among the most formidable of rear admirals, which was precisely why he had been assigned as the commanding officer at the base in the Shambadi archipelago. Yet, what had just transpired? He had held nothing back in his previous strike, even employing his armed color haki. Yet Miran appeared utterly unaffected, showing no signs of retreat. It was important to note that Miran had previously been a frail youth. Was this armor truly so extraordinary? He swiftly withdrew his hand and stepped back to create some distance. Abel's astonishment mirrored that of the onlookers around him. This was nothing short of miraculous. Setting aside the lack of offensive capability, the defensive prowess of that armor was undeniably impressive. The pirate's eyes gleamed with greed once more. Rayleigh also gazed at the armor adorning Miran with intrigue, feeling an impulse to land a punch and test its resilience. While others marveled, Miran touched the spot where he had been struck, a surge of newfound confidence swelling within him as he locked eyes with Abel, filled with fighting spirit. Abel regarded Miran with no trace of disdain left. At the very least, he acknowledged that he could not match that level of defense, and he seemed powerless to breach it. He glanced at the exposed cheek of the youth. It appeared that was the only vulnerable spot left to target. Though it was commonly said to avoid striking the face, he felt he had no other options available. Thereafter, He executed a technique from the 6 styles, known as shave, and instantaneously appeared before Miran, hoping to land a blow to his face before he could react. However, it was evident that Abel had never watched Saint Seiya. Otherwise, he would have known that all saints possess a standard passive ability that renders identical techniques ineffective against them. As Abel suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear right in front of him, Miran's vision sharpened remarkably. He sensed that Abel's movements had seemingly slowed, witnessing him draw back his fist with deliberation before striking toward his face. Instinctively, Miran sidestepped, and at that moment, he even caught a glimpse of the astonishment and disbelief in Abel's eyes. Then, as if driven by instinct, Miran unleashed a punch aimed at Abel. The latter had no time to evade. He instinctively activated his iron block technique, but he dismissed Miran's punch as inconsequential. He believed that his iron block would suffice. Unfortunately, before he could complete that thought, he was sent flying. In this scene, the spectators were astounded as they witnessed Miranda deftly evade Abel's assault and then retaliate, sending Abel soaring through the air. The speed of his movements was such that it seemed to leave an afterimage. Abel sprang up from the ground, clutching his chest, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Staring at Miranda in disbelief. How could this be possible? Was this attack truly delivered by that frail youth just moments ago? Miranda, equally astonished, gazed at his own fist, incredulous that he had just sent a major general flying with a single punch. Remarkably, he felt as though he had barely exerted any effort at all. The transformation he had undergone upon donning the armor was nothing short of miraculous. His confidence surged within him, as if he were on the brink of avenging himself. Indeed, he believed he now possessed the strength to exact retribution. With this thought, he cast a grateful glance at Suyu, acknowledging that it was he who had bestowed this power upon him. Noticing Miranda's eagerness to continue, Abel hastily waved his hands in surrender, having completely abandoned the idea of further combat. Although conceding as a major general felt somewhat humiliating, he had withstood Abel's full-force attack without so much as a scratch, while just one strike from Miranda had left him reeling. The speed and reflexes exhibited by Miranda were simply abnormal. It was clear that continuing was futile. Nevertheless, a spark of ambition ignited within him. If this armor could be mass-produced, it seemed imperative to report this to the commander upon his return. Riley, too, was taken aback. Witnessing a youth who had not undergone any training transform into someone capable of effortlessly defeating a major general, all in the span of donning a single piece of armor. He glanced again at Suyu, realizing that the man's capabilities exceeded his imagination. Initially, he had thought a contest between them would be evenly matched, but now he felt he had underestimated the situation. Miranda, sensing Abel's unwillingness to continue, felt a tinge of regret. He had yet to fully test his newfound prowess. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates were consumed by greed, their eyes gleaming with avarice. This so-called holy armor could both defend and enhance reaction speed, truly a miraculous artifact. The thought of acquiring it sent shivers down their spines. They cast furtive glances at Miranda, malice swirling in their gazes, and soon became aware of each other's scrutiny, casting wary glances at their competitors. However, they failed to consider whether their abilities were sufficient to overpower Miranda and seize the armor from him. In their minds, the belief prevailed that they were the strongest. If one did not succeed, it was merely due to their own weakness. Moreover, they perceived a significant flaw in the armor. It did not envelop the entire body, leaving certain areas exposed. If they could strike those unprotected spots, victory would be assured. Each pirate crew resolved to gather their members and, upon Miranda's departure from the tavern, launch a coordinated attack to seize the holy armor. If successful, they would escape the Sabaody archipelago and vanish into the sea, evading any pursuit from the tavern owner, no matter how formidable. Chapter 8. The bullet aimed at the forehead. The pirates began to fantasize about how their strength and bounties would soar after acquiring the armor, envisioning themselves defeating a warlord of the sea and ascending to the pinnacle of their careers. Observing the arrogant grins etched on their faces, Suyu could only shake his head. He glanced at Miranda, who wore an expression of unquenchable thirst for battle, seemingly unsatisfied with the brief skirmish. He then addressed the pirates, saying, "It appears you all harbor a keen interest in this holy armor. Would any of you care to challenge Miranda? Whoever prevails against him will earn the armor's acknowledgement." Hearing Suyu's words, Miranda's heart sank momentarily, but being a seasoned youth, he quickly realized that Suyu intended for him to familiarize himself with the armor's capabilities. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. The sight of pirates stirred an inexplicable fury within him. The pirates, elated by the opportunity, exchanged glances filled with competitive fervor, eager to be the first to step up. They glared at each other, and had it not been for Suyu's presence, they might have resorted to blows. Finally, Suyu could not bear to watch any longer and randomly selected a pirate to step forward. The chosen pirate was overjoyed, while the others begrudgingly watched him take the stage, unable to voice any objections. This pirate was a hulking figure, muscles bulging, and his hands were adorned with spiked gloves. He glared menacingly at Miranda, declaring, "Remember this name, Shatterbone Sada." In his previous encounters, he would have left no survivors, but sensing Suyu's ambiguous attitude toward Miranda, he refrained from uttering any threats of death. Miranda stood before him, their physiques contrasting starkly. Sada's ferocious aura seemed almost palpable, pressing against Miranda's face. Yet, Miranda was no longer the frail youth he once was. Having just tested his strength, he felt a surge of confidence. If the boss claimed the armor could withstand a warlord of the sea, then surely he could defeat the pirate before him. Thus, he opted for an aggressive approach. In a flash, akin to the speed of a shave, he vanished from sight, only to reappear right before Sada, delivering a powerful punch. Sada, taken aback, quickly fortified his fist with armament hockey to block the blow. The impact rang out with a metallic clang as Miranda's fist collided with Sada's arm, propelling him backward. Sada's feet skidded against the ground, creating sparks, though he managed to stave off the full force of the strike. Shaking his numbed arm, he regarded Miranda with a newfound seriousness. The power he had just encountered was beyond his expectations. This battle was proving to be more challenging than he had anticipated. What Sada did not realize was that Miranda had only exerted 50% of his strength in that last punch. Unwilling to hold back any longer, Miranda swiftly shifted again, this time appearing behind Sada and delivering a blow to his lower back. Although Sada had been keeping his observation hockey trained on Miranda, the latter's speed had doubled since their previous exchange. Sada had no time to evade. He could only gather his armament hockey around his lower back, preparing to absorb the impact before retaliating. However, the force of Miranda's strike surpassed his expectations, and he felt an overwhelming power strike his waist, reminiscent of a sea king. Suddenly, sensation left his lower back, and he felt himself lifted off the ground, propelled forward. Miranda vanished once more, only to reappear directly in Sada's path, delivering yet another punch. Sada was utterly incapable of retaliating, forced to muster his hockey in a desperate attempt to defend himself. One punch sent him flying, followed by another, and then yet another. To be candid, after enduring 5 or 6 blows, Sada found himself on the brink of surrender. However, words failed him, and Milan did not entertain the notion of mercy. Thus, one punch after another, Milan unleashed a relentless barrage, delivering over a dozen strikes before finally ceasing. As he halted, Sada collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. His face bore the marks of bruises, blood trickling from his mouth, nostrils, and ears, his eyes rolling back in a manner that suggested he was on the verge of death. Remarkably, less than a minute had passed since he had dared to provoke Milan. Observing Milan's decisive defeat of Sada, the remaining pirates felt a chill run down their spines, while Abel was left in shock, realizing that the young man had not even exerted his full strength moments ago. Milan, gazing down at the fallen Sada, felt no fear or discomfort. Instead, he was filled with an exhilarating sense of power. He had gained strength, and now he could exact his revenge. Is this reasonable? After all, he is a child from the world of pirates, which makes perfect sense. Subsequently, Milan observed the remaining few pirates, awaiting the next to meet their demise. The pirates exchanged glances, their confidence and courage evaporating after witnessing Milan's earlier display. At that moment, their greatest desire was to escape this tavern as swiftly as possible. Noticing their hesitation, Suyu urged them further. If you are too afraid to face him individually, you may approach him together. It matters not. Upon hearing this, the pirates exchanged looks once more, and with a resolute determination, they decided to charge in unison, hoping to transform their bicycles into motorcycles through sheer audacity. Abel opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon gazing at Suyu's calm demeanor, he ultimately remained silent. Milan regarded the 6 fearsome pirates before him, unperturbed by fear. The pirates exchanged glances, and then 4 of them rushed towards Milan, attempting to disrupt him, while the remaining 2 stayed back, drawing their guns and aiming at the unprotected parts of Milan's body. Faced with the onslaught of 4 pirates, Milan remained composed, despite the formidable nature of his armor. He endeavored to evade their strikes. However, being but a youth with little experience, he ultimately fell prey to the cunning pirates, who exploited a gap in his defenses. One pirate seized him from behind, while the others restrained his limbs. In that moment, he found himself unable to break free. Yet the 2 armed pirates offered him no respite, decisively aiming for his face and firing. With a series of gunshots ringing out, the bullets hurtled towards Milan's forehead, and a sense of urgency washed over him. Yet, despite the tight grip of the pirates, he found himself powerless to escape, forced to witness the bullets approach his brow. Chapter 9. The vengeful youth. Milan's limbs were firmly held by the pirates, rendering him unable to escape as he helplessly watched the bullets head toward his forehead. Everything transpired too swiftly. Abel and Rayleigh were unable to intervene, left only to witness the boy being struck by the bullet. However, to everyone's astonishment, upon making contact with Milan's forehead, the bullet produced a sound akin to striking iron, bouncing off with a resounding clang. For a moment, all were rendered speechless. This is, of course, a given, for it is the sacred armor. Every component interconnects to form a cohesive whole, should any exposed part of the body come under attack. The blow would be redirected to the armor itself. Simply put, as long as the sacred armor remains unshattered, the body of the saint will remain unharmed. Milan's heart raced. He genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. The sensation of facing mortality was indescribable, yet fortunately, the armor proved reliable. Seizing the opportunity while the pirates were still in a state of shock, Milan extricated himself from their grasp and distanced himself from them. The pirates were left dazed. Having mistaken what they thought was a weakness, in reality, it was not a weakness at all. This impeccable defense filled them with despair. However, Milan paid no mind to their thoughts. Although the armor had deflected the bullets, the fear of impending death ignited his fury, and he yearned to unleash his wrath. Drawing upon the movements ingrained in his ancestral memories, he executed a series of bizarre maneuvers. Once he completed these motions, he withdrew his right hand, forming a fist to gather strength, and then unleashed a Pegasus meteor fist. In that moment, the pirates facing Milan seemed to witness meteors streaking across the sky, ablaze with blue flames, tearing through the atmosphere. However, this sight was far from beautiful, for the meteor's destination was none other than themselves. Hundreds, if not thousands, of meteors rained down upon the pirates, their bodies uncontrollably flailing in the air, blood seeping from various wounds, cascading into a pool below. When the spectacle concluded and the brilliance faded, Milan stood in a poised stance, his fists still extended. Behind him lay the pirates, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, lying quietly in a pool of blood. In a way, they had met a fitting end. After all, how many could claim to have been struck by stars before their demise? Milan retracted his fist, feeling the fatigue from the Pegasus meteor fist weigh heavily upon him. He was now slightly out of breath, his chest heaving. He turned to survey his handiwork, his eyes shimmering with astounding brilliance. Rayleigh gazed at Milan in astonishment. The power of that Pegasus meteor fist had truly taken him aback. Within his perception, its might could rival that of the greatest swordsman. Ever since arriving at this bar, Rayleigh had been engulfed in a state of continuous astonishment. As for Abel, he had become numb. Even if Milan were to take flight, he would not be surprised. Gradually regaining his composure, Milan approached Tsuyu, wishing to kneel and express his heartfelt gratitude with several bows. However, just as he was about to do so, an invisible force restrained his body, preventing him from proceeding. Tsuyu regarded Milan and nodded. You performed admirably. There is no need for thanks. This is merely a transaction. I granted you the power for vengeance, and in return, you served me an equitable exchange. Milan opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, choosing to harbor his gratitude within. Seeing that the matter had concluded, Tsuyu snapped his fingers, causing space to contract, and everyone returned to the bar. A few pirates and members of the underworld who had not participated in the fray hurriedly fled the establishment, exhaling a sigh of relief as if they had narrowly escaped death. Subsequently, Abel summoned several soldiers to remove the lifeless pirates, departing the bar himself. Rayleigh, having indulged in ample drink and entertainment, also left contentedly, leaving Tsuyu and Milan as the only two remaining in the bar. Milan glanced at Tsuyu, hesitating to speak, but Tsuyu, understanding his unvoiced questions, inquired, Milan, are you wondering why I have afforded you this opportunity? Indeed, Milan had calmed down. As a penniless and frail youth, he pondered why Tsuyu would choose him. Though this newfound power came at a cost, it felt almost like a free gift. After avenging himself, he would have no further purpose, having lost his family. Tsuyu had not only granted him strength but also offered him a refuge. Thus, what could Tsuyu possibly desire in return? Upon hearing Tsuyu's straightforward inquiry, Milan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Tsuyu casually replied, the reason is quite simple. You are the very first true guest of the Wish Bar. The first one is always entitled to some privileges. Milan was taken aback by this revelation, but he did not believe that someone like Tsuyu would deceive him. He was not worth the effort. Subsequently, he addressed Tsuyu. Mr. Tsuyu, I wish to seek vengeance. The boy, empowered by his newfound strength, could hardly bear to wait any longer. So you ambled over to the bar, taking a seat, and languidly regarded Milan. Do you know where your enemy currently resides? The boy, consumed by thoughts of revenge, had overlooked the critical issue of how to locate his foe. Suyu shook his head and tossed Milan a tracking pointer. This pointer will guide you to what you seek. Be swift in your return. Milan clumsily caught the pointer, carefully concealing it, then bowed solemnly to Suyu before turning to leave. Just then, Suyu seemed to recollect something and called out to Milan. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, if you silently think retract, the sacred armor will automatically disassemble into a pendant. The same process applies when you wish to don it again. Oh. And you can fly while wearing the armor. Whether the original armor possessed this ability, Suyu was unsure, but he believed that since the armor had wings, it should serve a purpose beyond mere decoration. After all, he had included the ability to fly when he created it. Upon hearing this, Milan immediately tried the armor's retraction process. The armor transformed into a pendant the size of a coin. He then focused on equipping it, and in less than a second, the armor adorned him once more. To his astonishment, he discovered that even without the armor, his physical abilities had significantly improved, his body brimming with newfound strength. This could be considered a passive enhancement from the armor. After all, if his physique were too weak, he would be unable to wear it. Milan silently thought to retract the armor again, bid farewell to Suyu, and exited the bar. The once boisterous bar returned to a serene stillness. Suyu settled onto the sofa prepared for him, sinking into its softness, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. Suddenly, a sign announcing the temporary closure appeared on the bar's door, and Suyu closed his eyes, ready to relish the pleasures of sleep. Chapter 10. A call from the warring states. Milan arrived at the shoreline, retrieving the pointer Suyu had given him. He observed that it pointed towards the northwest, slightly to his right. Following its direction, he gazed ahead, his eyes filled with loathing. Wait for me, Wolf Pirate Crew. I am coming to exact vengeance. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, and then summoned the Pegasus cloth once again. With a powerful flap of wings behind him, he soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of silver light that swiftly vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, Abel returned to his naval base. Upon arrival, he hurriedly made his way to the office and retrieved a din din mushy, dialing a number. The distinctive sound of the din din mushy echoed, and soon the call was answered, revealing the image of a bespectacled figure, most notably adorned with a long braided beard. Hello, this is Sengoku. A serious and steady voice resonated, instilling a sense of reassurance. This was none other than Admiral Sengoku. Admiral, this is Abel, the commander of the Sabaody Archipelago base. I have something of great importance to report. Oh, what is it? Admiral, do you believe that a feeble, untrained youth could suddenly possess the strength to rival a rear admiral or even a vice admiral? What? Abel, are you making a joke? That is hardly amusing. It was clear that Sengoku regarded Abel's statement as a jest, as it defied all logic. It was hard to imagine without witnessing it firsthand. I'm not joking. Admiral Sengoku, I witnessed it myself. After Abel's repeated assurances, Sengoku reluctantly began to believe him. Abel, explain the situation to me in detail. Yes, Admiral. A week ago, a young man opened a bar in the Sabaody Archipelago, claiming that any wish could be granted for the right price. However, few believed him, and no one dared to try. But today, the first customer appeared. Subsequently, Abel recounted the events of the day to Sengoku, who remained silent after listening. He had already reported about the Wish Bar and its proprietor, Suyu, to his superiors, and Sengoku had heard of it but paid little mind, assuming the bar's owner was simply another arrogant individual with moderate abilities. However, if Abel's claims were indeed true, and Suyu possessed the capacity to transform an untrained ordinary person into a combatant of at least rear admiral caliber, then the implications were quite troubling. If this were the case, it would suggest that Suyu had the ability to create an army at will. While the extent of Suyu's powers and any potential limitations or side effects remained unknown, the situation was already extraordinary. Moreover, Abel mentioned that Suyu himself was quite formidable, exhibiting spatial abilities and possibly the powers of an air fruit. However, possessing two devil fruit powers simultaneously was unprecedented, suggesting the potential existence of a new, unrecorded devil fruit. If such a person were to join the Navy, Sengoku narrowed his eyes. He believed it was essential to have a conversation with Suyu, even if he could not persuade him to join the Navy. He must ensure that he did not fall into the hands of pirate factions or, in the worst-case scenario, become entangled with the Revolutionary Army. Admiral? Admiral Sengoku? Abel's voice brought Sengoku back from his contemplation, reminding him that he was still on the line. Ahem, Abel, please inform that bar owner, Suyu, that I wish to speak with him. Have him call me. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Afterward, Abel returned to Suyu's bar with the Din Din Mushi, only to find it had closed for business. Undeterred, he knocked on the door, but received no response, leading him to return to the base to try again the following day. The next morning, Abel arrived outside Suyu's bar once more, only to find it still closed. However, he remained unperturbed as the opening hours of the bar were notoriously unpredictable. At 6:30, he stood before the bar, and it was not until a little past 8:10 that Suyu, yawning, finally opened the door, only to disregard Abel's reproachful gaze and turn back inside. Abel rolled his eyes and followed Suyu into the bar. Would you like something to drink? The usual. No, I'm not here for a drink today. Oh. So you don't want a drink? Of course I do. Suyu served a drink in front of Abel, who downed it in one go, exclaiming, "Ah, refreshing." Afterward, Abel placed a Din Din Mushi on the bar. Boss, our admiral wishes to speak with you. Do you have the time? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Suyu's eyes. Admiral Sengoku, you say? He is indeed one of the top powers in this pirate world. If he wishes to speak with me, I certainly have time. Relieved that Suyu agreed, Abel dialed Sengoku's number, and the call connected swiftly. The Din Din Mushi once again manifested its glasses and braided beard. Hello, this is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku. This is Abel. I am at the bar, and the owner, Suyu, is right next to me. After this, Abel signaled to Suyu and stepped outside the bar to wait. Inside the quiet bar, Suyu picked up the Din Din Mushi's receiver. Admiral Sengoku, it is an honor to speak with you. I have heard of your reputation, Suyu. Truly a hero among the youth. Admiral Sengoku, you must have many matters to attend to. What brings you to converse with a mere unknown like myself? I have heard that you possess a method to grant an ordinary person the combat power of a vice admiral. Is that true? Indeed, it is true. But surely a man of your caliber would not be concerned with a mere vice admiral? Suyu, you jest. While a single vice admiral may not concern us, what if it were a multitude, or even greater strength? What is it you wish to convey, Admiral Sengoku? Please speak plainly. Very well. I personally hope that you would consider joining the Navy. With your abilities, I could personally grant you the rank of Vice Admiral, and should your strength prove sufficient, the possibility of a future promotion to Admiral is not out of the question. Admiral Sengoku, I am but a man with modest aspirations, wishing only to run my bar and live leisurely. The Navy is not for me. Sengoku pondered Suyu's modesty, unsure if he could sway him simply with promises, recognizing that capable individuals often held their pride. Since you have your own plans, I will not press you. However, as long as you do not oppose the Navy, the doors of the Navy will always remain open for you. Thank you for your kindness. If Admiral Sengoku has no further matters, shall we conclude this conversation? Suyu was aware that Admiral Sengoku was undoubtedly intrigued by the holy garment. However, he refrained from mentioning it outright, choosing instead to await Sengoku's inquiry. As anticipated, Sengoku's voice echoed from across the room. Hold on a moment. Chapter 11. What a bold price you dare to ask. Sengoku continued. Lord Suyu, I have one more matter to discuss. Oh, what is it? I wish to gain insight into the holy garment. What price would Lord Suyu require to divulge the method of its creation to the Navy? Upon hearing Sengoku's question, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle silently. It was quintessential Sengoku to directly seek the method of crafting the holy garment. However, even if he were to share the method, they would still be unable to procure the necessary materials. Furthermore, this world lacks Athena. To be candid, Suyu had never ventured into the realm of the Saint Seiya. Thus, he was unaware of the actual process for creating the holy garment. He had merely synthesized a version based on his formidable prowess and his understanding gleaned from the manga. Admiral Sengoku, the price for this method may far exceed your expectations. And even if I were to share it, you would be incapable of producing the holy garment. Sengoku's initial reaction to Suyu's statement was to perceive it as reluctance to relinquish the crafting method. However, upon further contemplation, he considered that Suyu might indeed be speaking the truth, perhaps owing to the capabilities of his devil fruit. Consequently, he pondered that if this were the case, it might be prudent to procure a set of holy garments first and then entrust it to Vegapunk for further research. Thus, he inquired of Suyu, if the crafting method is unattainable, what would be the price for a complete set of holy garments? Due to the unavailability of direct purchasing methods, I wish to acquire a complete set for research purposes. This brought to mind the enigmatic Dr. Vegapunk, a character from the original text who is said to be 500 years ahead of the world's technology. However, despite Vegapunk's lofty reputation, it is unlikely he could create something as extraordinary as a saint cloth, which ought not to exist in this realm. Yet, I recalled the so-called steel Saint cloths from the Saint Seiya series, true marvels of black technology. Perhaps the miraculous Vegapunk could produce a wonder? But that is a discussion for another time. I smirked mischievously and relayed my price to Sengoku. Ah, so Sengoku's desire is to obtain a set of Saint cloths? Sengoku found it curious why I was so fixated on the concept of wishes. Could it be that my ability pertains to a wish-granting fruit or something similar? Nevertheless, Sengoku acquiesced to my fervor. Yes, my wish is to acquire a set of Saint cloths akin to that young boy's. Well, this wish is quite simple. A set of Saint cloths is not exorbitantly priced. It would require 3 natural-type devil fruits or mythical Zoan-type devil fruits, or alternatively, 5 superhuman-type fruits or 7 ordinary Zoan-type fruits. You certainly have the audacity to set such a price. Do you think devil fruits are as common as cabbages, just lying around for the picking? And you demand 3 at once. My lord Suyu, is this price not a bit outrageous? Not at all. For an ordinary person to consume a devil fruit, even the rarest natural type, extensive training is required to develop combat capabilities, and the duration of such training is uncertain. In contrast, the Saint cloth can instantly grant an untrained individual formidable combat prowess. Moreover, the mid-ranking combat ability you mentioned is inaccurate. Abel may not have informed you that the Saint cloth not only offers impeccable defense, but also includes a skill comparable to that of a great swordsman's slashing attack. Although this attack consumes significant stamina, I believe there are a few great swordsmen within the Navy, and I trust that Sengoku is well aware of this. Upon hearing this, Sengoku gasped in astonishment. This Saint cloth is astonishing. A great swordsman's strike. Wearing the Saint cloth would allow one to unleash attacks on par with those of a great swordsman. It seems I have underestimated the power of the Saint cloth. And Sengoku could not help but elevate my status in his mind. After some contemplation, Sengoku found my arguments quite reasonable. After all, he understood well the extensive training required to cultivate a mid-ranking combatant, often taking years of arduous effort, with no guarantee of success. As for becoming a great swordsman, that is purely dependent on talent. Mere diligence is insufficient. Thus, he suddenly deemed the price exceedingly fair. My lord Suyu, I accept your price. I will dispatch a dedicated team to retrieve the Saint cloth, and the devil fruits will be handed over to you at that time. After a few more courteous exchanges, they concluded the call, and I summoned Abel back into the room. Observing my calm demeanor, Abel sensed that the conversation had gone smoothly and sighed in relief before departing with the transponder snail. Simultaneously, in the office of the Admiral at Navy headquarters, Sengoku hung up the phone and addressed the burly figure who was lounging in his office, munching on sunbae. So, what do you think? Wahaha. Sengoku, you now resemble a serious goat. Wahaha. Kazan laughed heartily, spitting sunbae crumbs everywhere. Sengoku glared at his irreverent old friend, veins bulging on his forehead, but ultimately restrained his anger. This bar owner is no ordinary character. He can instantly produce mid-ranking combat power, and his attacks rival those of great swordsmen. The crucial point is, it seems he can generate unlimited combat power as long as the cost is sufficient. He is a troublesome individual. After finishing his laughter, Kazan continued to snack on senbei, mumbled indistinctly, My instincts tell me that this fellow is quite dangerous, yet I believe he harbors no animosity towards us. At least not against the Navy. Upon hearing Kazan's remark, Sengoku fell silent, his expression dark and tumultuous as he pondered deeply. Suyu is indeed a hazardous individual. Not only does he possess considerable strength, but he also wields a strategic ability to generate combat power instantaneously. Should such a power fall into the hands of the Revolutionary Army, the Navy would find itself in dire straits. However, such figures must either be firmly controlled or, if that proves impossible, one must strive to maintain a cordial relationship. Sighing, he hoped Suyu would not create difficulties for the Navy. With such thoughts lingering, Sengoku realized he could not arrive at a conclusion just yet. It was best to secure the Saint cloth first. Thus, he spoke, Kazan. This time you shall lead a team to Sabaody. Before Sengoku could finish, he noticed Kazan with a massive snot bubble emerging from his nose, a half-eaten senbei dangling from his mouth. This old man, Sengoku, nearly suffered a heart attack. He took several deep breaths to compose himself. After years of knowing Kazan, he had developed a sturdy mental fortitude. Otherwise, he would have long since succumbed to a heart attack. Deciding to ignore the old rogue who could sleep while eating senbei, Sengoku called for Kizaru. Kizaru, take a naval vessel to the Sabaody archipelago to retrieve an item. Oh dear, what item necessitates the presence of an admiral? How terrifying. Hearing Kizaru's flippant tone, Sengoku felt a pang of frustration. Alas, only Crane and Akiji could be deemed reliable by his side. He had initially intended to send Akiji, but regrettably, he was not present at headquarters. This is confidential. Just retrieve the item first. Oh, and please collect 7 Zoan-type devil fruits from the warehouse to hand over to that owner. Kazara looked at Sengoku in surprise but refrained from speaking, merely acknowledging the order before preparing to leave. Though Kazara may appear carefree, he was no fool. He discerned the seriousness in Sengoku's tone and recognized the importance of the matter, prompting him to temper his usual nonchalance. Sengoku sighed deeply, hoping Kazara would exercise caution and avoid conflict with Tsuyu. Meanwhile, on a small island in the northwest of the Sabaody archipelago, a gruesome massacre was unfolding. Chapter 12, Do you still remember that village? With a tremendous crash, a muscular man burst through the tavern wall, hurtling outward. Judging by the bloodstains on his body and his somewhat ferocious expression, this was clearly not of his own volition. Shortly thereafter, a much smaller figure emerged from the gaping hole, clad in dazzling, eye-catching metallic armor, complete with a pair of metallic wings that shimmered in the sunlight. This is indeed Meland, who seeks vengeance across the seas. The burly man lies on the ground, struggling to rise but failing. His gaze filled with dread as he looks up at Meland, who approaches him slowly. Half an hour earlier, guided by the pointer, Meland had reached a small island after a night of flight, with the pointer indicating that the person he sought was present on this very island. He folded his wings and landed on the soft earth, strangely invigorated despite the sleepless night. He retracted his holy garb and moved his limbs to shake off any stiffness before retrieving the pointer and striding toward its direction. Ultimately, he arrived at a tavern. Upon entering, he was immediately assaulted by a nauseating blend of sweat and alcohol, which starkly contrasted with the faintly fragrant air of the bar owned by the innkeeper he remembered. Suddenly, a frail and delicate youth entered the tavern, drawing the lecherous gazes of the raucous pirates indulging in drink. Yet Meland disregarded their lewd stares. His eyes quickly fell upon the faces he would never forget, the members of the ferocious wolf pirate crew, the very killers of his parents. Fury ignited within him as he approached the loathsome faces, demanding, "Do you remember the village of Aquin? Do you remember me?" The crew members, their eyes glazed with drunkenness, jeered, "Who are you, kid? Are you here to ask for candy?" Their mockery elicited laughter from their comrades, clearly dismissing Meland. These pirates had slaughtered countless villages, and Meland was but a fleeting memory to them. However, their careless demeanor snapped the final thread of restraint within Meland. He donned the armor of the Pegasus and unleashed a formidable aura that silenced the laughter of the pirates. Sensing the threat, they recognized this was no ordinary foe. But Meland was quicker. Enraged, he struck the loudest pirate squarely in the face. In slow motion, one could witness Meland's fist making contact, the pirate's face distorting horrifically before collapsing inward, ultimately sending him crashing into the wall. Though this seemed prolonged, it transpired in less than a second. When the pirates finally regained their senses, the unfortunate pirate lay twitching on the ground, his face rendered a grotesque void, presumably beyond saving. "You bastard!" roared the captain of the ferocious wolf pirate crew, his voice booming as he brandished a massive serrated blade, lunging toward Meland's neck. But Meland swiftly evaded, delivering a powerful kick to the captain's chest that sent him sprawling outside through the tavern's wall. Inside the tavern, the members of the ferocious wolf lay defeated, blood pooling on the floor in a gruesome spectacle, while other pirate crews merely observed, indifferent to the carnage. Outside, the captain struggled to rise, his previous bravado vanished. Reduced to a pitiful state akin to a dog with broken legs, he looked up at Meland, whose expression revealed no emotion, only fear reflected in the captain's eyes. The boy had dispatched his crew with effortless precision, while his own attempts at retaliation felt like mere scratches. "Please, spare me. What have I done to offend you? I have treasures aboard my ship. All of them are yours if you grant me mercy." Faced with impending death, the captain cast aside his pride and begged for his life. Meland's gaze remained fixed on him. "Do you recall the village of Aquin? I once had a happy family until your crew arrived." As he spoke, his teeth clenched, fists tightened, and a chilling aura of vengeance emanated from him. The captain's heart plummeted at Meland's words, realizing the gravity of his situation. This was a personal vendetta. "But I am no ordinary pirate. I belong to the Don Quixote family. My captain is Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If you kill me, you will oppose a warlord." Da Flamingo? The captain thought Meland would be intimidated by the name, but instead, he found renewed arrogance in his demeanor. "Indeed, Da Flamingo is powerful, but that does not compare to my might." Before he could finish his sentence, Meland swiftly raised his foot, crushing the captain's head beneath his heel, leaving only a smile of survival on the captain's lips as his words fell silent forever. The terrifying scene instantly horrified the onlookers, who screamed and fled into the distance. Miranda stood rooted to the spot, momentarily pausing, suddenly engulfed by a sense of bewilderment. He had finally avenged himself, yet after the initial thrill, his heart was now rife with emptiness. Then a thought struck him. He was not without purpose. He still had work to return to for his employer. With this realization, Miranda seemed to discover a newfound meaning in life, and his eyes gradually brightened. He left ample compensation for the tavern owner, although he had no money on him. The deceased pirates had plenty. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared into the sky, heading towards the archipelago of Sabaody, leaving behind the chaos in the tavern. Chapter 13. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? On this day, the weather was splendid, with clear skies prevailing over the Shambadi Islands. Riley, as usual, sat at the bar sipping his drink, which had almost become his designated seat. He spent a fortune daily on alcohol, far exceeding the earnings of a mere coating craftsman, prompting him to sell himself 3 times during this period. One can only imagine the substantial losses incurred by the slave auction houses and those who purchase slaves. Indeed, it brings a sense of satisfaction. Abel also arrived at the tavern as per his routine, but unlike before, he was accompanied by someone. The individual accompanying Abel possessed short, curly black hair and wore sunglasses. He sported a stubbled face, was tall and slender, nearly 3 meters in height. Clad in a suit of alternating bright and deep yellow stripes, adorned with a purple tie and complemented by a dark green shirt, finished with a pair of white leather shoes. The man exuded an aura of languid frivolity, resembling a harmless middle-aged uncle. However, one should not be deceived by his appearance, for he was known as Borsalino, though few were aware of his true name. His moniker, however, was well known, the Yellow Monkey. These seemingly innocuous words were the stuff of nightmares for countless pirates, as he was one of the 3 highest combatants of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Kizara. The moment Kizara stepped into the tavern, the drunken pirates within were jolted from their stupor. More accurately, they were frightened awake. Cold sweat broke out as confusion filled their minds. Why was an admiral from the Navy headquarters here? While they might have mustered the courage to face the 7 warlords, the presence of an admiral left them devoid of any thoughts of resistance. The might of the Navy headquarters was no jest. They respected power because they understood it. Yet Kizaru appeared oblivious to the tense atmosphere of the bar, leisurely making his way to the counter and placing a large box upon it. Suddenly, he turned to face Rayleigh, as if just realizing his presence, and exclaimed with feigned astonishment, "Oh my, is this not the legendary Pirate King's right-hand man, Silvers Rayleigh? How terrifying it is to encounter such a prominent figure in this humble tavern." His voice held no pretense, and the other pirates heard his words, nearly escaping the grip of terror. Did he just say Silver? Rayleigh? That disheveled old man. For pirates, the Pirate King represented dreams and legends. And the Pirate King's right-hand man, Rayleigh, was equally legendary, a figure of utmost significance. They could hardly believe that such a formidable admiral would utter falsehoods. Thus, the ordinary-looking old man truly was Silver's Rayleigh. They felt fortunate to witness such a person today, yet glancing at Kizara beside Rayleigh, they cursed their wretched fate. Rayleigh, however, remained unfazed. He lifted his glass and took a sip, realizing he must conserve his drinking, as excessive indulgence in a short span could hinder sustainable enjoyment. "I am but an ordinary old man. The title of Dark King belongs to the past," he remarked. Kizara remained noncommittal, already aware of Rayleigh's presence on Sabaody Archipelago, a fact that was no secret among the Navy's upper echelons. A certain naval hero had even visited Sabaody Archipelago to share a drink with Rayleigh. However, the Navy had no intention of capturing Rayleigh, for the costs outweighed the benefits. To apprehend him, at least 2 admirals would be required, along with a blockade of warships. The potential retaliation of a top-tier powerhouse would be catastrophic, a price the Navy could ill afford. Ultimately, capturing Rayleigh held little merit. The Pirate King was already dead, rendering the capture of his right hand unnecessary. Furthermore, Rayleigh had remained discreet, avoiding trouble, allowing the Navy to disregard him. Kizara then shifted his attention to Tsuyu, who was seated at the bar. "You must be the owner of this tavern, young man. Admiral Sengoku has sent me to retrieve an item and asked me to bring this along," he said, pushing the large box towards Tsuyu. Tsuyu steadied the box and opened it, revealing 7 oddly shaped fruits, the devil fruits. Having completed a transaction, Tsuyu appeared quite pleased. He smiled and stepped out from behind the bar, performing a similar action as before, dropping a bronze box onto the floor and gesturing towards Kizaru. "This is what Admiral Sengoku requested, sir. Please." However, the bronze box was adorned not with a winged Pegasus but with different patterns. Kazara gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. He had deliberately heightened his observation haki to its maximum, yet he felt nothing unusual. He scrutinized Tsuyu, though his tone remained unyielding. "Your abilities are indeed remarkable, quite terrifying," he remarked with a smirk. Tsuyu smiled faintly and returned to the bar, remaining silent. Kazara reached out to touch the bronze box, feeling its ordinary bronze texture. Lifting it to discover its weight was significant, yet it felt as though it might be empty. Nevertheless, he mused that the owner would not dare deceive a naval admiral, presuming it to be some kind of lightweight material. He then handed the box to Abel and said to Tsuyu, "Well then, I shall return to report. However, it seems there are many pirates in your establishment. Perhaps I shall assist in clearing them out." Abel, hearing Kazara's words, felt an urgent desire to intervene but was at a loss for words. And Kazara moved too swiftly for him to act. The pirates, who had thought they had escaped peril, were now gripped by dread, their bodies rigid, cold sweat flowing as they contemplated escape. Unfortunately, Kazara's fruit was the swiftest of all, the Pika Pika no Mi, rendering their attempts to flee futile. In a dazzling burst of light, Kazara vanished from his spot, reappearing beside a pirate and striking a classic pose, ready to deliver a kick. The unfortunate pirate heard the ominous whisper of doom, as if the Grim Reaper was passing judgment upon him. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Kazara's intention was not merely to assist Tsuyu in clearing the tavern, but to demonstrate the Navy's might. Since the Admiral and Tsuyu were engaged in a transaction, it implied that Tsuyu possessed something of value to the Navy. Kazara sought to ensure Tsuyu's allegiance through this display of power. However, this decision evidently displeased someone. Chapter 14. In disarray, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Hearing this chilling whisper that felt like a harbinger of death, the unfortunate pirate selected as Kazara's first target froze in place, paralyzed by fear, unable to control his body, waiting with closed eyes for his impending fate. Yet, Kazara's light-speed kick never landed. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Tsuyu, flooding the entire tavern. What kind of pressure was this? It was akin to the disdain and oppression from the apex of the food chain. He felt like a frail human before an ancient, bloodthirsty beast that had just been roused from slumber, roaring at him with a gaping maw, the scent of blood filling the air. It was an absolute pressure stemming from a higher plane of existence. In an instant, the atmosphere in the bar seemed to have solidified. The weaker pirates had already fainted, while the stronger ones, though not unconscious, were on their knees, trembling violently, their hearts racing, and their bodies drenched in sweat. Their minds were blank, consumed by sheer terror. Should they survive this day, they would never muster the courage to return to this establishment again. Among them, the renowned Yellow Ape, despite his formidable strength as one of the top powers in the pirate world, found himself on one knee, supporting himself against the floor to avoid collapsing entirely. Sweat poured from him like rain, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, rendering him utterly disheveled. It was hard to believe this was the highest combatant of the Navy headquarters. The one in the best condition was Rayleigh, yet even he stood rigid with shock, staring at Tsuyu, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear, not the fear of death, but a primal instinctive dread of something far superior to himself. The oppressive aura Tsuyu had unleashed was only momentary. Otherwise, Yellow Ape and the others would have fared far worse. Yet, even in the absence of that pressure, they remained frozen in their positions, too terrified to move. Observing that he had successfully intimidated Yellow Ape, Tsuyu calmly spoke, "Lord Yellow Ape, I appreciate your good intentions, but any violence is prohibited within my bar. You should return to report, lest Admiral Sengoku grow anxious." Tsuyu's serene voice shattered the seemingly frozen atmosphere, allowing the tense crowd to exhale in relief. The once grim bar felt as though it had suddenly welcomed the warmth of spring, and the pirates on the ground scrambled to flee, as if a terrifying entity were pursuing them. In their haste, they even remembered to carry away their unconscious comrades, displaying a semblance of camaraderie. Yellow Ape, too, staggered to his feet, having sustained some injuries from Tsuyu's earlier display. If he were not a Logia type, he might have been gravely wounded. He straightened up and shot a glance at Tsuyu, his eyes filled with profound shock and trepidation. Without uttering another word, he departed hastily, accompanied by Abel, whose own eyes mirrored the fear he felt. Their once dignified entrance had been replaced by their disheveled exit. In a moment, only Tsuyu and Rayleigh remained in the bar. Rayleigh regarded Tsuyu intently, still reeling from the shock. "It seems I have underestimated you," he mused. Initially, he had perceived Tsuyu as a capable young man, then as an equal, and finally realized he might be outmatched. The events of the day had illuminated to him the depths of hidden strength and the limitations of his own perspective. Rayleigh had never fathomed that someone could render him utterly motionless simply through sheer presence, stripping him of any will to resist. Today, he bore witness to this phenomenon. and he struggled to reconcile the experience with reality, feeling as though he had awakened from a dream. He considered himself among the world's elite, yet here he was, confronted with the impossible. Suyu, sensing Rayleigh's incredulity, shrugged in a placating manner. I am merely a bar owner who assists others in fulfilling their wishes, nothing more. Rayleigh chuckled wryly. Nothing more? Your display of power today was truly terrifying. You are indeed a remarkable young man. Suyu smiled lightly. Old sir? Do you recall what I said when we first met? Rayleigh paused, attempting to recall, but the memory eluded him after all. Age had dulled his recollection of events from merely a week ago. Noting Rayleigh's forgetfulness, Suyu reiterated, I mentioned that I am no longer young. Rayleigh blinked, realization dawning upon him. Are you implying that you are quite aged? Suyu nodded, confirming Rayleigh's suspicion. Rayleigh responded, Oh, so this is a manifestation of your fruit's ability? It makes sense. How could anyone so young possess such extraordinary strength? If you are indeed of advanced age, it all becomes plausible. Even if I am not young, my power is still rather astonishing. Wouldn't you agree? I dare say even the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, would seem insignificant before you, Rayleigh remarked. Old sir, you still fail to grasp the depth of my words. My age may surpass your imagination. Suyu replied with a mysterious smile. Rayleigh was taken aback. What do you mean by that? He could not help but ask, How old are you, exactly? Suyu sighed wistfully. I am nearly 10,000 years old. Rayleigh instinctively nodded, processing the explosive revelation, only to suddenly grasp the enormity of the statement. 10,000 years? Chapter 15. The reconstruction of Rayleigh's worldview. Suyu's light, melancholic voice echoed in Rayleigh's mind. I am nearly 10,000 years old. In that moment, Rayleigh thought something must be wrong with his hearing. A quick glance at Suyu confirmed his worst fears. Indeed, he had not misheard. Suyu had claimed to be nearly 10,000 years old. Rayleigh opened his mouth, his mind struggling to comprehend the staggering news that felt as if it had short-circuited his brain. This is indeed 10,000 years. Not 100 years. Not 1,000 years, but 10,000 years. How brief is the span of world history? Moreover, is there even a certainty that human history extends back 10,000 years? Is this truly not a jest? Can humanity genuinely endure such an extended lifespan? Is there indeed a devil fruit that grants such longevity? Or is it possible that Suyu is not even human? Furthermore, if Suyu has indeed lived for nearly 10 millennia, to what heights could his power ascend? Was the overwhelming aura he just unleashed truly his full potential? Moments ago, I heard Suyu's voice tinged with melancholy. What a profound sense of melancholy it was. In an instant, a myriad of thoughts surged through Rayleigh's mind, his emotions completely engulfed by astonishment. He did not perceive Suyu as deceiving him, for there was no motive to do so, and such a deception would hold no benefit for Suyu. Thus, it seemed likely that his words were indeed true. Suyu, being considerate, refrained from further interrupting Rayleigh, allowing him the time to process his astonishment and regain his composure. Frankly, witnessing someone so profoundly affected by his exceptional qualities was rather gratifying. Could this be what they refer to as showing off? Nevertheless, Rayleigh, a seasoned warrior experienced in the trials of life, eventually regained his composure after the initial shock. Though his gaze towards Suyu still bore a faint hint of disbelief and amazement. In Rayleigh's understanding, a being like Suyu, having lived for nearly 10,000 years, transcended the realm of humanity. It was utterly inconceivable that his boss possessed such an advanced age. It seemed I had been taking advantage of him all along. How amusing. Upon discovering Suyu's true age, Rayleigh found it inappropriate to continue addressing him as young man, and struggled to conjure a suitable title, ultimately deciding to simply call him boss. No matter, although my chronological age may be substantial, my mental age and appearance are still quite harmonious. So, if you wish to regard me as a youthful individual, that is perfectly acceptable. Rayleigh let out a bitter laugh. Today he was left with nothing but laughter and astonishment, as if he were destined to exhaust all his surprises in a single day. The magnitude of today's revelations was so overwhelming that henceforth, encountering any event would likely fail to evoke a sense of wonder in him. Prior to discerning your age and capabilities, I could regard you as a youthful individual. However, now that I am enlightened, how can I possibly remain composed? Rayleigh remarked, Boss, though my inquiry may seem impolite, I must ask, are you certain you are still human? Suyu pondered momentarily before responding. In truth, you may perceive me as a deity. In this realm, I could indeed be considered a god. The primary reason lies in the relatively low hierarchy of the pirate world. Thus, with my current strength, I am virtually omnipotent here. Upon hearing the term deity, Rayleigh's first thought was of the god of Skypea, a title bestowed upon its ruler. His second thought turned to the celestial dragons. those imbeciles who arrogantly claimed to be descendants of gods. However, it was evident that Suyu bore no resemblance to either of those figures. Could the god he referred to be an actual deity? Having lived for nearly 10,000 years, a span likely surpassing the entirety of human history. Could he be the god of humanity? Did he perhaps create humankind? Were the devil fruits also his creation? A myriad of thoughts raced through Rayleigh's mind. Yet, having endured the previous revelations, his capacity for comprehension had strengthened, leading to a surprising lack of shock. After all, if he were indeed a deity, then Suyu's previous actions would appear entirely rational. Although Rayleigh had come to believe, he couldn't help but inquire further. "Boss, are you truly a god?" Suyu replied, "By my own standards, I am not yet one. However, in this world, I can indeed achieve anything, which might align with humanity's definition of a deity." Rayleigh momentarily lost his train of thought. Indeed, if an entity could accomplish all, then he could rightly be regarded as a god. Who would have imagined that the young man before him was a divine being? If this revelation were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the world. No wonder he was so audacious as to claim he could fulfill any wish. It turns out he is a god. Rayleigh recalled that the boss had emphasized the phrase "this world" twice. Did that imply he was not of this world? Thus, adhering to the principle of inquiry when in doubt, Rayleigh asked, "Boss, you mentioned that in this world, you can be considered a god." Suyu nodded affirmatively. "Precisely. In this world, I am not a native inhabitant. Rather, I hail from beyond this realm." He then proceeded to enlighten Rayleigh regarding the concept of worlds, revealing the existence of countless realms beyond their own. On that day, Rayleigh's worldview shattered completely. He suddenly perceived the vastness of the world, a magnitude that instilled fear within him, rendering his own strength seemingly insignificant. Yet, he quickly reminded himself that he was merely an indigenous inhabitant, even within his own realm. He was not invincible, nor could he transcend the barriers of his world to explore others. Like an ant, whose entire existence revolves around its nest, perhaps extending to a small garden or the backyard of a certain household, this limited space encompasses all it can see and is the entirety of its life. Even if that little garden or backyard is but a mere pixel on the grand scale of the earth, and beyond it lies a myriad of vibrant worlds, it holds no significance for the ant. In that moment, Rayleigh became that ant. With a wry smile, he accepted the overwhelming influx of information, and his mindset and rationality were profoundly affected. These matters, once understood, are merely tales to be heard. They belong to another's life, the life of the boss, not his own. With that realization, he found peace and returned to the familiar persona of the affable drinker, Old Lay. Suyu observed the swift return of Rayleigh to his senses and nodded inwardly, recognizing the steadfastness of his character, unperturbed by external influences. Chapter 16. The quiet office. Regaining his composure, Rayleigh gazed at Suyu with a look of intricate emotion. This is indeed a deity, a term that evokes a sense of helplessness. When Rayleigh first heard the word deity, he felt a surge of anxiety, primarily due to the implications associated with the celestial dragons. This instinctive reaction caused him to harbor a negative sentiment towards the notion of a god. Fearing that this newly emerged divine being might be akin to the celestial dragons, arrogant, capricious, and endowed with overwhelming power that rendered any resistance futile. If this deity truly wished to impose their will, no one could stand in their way. However, this thought lingered in Rayleigh's mind only for a fleeting moment before he dismissed it, recognizing that such worries were futile. Reality would not alter based on his apprehensions. His anxiety would not magically bestow him with power to rival Suyu. If Suyu truly embodied such divine prowess, perhaps it would be better to resign himself to fate. Moreover, through his interactions with Suyu over the past few days, he concluded that this god bore no significant difference from humanity, appearing to be a rational being rather than a mindless force of destruction. With a newfound perspective, Rayleigh noticed the sunlight outside seemed to shine a little brighter, as if the wine had become more delightful. Unable to resist, he ordered another glass, realizing he had exceeded his budget for the day. Fortunately, Suyu, perceptive of Rayleigh's discomfort, graciously waived his tab, sparing him the embarrassment of being unable to pay. Though it was clear that this old fellow had long since lost any sense of decorum. What kind of honorable person resorts to selling themselves for money? Subsequently, Rayleigh bid farewell to Suyu and departed the bar, overwhelmed by the magnitude of information he had absorbed that day. He needed solitude to reflect. He had no intention of sharing this revelation with others, for he understood that even if he did, few would believe him. People tend to trust only what they have witnessed with their own eyes, preferring to believe in what aligns with their desires. At the bamboo bar, Xiachi was as usual, indulging in a cigarette when she noticed Rayleigh's return. However, she astutely sensed that something was amiss with his demeanor. "Rayleigh, is something wrong?" she inquired. "Oh, nothing much. I merely realized today that I am but a frog in a well." "What do you mean? That doesn't sound like you," Xiaoqi responded, her tone casual, yet laced with an undercurrent of concern. Feeling the urge to share his experience, Rayleigh found Xiaoqi to be a suitable confidant and recounted the events of the day in their entirety. Xiaoqi listened intently, her astonishment rendering her momentarily speechless. Who could have imagined that a deity resided right at their doorstep? It was utterly surreal. Yet, upon learning of Su Yu's divine nature, her first thought was to consider whether she might approach Su Yu to wish for eternal youth. In the evening, after exacting his vengeance, Mylander finally returned to the bar. Given his usual pace, he ought to have arrived the previous day. However, after avenging himself, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an all-encompassing fatigue that seemed to emanate from his very soul, followed by an irresistible drowsiness. In his eagerness to seek retribution, he had unconsciously drained his stamina and spirit. Now that his mission was complete, a wave of relaxation washed over him, but it came at a cost. Thus, Mylander found a secluded spot, lay down, and succumbed to slumber for an entire day. As Mylander pushed open the bar door, he discovered it devoid of patrons, save for Su Yu, who was comfortably nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a book. The soft, warm light illuminated Su Yu's space, casting gentle shadows upon the pages. Upon noticing Mylander's return, Su Yu looked up and casually remarked, "Welcome back." This simple sentence filled Miranda's heart with warmth, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil lake of his emotions, creating ripples that nearly brought him to tears. For reasons unknown, this modest bar, with its inviting glow and the proprietor languidly reclining on the sofa engrossed in a book, evoked a profound sense of home within him. His voice trembled as he replied, "Ah, I am back, boss. Well, it seems everything is in order. I have prepared a room for you. The one at the very end of the second floor will be yours from now on. Your work begins tomorrow, serving drinks, providing service, and cleaning, all entrusted to you." Miranda stifled the tears that threatened to spill over and ascended the stairs. How wonderful it felt. It seemed he had found a home once more. Meanwhile, in the office of the Admiral at the Naval Headquarters, Sengoku was reviewing documents while Karp sat nearby, crunching on rice crackers, providing a rhythmic accompaniment to Sengoku's work. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a tall, slender figure entered, carrying a bronze box, none other than Kizaru, returning from the Sabaody archipelago. Sengoku, noticing Kizaru's arrival, set aside the documents in his hand, his gaze drawn to the peculiar bronze box. Kizaru placed the box on the ground and stood there, appearing somewhat subdued, as if his usual nonchalant demeanor had waned. Garp, sensing Kizaru's unusual demeanor, directly inquired, "What's wrong, Kizaru? You look as wilted as a pickled fish." Kizaru opened his mouth, but words eluded him. The matter was rather embarrassing. This incident had turned his arrogance against him, leaving him with a significant loss of face. Moreover, the experience had genuinely rattled him. He had always believed himself to be quite formidable, possessing the powers of the light fruit and unrivaled speed. He considered himself invincible to a degree, confident that even if he could not defeat Whitebeard, it would not be an easy task for Whitebeard to capture him. In a sense, he perceived himself as invulnerable. However, the events of today shattered Kizaru's long-held confidence and pride. He was astounded to discover that there existed individuals capable of exerting such immense pressure merely through sheer presence, rendering him incapable of resistance, to the point where he could not muster a single motion, and even sustain minor injuries, though not severe. This was still a consequence of his Logia powers. Prior to today, had anyone suggested this to him, he would have found it utterly implausible. It was, indeed, fantastical. Sengoku, now aware of Kizaru's abnormality, cast a questioning glance in his direction. Under the weight of scrutiny from both esteemed figures, Kizaru could no longer bear it. After a moment of hesitation, he recounted the entire ordeal to Garp and Sengoku. The two listened in stunned silence, even Sengoku momentarily lost in thought, while Garp's expression turned noticeably serious. "This is truly astonishing. Who is Kizaru? He is universally acknowledged as one of the highest combat powers of the Navy. Even Sengoku himself and Garp cannot claim an assured victory against him. Moreover, Kizaru's speed is particularly troublesome. He moves with the fluidity of a fish." And what did he just say? That bar owner, merely through his imposing presence, rendered him incapable of resistance? He was even injured. Is this the latest joke? Have those two old fellows fallen behind? However, they are well aware that although Kizaru often appears to be frivolous, he does not jest when it comes to matters of significance, and indeed, he seems genuinely disheartened. Thus, this occurrence is undoubtedly true, albeit rather exaggerated. For a moment, the office was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of a few breaths. Chapter 17. What do you think, Garp? The atmosphere in the office was somewhat tense. Sengoku's expression fluctuated, revealing the turmoil within his thoughts, while Kizaru's demeanor was equally unsettled. Wishing he could dig a hole to hide in. How utterly awkward. He could only stand there, staring blankly, striving to diminish his presence. Only Garp, after initially absorbing the shock, reverted to his usual carefree self and even resumed munching on senbei. Crunch, 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 the crisp sound of senbei echoed throughout the office. Sengoku could not help but feel exasperated. What kind of teammate was this? Here he was, troubled by the sudden emergence of a formidable opponent, contemplating the Navy's path forward, while Garp, unfazed, simply indulged in snacks? Garp, noticing Sengoku's gaze upon him, mistakenly assumed he too desired some senbei, thus generously offered him a piece from the stash that rightfully belonged to Sengoku. Sengoku, regarding his unreliable old friend, felt an urge to express his frustration but ultimately sighed in resignation. He was powerless against this situation. Reluctantly, he accepted the piece of senbei and ate it. After all, it was originally his. If he didn't consume it soon, this old rascal would finish it all. Garp, what is your perspective on this matter? I have none. Sengoku looked at Garp in confusion, not comprehending his response, prompting him to elaborate. While chewing on the senbei, Garp remarked, according to Kizaru, that bar owner can render him powerless merely with his aura, and the same applies to us. Even a strategy of overwhelming numbers would be futile, which means we are utterly powerless against this proprietor. Haha. Sengoku, observing the flying spittle and crumbs of senbei, felt a wave of irritation, yet he understood Garp's point. Indeed, such a figure rendered the Navy, or himself, entirely helpless. He was far too powerful, with no one within the Navy capable of counterbalancing him, and they remained unaware of his vulnerabilities. Thus, even if one racked their brain, what could be done? This is not something one should ponder upon. The desires of that individual are beyond one's control, and resistance is futile, leaving one with no choice but to passively accept the situation. Hence, it is better to refrain from dwelling on it. As for harnessing the power of ancient weaponry, perhaps it could lead to his demise, but what if it fails? The might of such ancient arms is formidable, yet they remain unaware of this person's true combat prowess. Should they succeed, it would be well. However, if they fail, the Navy could face utter ruin. Fortunately, as it stands, this individual has not displayed any hostility towards the Navy, nor has he shown favoritism towards any particular faction. This is indeed the most encouraging news. Maintaining a cordial relationship with him appears to be the wisest course of action. Zhangguo sighed, realizing that his cleverness had inadvertently led him astray. Such a simple truth had eluded him. Yet, this old rogue, often seeming disjointed, proved to possess clarity of mind at critical moments, reliable indeed. Subsequently, Zhangguo cast aside his worries and redirected his attention to the bronze chest. Initially, he had harbored skepticism regarding the power of the sacred armor. But upon learning of this individual's strength, his belief was suddenly rekindled. As Zhangguo approached and caressed the bronze chest, it felt like ordinary bronze, however. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, he perceived an unsettling chill emanating from it. At this juncture, Garp, intrigued, drew closer, examining it with curious hands. How might this chest be opened? Zhangguo turned his gaze to the yellow ape, who was attempting to diminish his presence. The yellow ape, understanding the unspoken cue, followed Abel's instructions. Grasping a handle on one face of the chest, he pulled downward. With a crisp click, the bronze chest began to open, revealing the true essence within. As the chest opened, the temperature in the room plummeted several degrees. Inside, a blue light emanated, hissing forth an icy breeze. Suddenly, the light blazed intensely, prompting the three to instinctively close their eyes. When they reopened them, the luminous orb had vanished, replaced by a magnificent avian figure crafted of armor, the divine swan. This swan bore resemblance to that of a cygnet, composed entirely of an unknown metal, its hue predominantly white with hints of purple that were utterly enchanting. Adorned with golden patterns, it exuded an aura of lethal nobility. Furthermore, a dense chill encircled the swan, reminiscent of the millennia-old frost from a realm of eternal night. Around the swan, a layer of white frost had formed, And perhaps it was not mere illusion, but the trio seemed to perceive snowflakes drifting around them. Behold, the sacred armor of the Swan constellation. Legend has it that the Swan armor was born from the unmelting eternal ice walls. The wearer, adept in the art of ice combat, is said to be the master of the armor, capable of transcending absolute zero, conjuring it solely through thought. Truly remarkable. Yet even such an extraordinary figure often finds himself inexplicably kneeling, only to unleash his full power when pushed to the brink, swiftly annihilating his foes. How frustrating. The three gazed at this extraordinary armor, their hearts shaken. It was evident that this was no ordinary piece of armor. Carp, unable to restrain his curiosity, reached out to touch the sacred armor of the Swan. However, as soon as his hand made contact, he felt a chilling sensation emanating from his soul. Instantly, a layer of ice began to creep up his arm, freezing his entire left limb in mere moments. Zhanghua, alarmed, called out Carp. At this moment, Carp finally reacted, hastily withdrawing from the sacred armor, causing the icy layer to cease its relentless spread. He let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he enveloped his left hand with armament haki and forcefully shook it, shattering the ice into countless fragments that fell to the ground and gradually melted into water. However, his left arm still emitted a faint chill. Upon clenching his fist, he found no significant harm had been done, yet in just that brief moment. His arm had already become numb with frost. Sengoku and Kizaru, relieved by Carp's safety, exchanged anxious glances towards the Swan armor, which exuded a terrifying aura. Their impression of Suyu deepened, realizing that such a seemingly casual creation nearly inflicted serious injury upon Carp. The power was simply outrageous. Once their emotions settled, they pondered the enigma of how to utilize this armor. They did not believe Suyu had intended to sabotage their attempts. After all, if he truly desired the devil fruit, he could have seized it directly without such elaborate schemes. Thus, it seemed that this armor possessed its own peculiar characteristics. Or perhaps it was in the process of selecting a worthy master. Did Carp's unsuitability provoke a backlash from the armor? Soon after, Sengoku and Kizaru cautiously reached out to touch the armor, having first coated their hands with armament haki. However, to their dismay, they appeared to have been rejected by the armor as well. Their hands felt somewhat numb, and their bodies too were tinged with a strange sensation. In possession of a divine artifact, yet unable to wield it. How frustrating. Just as the trio stood in silent contemplation before the armor, the office door swung open, revealing a tall man. They turned in unison to regard the newcomer, their eyes suddenly alight with intrigue. The man had a darker complexion, a tall and slender frame. Standing approximately 3 meters high, clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt, with a mass of curly hair and a green eye patch adorning his forehead. He emanated an air of languidness, as if he might doze off at any moment. This individual was none other than one of the Navy headquarters' highest combatants, Admiral Akiji Kazan. Upon his entrance, the three men, previously at a loss regarding the armor, suddenly brightened, their gazes fixed upon Akiji with palpable excitement. To illustrate their enthusiasm, one might imagine the glint in Luffy's eyes upon spotting meat. Before Akiji could utter a greeting, he was taken aback by the trio's peculiar stares. Why were Sengoku and the others so exhilarated, as if they had just discovered a new continent? The answer lay in the fact that Akiji had consumed the Logia-type ice fruit, making him a being of ice. It appeared that the attributes of the armor aligned perfectly with his powers. Or rather, it seemed that only someone unperturbed by ice could don this sacred armor. Marshal, seniors. Palyasolino, why? Are you all looking at me with such peculiar expressions? Akiji finally broke the silence, unable to withstand the odd atmosphere any longer. Realizing their expressions had been somewhat abnormal, the three men cleared their throats awkwardly. Sengoku gestured for Akiji to come closer, eager to show him the magnificent treasure. As Akiji approached, he noticed a curious object in the office, a strange metallic bird emitting white vapor. What is this? He wondered aloud, eyeing the bizarre creation. Sengoku, clearing his throat, interjected, Kazan, please refrain from speaking for now. We'll explain later. First, touch this armor. This armor? Is this peculiar? Hissing bird what you refer to as armor? It hardly resembles clothing, though it does appear quite exquisite, exuding a noble and refined aura. Nevertheless, since the marshal had instructed him, he complied and extended his hand towards the armor. The trio's eyes followed his fingertips as they inched closer to the sacred attire. Finally, as Akiji's fingertips made contact with the swan armor, a brilliant light erupted, momentarily blinding Sengoku and the others who were intently focused on Akiji's hand. as the radiance faded. A melodic swan's call seemed to echo in their ears, and in an instant, the swan armor exploded into a myriad of lights, which surged towards Akiji's body, his torso, arms, legs, head, and feet. Startled by this unexpected spectacle, Akiji instinctively recoiled, yet he could not escape. The armor swiftly enveloped him with a symphony of clanking sounds. Thus, the second saint of the pirate world was born. He was the swan saint, Kazan. The trio, still recovering from the dazzling display, blinked away tears yet refused to miss the scene unfolding before them. Akiji stood adorned in the magnificent armor, perfectly encased, with a pair of wings sprouting from his back, enhancing his already languid demeanor, reminiscent of a warrior from myth. He appeared nothing short of striking. Observing the dashing Akiji, the three men felt a twinge of envy. How vexing it was that the armor had not chosen them. Akiji himself was momentarily stunned by his transformation, activating his observation haki to assess his condition. Finding himself in exceptional form, feeling a surge of strength that he had not experienced in ages, he then turned to Sengoku, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Marshal Sengoku, may I inquire as to what transpired?" Sengoku, feeling a pang of frustration at the situation, quickly regained his composure and proceeded to explain the events that had unfolded. At this moment, Kazan could no longer maintain his stoic demeanor, as the revelations imparted by Sengoku were exceedingly astonishing, a bar capable of granting wishes. A formidable proprietor whose mere presence could render a general powerless to resist, in that wondrous holy garment. Everything felt remarkably surreal. However, having experienced significant events in the past, Kazan swiftly acclimatized to this overwhelming influx of information. Suddenly, an uncontrollable vision manifested in Kazan's mind, prompting him to close his eyes. In this vision, a golden-haired youth donned a suit of armor that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own attire. The youth performed a series of peculiar movements, akin to an enigmatic dance, before clasping his hands in prayer at his chest and forcefully pushing them outward. In that instant, it was as if snowflakes, exquisite and ethereal, were cascading down like radiant stars, blanketing everything in a pristine white veneer. The icy crystals sparkled like diamonds, breathtakingly beautiful yet concealing a lethal intent. Abruptly, 5 words materialized in Kazan's mind. Diamond Star Fist. The rugged voice of Garp resounded nearby, rousing Kazan from his reverie, and the transmission of memory ceased. Upon regaining his awareness, he noticed the concerned gazes of his companions and recounted the vision he had witnessed. Sengoku inquired, "You mean to say that you saw a youth in your mind, seemingly demonstrating a technique to you?" Kazan nodded. Sengoku recalled that this holy garment was said to bestow a technique rivaling the might of the great swordsman Strike, and it appeared this was indeed the case. Soon after, Sengoku expressed a desire to test the power of the holy garment, leading the group of 4 to an empty training ground. Initially, Sengoku intended for Kizaru and Kazan to spar, but Kazara claimed he had yet to fully recover. Thus Garp stepped in to take his place. Kazan felt a twinge of apprehension as he regarded Garp, well aware of his formidable strength. Those iron fists could inflict considerable pain. Nevertheless, Kazan steeled himself for the challenge. The outcome, however, far surpassed everyone's expectations. Half an hour later, the training ground had transformed into an icy cavern, strewn with frozen crystals that glittered like diamonds under the moonlight, emanating a chilling radiance. Kazan's freezing aura had plummeted the temperature to sub-zero levels, compelling Sengoku and Kizaru, who were merely spectators, to activate their haki for warmth. Meanwhile, within the training arena, Kazan leaned heavily on his knees, panting heavily, clearly exhausted, and even blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Evidently, even the holy garment could not entirely shield him from Garp's iron fists. However, Kazan's main concern was his significant depletion of energy, while his injuries remained minor. Given his physique, he would recover by the next day. In stark contrast, Garp, despite wearing the holy garment, appeared considerably worse for wear. His chest heaved rapidly, revealing the toll it had taken on him. His face was tinged with purple, and he was covered in shards of ice, his clothing in tatters, with frostbite visible on his skin. Fortunately, these injuries were superficial and not life-threatening. Nonetheless, he had sustained damage, as the holy garment not only provided Kazan with impeccable defense but also augmented his physical prowess and the potency of his abilities. The technique known as the Diamond Star Fist had proven formidable, catching Garp off guard. Chapter 19. The eerie laughter after a brief respite in the frozen training ground. Both men regained their composure. In truth, their earlier exchanges had merely been exploratory. Otherwise, half an hour would not have sufficed, and their camaraderie precluded any intent to genuinely harm one another. However, the results left both men and the observing Sengoku and Kizaru astounded. It was well known that Garp's strength had previously dominated Kazan's, with the latter never managing to gain an upper hand during their training bouts. Yet this time, the two had battled on relatively equal footing, with Garp, even without unleashing his true lethal techniques, seeming to be subtly suppressed by Kazan. The enhancement is rather astonishing. Kizaru suddenly shivered, both from the cold and a twinge of apprehension, realizing that had he been the one to engage earlier, he would have been left utterly humiliated. Fleeing across the battlefield, initially he had assumed that the Holy Garment merely possessed the capabilities of a Vice Admiral, complemented by a technique rivaling the Great Sword Masters, thus reaching the pinnacle of Vice Admiral strength. However, to his surprise, even with Akiji's prowess, donning the Holy Garment significantly amplified his power. The disparity between Akiji and Garp was far beyond mere Vice Admiral strength. Ha ha ha, what a remarkable lad. You've managed to render me so thoroughly disheveled. Garp regained his composure and erupted into hearty laughter, unconcerned about his current disarray, instead reveling in Akiji's newfound strength. Akiji, initially embarrassed by Garp's tattered attire, found the awkwardness dissipated by Garp's joviality. He scratched the back of his head and shrugged. My apologies, Senior. I had no inkling the power would be so formidable. No worries, no worries. Haha. This Holy Garment is indeed impressive. The two then made their way to the stands to join Sengoku and Kizaru, who still bore expressions of astonishment. The results were undeniably remarkable. However, the explosive effect came at the cost of 7 devil fruits. Although they were merely the most ordinary of Zoan-type fruits, it remains uncertain whether it was a loss or a gain. As it stands, it appears that this Holy Garment is solely suited for Akiji, or perhaps it is as if it were custom-tailored specifically for him. This was, in fact, a deliberate act by Tsuyu. He contemplated the 3 great admirals of the Navy. One embodies light, another ice, and the last fire. Both ice and fire possess corresponding 5 small powerful armors. Ice corresponds to the swan armor, while fire is represented by the phoenix armor. However, while reading the manga, Tsuyu found himself somewhat repulsed by Akainu. Although Akainu is undeniably realistic, exhibiting the relentless spirit of a hardened soldier willing to do whatever it takes, his lack of humanity is striking. He resembles a mere automaton, single-mindedly focused on exterminating pirates, indifferent to the countless innocent soldiers sacrificed in the process. This version of Akainu is profoundly detestable, and Tsuyu holds a dislike for him. Furthermore, is there a need for justification in disliking someone? Absolutely not. In contrast, Akiji, while not devoid of flaws and having made his share of mistakes, possesses a more human-like demeanor. Thus, Tsuyu decisively excluded Akainu and opted for the swan armor. The swan armor indeed exhibited formidable strength after merging with Akiji. It was capable of contending with Garp, at least able to exert pressure on the Red Dog, without resorting to desperate struggles. However, Sengoku contemplated that given the remarkable efficacy of this armor, he hoped that Vegapunk could uncover some innovative technology. If a core technology were to be derived from it, would it not enable the mass production of Vice Admiral-level combatants? Perhaps it could even augment the pacifistas, transforming them into genuine instruments of war. In response, Tsuyu merely chuckled, conceding that if they were to discover something, it would imply their defeat. Yet, when it came to donning the armor, it effortlessly enveloped him in a swift motion. How then would one remove it? Could it also be as swift and seamless? Just as Akiji pondered the removal of the armor, it emanated a gentle radiance, and, indeed, with another swift motion, it detached from his form. The various segments of the armor transformed into streaks of light, ultimately converging to reassemble into the previously chilling swan. At this moment, the warring states once again enveloped his hands with the color of armament. He touched the sacred garment and realized that although his hands were still quite cold, they would no longer freeze. This brought a sense of relief to Sengoku. If things had remained as they were, anyone who came into contact with the ice would meet a grim fate, rendering any research futile. Even formidable individuals like them were powerless against it. A mere ordinary person like Vegapunk would surely turn into a popsicle upon contact. Now, although the cold still lingered, at least there was no imminent threat to life. Subsequently, the holy garment was carefully wrapped, and Sengoku summoned someone to deliver it to Vegapunk, with Kizaru accompanying the parcel. The fierce wolf pirates had been utterly annihilated, their captain brutally slain, and the orchestrator of this calamity was a diminutive youth clad in peculiar armor. Though the fierce wolf pirates were not particularly formidable, they boasted a significant backing, being affiliated with one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo. As long as they did not cross the line, others were generally hesitant to provoke them. Yet, astonishingly, they were wiped out entirely, a spectacle that captivated the attention of many. Soon, this news reached the ears of the Don Quixote family, and subsequently, it made its way to Doflamingo himself. In a chamber atop the Dressrosa royal palace, Doflamingo sat before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, savoring a glass of red wine. However, his expression did not convey enjoyment. Although his face bore a smile, it exuded a chilling aura, as if the smile were merely a facade to mask a deeper, sinister intent. This was due to the recent report he received from his subordinate, a piece of news that left him somewhat displeased. One of his subordinate pirate crews had been annihilated. He felt indifferent towards the crew known as the Wolf Pirates. Their demise was inconsequential. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that, as per his subordinate's account, the captain of the Wolf Pirates, a whelp named Wolf Cub, had revealed his identity to the assailant just before his death, only for the assailant to dismiss it entirely and crush Wolf Cub's skull underfoot. This was akin to trampling the very reputation of Don Quixote Doflamingo into the ground. This is no longer a matter of desire. It has become a necessity to take action, for otherwise, my reputation will be irrevocably tarnished. Doflamingo, allow me to teach that arrogant young fool a lesson. At that moment, a sharp voice resonated beside Doflamingo, the source of the sound. Despite possessing a physique that belied the voice's sharpness, was clad in a rather unyielding armor, with long, wavy hair cascading down and a cross-shaped helmet adorning his head. This individual was none other than Pica, one of the 4 elite officers of the Don Quixote family. He was a formidable stone man, having consumed the stone fruit. A powerful fruit that, while categorized as a paramecia type, bore similarities to the Logia category. Though Doflamingo was irked, he maintained his composure. Fufufu. It has been quite some time since anyone has been so audacious. Pica, have someone investigate that little brat. His chilling laughter sent shivers down the spine. Yet Pica seemed accustomed to it, responding affirmatively before departing. At this moment, only Don Quixote Doflamingo remained alone in the room, gazing out at the scenery beyond the glass. Lost in thought. Chapter 20. The Impending Night Demon. On the surface, Doflamingo was a vassal of the world government, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet he harbored another identity as the Joker of the underground world, whose influence spanned the globe. The underground world, in essence, represented the dark forces, rife with activities forbidden by the world government, such as arms dealing and the creation of artificial devil fruits. Both the underworld and the legitimate world relied heavily on this shadowy realm, underscoring the vastness of what is termed the underground world, where the Joker reigned as a prominent figure. For the Don Quixote family, gathering intelligence on an individual was a remarkably simple task. Soon enough, the dossier on the peculiar armored youth from the Wolfslayer pirate crew, known as Miranda, was placed on Doflamingo's desk. He perused the documents, which detailed Miranda's journey from the moment he departed from the merchant convoy that rescued him during a tempest, to his arrival at an unusual tavern where the proprietor bestowed upon him a remarkable suit of armor. The subsequent events that transpired in the tavern were also noted, as there were other witnesses present that day. The account continued with Miranda setting sail and reaching the tavern associated with the Wolfslayer pirate crew, leading to their annihilation. His last known whereabouts were at a tavern in the Sabaody archipelago, where it seemed he had taken residence. As Doflamingo contemplated the information, he remained silent, his orange-tinted sunglasses concealing his eyes and rendering his thoughts inscrutable. An additional entry concerning the tavern owner emerged, revealing that he promised the fulfillment of wishes for a price, with the boy being his first customer. Doflamingo scoffed at such nonsensical claims of wish fulfillment. Did the man consider himself a deity? Absurd. The mere mention of divinity soured Doflamingo's mood further. However, the fact that the owner had casually equipped the boy with armor, enabling him to effortlessly obliterate the Wolfslayer pirate crew, suggested that the proprietor was likely a formidable adversary. He pondered whether P-Cab could handle such a challenge alone. While Doflamingo often acted with brazen audacity, he was not a fool blinded by arrogance. A mindless egotist could never attain his current stature. He surmised that the owner was probably stronger than P-Cab, though the extent of that strength remained uncertain with the information at hand. Thus, sending only P-Cab to confront the two would surely prove insufficient. Yet, P-Cab was the strongest individual aside from himself and Virgo, who was still undercover within the Navy and could not act recklessly. Was it time for Doflamingo to take matters into his own hands? For a moment, Doflamingo hesitated, a sense of foreboding washing over him, reminiscent of the discomfort he felt upon encountering that detestable old woman, Crane, before becoming a warlord. Nevertheless, He ultimately resolved to intervene personally, not merely for his own sake, but for the reputation of Joker and the Seven Warlords. Should he fail to act, the underworld would lose all respect for him, and he would become a laughingstock among pirates, rendering his years of painstaking effort in establishing his position utterly futile. Doflamingo could not allow himself to descend to such depths. Thus, he set forth with Picab and Diamante toward the Sabaody archipelago. At the Wish Tavern in the Sabaody archipelago, following Miranda's incident, tales of the tavern's wonders began to circulate among certain circles. Leaders of various nefarious factions from the Sabaody archipelago had visited the Wish Tavern, yet upon learning of the price for the divine armor, they all lamented their insufficient funds, promising to return with more next time. Indeed, the price is exorbitant. Even the affluent individuals feel a pinch. As for coercing the boss through brute force, they are yet to exhaust their audacity. The Wishful Tavern is a realm for the formidable. They possess a modicum of knowledge regarding it. They are aware that their previous boss effortlessly dealt with several pirates who had bounties exceeding 100 million. As for the incident where he overshadowed Kazuro, only those directly involved are privy to that. The pirates who witnessed the entire affair fled the tavern and set sail, not daring to linger even in the Sabaody archipelago. From that day forth, the Wishful Tavern and its proprietor became their unapproachable taboo. Thus, it is no surprise that Don Quixote Doflamingo still dares to seek out Tsuyu, lighting candles for him. However, disregarding the fact that the boss is indeed formidable, the Wishful Tavern also serves as a splendid venue for leisurely drinking. The atmosphere here is far from the murky ambience of other taverns, and no one dares to resort to violence within its walls, ensuring one's safety. Furthermore, the tavern offers exquisite and unique wines, albeit at a steep price of 100,000 berries per glass. Yet, indulging in a few sips occasionally is a delightful pleasure. As for the staff, apart from the proprietor Tsuyu, there is only Miranda. Given that it is a small tavern, one server suffices. Miranda has gained a modicum of fame, especially after he decimated the fierce wolf pirates, witnessed by numerous onlookers. He is now affectionately dubbed the Armored Kid Miranda. Tsuyu finds this moniker somewhat ludicrous, deeming it less favorable than having none at all. However, now that there is an employee in the tavern, Tsuyu's propensity for laziness has fully manifested. He entrusts all responsibilities to Miranda, while he comfortably nestles into the sofa, perusing an obscure book and savoring the occasional sip of liquor, such a blissful existence. Miranda, on the other hand, harbors no grievances. After all, this is the price he pays for the strength to avenge himself. Moreover, his current life feels fulfilling, although he exchanges few words with his boss each day. There exists a palpable warmth reminiscent of home, which brings Miranda a profound sense of comfort. On this particular day, Tsuyu, as per his usual habit, nestled on the sofa, though he was not engrossed in a book. Instead, he was meticulously counting the power of wishes he had amassed over the past few days. The power of wishes, when observed, manifests as clusters radiating a gentle luminescence, varying in size, which correlates with the strength or life tier of the individual who generates them. The wishes produced by an ordinary person are roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, while the largest orb Tsuyu had collected thus far, contributed by the warring states, was approximately the size of an adult man's fist. However, ordinary individuals are unable to perceive this power. Only those who have attained a certain level of life tier can sense it. Tsuyu counted his collection, now totaling 12 orbs, yet it remained insufficient. In truth, there exists a limit to the amount of wish power that can be collected from each world, as gathering such power is akin to siphoning the essence of that realm, albeit through more benevolent and gentle means. When Tsuyu reaches this limit, it will signify the moment he must depart from the pirate world. Simultaneously, several uninvited guests arrived on the Sabaody archipelago. Chapter 21. Will this not draw more attention? In the bar of Shachi, both Rayleigh and Shachi were present today. As for why Rayleigh chose not to visit Tsuyu's bar for a drink, the reason was quite simple. He was out of money. Indeed, he could no longer afford it. Having been severely taken advantage of previously, he now needed to allow time for his finances to recover. At this moment, the door of the bar swung open, and 3 individuals of varying heights, clad in deep green cloaks, entered. Their entire figures were shrouded in the cloaks, exuding an air of enigma. The 3 enigmatic figures gracefully approached the bar, exuding an air of sophistication, while Shachi and Rayleigh quietly observed their ostentatious approach, their hearts unperturbed. Shachi even exhaled a smoke ring. Subsequently, the trio uniformly lifted their hoods, revealing their true identities. The individual at the center possessed wavy golden hair, a scar adorning his left eye, and a subtle smile gracing his face. To his left stood another, sporting adorable short orange hair. topped with a large head equipped with goggles, beaming sweetly. The remaining figure, however, differed significantly in stature. If the other two were of an XL size, he would undoubtedly be an XXXL. With long, aqua-blue curls cascading down and fish fins protruding from his head, it was clear a merman had arrived. The newcomers were none other than members of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, Carla, and the merman Haku. The three individuals were evidently acquainted with Rayleigh, exchanging greetings and a few words before he led them outside. Their destination was unmistakably the Wish Bar. Indeed, given the bar's burgeoning reputation, the Revolutionary Army, with its members scattered across the globe, had no reason to remain oblivious to its existence. Such a fervently ambitious organization would naturally seek to ascertain whether they could enlist this individual to their cause. As for the Revolutionary Army's unusual caution, so meticulous that they might seem overly paranoid, this was primarily due to their leader, Dragon, having first contacted Rayleigh, who resided in the Shambadi archipelago, to verify the information. Rayleigh assured him with unwavering certainty that the bar's proprietor was not affiliated with any faction. His reasoning was succinct. The owner was formidable. Upon hearing Rayleigh describe Suyu as powerful, Dragon was momentarily taken aback but quickly dismissed it, presuming Suyu's strength to be roughly on par with that of the Seven Warlords. While such prowess might be respectable on the high seas, it did not seem significant enough in his estimation. Little did he realize that Rayleigh's definition of formidable encompassed a strength that transcended the very heavens. Dragon, nonetheless, held steadfast faith in Rayleigh's judgment, prompting him to send an envoy immediately. Notably, he dispatched Sabo, the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, underscoring the gravity he assigned to this negotiation. The quartet arrived at the Wish Bar, which remained as inviting as ever, with fresh air permeating the atmosphere. Mireille stood behind the bar, ready to serve patrons, while Suyu, the proprietor, lounged on a sofa, engrossed in an obscure book, teetering on the brink of slumber. Upon noticing the arrival of familiar guests, Mireille nodded toward Rayleigh before pouring a drink, signaling that it was intended for him. Rayleigh rubbed his nose, initially uninclined to indulge in another drink. However, with the glass already prepared and within arm's reach, the enticing aroma wafting through the air was too tempting for his discerning senses to resist, causing his already wavering resolve to crumble in an instant. At that moment, the drowsy Suyu approached. Upon noticing her, Rayleigh intended to explain, yet Suyu, without the slightest hint of surprise, merely nodded at him, signaling him to refrain from speaking. She then gestured for them to ascend the stairs. Rayleigh paused momentarily, but soon felt a sense of understanding. After all, she was a deity, and possessing peculiar abilities was hardly astonishing. It was understandable that she was aware of his intentions. The three cloaked figures trailing behind exchanged glances, assuming that Rayleigh must have informed their superior of their arrival in advance, and hence, they followed him upstairs without further contemplation. The peculiar individuals indeed captured the attention of the patrons drinking on the first floor, evoking a sense of clandestine dealings. However, despite their curiosity, even if endowed with courage, they would not dare to pry into the owner's secrets. Mr. Suyu ascended to the second floor with 4 companions, entering a modest room furnished with a few small sofas and a tiny table, just sufficient for their 5-member assembly. Although Haku found it somewhat challenging to sit comfortably given his stature. Once seated, Sabo and the others removed their cloaks, revealing their true identities. "Greetings, Mr. Suyu. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sabo, and these two are Keela and Haku." Keela and Haku promptly greeted Suyu as their names were mentioned, with Keela flashing a charming, sunny smile. Suyu responded with a warm nod. "So, this is Master Haku and the legendary second sister," Sabo continued. "Perhaps you are already aware, but yes, we are the Revolutionary Army. Our previous concealment of identities was a necessary precaution, and we ask for your understanding." As he uttered the words Revolutionary Army, Sabo and his companion scrutinized Suyu's expression intently. Regrettably for them, Suyu's composure was impeccable, rendering their observations fruitless. In truth, a tumult of emotion stirred within Suyu, far from the calm demeanor he projected. Not due to Sabo's affiliation with the Revolutionary Army, he had been privy to that knowledge long before, but because he struggled to suppress a retort that nearly escaped his lips. Yet, in a bid to maintain an air of superiority, he restrained himself. "You claim that your need for disguise is understandable. Yet do you not think that 3 suspicious figures cloaked from head to toe would attract attention? It's as if you were openly declaring to the discerning eye, 'Behold, we are up to no good, come investigate us.' You might as well be shouting that you are suspicious individuals." Suyu lamented silently, noticing Suyu's unchanging expression. Sabo and his companions felt a sense of uncertainty. Nevertheless, Sabo pressed on courageously. Mr. Suyu, we have come at our leader's behest to procure a suit of armor akin to that of the boy. We have also brought the devil fruits. As Sabo spoke, Haku placed a bag he had been holding on the table and opened it, revealing 7 gleaming devil fruits. It was evident that his leaders, both Sengoku and Dragon, had opted for the most common Zoan-type fruits. Yet, this choice was indeed the most pragmatic, for the Logia fruits were exceedingly rare, existing in a realm of value without market. Consuming such fruits would at least bestow fundamental self-preservation abilities. As for the mythical Zoan fruits, they were even more elusive than the Logia types. The Paramecia fruits, while often deemed inferior, could sometimes surpass Logia in strength, and many possessed functional abilities that, though perhaps not directly augmenting combat power, could hold strategic significance in warfare, potentially influencing the outcome of battles. Thus, the choice of Zoan-type devil fruits remained an optimal selection. Chapter 22. Do not be unreasonable. Gazing at the devil fruits nestled in the burlap sack, Suyu felt an inexplicable sensation, as if they were being sold by the pound. Sabo, noticing Suyu's fixation on the fruits, assumed he was reluctant to associate with the Revolutionary Army and hastily clarified, Mr. Suyu, while the world government endeavors to tarnish our image, branding us as criminals and inundating the world with slanderous tales, this is merely a distortion of truth, as many of these so-called crimes are fabrications imposed upon us, often perpetrated by the world government's lapdogs. CP0. Mr. Suyu. Sensing Sabo's urgency, Suyu raised his hand in a gesture to pause him. You needn't elaborate on that. I am merely a bar owner, and such matters are beyond my purview. I simply wish to confirm, Dragon's desire is to acquire a set of holy garments, correct? In truth, Suyu had long harbored disdain for the celestial dragons and the world government while reading the manga. The celestial dragons epitomized the very essence of evil in this world, capable of unimaginable depravity. Their actions had repulsed him greatly during his reading. However, this was an affair of the pirate world, and he could not interfere too heavily. Otherwise, on his very first day, he might have flown directly to Mariawa to deliver a few hefty blows to the celestial dragons. No, merely delivering such blows would be too lenient. They would be oblivious to the pain. Instead, he envisioned subjecting them to the 10 greatest tortures, allowing them to experience true suffering. As for whether gifting garments that did not belong to this world constitutes altering the course of events, certainly not. If Suyu were to simply hand them over, that would indeed alter the world's trajectory. However, by framing it as a wish and fulfilling it, a causal relationship was established between Suyu and this world. Thus, once the individuals of the pirate world paid their dues, Suyu could offer them equivalent assistance, as acknowledged by the laws of this universe. Upon hearing Suyu's assertion, Sabo felt a twinge of reluctance. His purpose for this visit extended beyond acquiring a suit of armor. He also sought to entice Suyu into joining the Revolutionary Army. After all, an individual with Suyu's capabilities would hold immense strategic value. 7 devil fruits and a suit of armor was a steep price, one they could not afford to pay liberally. Yet, if Suyu were to align himself with the Revolutionary Army, they could potentially benefit without cost. However, Suyu's earlier words suggested a strong stance indicating he was merely an outsider, urging them to refrain from troubling him, regardless of their conflicts with the world government. Alas, such is the irony of circumstances, often, before one even begins, the endeavor has already come to a close. Nevertheless, Sabo, as the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, swiftly recalibrated his mindset, silencing Keela, who was about to voice another appeal. He then addressed Suyu. Yes, our leader's wish is indeed to acquire a set of holy garments. Though unsure why Suyu emphasized the notion of a wish, they were more than willing to indulge his peculiar insistence, given their need. Suyu, with an air of nonchalance, proclaimed, that wish is quite simple. This phrase was inspired by another manga, where a character would declare that any wish summoned by the Dragon Balls was quite simple. Suyu found it amusing to adopt such an expression, feeling it conferred a certain gravitas to his demeanor. After his moment of ostentation, he performed the same gesture, raising his hand as light materialized in the air, shaping into a cubic form. Ultimately, a bronze chest landed with a thud on the floor. Sabo and the others beheld this wondrous spectacle for the first time, gazing curiously at the chest, which appeared to be an ordinary bronze container adorned with intricate patterns. One side boasting the carved visage of an extraordinary dragon, its whiskers seemingly dancing in the air. Riley, who had been silently observing, felt a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Initially unaware of Suyu's identity, He had thought this display to be merely the manifestation of a remarkable devil fruit ability. However, now that he recognized Tsuyu as a god, this scene was akin to conjuring something from nothing. Curious, Sabo and his companions touched the box. Having achieved their purpose, they bid farewell to Tsuyu and departed. To avoid drawing attention, they retrieved a burlap sack and placed the sacred garment box inside, carrying it away discreetly. Rayleigh also chose to leave, fearing that lingering would tempt him to indulge further. As they walked away, Keela could not restrain her curiosity and asked, "Sabo, why didn't you let me speak earlier? If I had tried harder, perhaps that owner would have agreed." Sabo smiled wryly. "Mr. Tsuyu has clearly expressed his intentions. Further persuasion would be futile and only serve to irritate him." Keela acknowledged the validity of Sabo's words. Yet she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. With that frustration simmering within her, she felt the urge to vent. "Are you implying that I am bothersome? Where is that coming from? Please, refrain from being unreasonable." "Oh, so now you're impatient, are you?" "I am not. You dare to scold me." "I did not scold you." "Wait, don't pinch. Don't bite." Haku, nearby, maintained a stoic demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the playful banter between the two. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. However, once Sabo and his group departed, new patrons arrived at the Wish Bar, but this time they were unwelcome guests. 3 individuals entered, the foremost of whom sported golden hair, orange sunglasses, and donned a flamboyant pink feather coat paired with cropped trousers, resembling a flamingo in his ostentatious stride. Following him were 2 companions, one towering at around 5 meters, wearing a fringed hat with 2 facial tattoos, dressed in a red cloak reminiscent of a tribal warrior. The other, slightly shorter, donned a cross-shaped visor and bore a fierce expression, clad in shameful samurai armor. These 3 individuals are none other than the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the heavenly Yaksha, accompanied by his 2 subordinates, Pika and Diamante. The 3 individuals entered the wishful bar with an imposing demeanor, pushing the door open with force. Upon their entrance, the bar, previously filled with noise, fell into an immediate hush. The notorious 7 warlords of the sea, the fearsome Don Quixote da Flamingo. The visage of the 7 warlords is undoubtedly familiar to any pirate, and Da Flamingo himself is exceptionally recognizable. Thus, upon his arrival, he was instantly acknowledged, silencing the crowd of pirates. After all, he is the infamous warlord, known as the Heavenly Demon. Chapter 23. Depart. Under the wary and fearful gazes of the patrons, Da Flamingo strode forward with an air of arrogance, flanked by his 2 subordinates. Making his way to the bar, standing behind the counter was Miranda, who had previously seen Da Flamingo's photograph in the newspaper. Recognizing him at first glance was inevitable, especially since the fearsome wolf pirate crew operated under his name, a truly memorable moniker. Observing the trio's menacing expressions, Miranda felt a stirring within him. He donned the Pegasus Saint armor in an instant, fixating his gaze upon their every move. Beneath the boy's slightly anxious eyes lay a subtle, scarcely detectable hatred. After all, this was the superior of his enemies. While he hadn't laid a hand on them himself, without Da Flamingo, the fearsome wolf pirate crew would not have been so brazen. However, this was a bar, and he was aware that the owner, Tsuyu, despised any altercations within his establishment. Thus, he gritted his teeth, striving to conceal his emotions while intensely observing Da Flamingo. The atmosphere in the bar suddenly grew tumultuous again. Many patrons, sensing the escalating tension, hastily departed. Yet, a number of self-assured pirates remained, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Foo. So you are the little brat who has been troubling my pirate crew, Da Flamingo remarked with a mocking tone. In his signature attire, Da Flamingo instantly recognized the youth before him. Da Flamingo. Miranda exhibited no reaction to his words, remaining vigilant and tinged with animosity, for he was indeed a warlord of the sea, despite having established his confidence through previous battles. The uncertainty of whether he could contend with Da Flamingo lingered. Furthermore, he was not alone. The 2 subordinates accompanying Da Flamingo appeared formidable as well. Noticing Miranda's silence, Da Flamingo's smile widened. Yet the veins on his forehead betrayed a disquiet beneath his seemingly cheerful facade. Diamante could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Doff, stop wasting words with him. Let me handle this." As tensions escalated between the 2 factions, Tsuyu finally descended from the 2nd floor, leisurely making his way down the staircase, seemingly oblivious to the tumultuous atmosphere surrounding him. Upon Tsuyu's arrival, Miranda breathed a sigh of relief and positioned himself behind him. Meanwhile, Da Flamingo had already unleashed his observation haki, yet to his dismay, he felt nothing. It was as though Suyu did not exist within the realm of his perception. Even though his eyes clearly recognized Suyu's presence, this anomalous phenomenon instilled an unsettling sensation within him. If Kaido resembled an intensely burning sun in Doflamingo's observation haki, Suyu felt akin to a placid black hole, absorbing everything without a trace of feedback. Gentlemen, do you intend to engage in conflict within my establishment? Suyu spoke with an unassuming tone. Despite the calmness of his voice, it sent an inexplicable chill down Diamante and the others, akin to the chilling breath of a ferocious beast escaping from its jaws. Their intended jibes lodged in their throats. They dared not voice them. The atmosphere, though seemingly mundane, was pervaded by an air of authority, causing Doflamingo's heart to plummet to the depths. It appeared that fortune had not favored him this time. He had seemingly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Fufufu, your subordinate has slain my men, and I have come to seek justice on their behalf. This seems rather reasonable. Does it not? He proclaimed. Oh, and what of it? Doflamingo fell silent for a moment, stung by Suyu's dismissive retort, which rendered even his cold smile ineffective. Yet, seasoned by experience, he managed to force a semblance of a grin. Surely the boss should provide me with an explanation? Upon hearing Doflamingo's inquiry, Suyu erupted into laughter as if he had just heard the most amusing of jokes. You want an explanation? You are no child. Do not utter such ridiculous statements. Then, Suyu's laughter faded, and he fixed Doflamingo with a cold stare, uttering a single word, scram. When your subordinates were bullying my kin, where were you? Now that your own lackluster men have met their demise, you dare to come here seeking an explanation? How shameless. Have some dignity. Do you think my family lacks guardians? Were it not for my desire to leave you for Mirande, I would have ended you with a mere finger. Humph. It is only because Mirande's current strength is somewhat insufficient and requires further refinement that I have not dispatched him to take down your territory in Dressrosa. So what? Suyu, am fiercely protective of my own. If you have the capacity, then come at me. The words ignited an inferno of wrath within Doflamingo and his companions. Yet before their fury could erupt, it was extinguished by an overwhelming force. Suyu's eyes expanded infinitely within their gaze, saturating their world. And they felt an unparalleled aura that quelled their anger, leaving only tremors of fear. Doflamingo was reminded of his own encounter with Kaido, a similar sensation washing over him. As if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious, famished ancient beast, intent on devouring him and obliterating any thoughts of resistance. Yet, this was Kaido, the formidable emperor of the sea, renowned alongside Whitebeard as one of the strongest men in the world, a being said to be immortal. Could it be that this boss had reached the caliber of the four emperors? Doflamingo's shirt became drenched with sweat, and a cold perspiration beaded on his forehead. In that moment, fear gripped him. The Suyu before him was beyond his capacity to contend with. He had to retreat, or face certain death. Seeing that he had subdued the trio, Suyu lost interest, diverting his gaze and disregarding them as he made his way to his sofa. Doflamingo and his companions finally regained their composure, but as they glanced at Suyu seated on the sofa, they found themselves too intimidated to utter a single threat. And thus, they retreated in silence, the weight of their defeat palpable as they fled the scene. This time, his face was thoroughly humiliated. Milan gazed at Suyu, remaining silent, yet his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. Meanwhile, the bystanding pirates wore expressions of utter astonishment. Their mouths agape as if they could swallow a whole pig in 3 bites. It is truly challenging to articulate the depth of their shock in their eyes. Suyu had merely uttered a few words, yet managed to completely intimidate one of the formidable 7 warlords, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who fled in utter disgrace without daring to utter a single word. What has become of this world? Is the apocalypse truly upon us? They cast a furtive glance at Suyu, swallowing hard. This boss is terrifying beyond measure. Doflamingo, Pika, and Diamante found themselves by the shores of the Sabaody archipelago, enveloped in a heavy silence. They had come seeking a venue, yet how had circumstances spiraled into such disarray? Pika and Diamante gazed at the taciturn Doflamingo, their mouths opening in a futile attempt to offer words of comfort. But what could they say? To console him now would be akin to pouring salt into an open wound. Thus, they remained in silence alongside Doflamingo. Could they truly allow this to be the end? Chapter 24. Unable to bear this insult, Doflamingo stared out at the sea, his thoughts obscured behind dark sunglasses. It was impossible to discern his inner turmoil. Yet the tension in his clenched jaw and the throbbing veins on his forehead betrayed a tempest brewing beneath his calm facade. How could he remain tranquil? This was no mere loss of face. It felt as though his very visage had been torn from him and cast to the ground, trampled upon, and spat upon. Moreover, it seemed he had precipitated this disgrace himself. Since childhood, due to the actions of his wretched father, he had endured the scorn and humiliation of all the celestial dragons, but he had never faced such a demeaning defeat again. Silence, still silence. In the absence of vocal expression, one either perishes or erupts. Doflamingo was on the verge of an explosion. He needed an outlet. His heart swelled with unbridled malice, fury, and hatred. He required release. In the next moment, the world around him seemed to fade, and an overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth from Doflamingo, Conqueror's Haki. Pika and Diamante, standing behind him, trembled inwardly as they braced against the furious outpouring of his wrathful Haki. Even with their formidable strength, they felt a palpable sense of dread. The eruption of the Conqueror's Haki lasted a full minute, after which Don Quixote Doflamingo seemed to have expended his rage, retracting his power. Suddenly, the previously calm sea began to churn violently, and several enormous sea beasts emerged from the depths, their eyes resembling spirals, indicating they had been rendered dazed. Pika, Diamante. Let us return to Dressrosa. Following his release of pent-up emotions, Doflamingo now maintained a facade of emotional composure. Even if fury simmered within him, he would not unleash it upon those he considered family, such as Pika. Upon witnessing Doflamingo's return to his former self, both Pika and Diamante breathed a sigh of relief, having feared that the impact of his earlier turmoil might leave him in a state of perpetual despair. Fortunately, he had regained his composure, proving he was indeed the worthy leader they followed. Subsequently, Doflamingo cast 2 threads to bind Pika and Diamante, while with another hand, he released a thread skyward. The 3 of them appeared as if suspended in midair, gradually drifting toward the horizon. This technique, developed by Don Quixote Doflamingo, is a manifestation of his powers as the user of the string fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit. He possesses the ability to conjure countless threads so fine that they are nearly invisible to the naked eye. These threads are not only extraordinarily resilient but also exceptionally sharp. The technique that enables him to soar through the skies is named Sky Path. The principle behind this ability lies in binding the clouds with these nearly imperceptible threads, utilizing the resultant traction to swing through the air, resembling a form of flight. This mode of movement is remarkably swift, significantly outpacing that of a ship. However, it bears a critical flaw. In the absence of clouds ahead, he finds himself suspended in midair, left to contemplate existence or retrace his steps in search of another direction where clouds may be present. As for the scientific validity of binding clouds with threads and the ability to pull along several robust individuals, this delves into the peculiar rules governing various worlds. The pirate world is an inherently paradoxical realm, featuring characters like Dr. Vegapunk who embody scientific pursuits, alongside the enigmatic existence of devil fruits and a myriad of irrational weather phenomena. Islands that can rest upon clouds and currents powerful enough to elevate entire landmasses evoke a sense of wonder. Thus, Doflamingo's ability to tether clouds and consequently take flight resonates profoundly with the fantastical worldview of the pirate realm, as he dangles beneath the clouds like a soaring flamingo. Doflamingo's humiliation at the hands of Suyu will undoubtedly not go unpunished. After all, he possesses the Conqueror's Haki. Although he may choose to retreat or compromise in certain matters, a person endowed with such power is not devoid of intellect. Rather, they are resolute and unwavering, with one notable exception being a certain straw-hatted individual. His restraint serves merely to preserve his own vitality, biding his time to ensnare his adversary in one fell swoop. Doflamingo recognizes that, based solely on his own strength, he stands no chance against Suyu. The chilling aura he recalls evokes a sense of dread within him. This feeling of impotence is one he has only experienced twice before in his life, the first when he killed his own father and presented his severed head to Mary Geos in a desperate plea to reclaim his celestial dragon status, only to be met with ridicule and rejection. The second was in the presence of the formidable Yonko, Kaido. Thus, if he seeks vengeance, he must enlist external aid. To contend with a monster, one must summon another monster. On a distant island, upon a rocky beach, a colossal figure sits, one hand gripping a wine jug far larger than that of an average human, pouring its contents into his mouth with abandon. This figure towers nearly 5 meters in height, his physique impressively robust. He boasts long, horn-like appendages protruding from his head, and his face is adorned with a beard reminiscent of dragon whiskers. His left arm bears a dragon scale tattoo, while his upper body remains bare, revealing an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen. The overall impression he imparts is that of a demonic entity emerging from the abyss, his presence exuding an atmosphere as profound as a chasm or a prison. Merely sitting there, he resembles an impregnable fortress. Any enemy who gazes upon him is consumed by an overwhelming sense of despair, a despair that cannot be breached. Indeed, this is Kaido, the governor of the Beast's pirates, renowned as the most formidable creature across land, sea, and air in the world of pirates, where they are as numerous as the stars, for individuals stand as the most powerful among them, reigning over the latter half of the Grand Line known as the New World like emperors. Thus, they are dubbed the Four Emperors, and their respective crews are referred to as the Four Emperor Pirate Crews. The formidable strength of these four emperors of the sea is unparalleled in the realm of piracy. Not only do they possess exceptional individual prowess, but their respective factions are also vast and influential, boasting subordinates who can rival, if not surpass, the seven warlords of the sea. The mere sight of the flags belonging to these four sovereigns instills a sense of dread among other pirates, causing them to break into a cold sweat. These four individuals are none other than the mightiest men in the world: Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard; the formidable Charlotte Lin, also known as Big Mom; the indomitable Shanks, known for his fiery red hair; and the undying Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Kaido sits here, guzzling down copious amounts of alcohol, his face adorned with a rosy hue, indicating that he has indulged significantly. At that moment, a peculiar ringing emanated from his body, the sound of a transponder snail. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 25. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Kaido was indulging in his drink when suddenly, the transponder snail began to ring. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing the sound, Kaido set down his wine jug, which crashed to the ground, creating a sizable dent. The transponder snail, dwarfed by his hand, looked as insignificant as an ant, with Kaido's fingers being larger than the creature itself. He answered the call, the scent of alcohol heavy on his breath as he shouted, "Hello, who's looking for me?" The transponder snail transformed, adopting a cocky and mischievous demeanor, complete with sunglasses. "Hey, Kaido, it's me." "Oh, it's you, Brett. What do you want? Has the new batch of devil fruits been prepared?" "The devil fruits are still being cultivated. It will take some time." "Then why the call?" "Don't disturb me while I'm drinking." Kaido, visibly irritated, was about to hang up when Doflamingo hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, Kaido, I have something you will definitely find interesting." "Oh, what is it?" "Speak quickly, but if you dare deceive me, I will make you regret it." Kaido's casual demeanor belied the seriousness of his threat. Even though he had business dealings with Doflamingo and relied on him for artificial devil fruits, he showed no signs of subservience, ready to unleash his wrath at any moment. Doflamingo, feeling the weight of Kaido's blunt words, suppressed his frustration, mindful of his own schemes, and recounted the details of the situation. "I assure you, you will be satisfied. There is a bar on Sabaody Archipelago." Quite the boastful claim. "Just a know-it-all brat." Kaido's voice escalated, unconsciously laced with Conqueror's haki, dispersing the clouds above him. "The bar is located at Red Tree 13 on Sabaody Archipelago," Doflamingo continued. After finishing his sentence, Doflamingo hung up. The transponder snail, having endured until the final moment, succumbed to Kaido's overwhelming haki and fainted. In a sense, the transponder snail was rather impressive, given that even some notorious pirates and the so-called supernovas could not withstand Kaido's Conqueror's haki for long. Kaido released the poor transponder snail and resumed drinking from his massive jug, finishing the remaining liquor in one go. A bar that can fulfill all wishes. Quite the audacious claim, Kaido mused. In truth, Kaido had always harbored a dream, or perhaps it would be more accurate to call it a penchant. He had consistently engaged in reckless behavior, epitomizing the very essence of self-destruction. For instance, as a pirate, he once single-handedly stormed the Navy headquarters, only to be captured, yet the Navy could not kill him, leaving them in a rather awkward position. He had also leapt directly from the Sky Island. Yes, Kaido sought to end his own life, but his physical strength was so formidable that he could not die, which was infuriating. Now, having learned from Doflamingo about a bar that claimed to grant wishes, Kaido felt a surge of interest. Although he appeared as a brute, it would be mistaken to assume he was lacking in intelligence. His might allowed him to act without thinking, but he was, in fact, quite cunning. This was evident in how he had utilized the Wano country shogun, Kurozumi Orochi, to eliminate the Kazuki clan, seizing the resource-rich Wano as his base while suppressing public interest in the outside world to solidify his rule. Thus, even though Doflamingo had not explicitly stated it, Kaido had surmised that Doflamingo had suffered a setback at this bar and had called him to relay this information, harboring no good intentions. While Doflamingo's strength was negligible compared to Kaido's, it was undeniable that he possessed some power. If even Doflamingo had encountered trouble there and had no recourse but to seek Kaido's assistance, it implied that the suddenly emerging bar held considerable significance. Perhaps it could provide Kaido with the thrill he sought. Indeed, Kaido not only had a penchant for self-destruction but also reveled in battle. A true combat fanatic and a fervent warrior against the world, having deduced that the bar might harbor formidable beings. Kaido felt a thrill of excitement and decided to visit the establishment for some fun and chaos. As for Doflamingo's schemes against him, he would address that later. Once he had enjoyed himself, he had heard that Dressrosa was a splendid place, and it would surely be exhilarating to tear it apart. However, Kaido may not have anticipated that this journey could spell his doom. He then hurled the now-empty wine jug to the ground, creating a large crater as it shattered into pieces. Standing slowly, he resembled a small hill rising abruptly. Kaido stretched his stiff muscles, and as he did, his form began to transform. Scales gradually sprouted across his body, his horns grew larger, and his physique underwent a significant change, shifting from a mere display of dominance to an aura of mysterious nobility. Suddenly, with a powerful leap, Kaido took to the air. Above the island, ominous clouds had gathered, casting an oppressive shadow, and Kaido, still in the midst of transformation, dove into the swirling mass. The sky churned violently, with occasional flashes of lightning illuminating the colossal form hidden within the clouds. A resonant roar echoed, imbued with a sense of lethal nobility and unparalleled might. As if the heavens themselves were shattering, the clouds continued to roil, suggesting something immense was stirring within. At last, a scaled claw emerged from the depths, revealing part of the enigmatic creature's body. Another resounding roar pierced the air, and then a massive head broke through the cloud cover, adorned with fine scales, 2 pairs of antlers, flowing mane, and fearsome teeth. It was undeniably a majestic dragon. Indeed, the mysterious being concealed within the clouds was a legendary creature, a dragon. As the saying goes, the wind comes from the tiger, the clouds from the dragon. So it was only fitting that the dragon's appearance was accompanied by a dramatic display of clouds. Chapter 26. A sudden sense of schadenfreude. The clouds churned as the dragon swam through them, occasionally revealing segments of its body, exuding an air of mystery and unmatched dominance. And this, indeed, was Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Yes, Kaido is also a wielder of a devil fruit, and not just any fruit. His was the supreme fish fruit, mythical Zoan type. In the form of an azure dragon, Kaido's fruit is indeed a mythical beast type, even rarer than the natural type. And it manifests in the supreme form of an azure dragon. Just contemplating this reveals the sheer terror of Kaido's strength. He swam through the clouds for a while, as if shaking off a drunken stupor, then discerned the direction of the Sabaody archipelago and swiftly soared towards it. Given the extreme danger posed by a contender like Kaido, the Navy would never allow him to escape their line of sight. Several kilometers away from the island, Navy intelligence officers were stationed, tasked with monitoring Kaido's movements. It is no simple feat to keep an eye on a creature as formidable as Kaido. It is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, where a moment's inattention could lead to death. For the strong, observation hockey is standard, let alone for a top-tier powerhouse like Kaido. Hence, the Navy surveillance personnel maintained a distance of several kilometers from him, and these few individuals lived in constant trepidation, fearing discovery. Initially, when Kaido was simply drinking on the island, the watchers felt somewhat at ease. However, now, with Kaido exhibiting sudden restlessness, they wondered if he had drunk too much. Though they had witnessed his dragon form upon his arrival at the island, seeing it again left them momentarily stunned. This creature was nothing short of perfection, its streamlined body, robust limbs, imposing countenance, and an aura of mystique and nobility, living up to the title of the strongest being across land, sea, and air. The observers quickly steeled themselves to follow Kaido, but his speed was so overwhelming that despair set in, forcing them to abandon their pursuit. As they watched Kaido's flight path, they hastily compared their records, realizing he was heading towards the Sabaody archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago? Damn it, why would Kaido go there? Notify the Admiral immediately. At Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was resting with his eyes closed. The Swan Constellation Holy Armor had been sent to Dr. Vegapunk a few days prior. He recalled the report from Kizaru, who relayed Vegapunk's assessment of the armor, describing it as a perfect creation, almost divine. Reflecting on the term divine, Sengoku's thoughts were complex. He understood that Vegapunk's reference to divinity did not pertain to the vile beings he despised, yet he could not help but ponder deeply. He had heard from Kizaru that the boss had effortlessly subdued him, a vice admiral, without lifting a finger. Such power indeed warranted the description of divine. Naturally, the holy armor had yet to yield any results, and after this prolonged silence, he felt the hope of success dwindling. Just then, a phone bug in his drawer emitted a series of sounds. Sengoku promptly halted his musings, opened the drawer, and answered the call. Hello, this is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku. This is Team A monitoring Kaido. A few minutes ago, Kaido suddenly flew towards the Sabaody archipelago. What? Understood. Well done. Upon hanging up, Sengoku's expression remained composed, yet revealed a hint of peculiarity. Carp, who had been stealthily snacking on some dumplings, noticed the change in Sengoku's demeanor and inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Kaido is heading to the Sabaody archipelago. Upon hearing this news, Carp was taken aback. Even he had no absolute confidence in confronting Kaido head-on. If Kaido unleashed havoc at the Sabaody archipelago, it was uncertain how much of it could be saved, dependent entirely on how long Kaido's madness would last. However, he soon had a realization and composed himself. Ha 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 ha. Kaido must have heard about the bar owner. He is probably going there for him. Sengoku thought similarly, considering that the only unique aspect of the Sabaody archipelago was the presence of the Sea Kings. Kaido's sudden choice to head there likely pointed towards the Sea Kings. Yet, contemplating the Sea King's strength, it could very well be that Kaido was walking into a trap. If Kaido truly provoked the Sea Kings, this emperor might just become one of the three. Suddenly feeling a sense of schadenfreude was perplexing. However, these remained mere speculations. No one truly knew what the madman Kaido was thinking. Thus, Sengoku dispatched a team. If Kaido was indeed seeking the Sea Kings, it would be best. If not, Kizaru could utilize his speed to engage Kaido and draw him away from the Sabaody archipelago. Initially, Kizaru was reluctant to head towards the Sabaody archipelago due to the shadows of his past experiences there. However, he ultimately succumbed to the Admiral's authority, recognizing the necessity of earning his salary. Moreover, this mission was to deal with Kaido, not to visit the Sea King's bar, which relieved Kizaru. The island where Kaido had previously resided was quite distant from the Sabaody archipelago, and since Kaido was not a speedster like Kizaru, it would take some time for him to arrive. Kizaru was in no rush to depart. He needed to prepare mentally first. The Sabaody archipelago, with its picturesque scenery, embodies both beauty and brutality. It hosts slave-catching crews, auction houses, and more, which pique the interest of the celestial dragons. They frequently visit to indulge in leisure or participate in auctions, purchasing slaves of interest. To them, slaves are mere consumables. Hence the archipelago is often referred to as the Celestial Dragon's Garden. For the residents of the Sabaody archipelago, each visit by the celestial dragons is a harsh trial, with their fates hinging on luck and the whims of the celestial dragons. Each outing entails a retinue of bodyguards or CP agents, ensuring their safety against any harm. Before the celestial dragons, all must kneel and prostrate themselves, and should any attractive commoner catch their eye, they are seized as slaves, with their families powerless to resist, lest they face immediate execution. For the celestial dragons, commoners are not of the same species, free to act as they please. They are descendants of gods, unwilling to breathe the same air as ordinary folk, hence they perpetually wear a bubble helmet. Commoners suffer in silence, with no recourse, as both the world government and navy are beholden to the celestial dragons, leaving them with nowhere to lodge complaints. Upon learning of Kaido's impending visit to the Sabaody archipelago, Fleet Admiral Sengoku hastily informed the world government, urging them to prevent the celestial dragons from traveling there in the near future. While the celestial dragons are notoriously arrogant, some among them possess a modicum of intelligence. They recognize Kaido as a lunatic who cares not for distinctions between ordinary and noble. Thus, heads of various families immediately issued decrees prohibiting visits to the Sabaody archipelago for a month. Chapter 27. A bit unhinged. Dragon in an uncharted region of the Grand Line. There lies a peculiar island, characterized by white sandy soil, scattered with yellow sands and rugged stones, presenting a desolate visage. Here lies the island of White Earth, Baldiago, the very headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army's operatives are dispersed across the globe, yet this place serves as the primary gathering point for its key officials. It is here that the supreme leader of the Revolutionary Army, the world's most notorious criminal, Monkey D. Dragon, resides. After successfully acquiring the fabled sacred garments, Sabo and his companions returned at the swiftest pace, finally arriving back at Baldiago. Upon hearing of their return, Dragon awaited them in his office. Shortly thereafter, Sabo and the others entered Dragon's office, carrying a bronze chest. "Chief, we have returned. You have worked hard. How are things?" The transaction was successful, but Mr. Suyu clearly expressed his disinterest in joining the Revolutionary Army. "Is that so?" Although Dragon felt a tinge of disappointment, at Suyu's reluctance to join. He took solace in the fact that Suyu did not harbor negative sentiments towards the revolutionary army. Perhaps that was a silver lining. Sabo then placed the bronze chest upon the floor, exclaiming, "This is the legendary sacred garment." Dragon stepped forward, curiously touching the chest, yet perceiving it as an ordinary box. According to the intelligence they received, the armored boy possessed a set of sacred garments, and it was rumored that Admiral Kazuru had also visited a tavern, departing with a box of his own. Thus, it appeared that the Navy held another set, and now, the one before him was the third. Following Sabo's instructions, he opened the chest. The same extraordinary effect ensued, but instead of a blue hue, it emitted a turquoise light, flaring brilliantly for a moment before quickly dimming. Before them emerged a winged dragon, its entirety shimmering in a greenish hue, gleaming with a metallic luster, exuding an aura of mystery and nobility. This is one of the sacred armors of the 5 little powers, the Dragon Seat Sacred Armor. Is this the legendary armor? Carla could not help but exclaim in astonishment, and the others were equally taken aback. Sabo instinctively reached out his hand to touch the armor, but as soon as his fingers grazed the body of the flying dragon, the armor suddenly emitted a brilliant light, repelling Sabo's hand. "Sabo, are you all right?" The crowd gasped in surprise, and Carla hurriedly grasped Sabo's hand, anxiously inspecting it to confirm he was unhurt. "Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine." After the initial shock, Sabo regained his composure, realizing he was indeed not seriously harmed, though the sudden jolt had been quite painful. Once Carla ascertained that Sabo was truly okay, she relaxed and released his hand, subsequently expressing her displeasure. "What is up with this armor? It can't be a deliberate trick by that boss, can it?" Dragon's eyes flickered. He had never seen the Suyu in person, and it was hard to ascertain what kind of person he truly was. However, given his ability to craft such miraculous armor, it was unlikely he would resort to such antics for a few devil fruits. After pondering for a moment, Dragon decided to test it himself. Coating his hand with armament hockey, he reached toward the armor. To his surprise, the moment his fingers brushed against it, the armor flared with immense light, blinding the onlookers who had been intently gazing at it, causing their eyes to sting and tear up. Little did they know, they were not the first victims of this dazzling display. As the brilliance dimmed, the extraordinary dragon disassembled into a full suit of armor, each piece transforming into a streak of light that flew toward Dragon's limbs, torso, and head. With a resounding clang, the armor integrated seamlessly, and the once imposing dragon now donned the sacred armor, exuding an aura of divine power akin to a dragon soaring through the skies, his entire demeanor undergoing a profound metamorphosis. At this moment, the third holy knight of the pirate world made his appearance. He was the bronze saint of the Dragon Seat. Monkey D. Dragon. Sabo and the others were left in a state of astonishment as they beheld Dragon, now fully armored. Dragon himself stared in awe at his hands, acutely aware of the transformation he had undergone. It was far beyond merely wearing a suit of armor. He felt a tangible enhancement to his strength. It was not just in physical prowess. He sensed a significant improvement in his control and potency over the devil fruits as well. Considering his level of power, even a slight increase could prove decisive in battle. The boost he felt was far from negligible. It was at least 5-fold, if not more. Just then, a vivid image inexplicably flashed in Dragon's mind. The scene depicted a long-haired man with bandaged arms, coiled in a fighting stance, who unleashed a punch, sending forth a ferocious dragon soaring into the sky. Behind him, 5 majestic characters appeared. Lushan Rising Dragon Wave. The vision ended there. Lushan Rising Dragon Wave. Dragon instinctively repeated the phrase softly, feeling an overwhelming aura. "Captain, are you all right?" Dragon had suddenly closed his eyes, falling silent, which caused Sabo and the others to grow anxious. Finally, Dragon opened his eyes, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Noticing their concerned gazes, Dragon shook his head to indicate he was fine, then sighed as if in contemplation, saying, "This armor only requires 7 animal-type devil fruits. It truly showcases integrity." "Huh? Integrity? 7 devil fruits for a suit of armor? And you call that integrity?" Carla was somewhat bewildered. Dragon explained, "This is no ordinary armor. I can distinctly feel my strength has increased significantly." Upon hearing this, the others were astounded. They were well aware of Dragon's formidable strength, and to learn that such a powerful individual could feel a noticeable enhancement from the armor was nothing short of shocking. In fact, they had previously assumed the armor was only beneficial for those of lesser ability. Even Dragon had thought as much. Who would have anticipated that the armor would deliver such a remarkable surprise? Wearing this armor, Dragon even felt he could take on his father. However, it was evident that the sudden surge of power had somewhat inflated Dragon's ego. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, Kazara had arrived and was on standby. But he did not go to the number 13 red tree. Instead, he remained at Abel's side, haunted by shadows of the past. On this day, what began as a bright and sunny morning was abruptly overshadowed by a sinister cloud rolling in from the distance, tumultuous and seemingly concealing a colossal and enigmatic creature within. Kaido, having embarked on his journey to the Sabaody Archipelago 3 or 4 days prior, was on the verge of reaching his destination. Chapter 28. The Presence of Kaido. A small, ominous cloud drifted across the horizon, while the skies above the Sabaody Archipelago remained clear. The lookout at the naval base spotted this peculiar cloud and immediately reported it to Admiral Kizaru, whose initially languid demeanor transformed into one of grave seriousness. He unleashed his observation haki, probing the swiftly approaching cloud. The details eluded him, yet he sensed a ferocious energy akin to that of a volcano. Even he could not suppress a surge of anxiety upon encountering this formidable presence. It became glaringly evident who this was, Kaido of the 100 Beasts. The very reason for his arrival at the Sabaody Archipelago. In truth, upon learning of Kaido's impending arrival, both Kizaru and the soldiers at the base felt a wave of despair. After all, he was one of the 4 emperors. The name of the 4 emperors had become synonymous with invincibility upon these seas. The prospect of facing one of them sent shivers of helplessness and despair through their hearts. But Kizaru's presence rekindled a spark of hope. Kizaru understood that for someone of Kaido's caliber, these ordinary soldiers, even the rear admiral, Abel, were as fragile as paper dolls, easily shattered by a mere touch. Numbers were merely figures without substance. Thus, he instructed the soldiers, including Abel, to act prudently, prioritizing the safety of civilians and avoiding direct confrontation with Kaido. He himself remained alert, fully utilizing his observation haki, ready to divert Kaido's attention should he unleash his wrath. If Kaido truly sought SY, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. Until this moment, Kizaru had never witnessed SY in action, a fact that embarrassed him. He hadn't even earned the right to compel the other to reveal their prowess. However, he believed that Kaido, with his brute force, could not simply dominate through presence alone. Surely, he could provoke SY into action, allowing Kizaru to observe. Kaido had appeared at the horizon, and though he seemed distant, the gap was closing rapidly. The ominous cloud grew larger and darker, ultimately eclipsing the sun and casting a shadow over the entire red tree number 13. The island's inhabitants gazed upward in panic and fear, scrambling to reach the safety of their homes, while those already indoors felt no sense of security. Fortunately, the Navy intervened, calming the residents and coordinating their evacuation from red tree number 13. Kizaru, now fully alert, sensed the impending danger, yet Kaido appeared oblivious to his presence, charging directly towards red tree number 13. This revelation eased Kizaru's tension. Evidently, Kaido was not in a frenzy but rather pursued a specific objective. For SYS bar was indeed located at red tree number 13. However, hidden within the confines of red tree number 13 was another formidable figure, Silver's Rayleigh, who resided above SY's bar. Even Rayleigh found the prospect of encountering a powerhouse like Kaido daunting. Who would willingly engage a berserk warrior with such impenetrable defenses and overwhelming strength? A mere slice from his blade might barely graze Kaido, while a single punch from the latter could be lethal to Rayleigh. Nevertheless, Rayleigh remained unfazed, even leisurely sipping a drink at SY's bar. He was acutely aware of the terrifying presence concealed within red tree number 13, and Kaido's choice to wreak havoc here, especially targeting this location, was nothing short of a reckless decision. Within the Wish Bar, a few scattered pirates had noticed the commotion outside and glimpsed the ominous cloud obscuring the sun. Though they were hardened pirates, they felt no panic akin to the civilians. Instead, they heightened their vigilance, losing interest in their drinks. Miranda cast a worried glance at SY, who returned a reassuring look, silently conveying that everything would be fine and that he would protect them if necessary. Whether Miranda could decipher the complexity of SY's expression, however, remained uncertain. Although Miranda struggled to grasp SY's intricate psyche, the calm and unwavering gaze of SY dispelled his fears and uncertainties in an instant. If even Rayleigh recognized Kaido's arrival, it was fair to assume SY had long since sensed Kaido's presence. After all, Kaido was notoriously flamboyant, wielding his strength with audacity. His aura unmistakable like a spotlight in the darkness. Yet, let Kaido come, SY had a notion of his intentions. After all, only recently had they been visited by a troublesome guest, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had business dealings with Kaido. It was likely that Doflamingo, having been humbled could not swallow his pride and had incited Kaido to seek retribution, perfectly aligning with his character. Why surmised Doflamingo's motivations, Kaido, a notorious thrill-seeker, was drawn to the notion of fulfilling any desire, thus presenting an enticing opportunity. At this moment, Red Tree number 13 was enveloped in an accelerated passage of time. As if night had fallen prematurely, the clouds obscured the sunlight, leaving the island aglow with artificial lights, casting a dim and foreboding atmosphere. The clouds churned ominously until a fissure suddenly appeared, revealing not sunlight but the terrifying visage of a colossal dragon's head, its eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty light. Witnessing this horrifying sight, all were rendered speechless, their hearts gripped by terror. What was that? Oh heavens! Was this the harbinger of the apocalypse? Some pirates, recognizing the iconic figure, were plunged into despair. It was Kaido, the Four Emperor himself, the dragon-type devil fruit user. Only Kaido could embody such a fearsome presence. Damn it! How could this monster have come here? I don't want to die? As the surrounding crowd overheard their words, comprehension dawned upon them, amplifying their fear, which spread like a contagion. At that moment, the Azure Dragon, still concealed within the clouds, let out a resounding roar that echoed throughout the entire Shambadi archipelago, scattering the clouds in its wake. That little rascal, Tsuyu, come out at once. Chapter 29, Breath of the Dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaido opened his enormous jaws, tilting his head as if gathering strength. A radiant light coalesced within his mouth, and he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath aimed directly at tree number 13. A searing beam of terrifying energy erupted from Kaido's maw, surging toward tree number 13. As it traversed the air, the very fabric of space trembled under the immense energy, quaking violently. Not good, Yellow Ape exclaimed, alarmed by Kaido's attack. However, the speed of the assault was too rapid. He could not reach in time and could only watch helplessly as the beam struck the colossal red tree. Even if he had arrived sooner, he held little confidence in his ability to withstand such a dreadful force. To him, the beam appeared to be beyond the capabilities of any human. The onlookers, both civilians and pirates, gazed in wide-eyed horror at the cataclysmic scene, their hearts heavy with despair. Many were so frightened that they wept openly. As the beam made contact with the immense red tree, the world seemed to fall silent for an instant. In the next moment, an indescribably colossal sound erupted, sending tremors throughout the entire island. The struck area appeared to distort, collapsing violently toward its center as if striving to condense into a singular point. Then, abruptly, the contraction ceased, and an explosive expansion commenced, radiating outward with blinding brilliance. A tidal wave of energy erupted from the core, swiftly cascading outward, rendering tree number 13 akin to a fragile vessel adrift in a tempest, pitiful and helpless. At that moment, where the impact occurred, a massive sphere of energy blossomed, its force comparable to that of a raging typhoon, wreaking havoc in the surrounding space. The calamity endured for an extended period before gradually subsiding. As the smoke cleared, the once lush area where the red trees stood was now nothing but a vast, gaping chasm. Fortunately, it was situated at a considerable distance from the residential quarters, thus sparing the inhabitants from any casualties. The fortunate residents and pirates gazed at the immense pit with trepidation, trembling in silence. For the creature that had descended from the heavens possessed the power to annihilate the world. Kizaru, too, felt a pang of unease, muttering to himself, "Indeed, how terrifying." Rayleigh subtly shook his head, acknowledging that it was truly a monster. Such an onslaught was utterly outrageous. At that moment, someone suddenly recalled that the celestial beast had uttered something before its attack, as if it had come in search of someone. At this moment, the pirates still lingering in the Tsuyu bar had just regained their composure after the initial panic. Their gazes shifted toward Tsuyu, whose countenance remained calm as if nothing had transpired. The emotions flickering in their eyes were a complex inlaying of fear, schadenfreude, and bewilderment. It was evident that they had heard Kaido's earlier proclamation, and now their curiosity was piqued regarding how the previously arrogant proprietor would respond when confronted by the formidable Yonko Kaido. Would he grovel in abject supplication, or meet a fate akin to that of the recently obliterated red tree, reduced to nothingness by Kaido's fiery breath? Boss. Milland approached Tsuyu's side, still rattled and unsure of how to proceed. He had witnessed the sheer might of that breath attack and understood that even with the Pegasus cloth, surviving such a level of assault would be nothing short of miraculous. He recognized that Tsuyu's strength undoubtedly surpassed his own, yet he remained uncertain if it was sufficient to withstand such a monstrous adversary. Rest assured, remain here and await my return. I shall venture out to assess the situation. Suyu reassured his companion. In his mind, even if Kaido were to unleash his full wrath, he could stand there and let the beast do as it pleased without fear of defeat. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the surrounding pirates displayed a range of expressions. Uncertain if Suyu was merely putting on a brave front or if he truly possessed the confidence he appeared to exude. However, Milland harbored unwavering faith in Suyu. His words immediately put him at ease. Subsequently, Suyu set aside the book he had been perusing, rising from the sofa with an air of nonchalance as he strode towards the exit. Outside, the sky remained shrouded in ominous clouds. Though the recent explosion had dissipated a considerable portion of them, Kaido's form was now revealed, a colossal azure dragon, stretching over 100 meters in length, thrashing its limbs while coiling through the air. All onlookers were rendered speechless by Kaido's immense figure, their eyes fixed on the contorted form of the divine dragon above, mouths agape in astonishment, oblivious to the drool escaping their lips. "Oi, brat, get out here." With a breath of dragon fire, Kaido seemed to have calmed somewhat. Though still roaring, his tone lacked the initial ferocity it had carried. As Suyu stepped out of the bar, he did not linger but soared directly into the sky, arriving a few hundred meters before the dragon's head. "What do you want from me?" Suyu's voice, as if augmented by some sound-enhancing magic, echoed through the air, rivaling Kaido's booming call. Seeing Suyu finally emerge, Kizaru sighed in relief. As for the fact that Suyu had chosen to fly rather than utilize the moonwalk, he had long since ceased to be surprised. After all, given Suyu's formidable prowess, flying was a perfectly reasonable capability. At this moment, Kaido also noticed the little figure before him. Hearing Suyu's impudent words, Kaido was instantly enraged. A man of few words and fierce demeanor, he opened his mouth and unleashed another blast of dragon breath, aimed directly at Suyu. The onlookers gasped in horror at the familiar beam of light, silently mourning for Suyu, who stood before it. In their eyes, he was doomed. Most of the pirates who recognized Suyu were filled with malicious glee. In truth, regardless of who occupied that position, as long as it wasn't themselves, they would revel in the demise of another. Such is the nature of true pirates. As Suyu beheld the approaching beam of light, he prepared to open his mouth, but halfway through, he swiftly shut it tight. He had initially intended to swallow the dragon breath, believing it would create a more visually striking effect. However, a sudden realization struck him. That beam had emerged from Kaido's mouth. Panic coursed through him as he thought, if I were to receive this, wouldn't it be akin to swallowing Kaido's saliva? This was a situation to be avoided at all costs. Fortunately, in that crucial moment, he regained his composure. He extended his right hand, which was fair and delicate, contrasting starkly with the explosive beam. Yet, it was this seemingly feeble hand that stood defiantly against the oncoming light. Observing Suyu's nonchalant stance, simply extending a hand, Kaido's fury intensified. "You little thief, how dare you insult me so?" he roared, increasing the output of his dragon breath, making the already formidable beam even more terrifying. Kaido believed this individual was intentionally humiliating him, igniting a blaze of wrath within him. As a result, he amplified the dragon breath's ferocity, and the beam, already fearsome, became even more formidable. On one side was the terrifying breath of a dragon, and on the other, a frail human hand. The vast disparity between the two was destined for a catastrophic collision. The pirates watched in exhilaration, eyes gleaming with sadistic anticipation, while the civilians appeared horrified, as if they witnessed their own impending doom. Even Rayleigh and Kizaru, who had some understanding of Suyu's strength, instinctively held their breath, anxiously watching the unfolding drama. Though the events seemed to transpire slowly on paper, the reality was that Suyu and Kaido were only a few hundred meters apart, and everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. In one moment, Kaido had just unleashed his dragon breath, and the next, the beam was upon Suyu. When the beam collided with his hand, the outcome was not what Kaido and the pirates had anticipated. They did not witness Suyu being overwhelmed and destroyed. Rather, the beam was halted by his hand. With just a light, seemingly powerless palm, he had stopped it. The dragon breath struck Suyu's outstretched palm. Yet he did not budge an inch. His body remained steady, unwavering as he blocked the attack of the Four Emperor, Kaido, who had effortlessly obliterated a massive red tree moments prior. Kaido, taken aback by Suyu's ease in withstanding his assault, instinctively increased the output, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Suyu's palm. Yet that ordinary hand stood firm, like a hidden reef amidst a tempestuous sea, unaffected by the raging waves. The forceful winds whipped through Suyu's hair and clothing, and where his palm met the dragon breath, a brilliant light erupted. In that moment, Suyu's slender silhouette appeared remarkably erect, resembling an unyielding fortress against the tumultuous chaos of the world. Were an artist to capture this scene, it would surely become a timeless masterpiece, a fierce dragon facing a seemingly frail human, yet the latter easily averting the dragon's onslaught, a striking contrast indeed. All present were rendered speechless, unable to comprehend the astonishing spectacle before them. This dragon was Kaido, the legendary Four Emperor. Just moments ago, he had effortlessly destroyed a colossal red tree. Who could explain this bizarre scene unfolding before their eyes? Were they mad, or was the world itself unhinged? Only Rayleigh and Kizaru remained unfazed, for they had witnessed Tsuyu's terrifying prowess before. Their expressions bore an air of knowing, though their eyes were filled with astonishment. Understanding and witnessing were two entirely different experiences, and the scene was overwhelmingly shocking. Seeing that his dragon breath seemed ineffective against Tsuyu, Kaido ceased his exertion, and the fearsome beam gradually dissipated, the final flicker of light extinguishing in Tsuyu's palm. As Kaido relinquished his attack, Tsuyu withdrew his hand and wiped it with a cloth. Although he knew Kaido's breath was devoid of any real danger, the mere thought of it left him unsettled, compelling him to cleanse his palm for comfort. Kaido's immense eyes bore into Tsuyu, and had the pirates below faced that terrifying gaze, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear. He opened his mouth, and a deep, rumbling voice emerged, akin to distant thunder. "You are the proprietor of that tavern, Tsuyu?" "Indeed, Kaido. Why are you running rampant here instead of remaining in your lair? Are you seeking death?" Tsuyu's audacious retort sent shockwaves through the pirates below, leaving them in a state of disbelief. However, Kaido did not explode in rage as he had before. After all, Tsuyu had just effortlessly withstood his dragon breath, earning Kaido's begrudging respect. Kaido was a warrior at heart. For those he deemed strong, he could overlook minor grievances. Moreover, in a sense, Tsuyu was correct. Kaido was indeed seeking death by coming here. Such a brazen young man. "I have heard that you can fulfill any wish here, so I have come to test that claim. Today, either you will kill me, or I shall kill you." "Ha, just a mere worm. I fear even a slight exertion might overwhelm you." The spectators were astounded. They were facing Kaido, the fearsome Four Emperor. Could Tsuyu not temper his arrogance? "Curse you, brat!" Kaido roared, his fury ignited. He opened his massive jaws and unleashed an attack that rivaled a natural disaster, but this time it was not dragon breath. "Ha!" Kaido exhaled, releasing a torrent of wind blades reminiscent of side strikes. Each blade was razor-sharp, capable of rivaling the cuts of the greatest swordsman. One blade was manageable, but the sheer quantity transformed it into a genuine catastrophe. Confronted by a tempest of slicing winds, Tsuyu remained unperturbed. He raised his hand and lightly pressed into the air before him. In an instant, the space appeared to shatter like a mirror, fragment by fragment. With a gentle push of his hand, the shattered mirror slowly advanced towards the oncoming wind blades. Those seemingly sharp and indomitable blades collided with the nearly fractured mirror, vanishing without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea, completely obliterated without a sound or a ripple, even maintaining their original velocity. The fragmented mirror, though appearing to move slowly, swiftly reached Kaido's presence. Kaido immediately intensified his output, unleashing more wind blades, yet to no avail. His observation haki was frantically alerting him to the terrifying power of this attack. However, the mirror was now looming before him, and his massive form left him no time to transform into human form. He could only desperately channel his armament haki, fortifying his head and vital organs, bracing himself to withstand the impending assault. Chapter 31. Defeated so soon. As the shattered mirror approached, Kaido's dragon scales bristled, akin to human hair standing on end. Yet, he felt no trace of fear or tension, only exhilaration. Indeed, he was a true battle maniac. He fervently directed his armament haki, relinquishing full-body defense and concentrating on protecting his heart and head, prepared to endure Tsuyu's strike. In the next moment, the seemingly fragile yet profoundly terrifying shattered mirror reached Kaido and slowly yet irresistibly collided with his body. The impact did not produce a tremendous noise nor stir any turbulence. It was as though everything unfolded naturally. Upon striking Kaido's seemingly impervious form, the immense mirror shattered silently, leaving Kaido seemingly unscathed, not a single hair out of place. The onlookers were bewildered. The previous display had been breathtaking, and Kaido's counterattack appeared futile. Was this truly the outcome? Everyone held their breath, and the fighters above ceased their movements, as if the world had fallen into silence, contrasting the earlier clamor. Kizaru and Rayleigh exchanged puzzled glances. It seemed that the attack should have been immensely powerful, and Tsuyu would not act without purpose. Suddenly, They noticed something peculiar. Why had Kaido remained so motionless after enduring the blow? It was not that he was entirely still. With their keen eyesight, they could see that even his flowing hair appeared suspended in midair. Kaido was not immobile. He was rendered unable to move. His entire dragon form seemed frozen in space, resembling a three-dimensional painting. Realizing this, both men gasped in astonishment. This move was undeniably terrifying, as if he had been knocked out upon impact. They had witnessed Kaido's previous attempts at resistance, which had proven futile. Could this strike only be evaded with remarkable speed? Yet, would Siyu leave such an obvious opening? Certainly not. In truth, Siyu had not fully unleashed the move's original power. Otherwise, the entire pirate world would be unable to withstand it. Suddenly, the tranquil atmosphere shattered with a crisp crack, reminiscent of breaking glass. Following that, a series of cracks echoed, emanating from none other than Kaido himself. The once unscathed Kaido appeared to fracture, his body filled with terrifying fissures, while his dragon scales burst apart and scalding dragon blood gushed forth, cascading like a torrential red rain, an astonishingly exaggerated outpouring. It is not yet over. Kaido's dragon claws have lost their original form, resembling nothing more than a few decaying pieces of flesh awkwardly clinging to his body. The horns upon his brow have shattered, leaving only remnants behind. The once mighty Kaido now appears as a grotesque, bloodied serpent, a sight that evokes sheer tragedy. At this moment, he seems to have thawed, finally able to move. A heart-wrenching dragon's roar resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, bringing tears to the eyes of those who heard it. Subsequently, the severely wounded Kaido, lacking the strength to remain aloft, plummeted toward the ground. As Kaido descended from the sky, the onlookers below were struck with terror. Should he land, it would surely claim lives. Fortunately, due to his grave injuries, he lacked the strength to maintain his beastly form, and thus, during his fall, he reverted to his human shape. In his human form, Kaido appeared somewhat better than in his dragon state, yet still bore a dismal visage. His limbs remained intact, but their structure was nearly unrecognizable, with cracks adorning his body. Fortunately, the fissures on his head and chest were not too deep, although he had lost an alarming amount of blood, rendering him crimson. Thus, a towering figure, over 7 meters tall, descended freely from a height of hundreds of meters, crashing into the earth and creating a substantial crater. As the dust settled, what remained in the pit was a half-dead Kaido. Kazara gazed at the prostrate Kaido, his mind reeling, muttering in disbelief. Kaido, has he truly fallen? Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates were nearly overwhelmed with shock, questioning what had transpired. How could the beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, fall so easily? After merely taking one blow, he succumbed? At this moment, Kaido, who had previously appeared to be on the brink of death, stirred slightly, then moved again, and astonishingly began to struggle back to his feet. As he slowly rose, the wounds adorning his body gradually began to heal, and his limbs slowly regained their strength. It is worth noting that Kaido's injuries had previously been beyond the realm of mere severe. Under normal circumstances, they would have been enough to claim the lives of several others. Not to mention, he had plummeted directly from a height of over 100 meters. However, given Kaido's history of leaping from great heights, he may have developed some form of resilience. Nevertheless, regardless of this, the mere fact that he survived is nothing short of remarkable. Now, not only is Kaido alive, but the wounds on his body are nearly non-existent, apart from the bloodstains. One would hardly suspect he had ever been injured. The fruit may have been misnamed, but the title of the Undying Kaido is well-deserved. Yet, despite having risen and fully healed, the fatigue and weakness etched on Kaido's face reveal that the recovery from such astonishing injuries did not come without its toll. This formidable regenerative ability is partly attributed to Kaido's inherently extraordinary physical constitution, and partly due to the so-called awakening of his devil fruit. The transformations following the awakening of different types of fruits vary significantly. For Paramecia, the awakening allows the user's abilities to influence the surrounding environment, while the awakening of Logia enhances elemental control and greatly amplifies offensive power. In the case of Zoan users, awakening bestows a terrifying regenerative capability, resulting in an astonishing increase in combat effectiveness, a fact that is particularly evident in Kaido's case. However, awakening is not without its risks for Zoan users. Failure to awaken can result in a permanent inability to revert to human form. The bizarre guards of Impel Down, such as the distorted koala zebras, exemplify the unfortunate consequences of a failed awakening. At this moment, Siyu gradually descended to the ground, positioning himself before Kaido, while the local residents and pirates, having long since distanced themselves, now gazed at Tsuyu as if he were a deity. Isn't this akin to a celestial being? In their eyes, Kaido appears as a world-destroying demon, rendering them powerless to resist. The mere thought of Suyu, who effortlessly vanquished this demon with a single strike, is beyond their imagination. Chapter 32. The Immortal Kaido. Kaido stood still for a moment, having recovered somewhat. Though he still looked quite battered, his condition had improved significantly. He clambered out of the massive pit he had created and regarded the expressionless Suyu before him, his demeanor grave and his gaze serious. Never before had he encountered such an extraordinarily formidable opponent as Suyu. Kaido had previously crossed paths with the Pirate King Gold, Roger, and had clashed with Whitebeard. Yet the tremor-inducing powers of the latter paled in comparison to the force Suyu had just displayed. What astonished him most was Suyu's apparent ease. With a mere flick of his hand, he had inflicted grave injury upon him. Kaido prided himself on being among the apex of strength in this world, only to find himself utterly dwarfed by Suyu's prowess. However, rather than succumbing to fear, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Indeed, he was a madman who seemed entirely oblivious to the concept of fear, a true battle-loving lunatic. To be candid, he had long struggled to find a worthy adversary, someone capable of engaging him in battle. The only contenders had been Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Shanks, yet each encounter left him wanting. After his bout with Whitebeard, he had been left dazed from the sheer force of their clash. The grotesque powers wielded by Charlotte had been equally distressing, while Shanks preferred a style of combat that diverged from his own brutal, visceral approach. One might suggest that there was still the likes of Garp, who also wielded physical strength. Alas, he was a member of the Navy, who would never indulge in a one-on-one duel. Should Kaido seek out Garp for a fight, it would inevitably involve the combined might of Sengoku, Garp, and the three admirals, a veritable naval extravaganza. It would be better not to engage at all, as the thought alone was vexing. Yet today, with Suyu's emergence, Kaido was utterly exhilarated. Despite having been unable to withstand a single blow, he felt a thrill that was undeniably satisfying. It was clear that he was outmatched, and there was no denying it. Ha ha ha, delightful. Bring it on. Kaido laughed heartily, his overwhelming conqueror's haki instinctively radiating outward. Consequently, all the inhabitants of Red Tree Island number 13 collapsed, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Many weaker pirates lost consciousness outright, while others, affected by the overwhelming aura, staggered back, instinctively retreating further from the unfolding clash between the two titans. In an unexpected turn, Kaido charged towards Suyu. He moved with a seemingly cumbersome gait, yet he was surprisingly swift, wielding a spiked club that crackled with arcs of lightning, bringing it crashing down upon Suyu. Thunderous 8 trigrams. This is Kaido's signature move, the Thunderbagwa, which combines the armed color haki and the conqueror's haki, delivering an incredibly swift and forceful strike with his kanabo. However, this ferociously powerful blow is effortlessly halted by a slender finger. Suyu leisurely raises his finger above his head, easily intercepting Kaido's formidable attack, remaining utterly unmoved. Since you wish to fight, I shall indulge you. Suyu suddenly smiles, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, and decides to rely solely on his physical strength to deal with Kaido, who he considers an excellent punching bag, though he must temper his strength. Upon seeing Suyu's grin, Kaido, who fears nothing, suddenly feels a tightening in his chest, his hair standing on end as he senses an ominous intent. Kaido hastily attempts to withdraw his strike, but it is too late. Suyu opens his hand that had blocked the kanabo, seizing it with a gentle grip. The weapon, forged from pure iron and honed over years with armed color haki, crumbles like a model made of mere tofu. One can imagine the scene of Hela crushing Thor's hammer, seeing his beloved weapon slip away. Kaido feels a twinge of pain but seizes the opportunity to distance himself from Suyu. However, when he focuses his gaze, he finds himself utterly alone. The space where Suyu once stood is now filled with only air and dust, startling Kaido into a swift turn. Yet, it is evidently too late. Suyu has somehow appeared behind him, delivering a stylish side kick that sends Kaido soaring through the air. He skids along the ground for several meters, using his face to brake before regaining his balance. However, when he looks up again, he finds Suyu has vanished once more. Resigned to his fate, Kaido abandons the idea of evasion and attempts to shield himself with armed color haki. Just as he barely completes this maneuver, an irresistible force strikes his lower back, propelling him away once more. Thus, he is sent flying left and right, endlessly airborne, unable to catch sight of Suyu, left with nothing but the relentless blows. This sensation evoked memories of his previous solitary venture into the Navy headquarters, where he was besieged by the old man Sengoku, along with Garp and 3 admirals. No, this was far worse. Back then, he could at least fight back, yet now he found himself utterly defenseless, unable even to glimpse his assailants. It was exceedingly stifling. The humiliation was profound. The pain, Indeed, it was quite significant. Meanwhile, the pirates lurking at a distance stood transfixed, their minds blank. Gazing vacantly at the unfolding confrontation, their eyes mindlessly tracking the shifts in the two combatants' positions. No, this could hardly be termed a battle. It resembled a mere game. Tsuyu was playing, while Kaido was the one being toyed with. Kizaru and Rayleigh also stood in stunned silence, having never before witnessed such a spectacle in their lives. This could not continue. Kaido was airborne, spewing blood, and if this persisted, he might very well succumb to this humiliating defeat. He needed to devise a means to extricate himself from this predicament. After being kicked away by Tsuyu once more, Kaido summoned the powers of his devil fruit, enlarging and densifying his body, finally regaining a semblance of balance, breaking free from the relentless cycle. Dazed and staggering, Kaido retreated several steps, and at that moment, he once again caught sight of Tsuyu, clad in a pristine white shirt, just as immaculate as at the outset. A stark contrast to his own disheveled state. At that moment, he became acutely aware of a terrifying reality when confronted with Tsuyu. His observation haki appeared to have faltered. For within the realm of his perception, there seemed to be no one present, yet he stood there, wide-eyed, witnessing Tsuyu leisurely positioned right before him. Simultaneously, Tsuyu scrutinized Kaido's current form. Kaido's arms were now adorned with azure dragon scales, his hands transformed into claw-like appendages, while his once human visage exhibited a pronounced jawline, intricately covered in scales, and a pair of dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, rendering him an amalgamation of dragon and human. This is the third form of Kaido's Zoan type, the Dragon Man form. Chapter 33. Watching the battle comes with risks. This state resembles a fusion of man and dragon. Specifically Kaido's dragon-human form. Zoan-type devil fruit users possess three distinct forms. The first form is the human form, where consuming a Zoan-type devil fruit leads to a considerable enhancement in strength and physical attributes, such as recovery, stamina, and speed, providing a comprehensive and fundamental improvement. The second form is complete animal transformation, which boasts the greatest strength and grants the user special abilities corresponding to the animal. The third form is the hybrid form, where physical attributes and strength see a significant augmentation while retaining a largely human appearance, making it the most suitable form for one-on-one combat. In Kaido's dragon-human form, his defensive capabilities, recovery, and strength are markedly enhanced. Furthermore, in this form, Kaido's speed becomes exceptionally formidable. Although Kaido is already swift in his original form, he pales in comparison to some top-tier warriors, often finding himself at a disadvantage against opponents like Kizaru. However, upon transforming into his dragon-human form, Kaido's speed escalates to an alarming degree. In this form, Kaido may not match the unparalleled speed of top-tier fighters like Kizaru, yet he is hardly slower than Shanks. Moreover, Kaido possesses an overwhelming physical strength and a terrifying regenerative ability that seems almost like a cheat. As for his physical prowess, Kaido is undoubtedly among the elite. However, this does not imply that Shanks is weaker than Kaido. After all, Shanks is one of the four emperors. His conqueror's haki is likely at the pinnacle of the world, and he is renowned as a swordsman celebrated for his offensive prowess, making him significantly more formidable in terms of attack power than Kaido. Truth be told, Tsuyu finds the appearance of this dragon man somewhat unattractive, perhaps even adorably ugly. Nevertheless, this sentiment is likely unique to Tsuyu. Others, when confronted with Kaido, are either paralyzed by fear or filled with vigilance and gravity. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, gasping for breath, although he appeared uninjured. The truth was he suffered from internal wounds. His organs ached, and despite having regained some strength through the awakening of his devil fruit powers, he had expended a considerable amount of stamina. Even someone as physically robust as Kaido, who could endure a fight for days on end, was feeling the strain. Yet Kaido was unwilling to concede defeat. He was frustrated, having been relentlessly beaten throughout the fight, and had not even managed to touch a strand of Tsuyu's hair. Kaido was tormented to the point of questioning his very existence. Thus, he felt compelled to land at least one punch on Tsuyu. Just then, Kaido noticed Tsuyu seemed slightly distracted. A perfect opportunity. Kaido silently urged himself, then unleashed his maximum speed, charging directly at Tsuyu, only to swiftly pass by him and arrive behind him. Kaido infused his right hand with a significant amount of Conqueror's haki and armament haki. Dark crimson lightning crackling to life as he executed a powerful, unadulterated thunderbagwa aimed at Tsuyu's head. His enormous fist drew ever closer to Tsuyu's head. And just as Kaido believed he had secured the blow, his face nearly breaking into a triumphant grin, Tsuyu raised his hand with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, effortlessly catching Kaido's seemingly unstoppable punch. The terrifying fist struck Tsuyu's hand, which appeared almost childlike in comparison. Yet it was as if a mighty bull had plunged into the sea. There was no ripple, no sound, rendering the scene exceptionally awkward. Kaido gritted his teeth, pushing forward with all his might, but that hand remained immovable, as if decreed by divine retribution, unable to be surpassed. He had no choice but to withdraw. However, Kaido was not prepared to surrender. He began to move around Tsuyu, his speed so great that he vanished from the sight of the onlooking pirates. With only Rayleigh and Kazara able to discern Kaido's current movements through their observation haki. As he moved, Kaido continued to throw punches at Tsuyu from a distance, unleashing a barrage of attacks. In fact, Kaido possessed a highly potent technique known as the Diamond D, which involved wrapping haki around a kanabo and swinging it to produce an effect akin to sword energy. The term D refers to an arrowhead, and thus, the Diamond D is a powerful long-range attack. Unfortunately, at the onset of the battle, Tsuyu had already crushed Kaido's beloved kanabo, leaving Kaido with no choice but to resort to a simplified version of the Diamond D using his fists. Although the destructive power of this version was not as formidable as that of the kanabo, it was far more convenient. Every punch directed at Tsuyu was effortlessly caught by him, executed with an air of nonchalance that highlighted his ease. However, this was precisely Kaido's intention. He merely sought to obscure Tsuyu's line of sight and perception, creating an opening for himself. Consequently, by the end, Kaido's aim became increasingly imprecise, launching punches in Tsuyu's general direction, with one such punch glancing past Tsuyu. Nonetheless, that stray punch did not go to waste, although it missed Tsuyu. It struck a rather unfortunate bystander among the watching pirates, sending him flying several hundred meters away, blood erupting from his body like water as he soared through the air. Before he even landed, he had blissfully lost consciousness, and given the amount of blood he had lost, it was uncertain whether he would survive. The remaining pirates were utterly terrified, realizing that even from such a distance, they were still at risk. Earlier, having witnessed Tsuyu effortlessly handle Kaido's attacks without so much as a flinch, they had almost forgotten that Kaido was indeed one of the four emperors. The realization that stray projectiles could threaten their very lives came as a shocking revelation. Truly, a four emperor remains a force to be reckoned with. Even when bested by a deity to them, the four emperors still hold a divine status. They gazed in awe at the battle between these two titans, retreating to a safe distance, now needing binoculars to catch a glimpse of Tsuyu. Tsuyu, casually deflecting Kaido's attacks, appeared utterly bored, even stifling a yawn. Now was the moment. Observing Tsuyu about to yawn, Kaido recognized a rare opportunity. He charged directly at Tsuyu, this time opting not to attack, but to embrace him tightly, channeling all his haki into his arms. Then, with his head tilted back and mouth agape, energy gathered within, culminating in a powerful blast of dragon breath. Such a short distance, and with Tsuyu's movements currently immobilized by me, this move is bound to land. This is truly unexpected. Tsuyu never anticipated that Kaido would resort to such repugnant tactics. If struck, he would not emerge unscathed. Chapter 34. It's all Doflamingo's fault. As Kaido's saliva sprayed towards his face, Tsuyu erupted in fury. He swiftly broke free from Kaido's iron grip and darted away, his speed so remarkable that he left behind a trail of black spatial rifts. The force with which he escaped caused Kaido's arm to fracture, its obsidian hue, imbued with haki, now resembling true stone, marred by cracks. Kaido, witnessing Tsuyu's effortless escape, felt a sense of helplessness. He had initially believed that this method would at least restrain Tsuyu for a fleeting moment, yet he had not even managed that. However, with no choice but to act, Kaido unleashed his breath of the dragon, aiming it directly at Tsuyu. Yet again, Tsuyu raised a single hand to effortlessly block the onslaught. Undeterred, he advanced towards Kaido, each step deliberate and unwavering. As Tsuyu drew nearer, Kaido's small eyes betrayed an unusual hint of panic. In a desperate attempt, he instinctively intensified his output, but to no avail. Instead, he felt his footing falter, ultimately being pushed back several meters by his own attack. Embarrassment washed over Kaido. He understood that his dragon breath had little effect on Tsuyu. Yet he could not cease his assault, leaving the situation in a stalemate. But would Tsuyu allow this standoff to persist? Certainly not. In Kaido's startled gaze, a shadow emerged from Tsuyu, identical in appearance, his clone. Tsuyu's doppelganger advanced towards Kaido, who, still exerting his energy to impede Tsuyu's original form, could only watch in despair as the clone seemingly teleported beside him. In a blinding flash, the clone delivered a stylish uppercut to Kaido's chin. Kaido barely had time to halt his dragon breath before his mouth was forcibly shut, resulting in an explosive eruption within, leaving his face a bloody mess, teeth shattered, and jaw obliterated. Kaido was propelled skyward, akin to a small meteor, soaring over 100 meters, igniting sparks in the air as he ascended. Moments later, he fell back to the ground, crashing into the earth with a resounding thud, creating a rough crater. Lying within the pit, Kaido stared blankly at the sky, feeling more powerless than ever. In terms of strength, speed, and skill, he had been utterly overwhelmed, and as for his recovery abilities, he was uncertain, having failed to land even a single blow on his opponent. At this point, Kaido had entirely abandoned any notion of continuing the fight. If possible, he merely wished to escape this sorrowful place. However, having instigated the confrontation, whether Tsuyu would grant him mercy remained uncertain. Observing Kaido's return to the ground, Tsuyu's clone rejoined him, and he approached the edge of the crater, gazing down at the now-defeated Kaido. "What's this? Not continuing?" Tsuyu inquired, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Kaido's muscles involuntarily twitched at Tsuyu's words. Though he had been thoroughly beaten, he could not claim to have been without recourse. He had merely endured a relentless barrage. From Tsuyu's tone, Kaido sensed a trace of dismay. How absurd. He felt deeply ashamed for being so easily subdued. "I concede. Do as you please." There was no denying that Tsuyu had triumphed through sheer strength. Not merely defeating, but utterly crushing him, a stark disparity in power devoid of any external factors. Kaido was accustomed to losing gracefully, thus he surrendered, perhaps also out of fear. Experiencing the helplessness of being unable to retaliate, let alone see his attacker, was an ordeal he wished to endure but once in a lifetime. Tsuyu contemplated his next course of action regarding Kaido. Although a significant figure in the pirate world, Kaido had instigated this confrontation. Thus, the cause and effect between them rendered Tsuyu's potential execution defensible. Yet, considering Kaido's formidable presence, the thought of killing him outright seemed a waste. Knowing he would eventually depart the pirate world, leaving behind only Milan, perhaps he should find a companion for him. "Kaido, do you wish to die? If you intend to kill me, act swiftly and decisively." Kaido was uncertain if he truly desired death. His previous reckless behavior resembled a game, albeit a thrilling one. As a self-proclaimed normal individual, he believed he possessed an innate instinct for survival, thus he likely did not wish to perish. Yet, such musings were futile, as his fate was no longer in his hands. Despite his reputation as the indomitable Kaido, he was acutely aware that Tsuyu possessed the means to end his life, perhaps with ease, akin to crushing an ant. While Kaido did not fear death, he certainly did not welcome it, and thus he faced the situation with a calm demeanor. "I must admit, I find the prospect of killing you somewhat regrettable," Tsuyu mused. Upon hearing this, Kaido's composure faltered. His muscles involuntarily contracted in response. What did he mean by somewhat regrettable? Did he intend to continue using him as a mere punching bag? Kaido envisioned himself as Tsuyu's plaything, subjected to hours of relentless punishment, enduring pain and bloodshed, only to recover swiftly, facing the prospect of a second round. The thought filled him with despair, as if all color had drained from his world. At that moment, he suddenly harbored a deep disdain for his past self, the one who had foolishly decided to seek out Tsuyu. What could have possessed him to provoke such a formidable adversary? As for Doflamingo, who had informed him of this predicament, Kaido wished nothing more than to flay him alive. Chapter 35. Let us forge a contract. Upon witnessing Kaido's abrupt transformation into a pallid figure, his eyes devoid of any luster, Tsuyu felt utterly perplexed. Did Kaido truly wish for death? Was he so disheartened simply because Tsuyu had no intention of ending his life? Nevertheless, Tsuyu was unconcerned with Kaido's desires. The latter had already forfeited his autonomy. "Kaido, your life is no longer yours to command, so relinquish any unrealistic fantasies." Tsuyu explained Kaido's current predicament, then continued, "As for you, I shall spare your life, provided you sign this contract, after which you are free to go." With a subtle gesture, an ancient parchment materialized in the air. This parchment, crafted from aged sheepskin, was adorned with an array of mysterious symbols, serving both as decoration and a manifestation of the power of the oath. Tsuyu gently nudged the parchment, allowing it to drift gracefully before Kaido. As Kaido examined the contents of the scroll, he found only a few lines of text, written in a script he had never encountered before, yet its meaning was unmistakable. Essentially, it proclaimed that from this moment forth, Kaido would nominally belong to the Wish Tavern, forbidding him from undertaking any actions that might jeopardize its interests. Furthermore, should the Wish Tavern encounter adversity, he, Kaido, would be obligated to offer his unwavering support. This left Kaido somewhat perplexed. With you at the Wish Bar, who else would dare to provoke you? If you perceive every visitor as a formidable adversary, what difference does it make whether Kaido appears or not? He simply could not grasp the significance of this contract. As for whether this contract possessed the power to bind him, Kaido had no doubts. he could sense the immense energy concealed within that piece of parchment, which was both eerie and mysterious. It was undoubtedly more than mere parchment. Kaido had an instinctual awareness that he could never hope to contend with this force. Kaido could never fathom that, even if he racked his brain. He would never realize that Tsuyu was not a native of the pirate world and would eventually depart from it. When that day comes, the wish bar would be left with only Mylender. What would happen if I signed this contract but failed to fulfill its stipulations? Would I die? Upon hearing the word die, Kaido's eyes gleamed. Death. What a beautiful concept. At that moment, he even contemplated deliberately violating the contract to escape Tsuyu's grasp. However, just as Kaido reveled in this thought, Tsuyu's devilish whisper echoed in his ears. Die? That is certainly out of the question. How could I commit such a cruel act? Fear not. You will not die, but rather endure excruciating pain until you naturally perish. Moreover, this contract also includes the function of healing hidden ailments and regulating your physical condition, allowing you to live longer. How does that sound? Are you pleased? Am I pleased? Do you think I would be pleased? What kind of devil are you? Kaido inwardly pleaded for a swifter end. Just as he was about to refuse, he realized that if he did not sign the contract, he might face an even worse fate. Yet, signing it left him feeling bitter and resentful, plunging Kaido into deeper despair. Seeing Kaido so astonished he could hardly speak, Tsuyu nodded and snapped his fingers, causing Kaido's hand to move against his will. Kaido exerted all his strength to pull back his right hand, his face reddening from the effort, but to no avail. In his desperate gaze, his right index finger automatically broke the skin, blood streaming down to stain the contract. In an instant, the parchment disintegrated into a series of mysterious and intricate runes, which floated towards Kaido, leaving behind a small tattoo on his body. At this moment, Kaido sat upright, gazing at the newly formed tattoo on his chest with a complex expression. Not only had he lost the battle, but he had also subjected himself to this outcome, a significant loss. Instinctively, he touched the tattoo, experiencing an unexplainable pang of anxiety. Now, do not sulk as if I am bullying you. Whether this contract binds you to the wish bar is inconsequential. You are still free to do as you please. Just refrain from harming Mylender or damaging the wish bar's property. Furthermore, if any trouble arises and Mylender cannot handle it, you must assist him. Kaido wanted to retort that this was indeed bullying, yet he felt it did not align with his fierce persona, so he held his tongue. Nevertheless, Tsuyu's words eased his mood slightly. After all, it was not much different than before. He remained the captain of the Beast Pirates. Then, it dawned on Kaido, one person? What about you? As for me, when the time is ripe, I shall depart from here. Kaido longed to inquire where Tsuyu would go, but he opened his mouth and ultimately refrained from asking. With nothing left to discuss, Kaido prepared to leave. Having lost face today, he stood up, about to transform into his dragon form, when he heard Tsuyu call out to him once more. Instinctively, he halted his actions, cursing inwardly. Oh, by the way, Kaido, I assume it was Doflamingo who sent you here. If you wish to take out your frustrations on him, remember to hold back. He is a target specifically left for Mylender. You cannot simply kill him in a fit of rage. Kaido felt confused. Had Tsuyu not had some prior conflict with Doflamingo? Why would he specifically want to spare Doflamingo's life? Unable to comprehend, he chose to dismiss the thought. For he had no intention of killing Doflamingo, as he still relied on his artificial devil fruit technology. He grumbled a response and transformed into his dragon form, soaring into the sky towards the horizon. The surrounding pirates stood in stunned silence, as if awakening from a dream. The events that had transpired were so surreal that even witnessing them firsthand, they struggled to believe it was real. The day was indeed transforming. As for Kizaru and Rayleigh, after initial astonishment, they quickly regained their composure. After all, they had already glimpsed a fraction of Tsuyu's prowess. Rayleigh, in particular, was aware of Tsuyu's true identity. Tsuyu surveyed the surroundings, which had become pockmarked and uneven due to the battle, resembling the surface of the moon. Though he was the victim of Kaido's assault, he felt a responsibility to restore the environment. With a clap of his hands, a gentle luminescence enveloped his body, and these lights gradually detached, soaring towards the damaged buildings and the severely affected ground, including the initially innocent red tree. In those areas bathed in light, it was as if time reversed. Before the astonished gazes of the surrounding pirates and Kizaru and Rayleigh, everything returned to its original state. Chapter 36, Astonishment. All was restored, the buildings, the ground, and the magnificent red tree. Had they not recalled the earlier shock, they might have believed Kaido had never been there at all. Satisfied with the restoration, Tsuyu nodded contentedly and turned back towards his bar, leaving behind a crowd of stunned onlookers. The spectators were truly astonished. Such immense power could be explained, But this miraculous scene was beyond description. Could there truly exist such a wondrous devil fruit? A divine fruit? Only Rayleigh, who understood the truth, could not help but mutter, truly, a deity. The might of divinity is beyond our comprehension as mere mortals. Inside the bar, several pirates lay sprawled on the floor, having been knocked unconscious by Kaido's overwhelming conqueror's haki due to their feeble strength. The remaining conscious pirates gazed at Tsuyu with expressions of awe, their hearts racing as they recalled earlier wishing for his demise at Kaido's hands. Now, witnessing Tsuyu effortlessly subdue Kaido, they were terrified and dared not linger in the bar, hastily pushing each other as they fled. Mylander, though originally weak, remained awake, thanks to the divine armor granting him formidable mental fortitude, rendering the conqueror's haki ineffective against him. He gazed at Tsuyu with admiration. Having known of his strength yet never imagining it to be to this extent, he understood that the four emperors were figures towering at the pinnacle of the seas. Yet his boss had effortlessly defeated one, leaving the opponent without the ability to retaliate. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Mylander, throw all these unconscious individuals outside. Yes, boss. In truth, it is not solely the Navy that keeps a vigilant watch over perilous individuals. The press is equally engaged in this endeavor. However, it would be more accurate to describe it as a keen observation rather than outright surveillance. These dangerous figures are often the harbingers of sensational news, and the press employs specially trained news-gathering birds to facilitate this monitoring, rendering the task more efficient. As for Kaido, one of the four emperors, his arrival on the islands of Wano raises questions about his intentions. Nonetheless, the mere fact of his presence in such a locale is newsworthy enough to attract attention. Yet, the members of the press could scarcely anticipate the explosive nature of the revelation that would soon unfold, one that eclipses even the might of a devil fruit. It is essential to recognize that Kaido is no ordinary contender. He is globally acknowledged as one of the four emperors. This title is not merely a featherweight designation but is forged through strength and bloodshed. The shocking reality that Kaido has been vanquished by a previously unremarkable individual, and with such ease, is bound to leave them astounded. While there exists a hierarchy among the four emperors, they generally operate within a comparable realm of power. Even Edward Newgate, known as the strongest man in the world, would find it inconceivable to defeat Kaido with such simplicity, even at the zenith of his strength. Thus, does this imply that the title of the world's strongest man is about to change hands? Upon hearing this shocking news relayed by frontline personnel, Morgan, the president of the World Economic News Agency, was left utterly astonished. However, being a seasoned journalist, he promptly ordered the disposal of the already typeset and ready-to-print draft. Shifting focus to the article concerning Kaido, which was then prioritized as the headline and printed with utmost urgency. Subsequently, this newspaper, containing revelations potent enough to send ripples across the globe, was dispatched far and wide by countless news hawks. Meanwhile, within the marshal's office at Marine headquarters in Marineford, shortly after Kaido's departure, Kizaru left the Sabaody archipelago and had returned to the Marine headquarters to report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Is it true that Kaido was easily defeated? Sengoku mused, reflecting on Kaido, a figure who had left a significant impression on him, being the first pirate bold enough to infiltrate Marine headquarters alone, and likely the last to do so. Sengoku had also participated in the naval exercises aimed at subduing Kaido. The sensation of the assault was exhilarating. But it was evident that the damage inflicted upon Kaido was merely a trifling inconvenience. Although it could not be dismissed entirely, the harm rendered was exceedingly limited. And by the end, both Sengoku and Garp found themselves utterly exhausted, while Kaido's wounds had remarkably healed. This scene left the assailants seething with frustration. Ultimately, the five of them had no choice but to concede, while Kaido, seemingly satisfied, simply sat down on the ground and fell into a deep slumber. Indeed, it was astonishing that he dared to sleep soundly amidst the encirclement of numerous Navy forces. Now, Kaido had been defeated, and by a single adversary, no less. Suffering a humiliating defeat without any chance to retaliate, merely enduring relentless blows and spilling copious amounts of blood upon the soil of Sabaody archipelago. According to Kizaru, had Tsuyu not shown mercy in the end, Kaido would likely have met his demise, implying that, should Tsuyu have chosen to do so, the myth of Kaido's invincibility could have been irrevocably shattered. This left Sengoku with a tinge of melancholy, for he had long anticipated this outcome. After all, he had gleaned some insight into Tsuyu's prowess through the incident involving Kizaru, and the sacred garment offered a glimpse into his capabilities. Thus, he was not at all astonished by Kaido's defeat. Amidst his reflections, Sengoku felt a sense of relief. He was grateful that it was Tsuyu who vanquished Kaido. Tsuyu had always been characterized as merely a bar owner, not a pirate, nor a revolutionary, and certainly not a member of the Navy. He resembled an ordinary citizen, yet simultaneously a deity surveying the struggles of various factions from on high. The fact that such a figure succeeded in defeating the Emperor Kaido was, apart from the direct intervention of the Navy, the most favorable scenario imaginable. It is crucial to remember that although Kaido is referred to as one of the four emperors, he is, at his core, still a pirate. Had another pirate triumphed over Kaido, the seas might have descended into chaos. However, it is possible that, for now, those pirates might remain relatively subdued. In a chamber within the Holy Land of Mary Geos, 5 elderly men were seated. One donned a black suit, his white curly hair resembling a cluster of sticks, with a fluffy white beard and a flat cap. A scar adorned his left cheek. Another wore a deep blue suit, his long, straight white hair cascading down, complemented by an equally long beard. The third was clad in a deep red suit, lacking a bow tie, with golden hair and a golden beard, and a scar graced his chest. The fourth man, dressed in a deep green suit, was bald, sporting 2 wispy mustaches and a birthmark upon his forehead. The final individual, clad in a white robe, was bald, wore glasses, and cradled a lengthy katana in his arms. The 5 individuals seated on the couch are the ostensible supreme rulers of the world government, known as the 5 elders. At this moment, a man clad in a white suit and wearing a mask stands before them, delivering a report. Chapter 37, The Astonished 5 Elders. What? Are you certain you're not jesting? Exclaimed the golden-haired elder upon hearing the masked man's report, while the remaining 4, though silent, were expressions of astonishment as they gazed at him. Indeed, this was witnessed firsthand by the observer from the Chambord Islands. Kaido had been decisively defeated by the owner of the Wish Bar, Tsuyu, and he had not even retaliated during the encounter. Furthermore, after Kaido's departure, the proprietor mysteriously restored the devastation caused by their battle. The 5 elders fell into a contemplative silence. The room was enveloped in an oppressive stillness. After a few moments, the curly-haired elder finally spoke. All right, we understand. You may leave now. Yes, replied the masked man, bowing before exiting. Now, the room was left with only the 5 elders, who exchanged glances, their eyes still reflecting the remnants of their shock. To them, the 4 emperors held little significance. The navy was immensely powerful, and the world government possessed its own military might. Moreover, they wielded the ancient weapon known as Uranus. Not to mention, their own capabilities were comparable to those of Sengoku and Garp, making the annihilation of a single emperor feasible if they so desired. The reason they allowed the 4 emperors to remain was that targeting one would inevitably invoke the vigilance of the others, potentially leading to an alliance among the remaining 3. The combined strength of 4 individuals of such caliber would be formidable, and the cost of extinguishing them would be exorbitant. Furthermore, the coexistence of the 4 emperors served to maintain a balance of power, rendering it unnecessary for the government to provoke them. In essence, the costs outweighed the benefits. Thus, Kaido's defeat was not particularly shocking. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that, according to CP0's earlier description, the encounter was alarmingly one-sided, verging on a complete rout rather than a battle. It is worth noting that even if they could easily obliterate an emperor, such an endeavor would require the concentrated might of the entire world government or navy. Yet, Tsuyu accomplished this singular feat with such nonchalance. Moreover, judging by the battle's performance, Tsuyu exhibited numerous abilities, including the power of flight and an attack capable of shattering air. He even restored the environment ravaged by their conflict, leaving them unable to ascertain which devil fruit he had consumed, or even if he had ingested more than one. Additionally, he possessed extraordinary speed, reportedly rivaling that of Kizaru, and his physical prowess was formidable, likely on par with Garp. Crucially, the simplicity of the battle, where Kaido was relentlessly pummeled, left them questioning whether Tsuyu had revealed his full strength. The elders exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to approach this enigmatic figure. I believe it is best to report to Lord M. I concur. I second that. Agreed. Indeed, as previously mentioned, while the 5 elders are the public face of the world government, above them lies a mysterious authority, referred to as Lord M by the 5 elders. The news agency, being a global organization, demonstrated remarkable efficiency. The newspaper documenting Kaido's defeat, thanks to the diligent efforts of news birds, gradually dispersed across the world. One can only imagine the shock that would ensue upon the revelation of this news. In an uncharted region of the Grand Line, A colossal ship glided serenely across the sea. This is a colossal three-masted sailing ship, its sides adorned with menacing gunports, while the bow resembles a whale seemingly grinning with its teeth exposed. This iconic sailing vessel, named the Moby Dick, symbolizes a man of unparalleled terror. Renowned as the mightiest individual in the world, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard. This is the ship of the four emperors, Whitebeard, and the home of the Whitebeard pirates. At the center of the deck stands a colossal chair, upon which sits a man resembling a giant. He is adorned with a black headscarf, and his beard resembles a crescent moon of white. His bare upper body bears several scars, and beside him leans an enormous naginata. Though it appears rather ordinary, it is one of the supreme weapons of the world, known as Yunxia, rivaling the black sword Yasop wielded by the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. This is Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard. There is a reason why Whitebeard is referred to as the strongest man in the world. Let us not even mention the fundamental three types of hockey, simply considering Whitebeard's physique, while his recovery may not match others. His physical strength is undeniably on par with Kaido. Moreover, Whitebeard is a devil fruit user, having consumed the tremor fruit, a paramecia type that allows him to generate violent vibrations and create earthquakes, capable of effortlessly unleashing natural disasters. Due to Whitebeard's prowess, the tremor fruit has earned the title of the strongest paramecia. However, despite its formidable power, the tremor fruit is a double-edged sword. The vibrations it produces not only affect the external environment but also impact his own body, causing tremors within his organs. Thus, compared to the likes of Monkey D. Garp, who at the age of 70 retains his peak strength, Whitebeard requires intravenous fluids to maintain his condition, and his power is no longer at its zenith. Therefore, the title of the world's strongest man carries some embellishment. Nevertheless, even in his diminished state, none dare challenge Whitebeard's authority. His reputation has been forged through countless battles. Despite his advanced age, physical decline, and lingering injuries, his destructive capability remains astonishingly potent. Furthermore, the captains of his various divisions are formidable in their own right, including Marco, the first division captain who possesses the mythical Zoan-type Phoenix fruit, Portgasti, Ace, the second division captain who wields the Logia-type Flame fruit, and Diamond Jozu, who has consumed the Paramecia-type Diamond fruit. These are formidable characters, with Marco even capable of contending with admirals. At this moment, Whitebeard sits in his chair, connected to an intravenous drip. Although he exudes an overwhelming aura, filled with authority, the weariness hidden deep within his gaze is evident. After all, at 70 years of age, Whitebeard is indeed aging. Suddenly, a trembling subordinate rushed over, his face a mask of terror. Marco, enjoying the sea breeze nearby, remarked, "Sass, be steady in front of Pops." Yet, Sass was unable to calm himself, having just witnessed an astonishing piece of news. He gasped, stammering, "P-Pops. Kaido. Kaido has been defeated." Chapter 38. Whitebeard is no longer the strongest what? At that single exclamation, the deck erupted in disbelief and shock, voices rising in a cacophony. Marco, the quickest, dashed forward to snatch the newspaper, only to find the front page emblazoned with a striking image. The photograph depicted a bloodied Kaido, lying in a large pit, while a young and dapper man in a pristine white shirt stood at the edge, gazing down at him impassively. The accompanying headline boldly declared, "Crushed. The Four Emperor Kaido defeated." The sheer impact of that single image, coupled with the headline, conveyed a monumental revelation. Marco, upon reading, fell into a stupor, while others crowded around him, eager to catch a glimpse. Those who laid eyes on the photograph, like Marco, were rendered speechless, their eyes wide in shock. It was as if their reason had been obliterated by this explosive news. Within moments, the deck, once filled with lively chatter, fell silent, save for their heavy breaths. What had they just witnessed? That was Kaido. Do they understand what it means to be one of the four emperors? These are the four strongest beings standing atop this vast sea. And now, they were being told that Kaido had been defeated. Not just defeated, but utterly crushed. They could hardly believe it, for Kaido existed on the same level as their father. Yet, the source of this news was the most authoritative news agency, leaving them with little choice but to accept it. What a commotion! Bring the newspaper here. Even Whitebeard, upon hearing this news, was taken aback. However, seasoned by experience, he quickly regained his composure. Whitebeard's commanding voice gradually calmed the agitated hearts of Marco and the others. Once Marco collected himself, he promptly handed the newspaper to his father. In Whitebeard's immense grasp, the newspaper appeared diminutive. Whitebeard scrutinized the paper, meticulously reading every word concerning Kaido, his brow furrowed in contemplation. and silence enveloped the atmosphere as Marco and the others dared not utter a sound. The mood turned somber. Whitebeard was well acquainted with Kaido. In truth, many are unaware that they had once sailed on the same ship, alongside other legendary figures such as Big Mom and the infamous pirate, the flying pirate Captain Shiki. It is indeed difficult to fathom that a single ship could simultaneously accommodate 3 of the future emperors of the sea, along with a legendary pirate who rivals their might. Beyond these formidable figures, there are indeed other fierce characters aboard, albeit less renowned. The captain of this astonishing pirate crew is named Rox D. Zebek, who was, several decades ago, a veritable sovereign of the seas. However, this name may now be known to very few, as Rox openly opposed the world government and possessed the power to overthrow it. Yet, unlike the Revolutionary Army, his ambition was to dethrone the government in pursuit of his own desire to become the ruler of the world. Nearly 40 years ago, Rox led his crew, the Rox Pirates, in an assault against the Celestial Dragons, only to be thwarted by the combined efforts of Monkey D. Garp and the future Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. It was during this confrontation that the Rox Pirates met their demise, and due to his heinous crimes, Rox was effectively erased from the annals of history by the world government. Consequently, apart from the higher echelons of the world government and those who witnessed the event, no one else is aware of Rox's existence, nor of the connections between figures such as Whitebeard and Kaido. If one were to assume that the mere fact that these two once served as crewmates indicated a deep bond, they would be gravely mistaken. Their relationship was merely that of acquaintances. Thus, when Kaido found himself brutally defeated, Whitebeard harbored no sorrow for him, nor did he feel any sense of shared misfortune. Instead, he was primarily astonished by the might of the individual who vanquished Kaido. It is known that Kaido, being one of the 4 emperors, possesses undeniable strength. Even at his peak, Whitebeard could only manage a narrow victory after a grueling battle, and now, the situation was even more dire, as Kaido could exhaust himself to the point of death. It is precisely because Whitebeard is of the same caliber as the 4 emperors that he comprehends the true strength of his peers and understands the terrifying power of Suyu, who could so effortlessly overpower one of the emperors. Yet, such a formidable individual had emerged without any prior renown, as if he had materialized from thin air. Whitebeard was unaware that his instincts were correct. Suyu had indeed appeared in this world abruptly. The most shocking aspect for Whitebeard was Suyu's youth. From his photograph, Suyu appeared to be no more than in his early 20s, a stark contrast to his extraordinary prowess. Whitebeard could not fathom how someone so young could possess such overwhelming strength. It was simply absurd. However, Whitebeard was not overly concerned, for he understood that with Suyu's ability to easily crush Kaido, it was implausible that he could not defeat him. Nevertheless, the outcome was that Suyu refrained from delivering a fatal blow, sparing Kaido's life, and thus, as long as his sons did not provoke Suyu, they should remain unscathed. As for any potential ties between Suyu and the world government, Whitebeard had not even entertained such a notion. It seemed more far-fetched than the Celestial Dragons suddenly turning benevolent. After the initial shock, Whitebeard's expression relaxed, and he tossed aside the newspaper with a hearty laugh. Gururara. It seems my title as the world's strongest man may soon be forfeit. In truth, Whitebeard did not place much importance on this title, for it was merely a label. Possessing it would not enhance his strength, and lacking it would not change who he was. He would still be Whitebeard. With his laughter, the previously tense atmosphere on the deck dissipated, and his crew members breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yet, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, they felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. While Whitebeard might not care about the title, they certainly did. They wished to contest his statement, but upon glancing at the newspaper, which fluttered in the wind depicting Kaido's miserable state, they found themselves at a loss for words, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 39. The frenzied Moonlight Moria in the Land of Nations. A formidable figure looms. The 4 Emperor Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin. Mother, look at this. As Big Mom indulged in her sweet delights, one of her 4 commanders, Katakuri, hurriedly approached her with a newspaper in hand. Despite her irritation at the interruption, Big Mom held a fondness for Katakuri, so she refrained from expressing her displeasure and accepted the newspaper to read. Upon witnessing this, Big Mom was immediately taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. The uncontrollable eruption of her conqueror's haki compelled Katakuri, who stood before her, to summon his strength and resistance. From this perspective, it was evident that Big Mom's composure was significantly inferior to that of Whitebeard. After a few moments, she finally calmed down and accepted the reality that loomed before her. It seemed that yet another formidable individual had emerged upon the vast seas. In the treacherous Bermuda Triangle, a region perpetually shrouded in thick fog, there lay concealed an island. However, this island was not a mere landmass. It was, in fact, a colossal ship, aptly named the terrifying three-masted ship. If one disregards the sunken Noah's Ark near Fishman Island, this formidable vessel stands as the largest ship in the world. Examining the surroundings of the island, one would note that it is engulfed in perpetual mist, devoid of sunlight, maintaining an eternal state of night, a true embodiment of the island of eternal night. Moreover, the landscape is riddled with graves and dilapidated structures, creating an atmosphere that is eerily reminiscent of the netherworld. Yet, in this desolate place, where even the birds dare not relieve themselves, resides an inhabitant, the notorious warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. He is a shadow master who has consumed the paramecia-type shadow fruit, granting him the ability to steal the shadows of others. Those who have their shadows taken, if exposed to sunlight, are reduced to mere ashes. Each year, numerous vessels mysteriously vanish within the Bermuda Triangle, victims of Moria's shadow-stealing abilities. Forced to remain aboard the ominous three-masted ship, forever deprived of sunlight. At this moment, within the castle at the heart of the island, a giant bowling pin with an onion-like head was in a frenzied state, alternating between fits of laughter and tears, bouts of rage, and occasional acts of destruction as it smashed objects around it. The giant, resembling a bowling pin, is none other than the master of this fearsome three-masted ship, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. A few of Moria's subordinates, including Perona, were hiding outside the room, observing Moria, whose demeanor was clearly quite unstable. Their faces etched with concern. Absalom peered into the room, took a quick glance, and hastily withdrew, narrowly avoiding a flying vase that whizzed past his ear, leaving him in a cold sweat. What on earth is happening, Perona? Lord Moria was just fine before. I have no idea, Perona replied, tapping her head thoughtfully, and then added, oh, right. A new newspaper arrived earlier. Could it be that Lord Moria saw something shocking in it? The newsbird that delivered the paper deserved to be awarded Employee of the Year. On the disorderly floor of the room lay a newspaper, prominently featuring a distressing photograph of Kaido languishing in a large pit. One might wonder how Moria, as a warlord, could possibly be connected to the mighty Kaido, yet there is indeed a story. Long ago, Moria had once challenged Kaido. Back then, Moria was not the bulbous figure he is now, but rather a well-proportioned young man, albeit quite tall, standing nearly 7 meters. The outcome was, of course, disastrous. Not only did Moria suffer defeat, but all of his subordinates were annihilated by Kaido, leaving Moria as the sole survivor. From that moment, Moria was instilled with fear, his confidence shattered by Kaido's overwhelming power. Despite his fearsome appearance, complete with small, horn-like protrusions on his forehead, Moria had always shown genuine care for his subordinates. The loss of his crew due to his own hubris in challenging Kaido was a profound blow to him. Perhaps it was this very trauma that led to his years of indulgence, ultimately transforming his physique into its current state. Moria had taken refuge in the Devil's Triangle, secretly amassing strength with the intent of one day avenging himself against Kaido. Yet now, his lifelong nemesis had been defeated by some unknown kid, and in an instant, Moria's emotions began to unravel, manifesting in a chaotic mix of laughter, tears, and rage. Perhaps he had yet to forgive his past self, weeping for his own perceived weakness, mourning the loss of his subordinates, and lamenting the years that had passed. However, the thought that the seemingly invincible Kaido had met his downfall brought forth a sinister glee within him, a perverse sense of schadenfreude. Yet, it was not Moria who had vanquished Kaido, and he had not yet sought to challenge him again. How could you fall, Kaido? Outside the room, several subordinates anxiously observed him, while Moria continued his frenzied outbursts, his hoarse voice seeping through the walls, even dispersing the long-standing heavy mist that surrounded them. In Alabasta, the other warlord, Crocodile, resided. Inside a room, Crocodile studied the newspaper in his hands, a cigar clamped between his lips, lost in contemplation. Behind him stood a dark-skinned woman wearing a cowboy hat, her face painted with intense shock. Meanwhile, at the Baratai restaurant, the very place where SY first arrived, the story unfolds further. The scene remains unchanged from its original state, save for the absence of a certain fellow known for his penchant for smoking and his distinctive arched brows. The proprietor of the seaside restaurant, Japu, is presently engrossed in a newspaper. Having traversed the Grand Line, he is acutely aware of the significance of the 4 emperors. At this moment, he finds himself transfixed by the image of a figure clad in a white shirt. Little did he expect such an individual to emerge. In an uncharted expanse of ocean, a small sailing vessel glides across the surface. The bow of the ship is adorned with a somewhat endearing ram's head. Yet the flag billowing overhead unmistakably indicates that this craft belongs to a pirate crew. At that moment, a newsbird alighted upon the window, tapping gently with its beak. Ah, yet another piece of news, indeed. A fellow with curled eyebrows opened the window and exchanged a few coins with the bird in return for a newspaper, which he casually began to peruse. Upon catching a glimpse of the cover, he was taken aback, being somewhat knowledgeable about the world. He inherently understood the significance of the four emperors, thus grasping the terror of those capable of defeating them. He gazed at the serene face of Suyu in the photograph, his mind in turmoil, unable to find solace. Could it be that he had once encountered such a formidable figure? Xiangji, what intriguing news do you have? At that moment, a boisterous voice darted over to Sanji, bouncing up and down in eager anticipation to glimpse the newspaper. Chapter 40. The Miserable Don Quixote da Flamingo. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the newsbird, this newspaper, containing explosive revelations, was soon seen by people across the globe, leaving them all profoundly shocked. Concurrently, Suyu and his wish bar began to gain recognition among the masses. Despite Kaido's defeat, his stature remained unshaken. He continued to be feared as the Emperor of the Sea. This was largely due to the effortless and dominant manner in which Suyu had bested Kaido, leading the public to perceive a stark disparity in their respective levels of power. Gradually, people began to regard Suyu as the White Emperor, surpassing the four emperors, as he had donned white attire during his confrontation with Kaido. Once this notion was proposed, it swiftly garnered widespread agreement, becoming an established fact. However, Suyu remained indifferent to such titles. His primary concern lay with the genuine operations of the Wish Bar, which had finally opened up the market. Following his victory over Kaido, the banner he had raised, promising the fulfillment of wishes, began to be acknowledged, for in a world that revered strength, the words of the powerful were far more persuasive. Consequently, Suyu found himself daily collecting small offerings of willpower from customers, generated when their wishes were realized. Though the amount was modest and the power not substantial, over the years, the efficiency of gathering this willpower proved to be quite remarkable. As for Kaido, the other key figure in this news, he did not return immediately to his lair after departing from the Sabaody archipelago. Instead, he made a detour to Dressrosa. According to onlookers, that day a fearsome dragon suddenly descended upon the island, unleashing a breath of fire that reduced the royal palace to ruins. Subsequently, the azure dragon transformed into human form, and thereafter, their king, Don Quixote da Flamingo, valiantly attempted to fend off the invader, but found himself utterly powerless, suffering a grievous defeat and even shattering his beloved sunglasses. After vanquishing the king, the intruder morphed back into a dragon and vanished without a trace, leaving behind a landscape of destruction and a king who had visibly gained weight. When Kaido struck, Doflamingo was utterly bewildered. He had been savoring exquisite wine within his palace when a torrent of dragon fire rained down, leaving him dazed and transforming his palace into an open-air swimming pool. Not only was Doflamingo flabbergasted, but his subordinates were equally perplexed. What on earth just happened? One moment they were in a palace, and the next it was gone. Had they incurred divine retribution for their misdeeds? Before they could comprehend the situation, a greater calamity manifested as the lively figure of the Emperor Kaido descended from the sky. Though his clothes were tattered, he bore no traces of blood, evidently having washed himself in the sea prior to his arrival. With a resounding crash, Kaido landed amidst the ruins, his feet crunching on the remnants of the palace. The surviving subordinates were petrified, their minds blank as they transformed into statues of fear. However, higher-ranking officials like Pika, being seasoned in the ways of the world and having previously encountered Kaido, managed to muster some courage. Yet, halfway through their approach, they froze in place. Much like their junior counterparts, they could sense that Kaido today was particularly volatile. His eyes seethed with a molten rage, and his cold, grim visage emanated an oppressive aura, exuding the overwhelming presence of a conqueror. As Kaido drew nearer, the lower-ranking officials succumbed one by one, losing consciousness and collapsing, leaving only Pika and a few others struggling to maintain their composure. At this moment, Doflamingo emerged from the ruins. Despite possessing unmatched strength, he found himself in an exceedingly precarious situation. Kaido had specifically targeted him with his dragon breath. Had it not been for his heightened observation haki, which provided a frantic warning at the last moment, allowing him to shield himself with threads imbued with armament haki, he might have already met a dire fate. Furthermore, Doflamingo sensed that someone had been relentlessly fixating on him. The aura of this individual was extraordinarily ferocious, and their current mental state was evidently far from tranquil. The essence of this presence was unmistakably distinctive, allowing him to instantly recognize its owner. The thought that this lunatic had arrived on his island and was evidently still in a state of madness left him feeling a wave of misfortune wash over him, causing a profound sense of exasperation. At that moment, Kaido caught sight of Don Quixote Doflamingo, and his aura intensified explosively as he charged directly towards him. "Kaido, what madness has seized you?" Though he was acutely aware that he was no match for Kaido, Doflamingo refused to remain passive. He summoned all his strength, unleashing a mysterious wave that emanated from him, affecting the surrounding environment. Everything in his vicinity transformed into slender threads, resembling a vast ocean of silk. These threads coalesced into powerful columns, which surged rapidly to collide with the rampaging Kaido. The tips of the white columns shimmered with a dark luster, suggesting immense power. Unfortunately for Doflamingo, Kaido was even more formidable. When the columns struck Kaido, he did not retreat. His speed merely slowed slightly, while the columns were scattered upon impact. Damn it! Doflamingo cursed inwardly, astonished by Kaido's overwhelming physique. However, he had no time to change his tactics. He could only release countless threads to ensnare himself, hoping to mitigate Kaido's onslaught. Yet, instead of a fierce collision, Doflamingo found Kaido halting before him, reaching out to grasp one of his legs. A sense of foreboding surged within Doflamingo. Then, with a sudden, forceful tug, Kaido lifted Doflamingo into the air before crashing him down to the ground. Considerate as ever, Kaido applied his haki to the surface to prevent further damage to the already ravaged ground. One strike was certainly not enough. Thus, Kaido slammed Doflamingo down over a dozen times. Doflamingo's consciousness began to blur, his sunglasses shattered, several teeth lost, and his face swollen beyond recognition. This is a deliberate act by Kaido, who ensures that Don Quixote Doflamingo always finds himself face down. At this moment, Kaido felt exhilarated. He casually discarded the person in his grasp and departed without uttering a single word throughout the entire encounter. At this moment, the astonished Pika and the others hurriedly approached Doflamingo, flustered and disoriented. Chapter 41. The arrival of the pineapple head a few days later. The bandages on Doflamingo had been removed. One cannot help but marvel at the extraordinary resilience of the formidable beings in the pirate world. Not long ago, Doflamingo had been left barely clinging to life after being struck by Kaido, yet in a mere few days, he had nearly made a full recovery. Now, with only the bandages on his face remaining, Doflamingo sat silently, donning a new pair of sunglasses, as he perused a newspaper. At this moment, he finally comprehended the reason behind Kaido's sudden assault on him a few days prior. Just how terrifying Kaido was, Doflamingo believed no one understood better than he did, especially since he had recently experienced it firsthand. The feeling of helplessness, akin to a child struggling in the grasp of an adult, left a profound impression on him and instilled a deep-seated fear. He could scarcely fathom that such an overwhelmingly formidable being, resembling an invincible deity, could one day find himself in such a dismal state. It was a power he could hardly comprehend. He suddenly recalled his first encounter with Tsuyu at the pinnacle, which was far from pleasant. Kaido's intent to seek retribution against Tsuyu stemmed from his inability to swallow his pride after their confrontation. He sought to utilize Kaido's strength to ensure Tsuyu experienced a proper reckoning, and if Kaido could strike a fatal blow, that would be the ideal outcome. Yet, who could have anticipated that an inconspicuous bar owner would turn out to be a transcendent powerhouse, capable of overpowering Kaido? With such prowess, why remain silent? Doflamingo pondered. Moreover, who would have imagined that such a formidable figure would willingly operate a modest tavern in a place far removed from the New World? The once arrogant Doflamingo now found himself gripped by an instinctual fear as if someone had seized him by the throat. He was uncertain whether Tsuyu was aware that Kaido's rampage at the bar was incited by his own encouragement. If so, his demise would be inevitable. Should Tsuyu desire his death, no one would dare to protect him, nor would anyone possess the power to thwart Tsuyu's wrath. However, Doflamingo believed that, given Kaido's temperament, he would likely refrain from mentioning this incident to Tsuyu. Most likely, he would endure the silence of being beaten by Tsuyu without protest. From this perspective, there appeared to be a glimmer of hope, as he had not directly offended Tsuyu. In fact, Tsuyu had even embarrassed him. Unfortunately, Doflamingo was unaware that Tsuyu had already deduced that he was the mastermind behind this debacle. Even in the absence of this incident, Doflamingo had already secured a place on Suyu's blacklist, not for any other reason but for the transgressions of his subordinates against Suyu's kin. Unbeknownst to Doflamingo, he had already become a target in Suyu's eyes, and he was still contemplating what gifts to offer Suyu to mend their strained relationship. Time flowed serenely, and soon a month had passed. On this particular day, a renowned guest from the vast ocean graced the bar of Suyu. He possessed a stunning mane of golden hair, styled into a striking punk cut that, from a distance, resembled a pineapple. His shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a muscular chest adorned with a fearsome tattoo, a cross with a crescent moon mustache. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would recognize the significance of this tattoo, as it symbolizes the Whitebeard. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The seemingly disheveled man, resembling a despondent uncle, is, in fact, the second-in-command of the Whitebeard Pirates. The pirates who venture to the Sabaody archipelago possess a certain level of awareness. They are certainly cognizant of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords. Thus, upon Marco's entrance, all the pirates in the bar immediately recognized this renowned powerhouse. However, being pirates, they were unperturbed by Marco's presence. Despite knowing he surpassed them in strength, he was a formidable force capable of rivaling an admiral. Instead of fear, they redirected a significant portion of their attention from their drinks to Marco himself. Marco scanned the environment of the bar, disregarding the lowly pirates with bounties merely in the hundreds of millions. His gaze landed directly on Suyu, who sat quietly in a corner, engrossed in a book. Seemingly isolated from the surrounding chaos, his expression tinged with complexity. How could it not be complex? After all, just a month prior, this handsome youth had wrested the title of the world's strongest from his father. Though his father was magnanimous, Marco, as a son, felt a twinge of discomfort. It is natural for a child to desire their father to be the strongest in the world. Marco had initially been reluctant to come, but after days of internal conflict, he ultimately resolved to make the journey, not for any other reason than the gradual deterioration of his father, Whitebeard's, health. Although Marco's flames are known as the flames of regeneration, they are powerless in the face of his father's affliction. Thus, Marco decided to seek fortune with Suyu. In the world of pirates, strength is the ultimate measure, and the words of the powerful carry immense weight. Their prowess serves as undeniable proof. When Kaido assessed Suyu's strength, his claims of being able to fulfill any wish gradually gained recognition, which was precisely why Marco was willing to take a chance. Previously, others had come to make wishes for prolonged life or rejuvenation, dreams that seemed fantastical. However, despite Suyu's willingness to grant such requests, those individuals lacked the means to offer an equivalent price. Consequently, Marco remained uncertain whether Suyu could indeed deliver on such promises, but he was willing to try. Given the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, the cost would undoubtedly be manageable. This was the underlying reason for Marco's presence. Observing the few pirates in the bar, Marco frowned slightly and cleared his throat, capturing the attention of everyone present except for Suyu and Mirande. Ahem, I apologize for the imposition, but might I request that you leave this place for a moment? The pirates, upon hearing this, wore somber expressions. They dared not provoke the Whitebeard pirates. While they could not engage in conflict within the bar, they could not very well remain indefinitely. If the bar were to close and they lingered, it was likely that Suyu would unceremoniously eject them without Marco needing to lift a finger. After a moment of hesitation, all the pirates obediently vacated the premises. Now, only Marco, Mirande, and Suyu remained in the bar. Chapter 42. A glare of enmity at this moment. The only ones left in the establishment were Mirande, who stood silently at the bar, Suyu, who continued to read, and the languid, pineapple-haired man. Marco was known to Mirande over the past month. Suyu had helped him gain a deeper understanding of this world, including its renowned figures and the intricate relationships between various factions, as well as some fundamental knowledge. Successfully liberating Mirande from the shackles of illiteracy, Mirande understood that although his boss appeared engrossed in reading, he was acutely aware of the bar's every nuance. Thus, even though Marco's actions might have compromised the bar's interests, Mirande refrained from intervening, recognizing that Suyu had not voiced any direct opposition. At that moment, Suyu set down the book in her hands, rose gracefully, and languidly stretched before turning to face Marco. Captain Marco, you have driven away all my guests for no reason. Do you have any idea how much I stand to lose? The boss chuckled. Someone of your stature would be concerned about money, would you? Nonetheless, Marco produced a pouch of gold coins and tossed it to Meland. Consider this as an apology. I simply wish to keep certain matters private, hence the need to send everyone away. I hope you can understand. Marco, despite being a pirate, exhibited a degree of politeness towards those who were not his enemies, maintaining a more upright perspective than most in the pirate world. If we measure morality by the standards of ordinary individuals, does that not imply that pirates possess a skewed sense of right and wrong? Milan caught the pouch and opened it, revealing a considerable amount of gold, truly befitting the affluent Whitebeard pirates. Satisfied with Marco's understanding, Suyu nodded approvingly. Let us get straight to the point. What is your wish? As long as you can afford the price, I can assist in fulfilling it. Seeing that the boss was ready to discuss serious matters, Milan descended the stairs with the pouch of coins in hand. Marco's gaze flickered. I wonder if you possess anything here that could rejuvenate a person? Oh, so you seek aid for Whitebeard, Suyu remarked, recalling that Whitebeard was nearly 70 years old and had consumed the quake fruit. That he had persevered until now was a testament to his strength as the world's mightiest. Upon hearing Suyu articulate the purpose of his visit, Marco felt a tremor of unease. How could she possibly know he was here for his father? Was it possible that news of Whitebeard's declining health had leaked? Had he not been rational, he might have resorted to violence to silence her. Relax, Suyu said with a nonchalant tone. One might think you were about to attack me. You truly startled me. Despite her words, her demeanor remained as calm as still water, betraying no signs of fear. Yet, her tranquil voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality that quelled Marco's agitation. You don't naively believe that Whitebeard's condition is a secret, do you? He is. After all, an elderly man. Marco opened his mouth to retort, but found he had no argument. Indeed, the once vigorous and imposing figure of his father, with his magnificent flowing hair, had faded with age, rendering their self-deception futile. Suyu placed a reassuring hand on Marco's shoulder. Let us set aside this weighty topic. Your wish is to see Whitebeard restored to health, is it not? Marco nodded silently. This wish is quite simple. I have two options. One would heal Whitebeard's hidden ailments, adjusting his physical state to alleviate his suffering. The cost for that would be 5 devil fruits of any kind. The second option would restore him to his peak condition, requiring 10 devil fruits, with a minimum of 2 being of the Logia type. So, Captain Marco, which do you choose? Upon hearing the phrase restored to peak condition, Marco's eyes widened in disbelief. No one understood Whitebeard's condition better than he did. It was critical, to the point where his father struggled to find rest at night due to pain, relying on medical equipment to sustain his life. Before arriving, Marco had harbored little hope, merely wishing to alleviate Whitebeard's suffering. He had never considered that Suyu could facilitate a complete recovery, let alone restore him to his prime. However, had he just heard correctly? 5 devil fruits could bring his father back to health, with no restrictions on the type, and merely 10 devil fruits could accomplish the seemingly impossible task of restoring Whitebeard to his peak. Is it truly possible to achieve such a thing? However, the one uttering these words is Suyu, who has no need to deceive, nor any reason to do so. Suyu's prowess instills in Marco a belief in such fantastical notions. While it may be an exaggeration to say he is utterly convinced, it is not far from the truth. As for which of the two options to choose, is it even worth mentioning? Naturally, one would opt for the second. After all, it is but 10 devil fruits, merely 2 of which are of the Logia type. For others, this would amount to an exorbitant fortune, yet for the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, it is but a trifling matter. 10 devil fruits in exchange for 1 peak-level father figure is, in Marco's eyes, an exceedingly advantageous deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Marco was ready to convey his answer to Suyu. Yet, just as he opened his mouth to speak, the door of the bar swung open, and a towering figure strode inside. The newcomer, upon noticing the bar's emptiness, expressed some surprise, but his gaze quickly landed on Suyu and Marco, who appeared to be engaged in conversation. Upon sighting Marco, the man's demeanor momentarily faltered, a shadow flickering across his face, only to be replaced by an insidious smile. The reason for such a smile was likely due to his inherently sinister appearance, rendering all his actions seemingly malevolent. Ha ha ha. Isn't this Captain Marco? It has been quite a while. Upon seeing this individual, Marco, who had previously exuded an air of indifference akin to a disheartened middle-aged man, suddenly transformed. The aura he projected shifted dramatically. Where he had once seemed harmless and gentle, he now resembled a blood-soaked blade, emanating a palpable aura of menace, with murderous intent nearly spilling from his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, muscles tensed instinctively. Marco gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words through clenched jaws. Black beard. Chapter 43. Marco glared fiercely at the man, his teeth grinding as he spat out those 3 words. Blackbeard. Indeed. The figure before him was none other than the infamous Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard. Blackbeard's rugged exterior was marked by a thick mane of hair and a robust physique, his skin a deep brown hue, crowned with a wild, fluffy head of black hair beneath a bandana. Adorning his neck were 2 necklaces, while bracelets encircled his wrists, and each of his 10 fingers bore a different style of ornate rings. He carried 3 flintlock pistols at his left hip and a bottle of potent rum at his right. Clad in a white shirt carelessly open, his thick, furry chest was exposed. Blackbeard's physique appeared somewhat unbalanced, though undeniably strong. His limbs seemed oddly slender in comparison, particularly his legs, which appeared almost fragile, as if they might buckle under the weight of his bulk at any moment. His height was fitting for the pirate world, as Suyu's bar boasted considerable height. Blackbeard could easily reach the ceiling with a mere stretch. Despite Marco's unmistakable aura of hostility, Blackbeard seemed blissfully unaware, his face still adorned with a wicked grin. "Let us not be so temperamental, Captain Marco. Oh, by the way, how is father doing? I have been quite concerned about him. Ah ha ha." Hearing Blackbeard refer to father sent a jolt through Marco, akin to being pricked by a needle. "Silence, Blackbeard. You have no right to call him father." Blackbeard, in fact, had a history with Whitebeard. He was once a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, belonging to the 2nd Division. However, in pursuit of what he believed to be the world's strongest devil fruit, Blackbeard had treacherously slain his comrade, the 4th Division Captain Thatch, and subsequently betrayed the Whitebeard Pirates. This represents the most profound betrayal. Perhaps in the majority of pirate crews, such occurrences are commonplace, for they are merely a band of uncultured, ruthless scoundrels. However, the Whitebeard Pirates are different. Whitebeard regarded his subordinates not as mere followers but as family. Thus, in his eyes, Blackbeard's actions constitute a betrayal of kin, an unforgivable transgression. In truth, if one were to view Blackbeard's years of devoted service, masquerading as Whitebeard's son, laboring tirelessly while concealing his ambitions without a trace of suspicion, one might concede that he indeed invested considerable effort. Yet, the manner in which he executed such treachery is simply intolerable. Perhaps this exemplifies the notion that those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trivialities. What qualifies as trivial is subject to the interpretation of the great achievers. As the adage goes, history is penned by the victors. Should Blackbeard emerge as the ultimate victor, this act might not seem so egregious. It may even become a tale of intrigue. Alternatively, Blackbeard could entirely erase this chapter of history by silencing all who were privy to it. However, should he find himself defeated, he might be forever branded with shame, though perhaps he remains indifferent to this fate, for the consequence of his loss is singular, death. Blackbeard taunted. Captain Marco is not by Old Man's side. What brings you here? Has Old Man finally reached his limit and come here to gamble everything? He laughed heartily. Blackbeard, unconcerned with Marco's demeanor, was brash and unrestrained, speaking whatever came to mind. Upon hearing such incendiary words, Marco's fury reached its zenith, igniting within him a fierce blaze. His pupils flared with flames, and the ethereal blue-orange fire of the phoenix erupted around him, dazzling in its brilliance, elevating his aura to its utmost intensity. Seeing Marco on the brink of eruption, Blackbeard subtly summoned his power, dark smoke swirling around him, an ominous presence that seemed to draw souls into the abyss of darkness. Although Marco possessed formidable strength, rivaling that of an admiral, Blackbeard was no lightweight. He was inherently powerful, having consumed the Yami Yami no Mi, which rendered the abilities of others ineffective, compelling them to engage in a physical contest, a contest in which even 2 Marcos could not prevail against him. Their gazes locked, sparks igniting in the air, yet just as their battle was poised to erupt, a sudden cough echoed in their ears. Cough, cough. As the tension between the 2 individuals escalated, Siyu could no longer bear to watch and decided to intervene. A mere light cough from him resonated like thunderclaps in the ears of Blackbeard and Marco, causing their hearts to jolt in surprise, leaving them momentarily dazed and nauseous. When they regained their senses, they were astonished to find that the flames they had unleashed had vanished, instinctively attempting to summon their powers. They were horrified to discover that their devil fruit abilities seemed to be sealed. No matter how fervently they tried to exert their will, it was utterly ineffective. Cold sweat cascaded down their faces in an instant. Cough, cough. Gentlemen, this establishment operates on a modest scale, so it would be best to refrain from fighting here. Siyu's calm and indifferent demeanor jolted them back to reality. Both men, eyes wide with palpable fear, quickly acquiesced. My apologies, boss. I lost control of my emotions for a moment. Ha ha ha, my sincerest apologies. They chuckled nervously. Soon after, they felt the seal on their powers lifted, and the familiar strength of their devil fruits surged back within them. They instinctively cast a glance at Suyu. A look of reverence for his power reflected in their eyes. Marco, who had previously conversed with Suyu, had momentarily forgotten that this seemingly ordinary yet strikingly handsome proprietor had, just a month prior, effortlessly vanquished Kaido, all while appearing to hold back. However, Suyu's recent cough and his ability to unceremoniously seal their powers rekindled their awe of strength. Indeed, the owner of the Wishful Tavern, the White Emperor who surpasses even the four emperors, Suyu was as inscrutable as a specter. Seeing that both men had calmed down, Suyu nodded. Now, since you both seem to have regained your composure, let us proceed. Is our new guest here for a drink, or do you have a wish to share? Chapter 44. Blackbeard's disappointment upon hearing Suyu's words. Blackbeard forced a stiff smile. Ha ha ha, I've heard that the drinks here are exceptional. So I thought I'd come to indulge, for I am indeed a lover of fine spirits. In truth, Blackbeard's intentions were far from innocent. His arrival was not purely for the sake of sampling the beverages. Rather, he had ulterior motives. Initially, he had been on the run. Fully aware of Whitebeard's profound disdain for betrayal, he knew that unless he was captured and returned, Whitebeard would not rest. Even with the coveted dark fruit in his possession, he recognized that he stood little chance against the aging yet formidable Whitebeard. The best he could hope for was a mutually destructive battle. But with Whitebeard's numerous sons rallying to his side, Blackbeard was utterly alone. Thus, he could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Yet, during his escape, he stumbled upon some startling news that caught him off guard. Given the circumstances of his flight, it was only natural for him to stay informed through the latest reports. This news undoubtedly pertains to the encounter between Suyu and Kaido. Gazing at the striking front-page photograph, one cannot help but notice Kaido's woeful visage, accompanied by the subsequent narrative that depicts him as fragile and feeble. Blackbeard feels as though he has been engulfed in an icy winter. Having swallowed a neckful of snow and chewed on several tons of ice, what an overwhelming chill it brings. Why is this so? It is because Blackbeard harbors a dream. He bears a resemblance to rocks, aspiring to dominate the world. However, he differs significantly in his approach. Unlike rocks, who boldly declared war on the government, Blackbeard has remained in the shadows, biding his time under Whitebeard's command for over 2 decades. During this period, many perceived him as a rather competent, yet benevolent, veteran crewmate. Who would have imagined that he possessed the capacity to challenge one of the 4 emperors? Now, having secretly acquired the most crucial piece of his world domination puzzle, the Devil Fruit, he is poised to proceed methodically. He will recruit allies, amass strength, and harness the fruit's powers, gradually encroaching upon the existing forces. The 4 emperors undoubtedly lie within Blackbeard's sights, but they are reserved for the final confrontation. Initially, he believed that the 3 admirals, Garp, the fleet admiral, and the likes of the 4 emperors represented the pinnacle of maritime strength, his ultimate targets. If he could eliminate them all, the old powers would surely crumble, and the world would fall into his grasp. However, now he is confronted by an unexpected adversary whose strength far surpasses that of the 4 emperors. Defeating one of them seems as effortless as child's play, and this opponent happens to be Kaido, in the prime of his life with indomitable vitality. In Blackbeard's eyes, Kaido is even more formidable than Whitebeard. While Whitebeard possessed the most potent offensive capabilities, age had dulled his edge, making him vulnerable. Although Whitebeard's strength was formidable, it was partially derived from his Devil Fruit ability, a facet that Blackbeard could counter. Kaido, however, presents a perplexing challenge, akin to an impregnable fortress that can self-repair, leaving Blackbeard at a loss. Yet now, that fortress has been breached, though not by Blackbeard himself. This development has endowed him with a new enemy, one that inspires even greater despair. While the strengths of Kaido, Whitebeard, and others can be disowned, Suyu's power remains utterly unfathomable, resembling a bottomless abyss that Blackbeard cannot even begin to comprehend. This is utterly absurd. Blackbeard believes that even if he were to awaken the dark fruit and successfully seize Whitebeard's abilities as planned, he would still find it exceedingly difficult to effortlessly overpower Kaido. As for the strategy of overwhelming numbers, Blackbeard has not entertained such thoughts in battles of this magnitude, unless one possesses comparable strength. The mere aftershocks would be sufficient to inflict grave injuries. However, finding a peer in strength is no simple task, and even if such an individual could be located, they would likely be unwilling to heed his commands. Nevertheless, the prospect of conceding is something Blackbeard cannot abide. After all, he has endured for over 2 decades for this very moment. To simply surrender is out of the question. Deep down, Blackbeard harbors a flicker of hope. He believes that human strength alone could not achieve such feats. Thus, it must be the result of an extraordinarily potent devil fruit, one that is not catalogued in any guide. After all, the world is vast, and the existence of an unknown fruit is not so far-fetched. Blackbeard is convinced that as long as Suyu's power is derived from a devil fruit, there remains a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, if he can connect with his opponent, his dark fruit would render the abilities of the opposing devil fruit ineffective, establishing him as the ultimate nemesis of all devil fruit users. Thus, an opportunity arose. Hence, Blackbeard arrived, intending to observe Suyu up close and discern his true capabilities. In truth, Blackbeard was not typically so reckless. Rather, he was somewhat anxious. Having endured for 2 decades, with success seemingly within reach, Suyu's emergence thrust him back to square one. Were it not for his extraordinary mindset, he would likely have succumbed to emotional turmoil by now. After 20 years of suppression, finally experiencing liberation, he would certainly not choose to retreat once more. Nor did he possess the inclination to do so at this juncture. This mindset is akin to the adage, it is easy to transition from simplicity to luxury, but difficult to revert from luxury to simplicity. Thus, he resolved to take a risk. However, upon their initial encounter, he was taken aback. Although he greeted Marco upon entering, seemingly disregarding Suyu, he was profoundly astonished within. In his perception, Marco was the sole presence before him, while Suyu appeared as nothing more than a phantom projection, entirely imperceptible to him. This revelation had already chilled his heart by half. Subsequently, he made a concerted effort to provoke Marco, intending to compel him to take action, thereby testing the depths of Suyu's capabilities. The outcome was remarkably favorable. Marco was successfully incited to fury, eager to engage, and Suyu was equally stirred to action, precisely as he had orchestrated. Regrettably, however, Suyu's prowess appeared to exceed his expectations. That mere cough from Suyu sent his very soul into a state of terror. Chapter 45. An apple previously. Having encountered descriptions of Suyu in the newspapers, it was merely theoretical, a discourse devoid of personal experience. Yet just moments ago, Blackbeard had first-hand knowledge of what true despair entailed. Suyu merely coughed softly, with no remarkable actions observed, and despite his deliberate efforts to remain vigilant, he sensed nothing amiss. It felt as though his powers had been rendered null. This sensation was distinct from that of Seastone. It was akin to a complete sealing of his abilities, as if he had never consumed the dark fruit at all. Is it truly within the realm of the devil fruits to achieve such feats? Without having personally experienced the recent events, one cannot fathom the profound despair of Blackbeard. It is an existential dread that emanates from the very core, akin to a patient rendered completely anesthetized and bound to an operating table, while a surgeon brandishes a scalpel before him. Throughout the ordeal, Suyu's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any particular aura, appearing as an ordinary individual who merely cleared his throat. Yet, Blackbeard's back was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, he had utterly lost the courage to confront Suyu. Thus, he could only feign that he had come for a drink, should his true intentions be unveiled. He feared he might never leave this bar alive. Upon hearing Blackbeard's response, Suyu nodded dismissively, summoning Mylander to serve drinks to the patrons, while he escorted Marco to the second floor. Trembling with trepidation, Blackbeard ordered a drink and downed it in one gulp. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this is fine liquor. Quite potent. The alcohol was indeed fierce. Under normal circumstances, Blackbeard would savor it, indulging himself. However, today, he was devoid of any desire to drink. All he yearned for was to escape this bar and this island. Yet he had already claimed to be there solely for the purpose of drinking. Surely, he could not simply consume one drink and depart. Thus, Blackbeard ordered several more drinks, enduring the agony of finishing them before finally settling the bill and turning to leave. Once he had theatrically sauntered out of the bar, he hastened toward the shore where his ship awaited, as if something terrifying were in pursuit. He realized he had grossly underestimated Suyu's prowess. Such strength was the epitome of invincibility. For a fleeting moment, Blackbeard contemplated surrender, but in the next instant, his heart was ensnared once more by his own ambition and desire. Blackbeard understood that relying solely on his own strength might render him incapable of contending with Suyu. If human effort proved insufficient, he would seek out other sources of power. He was aware of certain secrets, whispers of 3 ancient and terrifying weapons from history: Uranus, Poseidon, and Pluto. Regarding Uranus, he could find no pertinent information, merely recognizing its existence. As for Poseidon, it was said to be a mermaid princess, the sovereign of all sea kings, capable of communicating with and commanding them. One should not underestimate the sea kings, believing that mere vice-admirals could easily vanquish them. Those easily dispatched were typically the weakest among them. The sea kings could reach sizes exceeding 5,000 meters, akin to small islands. A mere movement could unleash a natural disaster. not to mention the even larger entities. The size of the Sea Kings determined their strength, the larger the creature, the greater its power and defense. Furthermore, one must not forget that Poseidon could control all Sea Kings, while one might be subdued. What of 100 or even 1,000 island-sized Sea Kings? In such a scenario, the red line would be breached by these formidable beings. As for Pluto, it was reputed to be the most fearsome warship in the annals of shipbuilding history, possessing the capability to obliterate an island with a single cannon fire. The whereabouts of this dreadnought were inscribed in the annals of history. Pluto, the god of the underworld, had thus become Blackbeard's new objective. Driven to desperation by Tsuyu, he felt compelled to seek external assistance. Yet, in pursuit of his own ambitions, Blackbeard resolved to take one final gamble. Naturally, he had not relinquished his original objectives. Should he achieve them, it would be splendid. This was, in fact, a deep-seated obsession within him. How could he simply abandon it? In the bar, Tsuyu and Marco ascended to the second floor. At this moment, although Marco had recovered from his fright, his gaze towards Tsuyu still harbored an undercurrent of fear, and he felt somewhat restrained in the presence of Tsuyu. Thus, Captain Marco, what shall be your choice? Will you merely alleviate Whitebeard's suffering, or do you aspire to restore him to his former glory? Without hesitation, Marco opted for the latter. To restore him to his peak. The cost would be 10 devil fruits, at least 2 of which must be of the Logia type. As Tsuyu spoke, he casually picked up an apple from the table, while his other hand, palm facing upward and fingers splayed, began to gather an ethereal green glow that seemed to emanate from the void. Marco watched in awe as countless streams of green luminescence coalesced in Tsuyu's palm, forming a small orb of gentle green light that deepened in color as the glow intensified. At that moment, the room they occupied was engulfed in an infinite green radiance. Marco, who wielded the immortal flame representing life, could distinctly sense that although the orb was not overwhelmingly brilliant, it contained an astonishing vitality within. This astonishing scene left Marco utterly astounded, and what astonished him even more was the sensation that his physical condition seemed to be improving remarkably. It was as though he had been burdened by a heavy pack, which had now inexplicably vanished, granting his body an exhilarating sense of relaxation. Even his breathing appeared to have become noticeably more effortless. Such a miraculous power instilled in Marco a profound belief in Tsuyu's words. And the thought of his father regaining health and returning to his former glory dispelled the shadows cast by his recent encounter with Blackbeard, filling his heart with uncontainable joy. After a brief moment, it seemed that the gathering was complete, and no new luminescence emerged. The room dimmed, revealing the green orb in Tsuyu's palm, which shone with a brilliance akin to that of a diamond while simultaneously possessing a depth reminiscent of an abyss. These two entirely contradictory sensations coexisted within the orb. Tsuyu gently shook the orb before bringing his hands together, embedding the green light within an apple. The apple momentarily radiated a bright glow that illuminated the entire room before fading back to its ordinary appearance. The apple served merely as a vessel. Without it, Marco's initial contact with the orb would result in immediate absorption, rendering it incapable of reaching Whitebeard. Chapter 46, Marco's narrow escape upon witnessing the completion of the apple's creation. Tsuyu casually tossed it towards Marco. Typically unfazed by catching cannonballs, Marco found himself somewhat flustered at the prospect of catching an apple. This was no ordinary fruit. It symbolized the hope of his father's recovery and represented the essence of 10 devil fruits. Marco dared not allow this apple to suffer any harm. He gingerly cradled the apple and moved it closer to his gaze, observing it with curiosity while instinctively calming his breath. Yet, no matter how he looked at it, it remained an ordinary apple, and the previously profound and resplendent green orb seemed like a mere illusion. Marco had previously pondered how Tsuyu would restore Whitebeard to his peak, whether through some miraculous potion or by treating him directly. He had already been racking his brain over how to persuade Whitebeard to accept treatment, knowing well how stubborn he could be. It had taken considerable effort for them to convince him to agree to medical intervention, and this time, Marco had not mentioned his visit to Tsuyu, merely stating that he had personal matters to attend to. Little did he expect that what he would ultimately receive was an apple that appeared strikingly mundane. Just let Whitebeard eat this apple, Tsuyu assured him. Rest assured, it won't spoil so easily. Observing Marco's meticulous demeanor, Tsuyu couldn't help but shake his head and offered a gentle reminder. Marco looked up, embarrassed, and smiled before carefully placing the apple into a bag and fastening it to his waist. However, he suddenly realized that he had not brought any devil fruits with him. It was unlikely that a normal person would carry them around. Having obtained the item yet lacking the means to pay for it left him feeling somewhat awkward. The thought of returning the apple to prepare funds was unappealing. Noticing Marco's discomfort, Suyu casually remarked, "It's all right. You can take the apple back to Whitebeard first. As for the devil fruits, just bring them to me within 3 months. I have faith in the reputation of your Whitebeard pirates." "Thank you, boss. I will begin searching for the devil fruits as soon as I return." Marco expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After all, Suyu could have insisted on a strict exchange of payment for goods, and given Suyu's formidable strength, Marco would have been left with no recourse but to comply. Instead, Suyu chose to extend credit, allowing Whitebeard to alleviate his suffering sooner. After bidding farewell to Suyu, Marco exited the bar and transformed into his phoenix form, soaring into the sky, causing quite a stir on the streets. As he flew, Marco glanced around, searching for any sign of Blackbeard, but found none. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to return home. He had hoped to seize Blackbeard in the process, but the villain had vanished too swiftly. Finding him now would be uncertain. It was best to return promptly and deliver the apple to his father. This time, it can be said that Blackbeard has narrowly escaped a calamity. What Marco remains oblivious to is that it is not Blackbeard who has eluded fate, but rather himself. Had he truly encountered Blackbeard, his fate might well have mirrored that of Ace, being delivered to the Navy and imprisoned in the notorious Impel Down. Recently, the underworld has been rife with turmoil, as the crownless king, Joker, has issued a bounty. The bounty offered is exceptionally generous, and the task at hand poses no life-threatening risks. Thus, countless desperate individuals are fervently pursuing it. At this moment, all those targeted by the bounty seem to transform into adversaries. The objective of this bounty is to uncover clues regarding the enigmatic Pluto. Although it is set within the underworld, the world government has its own arrangements in place, making them aware of this bounty almost instantaneously. After all, the name Pluto has long been a focal point of their attention. Upon learning of this development, it was no surprise that Don Quixote Doflamingo was summoned for a discussion. While others may not know he is Joker, the world government is certainly aware of his true identity. If not for the consideration of his status, the meeting would not have been merely a discussion, but rather a pretext to imprison him under a fabricated charge. The specifics of their conversation remain known only to the 5 elders and Doflamingo himself. However, following this encounter, the world government appeared to tacitly endorse his actions. As for why Doflamingo suddenly sought Pluto, one must trace back to a week prior. It was a day bathed in brilliant sunshine, unmarred by clouds. Yet Diamante, one of Doflamingo's top commanders, found himself in stark contrast to the splendid weather, as he had been dispatched to deliver gifts to Suyu. Having personally experienced the terror of Suyu, and after seeing subsequent news reports, Diamante now held an inexplicable reverence for the Sabaody archipelago. Nevertheless, he had no choice. He was compelled to obey Doflamingo's orders. Thus, he arrived at the entrance of the Wish Bar once more, his emotions a tangled web. After steadying himself, he cautiously pushed open the door, relieved to find the bar empty. Behind the counter, Miranda was cleaning glasses and regarded Diamante with evident hostility, bluntly asking, "What do you want?" Suppressing his discomfort, Diamante forced a strained smile. "My good fellow, I'm not here to cause trouble. We may have had a slight misunderstanding last time. So my young master sent me to deliver some gifts to your boss, as a form of apology. Please, inform your boss." Miranda frowned, instinctively feeling a sense of aversion. Sensing that Diamante's intentions were not entirely sincere, ultimately he decided to let his boss make the final judgment. "Wait here, I will fetch the boss." Diamante bent slightly, smiling ingratiatingly. It was not his desire to bow, but his towering height would otherwise risk damaging the bar. Before Miranda could summon anyone, Suyu had already descended. "Boss." Upon seeing Suyu, Miranda called out and stood behind him. "Your Excellency Suyu." "I." Diamante's words were abruptly cut off by Sueyu's brusque interruption. "I know why you are here. You should leave." "Suyu, while I am still in a good mood, leave." Diamante felt the weight of that terrifying aura once more, rendering him speechless. He swallowed hard, ultimately saying nothing, filled with fear and humiliation as he departed in discontent. Chapter 47. Whitebeard Shines. Doflamingo found himself in a predicament. The gift-giving had failed, and it seemed Suyu was intent on eliminating him. Ever since Diamante's return, Doflamingo had been anxiously on edge, fearing that one day Suyu might descend upon him like Kaido had done before, ready to take his life. Although Doflamingo could not fathom why Suyu had yet to arrive, he was certain that the day would come. Thus, he felt compelled to seek out means of self-defense. As a former celestial dragon, though expelled at a young age, he possessed knowledge of certain things, such as the existence of ancient weapons. While he was uncertain of their true power, The world government's relentless pursuit of the Pluto battleship indicated that its might was far beyond mere imagination. Therefore, Doflamingo placed all his hopes upon Pluto. He had no choice for whether or not Pluto could rival Suyu. It was the most formidable strength he could conceive of at present. In a certain sea area of the New World, the Moby Dick drifted upon the waves. At that moment, a pirate stationed at the lookout suddenly spotted a distant glimmer. He hastily seized his binoculars and soon discerned that the light was emanating from a magnificent bird engulfed in vibrant flames. Upon witnessing this fiery creature, the pirate felt a wave of relief wash over him, for the Whitebeard pirates were intimately familiar with this avian marvel. Moments later, the fiery bird alighted upon the deck, its resplendent plumage gradually retracting to reveal a burly man with a pineapple-shaped head, clad in little more than his bare torso. He exchanged greetings with those around him before approaching Whitebeard. "Father, I have returned," he exclaimed. Whitebeard, while silent, felt a sense of reassurance. Although he knew that few could pose a threat to Marco, a lingering instinctual worry remained, perhaps a reflection of a father's concern. At that moment, Marco produced an unremarkable apple and handed it to Whitebeard. "Father, have an apple," he exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, Marco, you didn't venture out just to procure an apple, did you?" Before Whitebeard could respond, Diamond Jozu chimed in with a teasing remark, prompting laughter from the surrounding pirates. Whether their amusement was genuine or merely a show of support for Jozu remained uncertain, yet the deck was soon filled with a jovial atmosphere. Indeed, Marco's claim of having gone out on an errand only to return with a single apple did seem rather peculiar. Even Whitebeard found himself chuckling. "One apple is hardly enough to fill my gaps," he bellowed. "You might as well keep it for yourself, Marco." "Father, this is specially for you. Please eat it, and I will explain afterward," Marco urged. Hearing this, Jozu quickly interjected. "Marco, what strange thing have you found now?" "Father, you need not eat it just yet. Allow me to have a taste first." As he spoke, he reached for the apple, but Marco swiftly dodged his grasp. "What are you trying to taste? With that massive mouth of yours, you'd devour the apple whole." Whitebeard observed Marco, disregarding Jozu's words, and directly took hold of the apple. After all, it was a gift from his son, and he trusted that Marco would not lead him astray. The apple in Whitebeard's hand appeared akin to a large cherry. He opened his mouth wide and tossed it in, crunching it down along with the pit, swallowing it whole. Witnessing Whitebeard consume the apple, Jozu and the others nervously watched him, while Marco too gazed intently, curious to see what might transpire. However, Whitebeard exhibited no reaction after eating the apple, not even a burp. This caused Jaws to exhale in relief, inwardly chiding himself for his previous overreaction. That had clearly been an ordinary apple, after all. Marco, too, felt a twinge of confusion, as he distinctly sensed the pure vitality emanating from it. Why then, was there no discernible reaction? At that moment, the old man with the white beard emitted a sound of surprise, and suddenly, he became illuminated. It was as if countless shimmering luminescences danced around his entire being. Viewed from this angle, his form appeared somewhat translucent, revealing the intricate patterns of his muscles and veins, along with the blood coursing through them. Subsequently, everything about him transformed into a resplendent golden-green hue. His eyes, skin, internal organs, muscles, blood, and even his hair, or rather, the absence of it. As the old man was bald, in that instant, he resembled a statue meticulously carved from green glass. "Father," this extraordinary scene left Jaws and the others, who were unaware of the truth, in a state of utmost anxiety. Impulsive Jaws was about to rush forward, but was swiftly stopped by the quick-witted Marco. "Marco, what on earth did you give Dad?" Jaws exclaimed. "Calm down, Jaws." Even Marco, who was aware of the situation, was momentarily startled. However, he retained his composure. He understood that if Suyu intended to harm Whitebeard, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. Furthermore, he could not misinterpret that pure vitality. Thus, Whitebeard's condition at that moment was likely within the realm of normalcy. Indeed, in the next instant, Whitebeard spoke. "Calm down. I'm fine." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the group felt a slight relief, though they remained concerned, gazing anxiously at him, who was still emanating a green luminescence. In truth, within Whitebeard's heart, tumultuous waves of shock were surging. To outsiders, he appeared merely to be glowing with green light, seemingly unchanged. Yet, Whitebeard's sensations were entirely different. He felt enveloped in warmth, as if his entire being was immersed in a soothing spring. This warmth seemed almost alive, continuously penetrating his body. As this process unfolded, Whitebeard was astonished to discover that his condition seemed to be improving significantly. He was acutely aware of his own body, his fruit, while immensely powerful, placed a tremendous burden on him. Whenever he vibrated space, his body and organs would feel the impact, and the various hidden injuries he had sustained over the years were nearly unbearable. It was only due to his extraordinary physique that he had managed to endure thus far. Otherwise, he would have long since been 6 feet under. However, now, with the infusion of warmth, Whitebeard felt a delightful tingling throughout his body. To his astonishment, he found that those stubborn hidden injuries were gradually healing, and the pain in his organs had transformed into a refreshing sensation of comfort. Not only was he recovering from his injuries, but he also sensed a remarkable resurgence in his physical state. This invigorating feeling was both familiar and foreign to him. It was reminiscent of his youth, of the time when he stood at the pinnacle of his power. After a brief moment, it appeared as if all the green luminescence had been absorbed by Whitebeard's body, the glow gradually fading away as he returned to a normal state. Seeing Whitebeard restored and seemingly unharmed, those around him, including Marco, collectively exhaled in relief. "Dad, how do you feel?" Jaws, ever the hothead, was the first to inquire. Whitebeard did not respond. He was still somewhat dazed, and even with his vast experience, he struggled to comprehend the events that had just transpired. After a moment of silence, he swatted away the intravenous needle still embedded in his arm. The towering figure of over 7 meters stood up, stretched, and slowly made his way to the ship's railing. "Father." Jaws and the others looked on, perplexed by Whitebeard's series of unusual actions and unable to grasp their significance. Yet, they dared not intervene and simply observed his movements. Upon reaching the railing, Whitebeard inhaled the moist, refreshing air. Previously, each breath had been a moderate torment, his lungs burning with pain. While it was not unbearable, the consistency of the discomfort was taxing. However, now, he felt as though he had been gifted with new lungs. He had never realized how pleasurable breathing could be. Not only were his lungs rejuvenated, but his once diminished heart now pulsed with vigor, pumping fresh blood throughout his body. His muscles, previously stiff, now felt liberated. It was akin to a person who had been encased in a heavy iron suit suddenly shedding that weight. Feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom, as if he could soar into the skies, overwhelmed by the comfort of his revitalization. Whitebeard had experienced such sensations in his youth. Yet after enduring years of frailty, returning to such a state felt surreal, almost intoxicating. He gazed into the distance where the sky met the sea, inhaled deeply, and raised his right hand, forming a fist as he twisted his waist to gather strength, creating a transparent white energy field around his fist. With a mighty punch, he struck the air before him, causing it to shatter, rippling outward in a myriad of cracks, centering around his fist. The space trembled violently, with his right fist as the epicenter, sending terrifying shockwaves rippling into the distance. Then, Whitebeard lowered his hand, and for a moment, the sea lay tranquil, as though he had merely struck the air for no purpose. However, he could not possibly engage in futile actions. This calm was merely the prelude to an impending storm. A moment later, the once calm sea erupted with astonishing energy, churning into countless waves, as if it had been sliced apart like a piece of cake. Each section misaligned at varying angles. The tumultuous ocean pushed the Moby Dick further away, the once mighty ship now swaying precariously under nature's immense power, drifting with the currents. Marco transformed into his phoenix form and took flight, while Jaws and the others grasped onto anything within reach to stabilize themselves on the ship. Yet, Whitebeard stood firm, as though his feet were glued to the deck. The sea continued to thrash about, but fortunately, the Moby Dick was situated on the periphery of the upheaval. So despite the apparent danger, it remained safe from true peril. However, others were not so fortunate. Far from Whitebeard and his crew, a naval monitoring team had been leisurely conducting their surveillance. Given that Whitebeard, while fearsome, was generally stable in temperament, the monitoring personnel had felt little psychological burden. Yet, no one could have anticipated that the seemingly tranquil Whitebeard, who had been receiving an intravenous drip, would suddenly appear to go mad, launching a powerful punch in their direction. That blow was immensely heavy, causing the sea itself to shudder, rolling violently beneath them. The tumult of the sea was concerning. But what mattered most was that they were still atop its surface. As the tumultuous sea roiled, they found themselves utterly doomed. The small vessel disintegrated, and they could only struggle desperately against the furious waters, striving to keep their heads above the surface. If fortune smiled upon them, perhaps the sea would soon relent, granting them a few splintered remnants of their ship, a small plank or two. In truth, Whitebeard bore no ill will towards them. Although he was acutely aware of being under the watchful gaze of the Navy, the specifics of their location eluded him, for the distance was indeed considerable. His punch was merely a random choice of direction, a testament to the sheer misfortune of those observing him. Moments later, The raging sea finally grew weary and chose to lie still. The surface calmed, and the Moby Dick came to a steady halt, allowing Marco to descend onto the deck. Apart from him, everyone else on the deck was drenched, rendered utterly disheveled and distressed. However, the group of naval observers was far less fortunate. Their ship had been torn apart by the earlier violent waves, leaving only scattered remnants of wood upon the water, exhausted from their desperate struggle against the frenzied sea. The observers clung to the debris, which barely afforded them the ability to float and momentarily rest. Fortunately, they were all still alive, with no casualties, and even more fortuitously, one among them possessed a din mushy. Gazing at the now tranquil surface, Whitebeard inhaled deeply the moist air, only to exhale forcefully. What a delightful sensation. Indeed. It was exhilarating. For several years now, he had refrained from unleashing his power, and due to his deteriorating health, he had restrained his strength during previous confrontations. His body could no longer withstand the strain of full exertion. Yet that punch had been a release of pure, unrestrained vigor. It had been far too long since he experienced such a liberating display of force. Those who have never endured the debilitating weakness that renders one incapable of harnessing their own strength cannot fathom the profound exhilaration and reflection that filled Whitebeard's heart at this moment. It felt as though he had broken the shackles of life, stood upon the clouds, and trampled everything beneath his feet, as if he were invincible. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Chapter 49. A bewildered Sengoku observing Whitebeard's hearty laughter and apparent joy, Jozu and the others were left perplexed, their faces a portrait of confusion. Only Marco, who understood the circumstances, was filled with excitement. It seemed the plan had indeed borne fruit. Father had truly returned to his peak. After a brief moment of elation, the recently revived Whitebeard, still somewhat lightheaded, regained his usual composure. He turned to look at his sons, finally setting his gaze upon Marco, who was fervently watching him. Once the initial thrill subsided, Whitebeard pondered why his body had suddenly returned to its prime state. It was all thanks to that apple Marco had urged him to consume at the outset. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary apple, yet the results now clearly indicated that it was anything but ordinary. What on earth is happening? Marco must surely know. Just as he was about to inquire, he suddenly felt an itch on his head. Instinctively, he raised his hand to scratch, but as he did so, Whitebeard realized that the sensation was rather peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, he removed the scarf that enveloped his head. Instead of a chilling sensation, he experienced a sense of liberation, only to feel something cascade down from the top of his head. Suddenly, a silky texture brushed against his face. He turned his gaze and was astonished to discover what it was, a strand of golden hair. Whitebeard was momentarily dumbfounded. He hastily reached up to touch his head, only to find not the familiar smoothness of his scalp, but rather the long-lost sensation of hair. He had grown his hair back. That resplendent cascade of golden locks shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, nearly dazzling Marco and his brothers. What did they witness? Their father had, astonishingly, regrown his hair. Moreover, they noticed that the scars on Whitebeard's chest had vanished, as if he had never been wounded at all. Not only that, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes appeared to have diminished, and his entire demeanor seemed transformed. The previous Whitebeard resembled a once mighty lion in its twilight, still imposing but aged to the point of retreating to his territory. Yet now, Whitebeard resembled a newly matured lion, exuding vitality at its peak, radiating an astonishing aura of dominance that compelled others to avert their gaze from his eyes. This astonishing transformation left them utterly astounded. Even Whitebeard himself was taken aback. Regaining his composure, Whitebeard redirected his gaze towards Marco. At this moment, Jozu and the others also realized that all these changes stemmed from the apple Marco had given to their father, thus they too turned their attention to Marco, making him the center of scrutiny. "Speak, Marco, what exactly is going on?" Whitebeard inquired with a calm demeanor. Marco then recounted the events concerning Suyu to Whitebeard. After listening, Whitebeard fell into a contemplative silence. Reflecting on Suyu, the overwhelming sense of invincibility that had previously filled Whitebeard dissipated entirely. Indeed, even if he regained his peak strength, he would merely surpass Kaido and the like by a tier. Although he had yet to encounter Suyu personally, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Suyu. The mere fact that Suyu had restored him to his former glory with an apple imbued with unknown powers demonstrated that he would possess no capacity to retaliate against Suyu. Moreover, in facing Suyu, it was likely that he would fare worse than Kaido. Kaido's physical prowess was formidable, and his recovery capabilities were at the pinnacle for a Zoan-type awakened user. It was precisely due to this extraordinary resilience that Kaido managed to endure until the very end against Suyu. while Whitebeard boasted impressive offensive power and reasonable defense. His recovery abilities were merely on par with ordinary monstrous beings. Should he suffer Suyu's ailments, he might very well succumb midway, overwhelmed by the onslaught. This entire affair was merely a transaction. He had exchanged 10 devil fruits for that miraculous apple. Yet, without Suyu, 100 devil fruits could not have accomplished such a miraculous feat. Thus, in a theoretical sense, he owed Suyu a debt of gratitude and would certainly refrain from turning against him. Had Whitebeard known beforehand that Marco sought Suyu for his own purposes, he would have staunchly opposed Marco's endeavor. It was not that Whitebeard was unwilling to reclaim his peak. Rather, it was a matter of pride inherent to the strong. Even if he had to grit his teeth and endure, he would not seek assistance from others. However, since Marco had acted decisively and sought Suyu for a resolution, Whitebeard chose not to be petulant or discontent, recognizing that Marco's actions were ultimately for his benefit. Jozu and the others did not ponder these complexities. They were simply in awe of Suyu's prowess while rejoicing in their father's recovery. After a moment of silence, Whitebeard declared, "In that case, let us swiftly procure 2 nature-type devil fruits. Crew, we have a new mission." This final statement was directed at all present. Although their warehouse housed a few devil fruits, none were of the nature type, which was exceedingly rare. Consuming such fruits would elevate one to a figure of renown across the seas, rendering them nearly invincible unless confronted by an opponent wielding haki. Thus, should anyone discover such fruits, they would typically consume them rather than offer them for sale. Consequently, acquiring such items was largely a matter of fortune. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, the crew of pirates responded enthusiastically, eager to do anything for their father. Whitebeard's sudden outburst was of considerable significance, as he was one of the 4 emperors and a vital part of the world's balance. Even the slightest disturbance could trigger a massive chain reaction. Consequently, although the surveillance personnel remained concealed, they swiftly contacted Admiral Sengoku to report the incident after regaining some strength. The call connected promptly, and the surveillance officer relayed the news to Sengoku. After hanging up, Sengoku furrowed his brow in contemplation. He found it perplexing that, by nature, Whitebeard was not an erratic individual. It was unusual for him to act without reason, and considering Whitebeard's state, it was difficult not to speculate about his declining condition, particularly given that he had refrained from direct confrontation in recent years. However, if that were the case, one would expect Whitebeard to exhibit greater composure. Why then did he suddenly lash out at the sea? Could it be that Whitebeard had discovered the presence of those monitoring him, prompting his ire? Yet, to avoid detection, the surveillance team had maintained a distance of several kilometers from the Moby Dick. Was it truly just a fleeting impulse? In a haze of confusion, Sengoku, even with his reputation as a strategic genius, could not fathom the reasoning behind Whitebeard's actions. Chapter 50, Turning Point in the Wishful Tavern. Miranda set down the book he had just finished and stretched languidly. Gazing at the towering pile of books before him, he felt a surge of reflection. He had never anticipated reading so extensively. From the initial obscurity of the first book to his increasing speed and delight, his thoughts seemed to sharpen. A transformation he had never dared to envision. The books before him, meticulously organized by Suyu, encompassed a vast array of knowledge spanning various fields such as medicine, navigation, astronomy, cartography, meteorology, history, haki, and more. The breadth of this knowledge was truly remarkable, and at this moment, Miranda's insights could undoubtedly place him among the elite in the world, worthy of the title of scholar. Such an abundance of knowledge, for an ordinary individual, is evidently insurmountable within the span of a mere month. Even if one were to skim through it, it would amount to nothing more than a superficial glance, devoid of comprehension. However, can we truly regard Miranda as an ordinary person? Clearly not. He is, after all, a distinguished saint of the Pegasus constellation. It is important to recognize that while the combat prowess of the saints is extraordinarily formidable, they too must cultivate the power of the mind, which is referred to as the small universe. This ethereal concept is nothing short of omnipotent. It not only enhances combat abilities but also significantly augments one's mental faculties, cognitive skills, and more. When necessary, one can unleash this mental power, manifesting strength that surpasses their inherent capabilities. In simpler terms, an ordinary person could shout, "Awaken, my small universe," and, in the next moment, deliver a crushing blow to the formidable Kaido of the 4 emperors. Thus, Miranda's cognitive abilities were amplified by the divine armor, propelling his intelligence from a mere double digit to a remarkable triple digit. Consequently, this daunting pile of books, which would intimidate any ordinary person, was successfully absorbed and comprehended by Miranda within a month. With his cultural foundation now firmly established, the next step is the enhancement of his tangible abilities. Elevating one's strength is a straightforward endeavor, achieved through practical experience. So you will create a phantasm whose attributes in power, speed, and reflexes will surpass Miranda's by a fine margin, and Miranda's objective is to vanquish this illusion. Such training is undeniably arduous, for at its onset, it is merely a relentless barrage of blows. The adversary possesses an edge over you, albeit just a fraction, leaving you perpetually teetering on the brink of success, yet unable to land a single hit, which can be utterly exasperating. It is a profound assault on both body and spirit. Nevertheless, Mylander perseveres with steadfast determination, cognizant that this is for his own benefit in this chaotic world. He must cultivate strength to survive. During this period, Suyu relishes the joy of imparting knowledge to his disciple, which involves clandestinely capturing unflattering photographs of Mylander. Each time Mylander is felled to the ground or makes a comical attempt to evade an attack and fails, Suyu discreetly activates his camera, immortalizing these cherished moments. Whether Mylander perceives these instances as delightful is of no consequence. Thus, a month slips by quietly. For the past month, Miranda has endured rigorous training. Suyu, gazing at the photos she captured of Miranda during his sessions, couldn't help but smile with a hint of empathy. The training has been arduous, yet its effectiveness is undeniable. Miranda's strength has improved dramatically compared to just a month ago. However, to secure a steadfast victory over Doflamingo, there remains a noticeable gap in their abilities. Doflamingo's string fruit may initially seem like a feeble power, yet he has skillfully harnessed its potential, transforming it into a formidable asset. Not only is his offensive capability astonishingly potent, but he has also devised numerous creative applications, binding clouds to soar through the skies, manipulating others as puppets, suturing internal injuries, and even creating string clones. It becomes evident that true strength lies not merely in the fruit itself, but in the wielder's prowess. Consider Whitebeard's tremor fruit. If someone else were to consume it, they might unleash a mere tremor before succumbing to their own internal chaos. Yet, Whitebeard has established the tremor fruit as the most powerful paramecia-type fruit in existence, highlighting the vast disparity in strength. In fact, Doflamingo's puppet strings are particularly effective against Miranda. Suyu couldn't shake the feeling that Doflamingo's technique bears a striking resemblance to a renowned character from Saint Seiya, Minus, one of the 3 judges of the underworld. Minus's signature move, the starry puppet strings, operates on the principle of manipulating his opponents with invisible threads, rendering them completely under his control. The victim becomes a mere puppet, unable to resist even the slightest movement of their fingers, while Minus can torment or even eliminate them at will. This thought ignited a spark in Suyu's imagination, envisioning a fateful clash between the pirate Pegasus and the pirate Minus, a battle destined to unfold. Throughout the month, members of the Whitebeard Pirates have scoured the world in search of a Logia-type devil fruit. Fortune smiled upon their relentless efforts, although such fruits are exceedingly rare. They stumbled upon a single one. Indeed, they found only one, and its discovery was entirely serendipitous. Initially, a search party paused on a small island to rest after days of exhaustive pursuit. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Consequently, the group divided into 2 factions. One remained aboard the ship while the other ventured into the island's forest in search of edible fruits and vegetables, hoping to encounter some delightful creatures along the way. However, fate intervened. During their quest for sustenance, they unexpectedly discovered a Logia-type devil fruit, guarded by a fearsome serpent. The pirates initially intended to use the creature for their evening barbecue. After much effort, they managed to subdue the enormous snake. Just as they prepared to carry its lifeless form back, they turned to find an unusually peculiar fruit resembling a mutated pineapple growing from the rocky wall. This discovery filled the pirates with immense joy, prompting them to hastily pluck the fruit and rush back, disregarding even the grilled snake meat. Thus, the first natural-type fruit was dramatically found. However, it seemed as if this fortunate encounter had exhausted all their luck. In the subsequent 20 days of searching, they failed to locate even a single ordinary devil fruit. Just when despair began to set in, a turning point unexpectedly emerged. Chapter 51. The Golden Emperor. After over 20 days of fruitless efforts and no glimmer of hope, the members of the Whitebeard pirate crew were driven to the brink of anxiety. With only a little more than 2 months remaining, they needed to allocate sufficient time to deliver the devil fruit to Suyu. Yet, with half of their time already elapsed, they had only managed to find one natural-type fruit, while the second remained elusive, leaving even seasoned captains like Marco feeling somewhat helpless. They were undeniably strong, But in situations like this, sheer strength was insufficient. As they anxiously continued their search, a piece of news was dispatched by the newsbirds, reaching every corner of the world. Simultaneously, prominent figures across the globe received an invitation adorned with golden powder, such as the king of the seas, underworld leaders, and kings of great nations. Naturally, the Whitebeard pirate crew, as one of the four emperors, also received this invitation. Upon seeing it, the captains, who had been frantically scratching their heads to the point of near baldness, felt a wave of relief wash over them. The gloomy expressions that had previously marred their faces were replaced by smiles, as the oppressive atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick was finally lifted. What then was the content of this invitation? It announced an upcoming auction in the world's largest entertainment city, Girontezzolo, inviting renowned figures from all over the globe to participate. The centerpiece of this auction was none other than a natural-type devil fruit. Moreover, this was no ordinary natural-type fruit. It was known as the earth fruit, or the soil fruit. Consuming this fruit would allow one to merge with the earth, enabling the user to create earthquakes. If developed properly, it could certainly become a calamity of a mobile nature. This message has traveled across the globe alongside news reports. As for the invitations to the auction, it is not the case that only those who receive them can attend. If one is willing to part with a considerable sum of money, they may gain entry. However, this considerable sum is likely to be astonishingly high. Should another host hold such an auction, there might be skepticism about its authenticity, or perhaps some desperate souls would resort to robbery. Yet this auction is set in the fabled Golden City, and the organizer is none other than the legendary figure known as the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro. The Golden City of Gran Tesoro is an immense golden vessel spanning 10 kilometers, adorned with a town that claims to be the largest amusement center in the world. Furthermore, it is recognized as an independent nation by the world government, which supposedly cannot act at will within its confines, wielding powers akin to those of the celestial dragons. This alone ensures that no one dares to act recklessly here. The owner of this amusement city is none other than the Golden Emperor Tesoro, a man reputed to possess 20% of the world's wealth, a veritable titan of affluence. Not only is he wealthy, but he also possesses formidable personal strength, being a user of the gold fruit. Interestingly, this fruit was initially seized from Don Quixote da Flamingo. Tesoro has awakened the full potential of his fruit, exhibiting tremendous power. The entirety of the Golden City is imbued with gold, making it undoubtedly Tesoro's domain, where his strength is amplified by at least 10%. Moreover, fine gold dust perpetually drifts in the air above the city, clinging to the guests who enter and being inhaled into their bodies. It is worth noting that Tesoro, as the gold fruit user, can control this gold dust. Consequently, anyone who enters the Golden City is practically a fish at the mercy of the hook. Thus, with his wealth, authority, and formidable abilities, Tesoro dares to host such an auction, even extending invitations to the four emperors, regardless of what others may think. Marco and his companions are resolute in their pursuit of this natural-type fruit. They are determined to acquire it, for who knows when another such opportunity might arise. Over the past few days, they have been fervently amassing wealth, tirelessly working to gather funds, though they know this money will inevitably be spent. This expenditure causes Whitebeard some anguish. One of his hobbies is saving money, and his usual frugality makes this large outlay particularly painful for him. Time passed quietly, and before long, it was the day before the auction. At this moment, various sailing vessels of normal size were docked around the colossal ship named Gran Tesoro. Some bore the Jolly Roger of pirates, while others displayed the banners of merchant fleets, and there were even ships flying the flag of the world government. Indeed, this is the largest amusement city in the world, and it would be remiss for the pleasure-seeking celestial dragons to miss out, as they are frequent visitors here. Interestingly, the city's master, Golden Emperor Tesoro, harbors an irreconcilable hatred for the celestial dragons, for his beloved Stella was purchased by them and subjected to slavery, ultimately leading to her demise. Upon learning of Stella's death, Tesoro's heart twisted irrevocably, fostering an obsession with wealth, as he believed that had he possessed sufficient riches, he could have redeemed her before the celestial dragons. Subsequently, he became the wealthiest man in the world, the Golden Emperor. Yet unbeknownst to him, he transformed into the very type of person he once despised, mingling with the powerful aristocracy and even engaging amiably with the celestial dragons, completely forgetting the hatred he once harbored towards them and his desire to eradicate all nobility. Perhaps this is the nature of pretense. One dons a mask for so long that it becomes reality. After many years, he awakens to the realization that there is no mask, that is indeed his true face. This cannot be deemed anything less than tragic. As the host of this auction, the Golden Emperor had been waiting at the entrance to receive esteemed guests since the early hours. Ordinary patrons were attended to by specially trained maidens, while he reserved his attention for those of greater significance, such as the celestial dragons and the four emperors. At the entrance stood Tezzolo, his hair a striking shade of gray-green, slicked back into a grand style, adorned in a light crimson suit, embellished with an array of golden jewelry, golden earrings, rings, and necklaces, captivating all under the shimmering lights. His face bore a smile that was indistinguishable as genuine or feigned. Beside him stood his capable assistant, Baccarat, a statuesque beauty with flowing red hair. She was deemed indispensable due to her ability as a luck fruit user, capable of absorbing the fortunes of others, thereby bringing them misfortune, a valuable asset in the realm of entertainment, where gambling is a cornerstone industry. Chapter 52, Uninvited Guests. To encapsulate the scene at the entrance in a single phrase, it would be a veritable mlang of individuals. Every kind of person was present, from brutish and savage pirates to elegantly clad nobles, a true tapestry of humanity. At that moment, a sailing vessel approached from the distance, its bow adorned with the image of a toothy smiling whale. Above it, the pirate flag fluttered, featuring two crossed bones beneath a skull with crescent-shaped mustaches. Upon sighting this iconic pirate ship, a stir erupted among the crowd that had gathered at the entrance. It was the Whitebeard pirates. Despite the knowledge that they were in a safe zone, the mere presence of the legendary Yonko instilled a sense of unease in them. Moments later, the Grand Whale maneuvered through the multitude of vessels, docking at the specially constructed pier at the entrance. The nearby ships, witnessing the arrival of the whale, hastily shifted aside to make way for its entrance. This whale is not, in fact, the Pequod. Rather, it is a vessel constructed concurrently with the Pequod, sharing a similar design but slightly smaller in size and differing in color. After the whale came to a halt, a group of individuals disembarked, led by the immortal Marco and the formidable Diamond Jaws. Despite Marco often appearing as a weary middle-aged man in front of his comrades, he emanated a commanding presence in public. As for Jaws, there was no need for elaboration. His countenance, marked by an expression of rage, rendered him an intimidating figure that instilled fear in anyone who beheld him. The group moved forward with unwavering focus, their demeanor exuding an air of sophistication as they approached the entrance. Observing this, Tezzolo hastened to greet them. Despite Marco being a formidable pirate in his own right, his reputation alone did not warrant Tezzolo's personal reception. After all, in a confrontation between the two in the city, the outcome remained uncertain. However, Marco's presence was in representation of Whitebeard, which necessitated a certain level of decorum. As he met Marco and his entourage, Tezzolo addressed them with measured respect, stating, "Welcome, Captain Marco and Captain Josu, to my city. I sincerely hope you all have a delightful experience." Marco responded non-committally, "Let us hope so." The two individuals had little of substance to discuss, after exchanging a few pleasantries. Tezzolo specifically assigned several maidens to attend to Marco and his companions for the next few days. At that moment, several individuals donned in peculiar attire, adorned with transparent bubble-like headgear, approached with a languid gait. These are, in fact, the true individuals that Tezzolo must welcome, the celestial dragons. Upon sighting these figures, others hastily retreat, fearful of attracting their attention. "Tezzolo, do you have any new slaves?" Before Tezzolo could respond, an exceedingly grotesque celestial dragon with an excessively oiled hairstyle interjected. Tezzolo, with a forced smile, replied, "There is no need to rush. Please, take a day to relax. Everything you desire will be available at tomorrow's auction." Ha ha ha, slaves. 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 These individuals were pacified by Tezzolo and escorted by designated guides for amusement. Observing their retreating figures, Tezzolo maintained an enigmatic smile, his eyes shimmering with an indiscernible emotion, perhaps apathy or something else entirely. Upon entering the Golden City, Marco and his companions resolved to indulge in a meal, having heard tales of the exquisite cuisine that this locale offered. Since they were already there, it was imperative to savor the delights. They ventured into an opulent barbecue establishment, a haven for pirates who relished hearty feasting and copious drinking. The establishment was perfectly suited to their tastes, serving an array of delectable meats sourced from sea kings, renowned for their rich flavor and nutritional value. Almost every celebrated vintage from around the globe could be found here, making it a veritable paradise for gourmands and connoisseurs of fine wine. As they entered, Marco instinctively surveyed the surroundings, only to lock eyes with a pair of brooding orbs. The owner of those eyes was a towering figure, his stature comparable to Marco's even while seated. Clad in heavy metal biker attire, he sported deep purple-brown hair, with the lower half of his face obscured by a thick scarf. This individual is none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the foremost of the suite commanders under the auspices of the Big Mom Pirates. Seated at the same table is a woman resembling an elderly witch, bearing a prominent scar upon her visage. Beside her is another figure adorned with long, flowing white hair that obscures one eye, wrapped in a voluminous scarf around her neck, and donning gloves upon her hands. Notably, she possesses a pair of legs that are strikingly disproportionate, unmistakably indicative of a member of the long-legged tribe. These two individuals are not to be underestimated. The woman resembling an old witch is named Charlotte Bre, a formidable user of the mirror fruit, granting her the ability to access alternate dimensions through any mirror. The other, a member of the long-legged tribe, is none other than Charlotte Smoothie, one of the three suite commanders who are the strongest subordinates of Big Mom. In the ruthless realm of the four Emperor's pirate crews, her prowess places her among the top three, a testament to her terrifying strength. Katakuri was savoring his grilled meat when he suddenly locked eyes with a pair of half-open, half-closed eyes, instinctively halting his movements. He and Marco found themselves engaged in an unspoken staring contest, their gazes deeply entwined. Noticing Katakuri's unusual behavior, Smoothie and BRLE inquired, "What troubles you, brother? Has something happened?" "Ah, I've spotted an acquaintance." Katakuri's muffled voice emerged from beneath his scarf. Indeed, even while dining, he refused to part with his scarf. Smoothie and BRLE followed Katakuri's gaze and discovered Marco and his companions, who were silently challenging him from a distance. Instantly, they tensed up before relaxing again. Although the dynamic between the two parties was sensitive, it had yet to escalate to open hostility. Their caution stemmed solely from the formidable strength of Marco and his allies, which posed a real threat. A confrontation was out of the question, perhaps in another setting. Katakuri might relish a sparring match with Marco, a friendly contest, but here in the Golden City, after all, it was someone else's territory. It would be prudent to maintain decorum. They had no ulterior motives for their visit, merely seeking a bit of excitement. Katakuri nodded at Marco as a form of greeting, which Marco reciprocated, and their shared gaze finally diverged. Soon after, Marco and his companions settled down, indulging in a feast. At that moment, a few unexpected visitors arrived in the Golden City, a fisherman accompanied by a golden-haired man and an orange-haired woman, stealthily infiltrating from beneath the waves. The allure of a natural-type fruit, particularly one with significant strategic value in warfare, had inevitably caught the attention of the Revolutionary Army. Thus, Dracul sent Sabo to seize this opportunity, adopting a straightforward approach, direct theft. After all, the Revolutionary Army, often viewed as pariahs wherever they went, could hardly engage in purchasing such an item without a willing seller. Chapter 53. Reliable Sabo. Sabo, do you have a plan? Rest assured, Kiara, do you still doubt me? It's precisely because of you that I harbor doubts, Kiara silently retorted. So, what is your plan, now that we have arrived in the Golden City? You ought to enlighten us. My plan is to secretly infiltrate the treasury and snatch that fruit. How splendid does that sound? Do you even know where this treasury is located? Well, how do you intend to sneak in? Have you considered that? Well, we'll just slip in silently. That is your grand plan. Oh, we can figure it out later. If all else fails, we'll just charge in. Trust in my strength, Kiara. With that, Sabo flexed his muscles with exaggerated flair, urging her to believe in his abilities. Kiara closed her eyes, tightly clenching her fists. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, she surged forward, delivering a resounding smack to Sabo's golden head. Despite enduring grievous injuries in battle without flinching, the Revolutionary Army's chief of staff winced in pain, gasping and crouching defensively. Observing Sabo's disheveled state brought Kiara a sense of satisfaction, finally releasing her pent-up irritation. Humph. From here on out, follow my lead. As Sabo rubbed his head vigorously, he slowly regained his composure, reflecting on how Kiara had grown increasingly bold in her actions, showing no concern for the potential damage to his skull. Could you keep it down, Kiara? We're supposed to be sneaking in. At those words, Kiara nearly exploded with outrage. Was this a joke? How could he dare utter such a thing? Did he not understand why they were hiding here? Looking around, they found themselves in a storage room overflowing with unrecognizable, bloodied meats. The air thick with an overwhelming stench of decay and seafood. A veritable feast for the senses that nearly made Kiara swoon with delight. As for why they were hiding here, one would have to ask Sabo, who was still rubbing his head. Upon their arrival, everything had gone smoothly. Their guide, Haku, remained in the sea to assist them while Sabo and Kiara were tasked with acquiring the fruit. However, shortly thereafter, as they stealthily made their way to the street, Kiara turned only to find Sabo had vanished. Minutes later, when they encountered him again, he was stuffed with food, clutching a massive bone-in chunk of meat and several skewers, and to top it off, he was not alone. He had brought along a gaggle of newly made friends. These newly acquainted friends are indeed fervent, wielding an assortment of objects, kitchen knives, water pipes, wine bottles, everything imaginable, relentlessly pursuing Sabo, unwilling to let him go. Yet, in stark contrast to these newfound companions, the bond between Sabo and Clara is evidently far deeper. Consequently, Sabo dashes toward Clara without hesitation, disregarding the heartfelt pleas of his friends behind him. "Stop right there. Damn you. Halt. You little brat. Don't run." Alas, regardless of their earnest entreaties, Sabo callously abandons them, shouting to Clara, "Clara, I'm back. Run. Run. To hell with that. I can't stand you, Sabo." Witnessing the scene where everyone chases after Sabo while he resolutely chooses his sentimental connection, Clara nearly faints from rage, wishing to kick the scoundrel to the ground. However, she manages to suppress the urge to retaliate, turning and running away instead. "Wait for me, Clara. Stop. Don't run. That orange-haired one is with them. Quick, pursue. Don't let them escape." Clara stifles her impulse to retaliate, pretending not to hear the commotion behind her, continuing her flight. Yet, her heart softens, and she subtly slows her pace, allowing Sabo to catch up quickly. "Clara, you must try this. It's incredibly delicious." As she gazes at the skewered meat Sabo offers, unknown in origin yet visually appealing, Clara cannot help but be amused by her own exasperation. "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. What a time to be thinking of food. Perhaps it would be better if you choked on it." Clara clenches her small fists, imagining landing a punch on Sabo's face, smashing that infuriating visage. Yet, seeing Sabo's radiant smile, she finds herself reluctant to follow through. "Never mind," Clara sighs internally, deciding to spare him this time. "What can I do? I indulge him. Such a troublesome companion." After a few deep breaths, she finally releases the pent-up frustration within her and bites into the meat skewer, devouring it without regard for her image, as if she were sinking her teeth into someone else's flesh. As she chews, Clara's eyes light up, surprisingly. The meat skewer is quite delectable. Comforted by the deliciousness, her mood lifts significantly, temporarily easing the distress of being pursued. And even Sabo's face becomes somewhat more palatable to her. As senior officers of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo and Clara, utilizing their agility, deftly evade their enthusiastic pursuers and take refuge in a storeroom filled with supplies. Thus, their current predicament is entirely the result of Sabo's obliviousness. And the very instigator of this situation now audaciously reminds Clara that they are in the midst of infiltrating. Clara, momentarily at a loss for reaction, thinks to herself that surely one of them has a problem, and she is convinced that she is the sane one. From now on, everything will be according to my command. Taking another deep breath, Clara suppresses her fury and speaks to Sabo as calmly as possible. Sabo initially considers countering her, believing his plan to be quite feasible, but upon meeting Clara's fierce gaze, her eyes seemingly conveying, "If you dare utter another word, I shall end you," he promptly concedes. Chapter 54. The Treasure Vault. Seeing Sabo begrudgingly nod, Clara lets out a huff and decides to spare him. She then sits cross-legged, propping her elbows on her knees, resting her chin in contemplation. She must carefully devise their next course of action. Clara first eliminates the option Sabo mentioned earlier, to storm and relying solely on brute strength. This is utterly impractical. The Golden Emperor's might is formidable, and currently, they find themselves on his home turf, akin to fish in a barrel. Furthermore, Tazolo's crew includes several troublesome individuals, such as the luck fruit user, Baccarat, whose abilities are maddeningly infuriating. Engaging her in combat feels as though the very world conspires against you, leaving one feeling abandoned and perpetually thwarted, sometimes even slipping on a banana peel. Oh, the collapse of adulthood can occur in an instant. Even aside from the local forces of Golden City, the rule against fighting here is blatantly disregarded. Just considering the guests at this auction, the opportunity for a forceful heist is practically non-existent. Look at these formidable figures. 2 of the 4 Emperor's pirate crews are already present. Marco the Phoenix and Katakuri, both exceedingly powerful individuals, alongside leaders from various other factions. All prominent pirates gathered here, not to mention the Navy and world government officials. This is the stuff of nightmares. Should Clara and Sabo dare to instigate any disturbances, they would instantly become the target of collective ire. While the pirates might not assist the Golden Emperor in thwarting them, they would undoubtedly seize the chaos to snatch benefits for themselves, and that natural fruit would certainly be the primary object of desire. As for the Navy and world government, they might be more intrigued by Clara and Sabo themselves. This is akin to a situation where a path to paradise is ignored, while one recklessly ventures into the depths of hell. In this scene, akin to the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique talents. Even the revolutionary leader Dorag would find no favor here. It is truly perplexing how Sabo conceived such a flawless idea. Consequently, there are no alternative choices left for Keela. He must resort to stealthily infiltrating. According to the intelligence they previously acquired, the treasure of the Golden Emperor is concealed within a doorless treasury, known only to be located in a tall building at the center of Golden City, though the specific floor remains undisclosed. As for how treasures can be stored without a door, we must mention another capable subordinate of the Golden Emperor, Mr. Tanaka, who is deeply trusted by Tazolo and serves as the guard of Golden City. This individual has consumed the parent for it, granting him the ability to pass through all non-living entities, rendering his skill remarkably smooth. While this ability may seem to offer little enhancement to combat prowess, it indeed facilitates the creation of a treasury devoid of doors. Although, at first glance, this might appear to be of little utility, this arrangement is indeed quite beneficial for treasure hunting. Although severing steel or effortlessly punching through iron plates may be child's play for certain formidable individuals, one must first ascertain the location of the treasure vault. There are no doors, it is merely a barren wall, indistinguishable from its surroundings. How then can one discern where the treasure lies? This presents a considerable conundrum. Thus, the seemingly straightforward first step of locating the vault transforms into the most challenging endeavor. However, fortune smiles upon them as an auction is set for tomorrow, leading the Golden Emperor to undoubtedly inspect the vault tonight. Consequently, the two can discreetly follow Mr. Tanaka to uncover the vault's whereabouts. Contemplating this, Kira nodded to herself, formulating a tentative plan of action. Yet, their appearances might be somewhat conspicuous, especially after their recent escapade of dining and dashing. The mere thought of this ignited Kira's irritation, prompting her to cast a fierce glare at Sabo, who appeared lost in thought. Sabo, feeling unjustly accused, was bewildered, having done nothing wrong. The duo had concealed themselves in the warehouse for an hour, and the earnest employees who had pursued them ultimately retreated, unable to locate the two. As they too had their duties to attend to, it was impractical to remain vigilant indefinitely. Stealthily, Kira and Sabo approached the warehouse door, listening intently to the sounds outside. They cautiously pushed open a crack, peering out to gauge the situation, and upon discovering that the group of Sabo's new friends had vanished, they exhaled in relief and slipped out of the warehouse. At last, they had emerged. Had they lingered any longer, Kira feared her nose might burst from the stench. She silently thanked her luck. This was all Sabo's fault. Why else would she, a delicate fairy, have to hide in this fetid warehouse for an entire hour? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, which only fueled her ire. In a fit of frustration, she stomped down hard on Sabo's foot. The unfortunate Sabo gasped in pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kira shot him a fierce glare, observing him as he inhaled sharply, desperately biting his lip to suppress his cries, his face turning crimson. To Kira, it felt akin to indulging in a large slice of icy watermelon on a sweltering summer day, pure bliss. Balancing on one foot and hopping in place for a while, Sabo eventually regained his composure. There was no denying that being stepped on was excruciating, especially when inflicted by Kira's furious and unrestrained force, compounded by the fact that she was wearing high heels. The pain from the kick pierced deeply into Sabo's heart. Yet he dared not voice his anger. Though he could not comprehend the whimsical temperament of this lady, he wisely chose silence. Sabo insisted that this was not a sign of cowardice, but rather a reluctance to engage in conflict with Keela. With a sense of satisfaction after taking revenge, Keela strode confidently ahead, while Sabo followed behind, feeling as forlorn as a child who could easily catch a cannonball. As for how to infiltrate the place, Keela had already devised a plan. In a grand hall that appeared to be forged from gold, indeed, it was a lavish establishment that exuded opulence. Various individuals, who seemed almost otherworldly in their attire, came and went. This was the lobby of a hotel, which also served as the treasury for the Golden Emperor. The choice of such a bustling and perilous location for a treasure trove was deliberate. The most dangerous places often offer the greatest safety. No one would suspect that such a location could harbor a vault, yet it did. Chapter 55. Sabo's loss of reason. The bustling hall was filled with a myriad of characters, those from the underworld, pirates, nobles, and government officials. Normally, these powerful figures who could easily engage in fierce confrontations, remained relatively subdued here, merely exchanging lethal glares. The opulence of the surroundings, adorned with exquisite decorations and staffed by exceptionally skilled personnel, indicated that the expenses were undoubtedly exorbitant. However, those who frequented Golden City were typically affluent, suggesting that guests at this establishment were either titans among titans or ostentatious magnates. The hotel bore a fittingly extravagant name, the Golden Grand Hotel. In fact, for those of considerable status, staying at this hotel could come at no cost. They could simply check in with their luggage. For instance, Marco and his companions were handed a magnetic card by Tesla worth 5 million berries, which allowed them to gamble at any casino in Golden City. Any winnings would belong to them, and should they lose, there would be no obligation to repay the 5 million. While 5 million berries might not seem substantial to Marco and his associates, it was certainly a significant sum for an ordinary citizen, potentially allowing them to live a lifetime without work. Tesla's gift of this card was merely a gesture of goodwill. This hotel serves as the objective for Sabo and Kella. Kella intends to stealthily infiltrate this establishment, biding their time until Tesla and Mr. Tanaka arrive to assess the condition of the treasury. As for the art of concealment, the Revolutionary Army excels in such matters. In a staff changing room on one of the hotel's floors, a man and a woman engage in furtive activities. Kella initially planned to expel Sabo before changing attire, but was taken aback by the presence of partitions and lavish decor within the changing room. Once they donned their new garments, the revolutionary figures Sabo and Kella receded, making way for the newly minted hotel staff members, Sabo and Kella. The sudden appearance of two unfamiliar faces among the waitstaff would hardly raise suspicion, as the hotel is frequented by numerous guests, necessitating an ample workforce. It is entirely plausible that the staff may not even recognize one another, let alone the patrons. On every fifth floor, there exists a self-service restaurant, brimming with an array of culinary delights and desserts, accompanied by an endless supply of fine wines, generously offered to the guests residing here. At this moment, Kella and Sabo, with nothing to occupy their time, meandered about. When Sabo's gaze fell upon a banquet table laden with a cornucopia of meats and seafood, the succulent roasted dishes, drenched in rich sauces, appeared particularly enticing. The glistening shrimp, illuminated by the opulent lighting, seemed to radiate a celestial glow, while an assortment of exquisite pastries wafted fragrant aromas into the air. Overwhelmed by the scene, Sabo's brain momentarily short-circuited, and drool escaped the corners of his mouth. He had lost all composure, his eyes blinded by the feast before him, oblivious to everything else. Just as Sabo was about to charge towards the tantalizing spread, Kella, quick-witted, delivered a sharp knock to his head, before Sabo could utter a cry of pain. She swiftly covered his mouth, summoning all her strength to forcibly extricate the irrationally driven Sabo from this dangerous vicinity. Though Kella too felt an insatiable hunger at the sight of such delectable food, she retained her composure. She was acutely aware that their purpose for being here was task-oriented. Those culinary offerings were intended for the guests, and as mere staff members, they had no right to indulge. Allowing Sabo to indulge could not only compromise their identities, but also attract unwanted attention due to his exaggerated appetite, potentially inciting chaos. Despite Sabo's ongoing struggles, desperately attempting to break free from Kella's grasp to reach the culinary sanctuary, his mouth was covered, yet his throat emitted sounds of protest. Nonetheless, Kella resolutely pulled the irrational Sabo away from the scene. In the staff changing room, Kella sat, panting heavily, while Sabo lay on the ground in a defeated pose, not supported by his hands, but rather by his face. A sizable bump adorned his head, reminiscent of a fresh blow, still seeming to smolder. After regaining her breath, Kella's breathing steadied. She glanced at Sabo, who remained in his face-down posture, and gave him a light kick, exasperated. "Have you regained your senses? The food is gone." Sabo's physical constitution was such that the visible bump on his head would soon fade, not due to unconsciousness, but rather from melancholy, regret, and disappointment. Upon hearing Kella speak, Sabo finally rose from the ground, his eyes now clear, yet his face bore the remnants of profound sorrow and frustration. Kella, noticing Sabo's expression, felt a flicker of anger rise within her, but ultimately suppressed it with a weary sigh. What more could she say? She was exhausted and had no desire to continue the conversation. As Kella ignored him, Sabo felt an even deeper sense of grievance. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, they decided it was best to refrain from further wandering and remain vigilant in their current location. They had previously observed Mr. Tanaka, the security guard of Golden City. Though he appeared short, his height was at least 2 meters, an illusion created by his bizarrely proportioned physique. with a disproportionately large head. Having familiarized themselves with Mr. Tanaka's appearance and aura, even while remaining in the changing room, Sabo and Kella could identify him through their heightened perception. Meanwhile, Marco and his companions, after finishing their meal, prepared to return to their hotel for rest. Having traveled a long distance to arrive here, feeling quite fatigued, their chosen accommodation was the Golden Grand Hotel. Upon entering the Golden Grand Hotel, a natural path formed as the patrons instinctively distanced themselves, a testament to the formidable presence of the Four Emperors pirate crew. In the eyes of the pirates, their status was akin to that of the world government or the Marines in the eyes of the common populace. Chapter 56. It seems Sabo can still be trusted. As Marco and his companions approached, the pirates in the hall instinctively stepped aside, acknowledging the formidable Four Emperors, who loomed over them like insurmountable mountains. The non-pirates, wishing to avoid trouble, complied and cleared a path. Marco and his crew remained unfazed, accustomed to such displays of deference. They had witnessed comrades fainting or losing control upon encountering the Whitebeard pirates. The crew had long since acclimatized to the attention. For instance, when Whitebeard claimed Fishman Island as his territory and allowed it to fly his flag, his mere words brought about a 90% reduction in the trafficking of fishmen. Despite the ongoing presence of those who dared to defy him, the king of Fishman Island was exceedingly pleased with the current state of affairs. Thus, Marco and Jozu led the remaining crew members through the hall, unflinchingly entering the elevator. Only once the elevator doors closed, concealing their figures, did the awkward atmosphere in the hall gradually return to normal. Inside the elevator, Marco's eyes were half closed, seemingly lost in thought. As the elevator ascended smoothly, passing a certain floor, Marco suddenly felt an odd sensation, as if someone had cast a furtive glance his way. Instinctively, he voiced his confusion. "What's wrong, Marco?" Jozu inquired, his voice laced with caution, aware of their surroundings. Despite his formidable strength, he remained vigilant, sensing that Marco had perceived something unusual. Seeing their captains on edge, the remaining crew members tensed, instinctively gripping their weapons, prepared for any potential threat. "I don't know why, but I just felt something strange. Perhaps I'm being overly sensitive." The peculiar feeling had been fleeting, vanishing without a trace. After scanning the environment with his heightened perception, Marco found nothing amiss, leading him to conclude that it might have been merely a figment of his imagination, or perhaps the Golden Emperor's underlings keeping watch over them. As for the thought of someone intending harm against them, Marco dismissed it outright. It took a particular kind of audacity to target members of the Four Emperors. He conducted a second sweep with his heightened perception, finding nothing unusual. Resolving to set it aside, he reassured Jozu and the others, "There's truly nothing to worry about." Jozu sought confirmation by asking once more. Rest assured, Jozu. Even if trouble arises, with our strength, we can handle it without worry." After a moment's contemplation, Jozu realized Marco was right. The tense, electrified atmosphere in the elevator dissipated instantly, and the group returned to their usual relaxed and carefree demeanor. Meanwhile, hidden in the changing room, Sabo let out a quiet sigh of relief. That fleeting sensation of being watched, Marco had detected it in the elevator, and it was no illusion. Indeed, someone had been lurking in the shadows, observing him discreetly. That someone was Sabo, though his intention wasn't specifically to watch Marco. He had merely been scouting to identify the newcomers. When he realized it was members of the Whitebeard pirates, Sabo's pulse quickened. He immediately withdrew his observation haki and instead enveloped himself and Koala entirely in it. This was one of the advanced applications of observation haki, not only a means of perception but also a shield against detection. In combat or stealth, such mastery could prove decisive. Sabo's caution was justified. Marco, after all, was a top-tier fighter. Even without actively projecting his observation haki, he had sensed the unseen gaze. Fortunately, Sabo's swift reaction prevented their exposure. After what felt like an eternity, Sabo estimated that Marco must have left by now. Only then did he release his observation haki. Exhaling deeply as if deflating, the tension in his muscles finally easing. Earlier, when Sabo had suddenly stiffened as if facing imminent danger, Koala's heart had leapt into her throat. Her nerves stretched to their limit, her senses sharpened to an almost painful degree, attuned to every rustle and whisper. Her eyes remained locked on the door, bracing for the possibility of some monstrous intruder bursting through at any moment. After all, this could be considered the enemy's lair. Nothing that appears here would be surprising. So it's no wonder Koala was so tense. Now, seeing Sabo finally lower his guard and relax, Koala too eased the tension in her muscles. Her gaze then fell upon Sabo, who also wore an expression of relief, and she asked, "What happened just now?" "Ah, one of Whitebeard's top commanders passed by earlier. If I hadn't withdrawn quickly, we might have been discovered. Phew then. Is everything all right now, Sabo? Hearing that such a dangerous figure had just been nearby, Koala broke into a cold sweat, her heart pounding with lingering fear. Don't worry, he has already gone. Thankfully, I reacted fast enough to shield us with observation hockey. Otherwise, things could be gotten dangerous today. With that, Sabo flashed a proud grin at Koala. She rolled her eyes at him, neither affirming nor refuting his words. Though inwardly she mused, this fool can actually be quite reliable in a crisis. After this incident, Sabo's image in Koala's mind underwent a complete 360-degree transformation, though, in truth, it hadn't changed at all. After all, they had known each other for so long that Koala was all too familiar with Sabo's nature. Despite his many little flaws, there were moments when he shone brilliantly, utterly captivating. Now, after this close call, Sabo no longer dared to recklessly extend his observation hockey as before. If they encountered someone exceptionally skilled in it, like Katakuri, whose mastery allowed him to briefly glimpse the future, they'd be done for. Chapter 57, Preparing for the Slaughter. As time passed, the clouds on the horizon, as if intoxicated, blazed into a resplendent sunset. Slowly, the sun dipped completely below the horizon, and night descended. Though darkness now enveloped the sky, the city of gold remained ablaze with light, shimmering in golden splendor. Yet even in the brightest places, shadows lingered where illumination could not reach. Mr. Tanaka completed his patrol and, as usual, headed to the hidden treasure vault within the Golden Hotel to inspect it. Though his devil fruit ability was highly functional, his actual combat prowess was decidedly mediocre, perhaps even calling it mediocre was generous. Thus, he remained entirely unaware of the shadowy figures trailing behind him. No, perhaps shadowy wasn't quite the right word. These figures moved with ethereal grace along the rooftops of the buildings flanking the streets, their forms flickering like phantoms. Indeed, their movement wasn't a mere sprint, but something closer to teleportation, though in truth, it was simply a more refined application of sorrow. The figures were draped in flowing cloaks that billowed with their movements, their hoods obscuring their faces. Beneath the cloaks, glimpses of pristine white suits and expressionless masks could be seen. The standardized attire, the masks, and their effortless mastery of the six powers unmistakably revealed their identity. These were none other than the elite agents of CP0, the secret intelligence force under the direct command of the world government. The CP organization operated as a covert espionage unit under the jurisdiction of Enies Lobby, answering directly to the Celestial Dragons. CP0, as the highest echelon of this organization, wielded extraordinary privileges, including the authority to eliminate anyone obstructing their mission, be it royalty, nobility, or even high-ranking naval officers. Their primary duty was to serve as the Celestial Dragons' personal guardians, though in truth, they were little more than highly trained, obedient slaves. Indoctrinated from childhood, they regarded the Celestial Dragons as infallible deities, their faith absolute. Beyond protection, they carried out the world government's most unsavory tasks, embodying its darkest inclinations, though the government itself was far from benevolent. In short, wherever the CP organization appeared, calamity was sure to follow. Yet, unbeknownst to Mr. Tanaka, several of these dreaded figures were silently trailing him. But why had CP0 suddenly infiltrated the territory of the Golden Emperor? The Golden City stood as an exceptionally unique domain, enjoying privileges nearly on par with the Celestial Dragons themselves. Even the world government treaded carefully here, unable to act with impunity. So why had CP0 dared to make an appearance now? What audacity drove them to this bold move? This undoubtedly reflects the intentions of the world government. Although the status of the Golden Emperor is exalted and he speaks in arcane terms, such status is merely an ephemeral construct. His position is contingent upon the world government's recognition. Should they withdraw their acknowledgement, he would instantaneously transition from a sovereign ruler of an independent nation to a fugitive. Such a reality hinges solely on the whim of the world government. As for the wealth of the Golden Emperor, it is indeed immense. He possesses 20% of the world's berries. However, to put it bluntly, he is akin to a prized pig raised by the Celestial Dragons and the Five Elders. When they have no need of him, he may continue his ostentatious displays. Yet, should they require something from him, or should he become disobedient, they would not hesitate to dispose of him. In fact, the Five Elders of the world government had previously covertly reached out to Tizolo, and it is not surprising that Tizolo could communicate directly with them. The Five Elders expressed interest in a certain devil fruit, seeking to persuade Tizolo to cease his auctioning activities and surrender the fruit directly to the world government. In return, They promise some form of compensation, the specifics and timing of which remain unknown. Throughout their conversation, the five elders maintained an air of superiority. Their dialogue imbued with the oppressive demeanor of a superior addressing an inferior, replete with palpable arrogance. It is evident that, deep down, they have never regarded Taizolo as an equal, despite his formidable reputation across the seas. The subconscious disdain that seeped through deeply wounded Taizolo's sensitive nerves. Having long occupied a position of power, Taizolo harbored a sense of pride, even arrogance, which is a common affliction among those in high office. They often believe themselves to be unparalleled, regarding others as mere pawns, insisting that their words are the ultimate truth. Disobedience, in their eyes, equates to treason, provoking their ire to the point of violence. Taizolo perceived himself as wielding substantial funds and resources. While he acknowledged that his strength might not rival that of the four emperors, he fancied it was not far behind. This, however, was merely his own delusion. He believed his status was sufficiently elevated to engage the world government on equal terms, yet the conversation with the five elders unveiled a disheartening reality in their eyes. He was virtually insignificant. This was not mere disdain. It was profound disregard, as they did not consider him capable of, nor inclined to, resistance. Such a realization was intolerable for Taizolo, as it directly negated all he had strived for over the years. Unable to accept this, he felt that this phone call served as a catalyst, bringing to the forefront years of suppressed grievances before the world government, the celestial dragons, and various dignitaries. His emotions became somewhat unruly. He outright rejected the world government's request, or perhaps more aptly termed, its command. Nonetheless, he retained a semblance of composure, ensuring that his words maintained an appropriate decorum, avoiding a complete rupture of relations. While Taizolo believed he had preserved the world government's dignity, the latter held a different perspective. The five elders regarded Taizolo as a disobedient swine, bewildered that he dared entertain his own thoughts. "Understand your place," they seemed to say. "You are but a mere pig. How can you possess your own notions?" This is something they cannot tolerate. They believe that Taizolo, the pig, has grown sufficiently plump, and now, astonishingly, it has developed its own ideas. It is time to slaughter it for meat. The world government, eyeing the 20% of belly, is envious. Once this pig is killed, it would be no trouble to raise another. Undoubtedly, many would be willing to take on the role of this pig, perhaps even contend fiercely for it. However, it is clear that the world government is not suited to undertake this task, for regardless of the circumstances, Golden City remains an independent nation. Thus, CP0 has arrived. Chapter 58. Mr. Tanaka is in danger at this moment. Taizolo is blissfully unaware that he has been abandoned by the world government. Nor does he realize that various factions have already positioned themselves in his Golden City, all drawn by his treasure. He indulges in fine wine within his chamber, savoring what seems to be the last moments that belong solely to him. Mr. Tanaka strides confidently down the street, with those around him instinctively stepping aside to create an invisible passage for him as he approaches. After all, Mr. Tanaka is a guard, a favored figure in the court of the Golden King, indeed, a person of great influence, not to be trifled with. Mr. Tanaka passes through the designated corridor with an air of nonchalance, offering not even a glance to those nearby. He walks with grace, his gaze unwavering, showing no interest in the whispers of the wind or any suspicious figures, as if his patrol were merely a routine task. One cannot blame Mr. Tanaka, after all. This is no ordinary place. It is a nation recognized as independent by the world government, which dares not act frivolously here, especially with the Golden Emperor standing behind him. He is akin to an uncrowned king upon the sea in his own domain, who, after all, would be foolish enough to challenge him or plot against Golden City in such a manner. Mr. Tanaka's confidence is not entirely misplaced, however. He remains oblivious to the fact that his master's current standing is primarily due to the tacit approval of the world government, rather than any capability to balance power that would deter the Gorosei from taking action against him. This delineates the distinction between the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors. The 7 warlords, euphemistically speaking, have been subsumed by the world government. Less charitably, they can be viewed as mere lapdogs of the world government. Their privileges and stature bestowed upon them by this authority. Should the world government choose to withdraw its recognition, they would find themselves abruptly stripped of their status. Conversely, the 4 emperors have forged their positions through sheer strength, possessing the formidable power to instill a sense of caution within the world government. Although the world government is capable of annihilating the 4 emperors' pirate crews, the repercussions would be exorbitantly high, a burden they are reluctant to bear. Regrettably, The Golden Emperor belongs to the former category. He lacks the requisite strength to uphold his renown and status. His entire existence hinges upon the validation of the world government, rendering his achievements as insubstantial as a bubble, seemingly abundant, yet fragile, ready to shatter at the slightest disturbance. Should the world government choose to disregard him, all that Taizolo has amassed would become meaningless. His previous advantage, wealth, has only solidified the world government's resolve to target him. It is unlikely that the Golden Emperor is oblivious to this reality. However, being enmeshed in the pursuit of fame and fortune, he perhaps chooses to remain blind to this harsh truth, ultimately deceiving even himself. Even if he were to regret his decisions now and seek to relinquish the devil fruit, it would be too late, for the world government's appetite has expanded beyond a mere fruit. They now desire everything that Taizolo possesses. Mr. Tanaka strides proudly, his distinctive gait reminiscent of a celebration of his ephemeral opulence, while cloaked figures of CP0 flit silently along the edifices lining the street, evoking the essence of phantoms. Unnoticed by passers-by. Shortly, Mr. Tanaka arrives at the Golden Hotel, and despite his seemingly short legs, he moves with surprising agility. The guests lingering in the lobby find his sudden appearance peculiar, uncertain of his purpose there. Could there be tasks that require Mr. Tanaka, the guard? The hotel staff, however, are unperturbed. They have grown accustomed to his visits and know that their duty is to perform their roles without delving into unnecessary inquiries. As knowledge can often be a burden, Mr. Tanaka pays no heed to their thoughts, offering no words or glances, and proceeds directly to the elevator. The accompanying CP0 agents, however, do not enter the elevator, as they are engaged in covert operations. Although they belong to a secretive division, their existence is an open secret, unfortunately. Even with this awareness, others dare not speak out against them, though CP0 operates with an air of arrogance, akin to a finely tuned machine devoid of emotion. Reflecting the world government's ethos, they recognize the necessity of maintaining a low profile at this juncture. Thus, they opt to scale the building from the outside, with designated individuals tracking Mr. Tanaka's position to avoid losing sight of their target. In a matter of moments, the cloaked figures have ascended several meters, their movements remarkably synchronized as if rehearsed, hands extended like blades, effortlessly penetrating the sturdy wall as though it were soft butter. Silent and unobtrusive, despite the glaring lights, their diminutive figures blend seamlessly with the building's facade, rendering them nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Meanwhile, Sabo and Carla remain concealed in a staff changing room, occasionally interrupted by actual employees retrieving items. Their hiding place has gone unnoticed. Yet the prolonged wait has begun to wear on them, instilling a sense of impatience. Just as Mr. Tanaka's elevator reaches the 5th floor, Sabo suddenly jolts. "What is the matter?" Carla inquires, her concern piqued. It appears Mr. Tanaka has just arrived on the 5th floor. Upon hearing this, Carla perks up, excited that their wait has finally borne fruit, relieved that they did not abandon hope. Instantly, they adopt a heightened level of caution, exiting the changing room and opting for a different elevator to follow Mr. Tanaka. Inside the elevator, Mr. Tanaka hums a cheerful tune, blissfully unaware that he has become the focus of two exceptionally dangerous entities, placing him in a precarious situation. Chapter 59. There are quite a few people. Mr. Tanaka ascends to the highest level of the building. However, unbeknownst to most, there exists a concealed level above this so-called pinnacle, inaccessible via the elevator, and devoid of stairs. Only Mr. Tanaka and the Golden Emperor are privy to its existence. Even Bakara Taizolo has not been informed. This hidden level houses the Golden Emperor's treasure vault. It would be unrealistic to claim that all of Taizolo's wealth resides here, for he boasts ownership of 20% of the world's belly. Even if some of this figure is inflated, it is sufficient to overflow this modest level multiple times. What lies here are merely the more valuable items, such as devil fruits, renowned swords, and rare treasures. Anything worthy of Taizolo's collection is assuredly extraordinary. Upon exiting the elevator, Mr. Tanaka surveys his surroundings, noting the absence of others. He then bends his short legs slightly, coiling like a spring before launching himself toward the ceiling. Remarkably, he does not collide with the seemingly unyielding surface above. Instead, he passes through it as though diving into water, overcoming the barrier effortlessly. This illustrates the marvel of the penetration fruit. Any inanimate object, regardless of its hardness, can be traversed effortlessly by Mr. Tanaka, the process being remarkably seamless, with the exception of seafloor stone. As Mr. Tanaka vanished into the ceiling, Sabo and Kara's elevator arrived. Upon emerging, They surveyed their surroundings, but found no trace of Mr. Tanaka. Sabo then activated his observation haki. Yet there remained no indication of Mr. Tanaka's presence, which struck him as peculiar, given they had followed him up. Unable to locate Mr. Tanaka, they could not simply dismantle the building. At that moment, both instinctively raised their gazes towards the ceiling above, deep in thought. This is indeed the highest floor accessible by the elevator. While a rational mind might assume this to be the rooftop, perhaps the Golden Emperor has cleverly concealed his treasure vault in that non-existent topmost level. Sabo and Keela exchanged a knowing glance, convinced they had uncovered the truth. Regardless of whether the treasure vault lay above, they felt compelled to make an attempt. Sabo extended his right hand, adopting a peculiar gesture. His index and middle fingers were bent and together, while his ring and little fingers were similarly bent and united. Yet his middle and ring fingers remained apart, with his thumb slightly curved as well. As he completed the preparatory motion, Sabo poised to leap and shatter the ceiling. However, at that moment, an odd sound erupted nearby, prompting him to halt abruptly and turn cautiously toward the source of the noise. To his astonishment, a fissure appeared on the wall not far from the elevator, appearing as if it were not the result of human intervention. It resembled a zipper, which, at that moment, had been drawn open, creating a natural opening in the wall. In the next instant, several cloaked figures began to stream through this zipper-like opening. Clearly, these were members of CP0. Once all had entered, one of them calmly zipped the opening shut, then wiped his hand across it, causing the wall to revert to its original state, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. After all, this was a specialized agency tasked with executing extraordinary missions, and with the celestial dragon backing them, the presence of peculiar devil fruits was hardly surprising. One such individual had consumed the zipper fruit, enabling him to create one or multiple zippers anywhere, allowing access to hidden contents without compromising the exterior. Unlike the warp fruit, this zipper fruit could even be utilized on living beings. Although this ability may not directly enhance one's absolute combat prowess, it possesses numerous ingenious applications. For instance, one could affix a zipper around an opponent's limbs, thereby enabling the complete detachment of their extremities. Admittedly, this might seem rather futile at first glance. Yet, perhaps it would be of great utility to physicians. Surgical procedures could be transformed, eliminating the need for invasive operations and ushering in an era of truly minimally invasive or even painless surgery. How splendid! At this moment, Sabo and Kurla gazed in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of 6 masked figures. Each mask was distinct. One resembled an owl, another was a blank visage. A third bore a ghastly grin, while the fourth displayed stripes, the fifth was half-covered, and the last sported a crescent moon upon its forehead. Clad in cloaks, they seemed to glide into the scene like phantoms, utterly silent. The 6 masked individuals soon noticed Sabo and Kurla standing not far away. Uninvited guests. Eliminate them. With but a few terse words, they sealed the fate of Sabo and Kurla. The speaker, adorned with the half-mask, appeared to be the leader of this group. His gaze, cold and devoid of emotion, pierced through the mask, and his voice remained monotonous, even when discussing the act of killing. As if it were as mundane as sipping water, a clear indication of his desensitization to such matters. Upon hearing their leader's command, the remaining 5 exhibited no hesitation, dispatching 3 of their number to pounce upon Sabo and Kurla. As they lunged forward, the flutter of their cloaks revealed the white suits beneath. This is bad. They are from CP0. The 2 thought simultaneously, but the trio charging towards them moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in mere flashes. Faced with this, Sabo and Kurla had no choice but to prepare for defense. Meanwhile, after sending his men to confront the duo, the half-mast leader turned his attention elsewhere. Is this the location? He inquired. The last trace of his presence was detected here. It must be, above, replied the crescent moon-masked figure. Upon hearing this, the half-mast leader glanced at the striped mask without needing words. The individual with the striped mask promptly leaped upward, his palm glowing with a pink radiance. As he touched the ceiling, a zipper materialized on the previously smooth surface. He began to pull it open, poised to enter, when, quite fortuitously, a massive, 2-headed figure plummeted from above, crashing down upon him with a resounding thud. The zipper fortuitously opened right beneath Mr. Tanaka's feet, causing him to plummet into the abyss while inspecting the treasure vault. The striped mask, struggling to rise, vented its frustration by delivering a swift kick to Mr. Tanaka, sending him crashing against the adjacent wall. Dazed by the sudden fall and the unexpected blow, Mr. Tanaka struggled to comprehend the situation. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was struck by the realization that there were quite a number of people nearby. Chapter 60. The demise of Mr. Tanaka. Mr. Tanaka, already bewildered from his abrupt descent, was further disoriented by the kick he had just received. Upon finally regaining his footing and observing the group surrounding him, his confusion deepened. He paused momentarily, recollecting that someone had indeed kicked him. His mind was in disarray, and he could not immediately ascertain the identities of those present. Instinctively, he assumed they were merely residents of the area, pondering whether he, Mr. Tanaka, had lost his edge or if these ruffians had grown too bold to dare challenge him. Which scoundrel just dared to kick me? Step forward. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Mr. Tanaka maintained a sense of superiority, believing himself to be the most formidable figure in the vicinity. He addressed the nearest three masked individuals with brazen words, completely unaware of the fierce nature of his adversaries. The half-faced mask and others were momentarily taken aback by Mr. Tanaka's audacious demeanor, rendering them momentarily speechless and reluctant to act against him. However, in Mr. Tanaka's mind, this was interpreted as a testament to his overwhelming presence, filling him with pride and a sense of triumph. Yet, while Mr. Tanaka reveled in his self-satisfaction, the half-faced mask and his companions soon regained their composure. They perceived this peculiar, two-headed creature before them as likely lacking in intellect, and mused upon the audacity of their leader, Taizolo, for entrusting such a being with the vault's management. It was decided that such an entity should be swiftly dealt with. With a mere glance from the half-faced mask, the crescent mask stepped forward, appearing before Mr. Tanaka in an instant. His right index finger extended, while the others remained clenched. He aimed at Mr. Tanaka and unleashed a barrage of finger strikes. In a blur, the crescent mask's hand moved with such speed that it left afterimages in its wake, delivering a series of strikes before Mr. Tanaka could react. He was caught entirely off guard, and several crimson wounds erupted on his body, blood spattering onto the ruby-red carpet. In that moment, Mr. Tanaka's ability to resist was virtually extinguished. His eyes rolled back, mouth agape, a visage of pain etched upon his face, before his legs gave way and he collapsed backward. Yet, he had not entirely lost consciousness. Struggling on the ground, he craned his neck to gaze at the crescent mask. Who are you? I am a servant of Lord Taizolo. How dare you? How dare you lay a hand on me? The moonlit mask remained indifferent, as if he had not heard, exhibiting an air of utter disregard for Mr. Tanaka's plight. As he spoke, Mr. Tanaka's gaze fell downward, and he finally discerned the white suit peeking out from beneath the cloak. In that instant, clarity washed over him, and he grasped the true nature of those before him. You are. Stumbling over his words, Mr. Tanaka struggled to voice the final syllables, as if they were forbidden, too daunting to utter. He could not fathom why these individuals, once allies of his master Taizolo, had suddenly appeared here and turned hostile. Confusion clouded Mr. Tanaka's mind. Yet he comprehended that even should they take his life, it would likely not provoke a rift between his master and them. They were genuinely intent on ending his existence. The emotionless eyes behind the masks conveyed an unadulterated intent to kill. Fear gripped Mr. Tanaka's heart. He must escape. He did not wish to die. He could no longer ponder their motives. The singular thought that consumed him was to flee to his master, where he believed he would find safety. Engaging in combat was never a consideration, as he recognized these were trained killers. How could he possibly stand against them? With desperate effort, he scrambled to his feet and sprinted in the opposite direction. Faster! I must succeed. He leapt, executing a diving motion aimed at the floor below. His head lowered inch by inch. Urgency flickered in his eyes. He was close, so close. If he could just slip through. However, would the crescent mask allow Mr. Tanaka to escape unscathed? Clearly, that was not in the cards. Just as Mr. Tanaka's head approached the floor, a fleeting moment of hope blossomed in his gaze. But suddenly he felt himself ensnared by something akin to ropes. He struggled fiercely, yet the bindings proved unyielding, rendering his efforts futile. How could this be? He was a user of the prowess fruit. Such binds should not be capable of restraining him. In disbelief, Mr. Tanaka's heart sank to the depths of despair. What was this? Why could he not break free? Desperation echoed in his voice as he cried out, but the crescent mask remained silent, indifferent to his plight. The ropes tightened around his limbs, securing him thoroughly, before he was pulled back. In that moment, he discovered that the black bindings were, in fact, connected to the very hair of the crescent mask. This is yet another remarkable technique aside from the 6 styles, known as life restoration. Its effect allows one to bestow their consciousness upon parts of their own body, such as hair or internal organs, enabling free manipulation. The crescent moon mask, for instance, attaches consciousness to one's hair, granting it the ability to stretch and contract at will. Since hair is inherently a living entity, Mr. Tanaka's abilities are evidently incapable of penetrating it. Completely immobilized, Mr. Tanaka found himself in utter despair. The thought of pleading for mercy from these individuals, imploring them to spare his life, never crossed his mind. They were nothing more than emotionless killing machines, indifferent to any voice but that of the celestial dragons. To expect them to show compassion was akin to praying for the collective demise of these men in white suits. Thus, Mr. Tanaka trembled as he closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. The crescent moon mask, clearly unfamiliar with the concept of mercy, drew Mr. Tanaka close, raised his right hand, and, with a blade-like palm, plunged it directly into Mr. Tanaka's throat. Mr. Tanaka convulsed once, and without any chance for resistance, succumbed swiftly to death. Chapter 61. The breath of the dragon. From the moment Mr. Tanaka fell to the ground until his throat was pierced, merely a few seconds passed. The crescent moon mask executed only 2 moves, and the once illustrious Golden City Guard, a formidable aide to the Golden Emperor, Mr. Tanaka, lay lifeless. It could only be said that fate was cruel, and the efficiency of these killers was indeed remarkable. Perhaps it could also be said that Mr. Tanaka was simply too weak. Having disposed of Mr. Tanaka, the half-faced masked figure turned its gaze towards Sabo and his companions, only to discover that his subordinates were entangled in combat with them and had yet to subdue their opponents after several seconds, appearing somewhat disheveled in the process. This outcome evidently displeased him. He exchanged a glance with the crescent moon mask and the striped mask, and without words, they understood each other, swiftly moving towards the fray where the 5 were engaged. Sabo had initially hoped that Mr. Tanaka would buy them some precious time after witnessing his fall. But he never anticipated that Mr. Tanaka would only hold out for a mere few seconds before meeting his demise. This was utterly disappointing. Sabo was indeed formidable. Managing to suppress 2 opponents single-handedly, given a bit more time, he could easily overcome them. However, to speak candidly, the masked individuals were not weak by any means. Trained specifically for combat, they were all masters of the 6 styles, with only 2 adversaries remaining whom Sabo could still manage. The arrival of 2 more might place him in peril. The masked individuals exhibited an extraordinary synergy, resulting in a phenomenon where 1 + 1 exceeded 2. Moreover, there remained a half-face mask, exuding an air of sophistication, yet to make its move. It was evident that this individual was the leader of the group, whose strength remained ambiguous, but undoubtedly the most formidable among them. Sabo found himself grappling with 4 adversaries, and the addition of 1 more would render his defeat merely a matter of time. Sabo was acutely aware of the tense situation. As he observed 2 masked men rushing towards him, he gritted his teeth and, without any forewarning, unleashed a sudden burst of power, with a swift sidekick. The white-faced mask had no time to evade, raising his arms defensively, only to be sent flying by the sheer force of Sabo's strike. His trajectory fortuitously intercepted the advance of the crescent mask and the striped mask, momentarily disrupting their assault. After executing this maneuver, Sabo swiftly pivoted, seizing a pipe and sweeping it across the face of the grinning mask. The pipe, shimmering with a black sheen, was evidently enveloped in an indomitable layer of haki, its might unparalleled. The grinning mask, left with no alternative, raised his hand to block, yet was still swept away by the onslaught. Having successfully repelled several opponents, Sabo leaped back to create distance while calling out Kila. Understanding the cue, Kila executed a fishman karate technique, the shark fang fist, to drive back the all-mask. Kila, a senior officer in the Revolutionary Army and a deputy master of fishman karate, though not as powerful as Sabo, was still a formidable contender, capable of forcing back a CP0 member. After repelling the foe, Kila seized the opportunity to retreat, deftly leaping to Sabo's side. In response, Sabo empowered his right hand with haki and performed a peculiar gesture, aligning his index, middle, ring, and little fingers while bending his thumb, resembling a dark dragon claw with 3 fingers. After completing the skill's preparatory motion, Sabo crouched, pressing the dragon claw against the ground, unleashing a surge of energy. An ominous aura swept across the terrain. The masked men, initially intent on interrupting Sabo's actions, were rendered helpless, for the skill's preliminary motion was merely a simple act. They could only watch in astonishment as events unfolded. From the center of Sabo's dragon claw, a series of fissures erupted across the ground, expanding outward with alarming speed, until the surface was riddled with cracks, ultimately shattering and sending plumes of dust into the air. Dragon Claw Fist, Breath of the Dragon. Upon executing this technique, Sabo and Kila leapt into the air, and at that moment, The fractured ground could no longer withstand the pressure, collapsing into the layer below. In their hurried descent, the masked individuals also fell alongside the debris, save for the half-face mask's captain, who managed to employ the moonwalk to stabilize himself mid-air, avoiding an overly chaotic landing. The breath of the dragon unleashed an expansive wave of destruction, affecting not merely the area of combat but the entirety of the hotel's floor, which now lay in disarray, having collapsed significantly. In an instant, chaos reigned supreme. Swirling dust filled the air, and the innocent guests caught in the turmoil screamed in panic. Utterly bewildered by the unfolding catastrophe, the masked figure, whose visage was partially concealed, surveyed the pandemonium from his elevated position. His previously impassive countenance now betraying a flicker of ire, dark and foreboding, rendering him all the more menacing in conjunction with his mask. Damnable commoners! In his eyes, or rather, in the eyes of all CP0 operatives, everyone outside of the celestial dragons was deemed a commoner, including the kings and nobles themselves. The relationship between CP0 and the Navy was fraught with tension, a fact not concealed from those within the ranks. To him, Sabo and Krala were woefully misguided. They ought to have remained passive, awaiting their demise at the hands of his group. Yet, to his astonishment, these two not only continued their defiance but dared to unleash such a large-scale technique, placing themselves brazenly before a throng of witnesses. This infuriated the masked figure, for it appeared that the task at hand had grown increasingly complicated. Should he eradicate all these witnesses? He hesitated momentarily. However, it was prudent to first deal with those two adversaries. Given their evident strength, they were likely not mere pawns. The male in particular posed a significant challenge, one that left him uncertain of his own odds of victory. It seemed he had unwittingly encountered a formidable opponent. As the smoke and dust in the air gradually dissipated, the half-face mask ceased his graceful steps and descended directly to the ground in free fall. The remaining 5 masked individuals emerged from the debris, now appearing disheveled and grimy, a stark contrast to their originally pristine white suits. Meanwhile, Sabo and Keela had already vacated their original positions, taking advantage of the chaos to reach the periphery, intent on breaking through the walls to escape. Faced with such extraordinary circumstances, hope for the success of their mission had all but vanished. Chapter 62. Arrival of reinforcements. Once the dust settled, the unfortunate bystanders, still in shock, gazed at the 6 enigmatic figures standing like cranes among chickens. They wished to confront these masked beings, questioning the unfolding events and whether they were responsible for the current turmoil. However, the palpable aura of menace and unbridled malice emanating from the mysterious individuals stifled their voices, akin to whispers from a bloodthirsty demon, forcing them into silence. Sabo had intentionally unleashed his dragon's breath to create chaos, fully aware that there were formidable adversaries within the hotel. Luring them out would be ideal, as he recognized that neither he nor Keela possessed the strength to confront the 6 masked figures alone. Thus, he opted to stir the waters, allowing them to either escape amidst the turmoil or seek a sliver of hope in the ensuing chaos. Nevertheless, the half-face mask was resolute in his pursuit of the two, unwilling to let them escape easily. Their disruption of his mission left an indelible stain on his career, an affront he could not abide. He yearned to eliminate these 2 lowly beings in the most unspeakable manner, subjecting them to relentless torment until they repented in endless agony. His piercing gaze scanned the surroundings, cutting through the rubble to locate Sabo and Keela, who were attempting to breach the wall. Upon catching sight of the fierce glint in his eyes, those in front hastily averted their gazes, unwilling to meet his stare. Spotting the culprits who sought to flee, the half-face mask unleashed 2 swift kicks, sending forth massive white slashing waves that tore through the air toward Sabo and Keela, leaving behind transparent trails of movement. 6th style, Gale Leg. The sharp strikes sent those in their path into a panicked retreat, yet some were caught off guard, sustaining grievous injuries or even losing their lives. Despite the obstruction caused by the fallen bodies, the 2 slashing waves retained their full force, swiftly reaching Sabo and Keela. Sabo felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he could not withstand such an assault. They had no choice but to retreat, dodging just in time as the fragile wall crumbled like paper beneath the onslaught, leaving an X-shaped gash in its wake. The slashing waves continued unabated, flying into the distance. Returning to the scene, the chaos unleashed by the 2 strikes once again sent the already shaken crowd into a frenzy, their cries more desperate than before. This time, the ground was stained with blood, severed limbs scattered about, and most tragically, lives had been lost, shattering the composure of those present. Do you know who we are? You, a demon, a murderous demon. Some, mustering their courage, shouted at the masked figures. But the masked man, exuding an air of superiority, disregarded their pleas entirely. Having successfully thwarted the escape of the two, the half-faced mask let out a cold huff and advanced toward them. The crowd, having witnessed the recent carnage, recoiled in terror, retreating like startled quails, trembling in the corners. With their leader descending into the fray, the underlings eagerly followed, their earlier failure to subdue the two ingrained in their minds, driving them to rectify their shortcomings swiftly. Realizing escape was futile, Sabo and Keela resigned themselves to confront their foes. Just then, an unexpected, melodious bird call resonated, imbued with an air of nobility, as if heralding the king of birds. In response to this sudden occurrence, the masked men halted, cautiously observing their surroundings, while Sabo exhaled in relief, recognizing the identity of the newcomer. In the next moment, the wall adjacent to them exploded outward from the X-shaped wound, as if blasted from the outside. Debris flew like bullets, a devastating weapon for the ordinary bystanders, though fortunately, no fatalities occurred, only a few unfortunate souls were injured. From the newly formed openings, a magnificent bird enveloped in vibrant blue flames soared in, landing gracefully as the flames receded, transforming into a figure, Marco, the Phoenix, the right-hand man of Whitebeard. As Marco steadied himself, a muscular figure, the formidable Diamond Jozu, leaped through the breach, having climbed in with remarkable speed. Marco and Jozu had been resting in their quarters when they sensed something was amiss above them. Moments later, they felt a tremor, as if the entire building had shuddered. Exchanging glances, they decided to investigate, instructing the others to remain behind. Upon stepping outside, Marco immediately spotted the unmistakable slashing waves emanating from the upper floors, their trajectory clear in the air. It appeared the commotion was indeed centered on the top floor. Confirming their target, Marco and Jozu swiftly ascended to the rooftop. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a scene of devastation. Shattered debris littered the ground, remnants of blood and limbs scattered about, and a few individuals lay injured, trembling in the corners, while Sabo and the masked men faced off. As members of the Whitebeard Pirates, their experience was unparalleled. Recognizing the white suits concealed beneath the cloaks of the masked men, Marco understood the dark nature of their identities. CP0. The name echoed ominously in his mind as he furrowed his brow. As for Sabo and Keela, he did not recognize them. Assuming they were merely innocent bystanders caught in the turmoil, he chose not to concern himself with them. However, the notorious CP0 was well aware of Marco's reputation, especially after witnessing his signature abilities. The Phoenix Marco, the Diamond Jozu. The masked man murmured silently to himself. Although he still considered himself a lowly being, he could not help but acknowledge the prowess of the two individuals before him. He humbly admitted that he was outmatched. Chapter 63. A conflict ignited without warning. Though the CP0 acted arrogantly and seemed to regard others with disdain, they were not devoid of intelligence. They were acutely aware of their own capabilities. Compared to the 7 warlords, the masked man believed he could best them. However, standing before him were high-ranking officers under the command of the 4 emperors, formidable beings who had established their own notorious titles. Despite his confidence, he did not delude himself into thinking he could easily prevail. If only one of them had come, perhaps they could leverage their numerical advantage to engage in a drawn-out struggle, but now they faced a pair. Thus, he resolved to attempt a diplomatic approach, hoping that invoking the authority of the world government might instill some hesitation in them, persuading them to refrain from meddling in this affair. Captain Marco, Captain Jaws, why are you not enjoying yourselves elsewhere? What brings you here? What initially appeared to be a mundane inquiry, when uttered from behind a half-mask, resonated with an air of intimidation, akin to the interrogation of a ruthless enforcer, imbued with an unmistakable undertone of provocation. Fortunately, Marco was well aware of the nature of these individuals. Otherwise, a mere exchange of words might have swiftly escalated into conflict. Given the commotion occurring in the vicinity of our residence, it is only natural that we would come to observe. Upon hearing this, the masked figure recalled that they were indeed situated within the confines of a grand hotel. Therefore, the statement held a semblance of validity. This is hardly a spectacle. You are all aware of our identities, are you not? Since Captain Marco has taken a look, might we not be permitted to depart? The monotone delivery, devoid of any fluctuation, rendered the masked individual's words almost scripted, yet an underlying threat was palpable. Depart? In any other circumstance, Marco would certainly opt for retreat. No, had it been anywhere else, he would not have ventured forth to witness the fray at all. After all, these were agents of the world government. and anything associated with the world government was inherently fraught with complications. Better to remain uninvolved if possible. Yet, this incident unfolded in Golden City, and coincidentally, an auction was set to take place the very next day, featuring an item they were determined to obtain. Thus, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent. In such a sensitive location and at such a precarious time, the covert agency of the world government has come here to stir trouble, undoubtedly indicating that something significant is afoot. As for what that might be, Marco is indifferent. His primary concern is whether this incident could disrupt the auction. After all, they have been searching for this item for quite some time and have finally obtained accurate information. If this were to be thwarted, who knows when they might encounter such good fortune again. Thus, even if it means confronting this group, Marco must ascertain the nature of their mission here. In the past, he might have hesitated, but now, with his father having regained his full strength and standing as the strongest man in the world, second only to the bar owner, Suyu, who has transcended the realm of mere mortals, Marco feels emboldened. Even if the world government later seeks retribution against their crew, they harbor no fear. Without further ado, just inform me of your mission, and I, along with Jaws, shall take our leave. The masked figure narrowed his eyes, his expression hidden beneath his mask darkening. Accustomed to their domineering ways, CP0 had never encountered such insolence. Who do you think you are? You should be grateful that I deigned to speak with you. Yet you dare to question me? Whatever the outcome, just get lost and let us proceed. The masked figure's fury is not unwarranted. They have always served the world government, and it was clear that their mere presence instilled fear in others, leaving them tongue-tied when faced with such audacity. Marco, in his haste, spoke without careful consideration, and his words carried a hint of menace, leading to an explosive confrontation between the two factions. Government secrets, no comment. You would do well to refrain from interfering in this matter, otherwise. The masked figure left the threat hanging in the air, clearly implying ominous consequences. Yet, are Marco and his companions the type to be intimidated? Clearly not. Oh, it seems we have reached an impasse. As he spoke, brilliant flames erupted around Marco and Jaws. Witnessing the imminent clash, transformed his massive fists into dazzling diamonds, readying himself for the fray. Such is the nature of pirates, they are quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Seeing the two brutes prepared for battle, the masked figure silently cursed them as the rabble they were. Though he knew he couldn't win, he maintained an air of confidence. After all, he represented an official authority and would not bow to mere pirates. No fear, just action. However, CP0 is not composed of fools. The Navy had also dispatched personnel, led by the extraordinary Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, whose very codename indicated her remarkable prowess, akin to that of an admiral, embodying both color and animal. Indeed, Peach Rabbit is not only a Rear Admiral but also a candidate for the rank of Admiral, attesting to her formidable strength. Accompanying her was another formidable individual, the Fierce T-Pig. Their similar codenames suggest they are both candidates for Admiral, which speaks volumes about their capabilities. Initially, the Navy had only sent Peach Rabbit to handle a mere Golden Emperor. One Admiral candidate was deemed sufficient. However, upon learning that Peach Rabbit would be leading solo, T-Pig insisted on joining her out of concern for her safety. It is rumored that he has professed his love to her 100 times, only to be rejected just as many, yet it appears he remains undeterred. As the situation escalated beyond control, the masked figure discreetly contacted the Navy. While the relationship between the Navy and CP0 is not particularly harmonious, they are ultimately part of the same system. When it comes to conflict, they can afford to duel behind closed doors, but in the public eye, cooperation is essential. Otherwise, none would emerge unscathed. Thus, the masked figure's actions are understandable. In truth, there was no need for him to reach out. The two preceding strikes of the gale foot had reverberated through the night, unmistakably signaling the involvement of either the Navy or CP0. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were neither surprised nor unprepared. CP0 typically undertakes secret missions, but the ruckus had escalated to a point where uncontrollable factors had emerged, prompting them to realize it was time to cover CP0's tracks. Chapter 64. The sudden ray of sword light. Upon realizing that trouble had arisen, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig hurried toward the Golden Hotel. Such a significant disturbance on their territory could not have escaped Tizolo's notice, especially since the incident occurred at the Golden Hotel. Given that Mr. Tanaka had recently inspected the treasure vault, Tizolo suspected this was no mere coincidence. It seemed they were targeting his vault. With this thought in mind, Tizolo could no longer remain seated. He hastily discarded his wine glass and rushed toward the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Golden Hotel, a fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. Marco confronted the masked figure, while the remaining 5 masked individuals engaged Jaws in a fierce struggle. As for Sabo and Kella, they had quietly slipped away during the standoff, recognizing that the situation was too chaotic to remain. They surmised that their mission might be compromised. However, instead of retreating entirely, they chose to hide nearby, hoping to observe the outcome and perhaps seize an opportunity, thus not leaving empty-handed. Back in the fray, Jaws partially transformed his body into Diamond, embodying a brute force combat style characterized by direct assaults and sheer strength. Though his attacks may appear simplistic, their impact is formidable. A direct hit could leave an opponent incapacitated. The 5 masked figures, aware of his strength, opted for agility and strategy rather than direct confrontation. Meanwhile, Marco's flames surged as he engaged the masked figure in combat. The vibrant flames danced around them, cascading in all directions as their bodies clashed. Fortunately, the blue flames lacked the properties of traditional fire, sparing the bystanders from harm. True to his role as the squad leader, the masked figure held his own against Marco, demonstrating his prowess as a pure martial artist with his formidable iron fists that exuded immense pressure. Marco remarked, "I must admit, your strength is quite impressive." The masked figure remained aloof, disregarding Marco's taunts and silently launching a punch. Recognizing the formidable opponent before him, Marco ceased his probing. Gathering the azure flames to his hands, he ultimately manifested the phoenix feather. Deep and imposing, it radiated an aura of authority. With a decisive strike, Marco unleashed a fiery punch, propelling the phoenix feather toward the masked figure. Immortal bird, azure flame goose. Just the sight of that blazing punch filled the masked figure with a palpable sense of its destructive potential. Yet he was not to be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, he expanded his right arm, muscles bulging ominously, and with a fierce shout, he unleashed a punch, expelling a cloud of white smoke from his mouth due to the intensity of his exertion. 6 styles, Void Breaker Punch. The resounding clash between the obsidian iron fist and the azure flame-formed punch reverberated through the air, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that propelled everything around the combatants far into the distance. The unfortunate noblemen, mere mortals caught in the fray, were unceremoniously slammed against the walls, their plight appearing rather comical. After a brief moment, the tumult settled, and it seemed as though the 2 adversaries had matched each other blow for blow, neither gaining the upper hand over the other. However, a subtle tremor betrayed the right hand of the masked figure, while the countenance obscured beneath the mask bore an unfavorable expression, indicating that withstanding the azure flame strike was no trivial feat. In stark contrast, Marco maintained an air of nonchalance, exuding an effortless demeanor. Indeed, Marco, the immortal phoenix, demonstrated that when he took matters seriously, the disparity in their strengths became glaringly apparent. Cursing inwardly at Marco's infuriating visage, the masked figure was taken aback by the latter's formidable prowess. Initially, he believed that even if he could not best Marco, he could at least defend against him with relative ease. Yet, to his dismay, he found himself straining against Marco's earnest assault, a devastating blow to his self-confidence. Marco, too, was astonished. He had exerted nearly all his strength in that last azure flame strike, intending to secure a decisive victory. The unexpected resilience of his opponent, despite appearing somewhat drained, revealed to Marco a newfound understanding of the world government's capabilities. Nonetheless, he remained unfazed, having withstood one attack. He resolved to unleash another that would ensure his opponent's defeat. With flames burning more vibrantly around him, Marco waved his hands, enveloping them in fire. In the next instant, his hands transformed into a pair of fiery wings. With a powerful flap, he lifted himself off the ground, suspended in midair. The flames cascaded around him, his feet vanished, replaced by a set of sharp talons, metamorphosing Marco into a creature that was part man, part immortal phoenix. In his trademark languid tone, Marco declared, "I hope you can withstand this next attack." At that moment, his once listless eyes gleamed with intensity. With a mighty flap of his wings, a formidable shockwave surged forth, hurtling towards the masked figure. Immortal Phoenix, Phoenix Stamp. Upon witnessing Marco's transformation, the masked figure sensed impending doom and contemplated a strategic retreat, not a flight, but a calculated withdrawal to preserve his strength. However, Marco's taunt halted him in his tracks. What did he mean by that? Did he doubt his capabilities? This was an overt provocation. He resolved to prove his worth. After all, he had weathered the previous strike. Though his arm throbbed with pain, it was hardly insurmountable. He would absorb this blow as well. The authority of CP0 was not to be challenged. Yet, as the shockwave erupted forth, he realized his grave miscalculation. His haki flared with alarm, The potency of this attack eclipsed that of the previous flame punch by leaps and bounds. This blow, he knew, was utterly beyond his capacity to withstand. At this juncture, evasion had become futile. He realized he might have fallen victim to Marco's deceit, yet at that moment, such thoughts were irrelevant. In a flurry of urgency, he raised an iron block to shield his chest. However, he discerned that mere defense would not suffice. So he summoned his strength, his right arm's muscles bulging, preparing to unleash the sixth style, Void Break Fist once more. Just then, a resounding clash of swords echoed through the void, as a radiant pink blade cleaved through the wall and the very fabric of space, striking directly at Marco's phoenix seal, shattering a significant portion of the ensuing shockwave. Chapter 65. The terrifying woman. The sudden and fierce aerial slash shattered a substantial portion of Marco's phoenix emblem, leaving just enough of the impact to shield his masked visage. Upon witnessing this unexpected surge of power, Marco retreated cautiously, while Jozu and the others momentarily ceased their skirmish, positioning themselves behind their respective leaders, their gazes sharp and filled with animosity. In the next instant, a tall woman clad in the Navy's just mantle leapt through the gaping hole created by Marco. Her beauty was striking. With a beauty mark at the right corner of her mouth and a spider-like insignia adorning her exposed left thigh, she was none other than the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Her blade was already unsheathed, revealing that the previous formidable strike had indeed been delivered by her. Following her was an elderly man, weary in countenance and clad in wooden clogs, who stood beside Peach Rabbit, presenting a stark contrast between the two. Upon their arrival, the masked figure exhaled a sigh of relief, his mood lifting considerably, while Marco and Joseph felt an immediate heaviness settle upon them. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit and Vice Admiral T-Pig, Marco was well aware of their identities, even if he had not known them beforehand. The power displayed in that soaring slash was sufficient for him to gauge the might of his adversaries. It was a force only a master swordsman could wield. Their eyes met, confirming the emergence of two formidable foes. Peach Rabbit surveyed the battlefield, noting the 6 men in white suits and the blazing avian creature alongside a burly man adorned with a glimmering aura of battle. While her expression remained composed, her heart raced with excitement. For a swordsman, combat is an instinctual endeavor, and challenging the strong is a source of delight. As a quintessential swordswoman, she was well acquainted with the two before her, Marco, the Phoenix, and Jozu, the Diamond, both renowned for their extraordinary prowess, their strength widely acknowledged. Though they were not swordsmen, which was somewhat regrettable, they nonetheless held immense value in battle. At that moment, the half-masked figure shouted at Momosaji and Shaitan, "Marines, seize these two immediately." His tone dripped with the condescension of a superior issuing orders to subordinates. In truth, while CP0's rank might technically be on par with the Fleet Admiral, certainly higher than Momosaji and Shaitan's Vice Admiral positions, they held no actual authority over the Marines. Such arrogance was practically begging for retaliation. As expected, both Momosaji and Shaitan darkened at the command. What insolence! Yet they recognized the gravity of the situation and advanced without protest. Momosaji struck first. Her legendary blade Kizaru lifted in a seemingly casual, yet deliberate arc, releasing a radiant pink slash that glittered with lethal intent. The attack hurtled toward Marco with blinding speed, only for a massive silhouette to intercept it. Diamond Jozu. His arm crystallized into impenetrable diamond as the slash connected with a metallic clang, scattering silver sparks. The devastating attack left merely a pale scratch on Jozu's forearm. "Your opponent's me, sweetheart," Jozu grinned, revealing a smile terrifying enough to make children weep. Then, crossing his arms, he launched a savage charge at Momosaji. Being a high-damage but fragile swordsman, a direct hit from Jozu would spell instant defeat. She barely dodged sideways. Though Jozu missed, he'd successfully isolated her from the main battlefield. "Well now, seems I get the pleasure of facing the legendary Phoenix Marco," Shaitan drawled with false levity, though his eyes remained sharp. "Quite the epithet you've got there. Coming from a former admiral candidate? Not too shabby yourself, old man," Marco retorted. "Huh. You flatter." Shaitan's reply was cut short as Marco's wings snapped open, propelling him forward with talons aimed at the Marine's skull crane claw. TSK, living up to your pirate title, I see." Shaitan's mocking tone belied his vigilance. He'd anticipated the move. Using Soru with practiced ease, he vanished from Marco's trajectory. Old men should know when to retire, Marco shot back, maintaining relentless pressure with a barrage of attacks that would obliterate lesser pirates. Yet Shaitan, true to his former candidate status, parried each strike effortlessly. The two sides continued to engage in a tense standoff, Yet the situation for the Peach Rabbit was somewhat different. Ja's diamond defense was exceedingly formidable. Even the most renowned swordsmen, known for their sharp attacks, found it challenging to breach his defenses, leading to a stalemate. The Peach Rabbit occasionally unleashed a sharp wave of slashing strikes, but they merely left shallow white marks on Ja's body, failing to draw blood. Meanwhile, Jaws defended his vital points with his arms, charging at the Peach Rabbit, who, with a comparatively weaker defense, was forced into a frustrating retreat, darting about helplessly. Perhaps overwhelmed by frustration, the Peach Rabbit ignited with genuine fury. It is well understood that such anger can objectively enhance one's combat prowess. And thus the Peach Rabbit experienced a significant boost in strength. Gritting its teeth, the Peach Rabbit suddenly accelerated, employing the tempestuous swordsmanship that encircled Jaws. The clang of metal resonated continuously as the frequency of attacks soared, the speed so swift that the Peach Rabbit's form became a mere blur, leaving only flashes of sword light and scattered diamond shards in the air. Should anyone audacious enough seize the opportunity to collect these diamond fragments, they would likely find themselves on the path to becoming a wealthy individual. Now it was Ja's turn to feel the pressure. He had no choice but to increase the proportion of his diamond transformation, striving to protect his body. Even so, under such relentless attacks, his defenses were ultimately breached, and, to his dismay, Diamond Jaws began to bleed. Although the wounds were minor, with his remarkable recovery abilities, he could mend them in mere seconds. However, this process would deplete his stamina, and the frequency of Peach Rabbit's assaults was overwhelming. Little by little, even Jaws found it challenging to maintain his composure. If this continued, he might be worn down to the brink of exhaustion. Indeed, an enraged woman is a formidable force. Chapter 66. I demand an explanation. Marco faced Chibuda. While Peach Rabbit clashed with Jaws, and the intensity of their battles was palpable, the masked spectators had now taken a step back, merely observing the contest. Boss, which one should we engage? The striped mask inquired, feeling slightly awkward standing idle on the sidelines. The half-faced mask glanced at the flickering sword lights emanating from Peach Rabbit's side, his mouth twitching slightly. He thought to himself, this woman is truly merciless. The density of those sword strikes is nothing short of execution. He began to regret his previous tone when speaking to Peach Rabbit. Would she hold a grudge against him? Might she unleash a tempest upon him in the future? In truth, he was overthinking. Ja's high defensive capabilities had provoked Peach Rabbit's ire after she could not breach his defenses after numerous attempts. As for him, a mere half-faced mask, he was not of such significance to attract her wrath. With the sword lights flashing, there was no room left for intervention, prompting the half-faced mask to reconsider joining the fray. He then shifted his gaze to the other side, where Marco and Chibuda were embroiled in a fierce battle. Vibrant blue flames splattering everywhere, their attacks exhibiting effects worthy of a grand spectacle, truly magnificent. This realm appears less terrifying than that of the Peach Rabbit. It seems there exists an opportunity to intervene. However, just as the masked figure was about to speak, a vivid image flashed in his mind of Marco unleashing the Phoenix mark upon him. Had it not been for Peach Rabbit's timely strike, which mitigated much of its devastating force, he might have been grievously injured and spitting blood. The recollection sent a shiver of dread coursing through him. If he approached, would Marco bestow upon him yet another Phoenix mark? Observing Marco's half-human, half-bird form, it was unmistakably the prelude to the Phoenix mark's execution. Wait, could it be that he was anticipating his advance? By the heavens, this Marco truly epitomizes the wicked pirate, with a mind as devious as they come. Fortunately, his own cleverness allowed him to perceive the situation beforehand. I shan't approach. Let him come to me if he dares. Thus, the masked figure joyfully resolved to remain a spectator, not out of laziness or fear of injury, but rather to assist Peach Rabbit and the others in their tactical maneuvering, a task of considerable strategic significance, indeed. However, their pleasurable respite, their tactical observance, was short-lived. As another formidable presence arrived, the ruler of this domain, King of Golden City, and one of CP0's primary targets, the Golden Emperor, Tizolo. Upon entering the fray, Tizolo surveyed the chaos and the two battling factions, his forehead immediately contorting with fury. He glanced around and quickly spotted several individuals in white suits standing idly by, whom he recognized all too well, having had extensive dealings with the world government. What on earth is happening here? How dare you, CP0, show your faces in this place? And what of these two Navy personnel? Enraged, Tizolo had no patience for pleasantries, and he bellowed at the masked figure and his companions, demanding answers. This time, perhaps due to Tizolo's status as a king of a member nation, and the lengthy collaboration with the world government, or perhaps because Tesla had already been marked for death. The half-masked figure ceased to maintain an aloof silence. Tesla, you have committed a grave error. Our mission this time targets you. The objectives of CP0 have never been favorable, either met with immediate execution or taken away as slaves, often ending up in the depths of impelled down to endure torment. Upon hearing these words, Tesla was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the half-masked figure and others present, sensing a palpable malice emanating from them, finally grasping the meaning behind their statements. What do you mean? I am a king of a member nation. I have dealings with the world government. I demand to speak with the Gorosei. I demand an explanation. Tesla shouted, or perhaps it was more fitting to say he howled. Uncertain whether it was rage or anxiety that compelled him to bolster his own bravado. Tesla, I advise you not to waste your breath. You are but a scum of the dark world, and since you have ceased to be obedient, the world government has no reason to tolerate you any longer. The half-masked figure's tone dripped with sarcasm and disdain, a bitter smile curling at the edges of his exposed lips. Each unmasked word pierced Tesla's heart, reviving memories of a past he believed he had buried. The scornful yet indifferent gaze seemed to penetrate through the mask, striking Tesla's visage, reminiscent of the disdainful looks he had received as a slave from the celestial dragons. Indeed, the illustrious Golden Emperor Tesla had once been a slave, a fact few could fathom. His father, a hopeless gambler, squandered the family's fortune, and it was only after his illness and demise that Tesla found himself bereft of savings. He had once harbored dreams of becoming a singer, yet his mother, beset by poverty, loathed his voice, leading him to flee from home, unable to endure her curses. Fate twisted cruelly. Like his father, Tesla succumbed to gambling, ultimately accruing insurmountable debts that led to the sale to human traffickers. Fortunately, he managed to escape from their clutches. Later, at a slave market, he encountered a female slave named Stella, the love of his life, for whom he desperately saved money to purchase. Tragically, just as he amassed enough, the celestial dragons arrived and bought Stella. In a moment of desperation, Tesla attacked the celestial dragons, but predictably, he failed and became their slave. During his time in servitude, he often encountered those disdainful, indifferent glances, a deep-seated scar embedded in his psyche. At that time, even a smile required permission from the celestial dragons. Fortunately, a merman named Fisher Tiger initiated a slave liberation event in Mariehua, allowing Tesla to seize his chance to escape. He believed that had he been wealthy, none of these tragedies would have unfolded, driving him to amass wealth fervently. Over time, his character morphed into something cruel, twisted, and perverse, resembling those he once despised. He detested that mocking smile, as it evoked memories of his sordid past and the heinous murder of his beloved Stella, serving as a mirror reflecting the self he wished to shun. Chapter 67. A fury unleashed. Tesla understood that the world government was notoriously ruthless. Yet he never anticipated being so easily discarded, even the Gorosei failing to inform him, as though he were mere refuse, utterly inconsequential. Did the Golden Emperor hold no value in their eyes? This realization gnawed at his pride like a dull saw, raking mercilessly across his heart. After escaping Mariehua, he devoted himself to building his empire, surrounding himself with loyal subordinates, and constructing the formidable ship, the Grand Tesla. The power he once loathed transformed into his own strength. In the face of the wealthy, he resolved to become even wealthier, subjugating them beneath his feet, and against the cruel, he vowed to be even more ruthless, employing absolute strength to obliterate them, just as the noble celestial dragons had once done. As he gazed upon the wretched souls kneeling before him in supplication, a sense of satisfaction swelled within him. No matter how they wept, he had seized everything from them, oblivious to the painful resemblance they bore to his former self. He had believed that with his current might and terrifying financial resources, he had distanced himself from that past, from the slave he once was, the man who had struggled for survival, the one who had been powerless to save Stella. Yet, the bloody reality before him struck him like a thunderbolt. The half-masked figure's indifferent tone and nonchalant demeanor made it starkly clear, in the eyes of the true powers that be, he had never changed. He remained the same weak, powerless Tesla, merely a commoner. Tesla had fought so fervently against fate, yet in their eyes, his struggles were nothing but a source of mockery. They sat as spectators upon their lofty thrones, observing the self-indulgent performance he believed he was enacting in the center of the stage. This entire situation is utterly unacceptable to Tesla. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe I am easily intimidated? Then give it a try. Tesla understands that everything has come to an end. It matters not why the world government has cast him aside, or even sent CP0 to eliminate him. What is paramount is that they now seek his life. Initially, he harbored reservations about the members of CP0, not due to their prowess, but because of their formidable overlords. However, now that his fate is at stake, he can afford no such considerations. Do you still wish to resist? You have no chance. It would be wiser to remain still and accept your demise, for that would spare you some agony. The half-masked figure continued his verbal assault, attempting to coax Tetzolo into surrendering, believing this would ease their burdens. Though they looked down upon their adversary, they recognized that his strength was not to be dismissed lightly. If they could avoid a confrontation, it would be for the best. Little did he realize, however, that his tone, or rather his manner of speaking, seemed to carry an air of mockery, which would only serve to inflame Tetzolo's fury. As anticipated, veins bulged on Tetzolo's forehead, his anger boiling over. Enough of this nonsense. Unleash your true abilities. Let me witness the prowess of the fabled intelligence agency. The half-masked figure, recognizing Tetzolo's unwillingness to capitulate, ceased his futile attempts at persuasion. He executed a swift kick, unleashing 2 crescent-shaped slashes with remarkable speed aimed at Tetzolo. His subordinates, emulating his movements, followed suit, sending forth a total of 10 smaller slashing waves in unison. As the onslaught approached, Tetzolo remained unfazed, crouching low and placing one hand on the ground. In the next moment, the floor before him erupted like a volcano, forming a golden shield wall. Indeed, this establishment was aptly named the Golden Hotel, for its flooring was crafted from pure gold, and Tetzolo's fruit allowed him dominion over this precious metal. This was his absolute domain. The golden shield wall had scarcely formed when the 12 slashing waves struck it, producing a series of resonant clangs. The once pliable gold, enhanced by the power of his devil fruit, became as resilient as steel. The strikes from the half-masked figure merely etched shallow marks upon its surface. Observing this, the half-masked figure narrowed his eyes. This display alone provided a glimpse into the true might of the Golden Emperor. Indeed, their previous dismissiveness was now tinged with apprehension, as it became clear that a careless misstep could lead to their downfall. With that, the half-masked figure retreated his right foot and pivoted, gathering his strength. Then, unleashing all his energy into his right leg, he executed a powerful slashing wave that differed significantly from before, resembling a bird in flight and twice its previous size. Raging kick, bird of prey. The strike of the soaring bird cleaved through the golden shield wall without the slightest hesitation, severing it effortlessly in two. As it passed through the shield, the force of the blow remained largely unabated, gliding through the barrier as smoothly as a hot knife through butter, continuing on its original trajectory into the distance. With a thunderous crash, the severed golden shield wall collapsed, the breach polished to a mirror-like sheen. Yet, upon witnessing the effectiveness of his assault, the half-masked figure did not betray a triumphant smile, for the figure that should have been concealed behind the shield, Tetzolo, had vanished without a trace. It is not surprising that Tetzolo would not believe that a mere wall of golden shields could withstand all attacks. His golden fruit had already reached the stage of awakening, allowing him to move freely wherever there was gold. To him, the seemingly impenetrable gold was as malleable as liquid, enabling him to navigate through it effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity when the shield wall blocked CP0's line of sight, he had already relocated elsewhere. Upon discovering Tetzolo's disappearance, the half-masked figures promptly unleashed their observation hockey to sense his whereabouts, yet they found nothing. The gold appeared to obstruct their perception, rendering them utterly blindsided. A sudden thought struck them. Could that rascal Tetzolo have taken the chance to flee? In truth, their worries were unfounded. If Tetzolo had been in a rational state, he might have considered retreating. However, provoked by the half-masked figure's earlier remarks, he was now consumed by rage. Fixated solely on one objective, to deliver a thorough beating to these repugnant masked individuals. Behind the half-masked figures, the golden floor rippled like liquid, and from within emerged Tetzolo. His arms transformed into 2 magnificent golden cannons. The menacing barrels were aimed directly at the half-masked figures. Chapter 68. I shall shatter you. Tetzolo's eyes radiated an essence of madness. Previously, he would have hesitated to kill anyone affiliated with the world government. But now he felt an overwhelming desire to assault Mariehua itself. Admittedly, that would be a bit rash. For now, he was intent on eliminating these nuisances first. The cannon barrels began to spin with increasing velocity, and in an instant, a terrifying blaze erupted from the muzzle, accompanied by a thunderous roar that sent shivers down their spines. At the moment that sound of impending doom resonated, the half-masked figures felt a surge of dread, instinctively turning to evade the onslaught. They were met with the sight of the rapidly rotating cannon, and terror gripped them as they hastily maneuvered to escape the terrifying projectiles. The golden cannons fired pure golden projectiles, an extravagant display indeed, truly the epitome of wastefulness. Yet, within the opulent Golden Hotel, gold was abundant. Even if Tetsolo fired for an entire day, it would suffice. Moreover, these projectiles were not only luxurious, but also extraordinarily potent. The golden cannons derived their energy from hockey, utilizing mechanical transport within the barrels to generate high-temperature, high-density energy that expanded rapidly, launching the golden projectiles. Even though the bullets were enhanced by the powers of the devil fruit, they were already half-melted upon being fired. A direct hit would likely result in nothing less than complete vaporization due to the intense heat radiation. Thus, the masked men were forced to scramble for cover. Perhaps this was the power of technology. While evading the oncoming projectiles, they sought to close the distance to Tetsolo, who, despite his furious state, remained astute. He quickly redirected his cannon to thwart their advances. As the Golden Emperor unleashed his barrage, the entire space was engulfed in his gunfire. Fortunately, the Navy soldiers, led by Momonosuke, had managed to evacuate the innocent guests amidst the chaos. Otherwise, they would likely have been strewn across the walls and floor. The errant golden projectiles also affected the other two battlefields. Momonosuke, engaged in a furious sword duel with Jozu, was forced to halt his assault to evade the stray shots. He was now panting heavily, having exhausted considerable stamina to maintain his rapid pace. Yet, it was not entirely in vain. Jozu had become a striking target, covered in countless shallow wounds that had yet to heal. Though not grievous, sustaining such injuries repeatedly was no trivial ordeal. Jozu felt an unbearable itch and pain, almost rolling on the ground in discomfort, yet he stifled his cries for the dignity of Whitebeard's 3rd Division. At that moment, he felt a strange gratitude towards the Golden Emperor. The stray shots were far gentler than the earlier lethal barrage, causing merely pain and a bit of heat. Jozu endured a dozen strikes from the cannonballs, pushed back half a meter, a feat that only he could accomplish by taking the brunt of the golden cannon's fire. Meanwhile, Marco had also ceased his fighting. He soared into the air with elegance, deftly avoiding the projectiles, contrasting sharply with the bizarre dodging of Chopper below, resembling a clumsy creature. Hey, someone help. We need to deal with that rascal Tetsolo first. The half-mast figures found themselves in a dire predicament. The seemingly endless barrage was proving too much for them to endure. Despite their considerable strength, they struggled to break through the enemy's relentless assault and called for reinforcements. Momonosuke and Chopper, initially unwilling to assist these bothersome figures, found the incessant cannon fire too disruptive to continue their own battles. Exchanging glances, they decided to maneuver towards the Golden Emperor. However, at that moment, the walls, battered by the cannon fire, could no longer bear the weight above and began to crumble. I have tirelessly supported the weight of this establishment only to be assaulted by cannon fire? I shall shatter before you. And thus, the walls collapsed. The upper structure crashed down, and Tetsolo ceased firing, merging back into the gold, disappearing from sight. The masked figures felt a wave of relief as their torment finally ceased. Yet, realization dawned upon them. The treasure vault. The upper levels were essentially the treasure vault of the Golden Emperor. The angle of its descent was not quite right, leading it to slide away diagonally. Such a massive vault, plummeting from a height of 100 meters, created a scene too magnificent to behold. Those below in the Golden Hotel noticed the unfolding calamity, their hearts racing as they scrambled to escape at unprecedented speed. Mom, why didn't you give me an extra pair of legs? Many were so paralyzed by fear that they collapsed, unable to move, losing their last chance of escape. Resigned to close their eyes in despair, the Golden Treasure Vault ultimately crashed to the ground, producing a deafening roar that stirred clouds of dust and debris, creating a vast crater. Those unfortunate souls caught in the chaos were reduced to mere remnants. Though crafted from gold, the vault shattered upon impact. Fortunately, the contents inside remained unscathed, scattered across the ground in pristine condition. After a while, as the dust settled and the panic subsided, the bewildered onlookers could only marvel at the calamity that had befallen them. At that moment, a resounding cry echoed from the sky as a magnificent bird, enveloped in blue flames, swooped down from the heavens. Marco had just heard the words uttered by the masked man, whose mind was in disarray. A sudden realization dawned upon him, and he comprehended the purpose of their arrival. As anticipated, the treasure vault that had just plummeted was none other than Teselos. He surmised that the natural fruit, to be auctioned tomorrow, was likely concealed within that vault. With this thought, he transformed into his full phoenix form, and launched himself in a death plunge towards the vault. Chapter 69. A True Man Should Pilot a Gundam. Marco believed that since CP0 had sent someone, the auction scheduled for the following day would most likely be cancelled. The Golden Emperor might not even survive, rendering the auction utterly pointless. It seemed that by the end of tomorrow, the entire Golden City could be obliterated. Thus, since the auction would not proceed, he resolved to seize the natural fruit for himself. As for any reward, he had just aided the Golden Emperor by fending off a vice admiral of the Navy, so a devil fruit would suffice as gratitude. It was then that someone in the crowd recognized the blue Firebird's identity and exclaimed in terror, that is Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Following closely behind Marco was Jozu. Though he was unaware of Marco's intentions, he instinctively trusted his companion, embodying the unwavering faith that members of the Whitebeard Pirates had in one another. Indeed, it was only a select few pirate crews, like the Whitebeard Pirates, that could exhibit such loyalty. Most pirates were ruthless and indolent, devoid of principles or boundaries, engaging in unrelenting greed and employing any means necessary. For them, companionship was merely a temporary arrangement, a means to buy time during perilous situations. Thus, figures like Whitebeard and Shanks stood out as anomalies among pirates. And even within the Navy, how many could one truly trust unconditionally? Jozu could not fly, but that was of no consequence. He leaped off the edge, embracing a free fall. With his formidable defense, jumping from 100 meters felt akin to child's play. From afar, it appeared as if a brilliant mass was descending. That is Diamond Jozu. Another member of the onlookers recognized the dazzling figure, providing real-time commentary to those around. One must admit, the spectators in the pirate world possessed keen insight and extensive knowledge. As Jozu crashed to the ground, a thunderous roar reverberated, stirring a cloud of dust and debris. Alarmed, the masked figures finally reacted as Marco dived towards the ground, and they hurriedly followed suit. However, lacking the ability to fly and the defensive prowess of Jozu, they could only descend slowly using the moonwalk technique, which was exceedingly frustrating. Tontada and Tashigi exchanged glances before joining them. With the arrival of these individuals, the crowd erupted in astonished gasps. The earlier descendants were likely minions unknown to the spectators, but the latter arrivals, Tashigi and Tontada, were recognized, especially Tashigi, as she was indeed a striking beauty. That is Commodore Tashigi from the Navy headquarters. And the rest Tontada. The crowd was in an uproar, bewildered by the unfolding events. What on earth is happening? Was that commotion a battle? Are the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates engaging in combat? Is this the end of the world? It's terrifying. I want to go home. At that moment, the golden pavement began to undulate, reminiscent of rolling waves. Suddenly, as if a volcano had erupted, a torrent of gold surged from the ground, flowing like liquid and continuously morphing in the air, while the golden surface replenished itself with more gold. Gradually, the ever-changing gold took form, sprouting arms, legs, and a head. Ultimately, the transformation culminated in the emergence of a colossal golden giant, towering over 50 meters. The giant's muscles were sinewy, radiating heat and appearing almost red-hot, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. To Marco's astonishment, the giant's face bore an uncanny resemblance to Tezzalo himself. The golden giant is nothing less than an enlarged version of Tezzalo. Every inch of this colossal figure emanates an overwhelming sense of power, as if it could obliterate the very heavens and earth, a true cataclysm. Naturally, the ruler of the Golden City is a figure well known to all. However, the emergence of this 50-meter behemoth has genuinely terrified many onlookers, who felt that such proximity was rather perilous, prompting them to retreat further away. At this moment, the masked man and Toru were gracefully descending, gliding through the air. By a twist of fate, their gaze met that of the golden giant, as adversaries often do. Their eyes flared with animosity, causing Tezzalo's own eyes to instantaneously redden. One eye narrowed while the other widened, and within moments, countless golden specks converged towards the open eye, which gradually turned crimson. Once charged, a terrifying laser beam shot forth from his eye, aimed at the airborne masked man Golden Divine Fire. To their astonishment, the masked man and his companions realized the gravity of the situation. This move was outrageous. They swiftly sought to evade the impending danger, and fortunately, their aerial maneuvers allowed them to narrowly escape the horrific laser cannon. Even at a distance, they could feel the searing heat against their skin. Had they been struck, the outcome would have been disastrous. The laser, having missed them, struck the ocean surface dozens of kilometers away, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sent towering water spouts soaring over 100 meters high. as tons of seawater were instantaneously vaporized by the laser's terrifying temperature. Despite the vast distance, the resounding echoes of the blast resonated in the minds of the onlookers. Witnessing the catastrophic aftermath, the masked man and his companions collectively swallowed hard, gripped by a wave of dread. Yet, just as they were momentarily stunned, the enormous hand of the golden giant loomed ominously above them. By the time they regained their senses, it was far too late to evade. They were unceremoniously swatted to the ground. Perish, you wretches. The scene was undeniably fierce. The masked men spat blood into the air before plummeting swiftly to the ground. Meanwhile, Tao Tu and Cha Tun remained vigilant, successfully evading the impending strike at the last moment. Tao Tu tentatively unleashed a sword chi, which, despite being a mere test, extended over 10 meters. However, the result was far from satisfactory, leaving only a barely visible wound on the giant's form, which healed almost instantaneously. Frustrated, Tao Tu gazed at the colossal figure, sheathing her sword and resting its scabbard against her waist. With her right hand firmly gripping the scabbard, she assumed a classic stance, gathering her energy for a few seconds before drawing her blade with astonishing speed. Divine speed slash, air flash. A dazzling pink wave of slashing energy erupted forth, hurtling towards the golden giant. Although the wave measured only a few meters, its power far surpassed that of the previous sword chi. The Golden Emperor, initially intent on withstanding the attack, suddenly sensed an ominous threat as his hair stood on end. Swiftly, he raised his arm to block the wave aimed at his chest. In the next instant, without a sound, the slashing wave effortlessly severed his seemingly indestructible arm at the point of impact. The force of the attack did not dissipate there. It continued to carve a nearly 10-meter gash into the giant's chest. The arm of the golden giant was cleanly severed at the elbow, the cut smooth as a mirror, as the enormous forearm crashed to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. The gaping wound on the giant's chest revealed glimpses of the Golden Emperor concealed within. Truth be told, Tao Tu's strike had sent chills down the Emperor's spine, jolting his overheated mind into clarity. Had the cut been any deeper, it would have struck him directly. Under the might of that blow, even the golden giant's defenses crumbled like parchment, lacking any semblance of resistance as its arm was severed. Had the attack landed on him, it would have meant certain demise. Fortunately, he remained within the bounds of Golden City, surrounded by gold and his own power sources. As the severed arm writhed, a new forearm began to sprout, and the gash in his chest gradually healed, returning to its original state. This is the advantage of fighting on home turf. Thanks to the abundant gold in Golden City, Tezelo can effortlessly create a towering 50-meter golden giant. To put it simply, Tezelo within the confines of Golden City possesses combat prowess that rivals the level of the four emperors. However, one significant drawback remains: his defensive capabilities have not been enhanced, which constitutes a major weakness. Initially, when Peach Rabbit saw that her strike had an effect, she felt a surge of excitement, only to be disheartened the very next moment as her opponent swiftly recovered, as if nothing had transpired. This left her utterly frustrated, lamenting the increasingly exasperating nature of her adversaries today. Meanwhile, at the site where the treasure vault had fallen, Marco and Jaws were already rummaging through the area, discovering a plethora of exquisite jewels, each genuinely worth its weight in gold. Additionally, they stumbled upon an array of renowned blades, all at least of the caliber of the Great Blade, 21 craftsmanship. As for the devil fruits, there were 4 or 5, with those housed in the treasure vault being exceptionally rare. After a thorough search, Marco and Jaws casually selected a natural-type fruit and seized the opportunity to depart amidst the chaos, irrespective of whether it was the earth fruit. To them, it merely represented a reward for Suyu. Any natural type would suffice. As for the other treasures, the Whitebeard pirates had encountered far too many valuable items to bother with more. However, while Marco was indifferent to collecting additional treasures, others were more industrious. Sabo and Kula finally seized their moment. Taking advantage of the lack of attention in the vicinity, they stealthily approached and began searching. Beneath a golden plate, they discovered a brownish-yellow fruit resembling a pineapple, prompting their faces to break into smiles. Initially fearing their mission was in vain, they were pleasantly surprised by this unexpected find. Upon locating their target, the two refrained from coveting other treasures and promptly exited, eager to rendezvous with Haku at sea. If the government were to learn that the coveted items they sought were snatched by their greatest enemy, the Revolutionary Army, right under the nose of CP0, it would surely incite their wrath. At this moment, the half-mast figure, previously struck down by the golden giant, was painfully emerging from the rubble. When he was hit, he felt an overwhelming force akin to being struck by a speeding maritime train, rendering him utterly defenseless. Fortunately, his strength allowed him to sustain only minor injuries, while the striped-masked individual, being less formidable, was gravely wounded and had lost his ability to fight. Gazing at the imposing golden giant still flaunting its might, the half-masked figure's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Teselo's strength to be so formidable. The world government had assessed his combat capability merely at the level of the 7 warlords, unaware that this man had been hiding such depth. However, unbeknownst to them, the seemingly dominant Golden Emperor was contemplating retreat. Alone, without capable subordinates like Bakara and Mr. Tanaka, he faced 2 candidates for the headquarters admiral position and 6 members of CP0. Despite his earlier explosive display of power that left several disoriented, the exertion had drained him significantly, and he knew he could not outlast them in a drawn-out confrontation. Before making his escape, he felt compelled to eliminate those detestable masked figures. Their survival left him feeling unsettled. As for Peach Rabbit and her companions, he bore no personal vendetta against the Navy, primarily holding grievances with the world government. Moreover, Peach Rabbit's earlier remarkable strike had genuinely frightened him, instilling a momentary hesitation to confront her. The colossal golden giant lowered its gaze, searching for the masked figures, whose white suits stood out prominently. After scanning the area, Teselo quickly located the individuals who had just emerged from the debris. Target acquired, the golden giant's right fist twisted ominously, resembling the donning of a suit of armor. With this armored fist, he unleashed a full-force strike toward the position of the masked figures, generating an effect akin to molten gold. With heat radiating so intensely that it illuminated the entire city, wielding the power to incinerate all in its path. Golden Inferno. This punch embodies the fury of the Golden Emperor. At this moment, Half-Face Mask felt utterly bewildered. Why was he so relentlessly pursued? If Teselo were aware of the turmoil in his heart, he might have laughed in disbelief. Had he forgotten? Just moments ago, he had mocked the very man before him. To refrain from striking would mean that his anger would remain unvented. The colossal fist, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, bore down upon them with an inexorable force, its trajectory uncannily precise, aimed directly at their heads. They wished to flee, yet the fist, appearing to descend languidly, approached with an astonishing swiftness and an expansive reach, leaving them no chance for escape. Although Peach Rabbit, suspended in midair through moonwalk, was reluctant to intervene, she could not bear to watch them perish. Thus, she closed her eyes, not in resignation, but as a symbolic gesture. She slashed at the Golden Emperor's right arm with her sword. Should anyone inquire afterward, she had already contrived an excuse, having exhausted herself with that earlier draw. This slash was her final act of defiance. She had done all she could. Surprisingly, the Golden Emperor was momentarily taken aback by her strike. Yet it left no mark upon his arm, vanishing without a trace. Nevertheless, it was not without consequence. The unexpected action caused his attack's trajectory to deviate slightly. In the next instant, that world-shattering punch crashed down mere meters from where Half-Face Mask and his companions stood. Chapter 71. Is that all? One could only imagine the devastation wrought by such a punch, possessing the power to obliterate everything in its path. Though it did not directly strike its intended target, the proximity of mere meters rendered the impact akin to an explosion at point-blank range. A resounding boom echoed, followed by a violent release of thermal energy. As if night had suddenly transformed into day, the cataclysmic explosion erupted from the golden giant's fist, unleashing a terrifying amount of energy, causing the very ground of Golden City to tremble. Under the onslaught of the ferocious winds, Peach Rabbit felt as if the small island-like vessel she occupied was on the verge of being consumed by the tempest. The faces of the onlookers were first illuminated by the brilliance of the energy release, only to be contorted by the savage force of the winds. Their emotions were stripped down to sheer shock and terror, akin to a tiny wooden ship adrift upon a stormy sea, praying fervently for the tempest to pass. The calamity lasted but a brief moment, yet those ensnared within its grasp felt as though a lifetime had passed. As the turbulence subsided and the suffocating clouds of dust gradually dispersed, the grotesque remnants of destruction were revealed. Entire edifices had been obliterated, as if the Golden City had nearly been breached by a single titanic blow. The aftermath of that strike was undeniably significant. The striped mask, previously gravely injured by a mere slap, succumbed immediately to the force of the blow, disintegrating into ash without even a moment's resistance. The remaining few, the ghost-faced and crescent moon masks, who were second only to the half-faced mask in strength, retained their humanoid forms, albeit barely clothed, their exposed skin marred by severe burns. These two now lay prostrate on the ground, their fates uncertain. As for the mightiest among them, the half-faced mask, he remained true to his formidable reputation. Though his hair had been singed away, his attire still clung to him in tatters, a testament to his formidable haki. Remarkably, he retained consciousness, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath, a stark contrast to his previously arrogant demeanor. The night owl and the white-faced brother? Alas, there is little to say, compared to the striped mask. At least they still possessed remnants of their corporeal forms, which could be deemed a stroke of fortune. A mere 10 meters away, the golden giant maintained its pose of having just struck the ground, exuding an air of grandeur. Peach Rabbit and T-Pig emerged from the rubble, their faces smeared with dirt, appearing weathered and worn. They gazed at the ostentatious golden giant, their expressions darkened. Despite emerging unscathed from the recent chaos, they felt utterly disheveled, and thus harbored deep resentment towards the Golden Emperor, the architect of their plight. In a fit of frustration, Peach Rabbit unleashed a 10-meter-long slash, initially doubting its efficacy. Yet to her astonishment, the once imposing golden giant, seemingly forged from gold, offered no resistance as Peach Rabbit's casual strike severed its right arm cleanly. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly recollected herself, her expression shifting as she unleashed a flurry of strikes, cleaving the golden form into several smaller fragments. The giant, however, remained eerily unresponsive. As if it were already deceased, its radiant luster extinguished. Observing this, Peach Rabbit leapt above the remnants of the golden giant, her gaze scanning for any sign of the Golden Emperor. As anticipated, he was nowhere to be found. The exertion of that singular blow had drained him significantly. He understood that remaining would mean facing 2 fully rejuvenated adversaries alone, a fate he could not afford. Thus, he had deliberately infused immense power into that strike, maximizing its impact to divert attention, allowing him to escape amidst the ensuing chaos. In the Golden City, gold was abundant, and he could maneuver freely. Frustrated by the turn of events, Peach Rabbit kicked a fragment of gold aside, scanning her surroundings until she spotted the half-faced mask, approaching the gasping figure. She noted the humanoid shapes beside him, and the disheveled state of the half-faced mask nearly provoked a chuckle. "Are you all right?" Despite her efforts to maintain a steady tone, an unmistakable hint of schadenfreude colored her words. "I cough. I'm not dead yet," he replied, coughing up red-black powder. Remnants of blood evaporated by the intense heat, followed by a spurt of fresh blood. He was gravely injured, primarily due to being caught off guard by the Golden Emperor's fiery assault. Having only managed to coat his body in a thin layer of haki before enduring the brunt of the attack. Had it not been for his inherent resilience, he would not have fared so poorly. "There's some bad news. Would you like to hear it?" The sight of his pitiable condition made Peach Rabbit hesitate, though a mischievous grin crept onto her face. "Spill it." The half-faced mask's visage was as dark as coal, whether from soot or vexation was unclear. "Tizolo is missing." "What?" The half-faced mask nearly leapt to his feet. Their mission had included the assassination of Tizolo, a figure who had collaborated with the world government, and thus posed a significant threat. The government would never permit his continued existence. Now, having personally witnessed the Golden Emperor's power, he realized he had gravely underestimated him. The necessity to eliminate Tizolo had become even more imperative. "But now you tell me this key target has vanished? A man as large as Tizolo simply disappeared. What are you Navy fools doing? Can't you keep track of a single person?" He shouted, his voice filled with fury, before coughing again. The sudden turn of events momentarily overshadowed his fear of Peach Rabbit. Yet, Peach Rabbit was unsympathetic. "Oh please, you saw that punch. T-Pig and I barely managed to save our skins. How could we have had the energy to monitor Tizolo's whereabouts?" As she spoke, she gestured towards the half-faced mask's condition and the plight of his companions, underscoring the punch's devastating power. The half-faced mask observed Peach Rabbit, who appeared relatively unscathed save for her disheveled hair, and he could almost discern other colors on his soot-darkened face. Chapter 72. Sudden developments. The half-faced mask had intended to erupt in anger, but, upon reflection of his precarious state, he stifled his rage. He was isolated and vulnerable, reliant upon these Navy personnel. Otherwise, he might not survive this ordeal. After all, there were still those who were aware of CP0's existence, and generally, those who knew of them harbored no fondness. Even their masters, the celestial dragons, merely tolerated them. Anyone who held any genuine affection for CP0 would surely be deemed deranged. With great effort, the half-faced mask struggled to his feet, swaying slightly before steadiness returned. Peach Rabbit, observing his struggle, inquired anxiously, "How are you? Do you need support?" "Well, if you truly wish to help, you wouldn't be asking," he thought bitterly, noting her lack of intention to assist. "Thank you. but I can manage on my own." The words escaped his lips as though forced through clenched teeth, revealing his barely concealed resentment. "That's good to hear." With a radiant smile, Peach Bunny appeared utterly unbothered by the tone of the half-masked figure, yet managed to infuriate him to the brink of madness without a trace of warmth. However, being trained for such circumstances, he swiftly recalibrated his emotions. The half-masked figure turned to glance at his lifeless companions nearby, his gaze indifferent, as if observing a few dead stray dogs on the roadside. This was hardly surprising. Under such perverse training methods, emotional bonds were strictly forbidden. Surviving this inhumane ordeal had naturally rendered them less than human. His fleeting glance was merely to ascertain whether these individuals were alive or dead. Now, having confirmed that those who had fought alongside him moments ago were indeed deceased, he felt not a shred of sorrow, nor even the slightest ripple of emotion. The absence of sentiment in his eyes made Peach Bunny feel as though she were encased in a frigid winter island. "Order the naval soldiers to locate Taisolo's position and ensure his elimination." The same irritating arrogance and haughty tone persisted, exuding an air of superiority that nearly bordered on dictatorial. Although Peach Bunny yearned to shatter his mask with a single punch, she was constrained by her position and could only respond with a falsely cheerful facade. The half-masked figure was acutely aware that finding Taisolo now was an arduous task, as they were in his territory, where the advantages were overwhelming. Their recent defeat stemmed primarily from a gross underestimation of Taisolo's capabilities, mistakenly believing he was merely of the warlord caliber. In truth, with 6 CP0 members and 2 candidates for admiral from the Navy headquarters, their lineup was nothing short of luxurious. Capturing a warlord should have been a straightforward endeavor. Yet no one anticipated the depths of Taisolo's concealment or the sheer potency derived from his home-ground advantage. The earlier explosion of power had left them utterly dazed. It was devoid of finesse, relying solely on brute strength, yet proved remarkably effective. At that very moment, beneath Golden City, a golden submarine quietly departed, submerging into the depths of the ocean, its destination unknown. Within Golden City, the Navy had dispatched soldiers to disperse the crowd, declaring that the Golden Emperor had betrayed the world government and was now a notorious criminal. The Navy had assumed control over everything here, proclaiming that all possessions belonged to the world government, urging everyone to leave without taking so much as a threat. The bewildered tourists were hastily ejected. The earlier commotion during the battle had alerted nearly everyone on the island to the situation, yet they had not anticipated the enormity of it all. Just days prior, the Golden Emperor had announced grand plans for an auction, and now, astonishingly, he had been stripped of his royal title and branded a criminal. This rapid succession of events was difficult for many to comprehend. The Navy's insistence was resolute, and even the most prominent figures refrained from causing further trouble. Recognizing that only chaos awaited them here, they complied, including Katakuri and his associates, not out of fear of the Navy, but to avoid entanglements. After an extensive search across Golden Island, Navy soldiers found no trace of the Golden Emperor, nor any sign of Taisolo's subordinate, Bakala. Ultimately, the half-masked figure had no choice but to concede defeat with reluctance. Fortunately, while Taisolo may have vanished, his wealth remained, offering a modicum of solace. Indeed, the Golden Emperor was deserving of his title. Rather than merely possessing 20% of the world's belly, he owned 20% of the world's gold. His wealth was not hidden but proudly displayed, as Golden City was, in the truest sense, a city of gold. More than half of its structures were constructed from gold, a degree of extravagance that only Taisolo could conceive. Taisolo's actions were aimed at establishing a truly formidable home ground, and the events of that day proved that his elaborate preparations were not in vain. With merely his own strength, he had bewildered 2 admiral candidates and elite CP0 members. Such a feat was indeed a source of pride. Accepting reality, the half-masked figure resolved to have the Navy account for Taisolo's ill-gotten gains, ensuring that the Navy received their share of the spoils. However, just as he was contemplating the distribution, the ground trembled violently, causing Golden City to shudder as if the island itself were weary and seeking to change its position. The soldiers on the island momentarily panicked, but their training soon prevailed, restoring their composure, albeit with lingering expressions of shock. Peach Bunny and her companions swiftly ascended into the air using moonwalk, eager to discern the cause of the upheaval. Was it a trap laid by the Golden Emperor? Could he be so malevolent? From their aerial vantage, the entire structure of Gurin Taisolo resembled a colossal snail, with 2 thick, dark iron chains extending from its antennae, appearing remarkably sturdy. At the ends of these chains were 2 gargantuan beasts, each an immense tortoise, dwarfing even the sea kings. It was evident that Guren Solo relied on these titanic creatures for navigation, underscoring their monumental size. In the vast expanse of the ocean, this creature undoubtedly reigns supreme, not drawn by the charisma of Taizolo, but rather compelled by the Golden Emperor's prior use of gold dust to control them, forcing these two into servitude. Now that the Golden Emperor has fled, the architect of their bondage has vanished, granting them their long-awaited freedom. The resentment built up during their prolonged captivity is palpable. Chapter 73. The Great Escape. Two colossal turtles, even larger than the Sea King, have gone into a frenzy, creating an uproar of unimaginable proportions. Although turtles are generally gentle creatures, the unjust confinement they endured for so long, coupled with relentless labor, has stripped away any semblance of their natural docility. Given their immense size, they require only minimal movement to unleash devastation upon humanity. Now, these titanic beings have begun their rampage. They exhibit remarkable intelligence, deftly gnawing through each other's chains, not with sharp teeth, but through an astonishingly powerful bite that snaps the restraints. At this moment, they are completely liberated, cognizant of the glimmering object behind them, the very tool of their enslavement by the malevolent bipedal beast. They yearn for vengeance and intend to obliterate it. The Golden City, though appearing robust, is inherently fragile. A mere collision from these titans could reduce it to ruins, burying everything beneath the waves. Tao-Tu and Cha-Tun are desperate to prevent such a catastrophe, as the island is still populated with numerous naval soldiers. If these two beasts are allowed to wreak havoc, the survival of the soldiers would become a matter of sheer luck. Half-faced Mask is equally anxious. He shares the sentiment with Tao-Tu and the others. These wretched turtles must be stopped. His concern, however, is not for the soldiers. Their fate holds no significance for him. Rather, he fears that if the golden treasures sink into the abyss, recovering them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Tao-Tu brandishes the golden blade, unleashing a pink slashing wave that extends over 10 meters. Yet, this colossal strike may barely tickle the turtles. To his surprise, the giant turtle's defenses are not as formidable as its size suggests, and the slashing wave easily leaves its mark. Although it might seem inconsequential, the pain successfully captures the turtle's attention. Upon keen observation, it notices several figures suspended above, resembling the very bipedal beasts that once enslaved them. These creatures must surely be in league with that malevolent biped, howling destruction with a mere swipe. The colossal tortoise stirred the ocean into towering waves. While the water posed no direct threat to Tao-Tu and the others, it effectively rendered them drenched and disheveled. Another giant tortoise, sensing the unusual behavior of its companion, turned to gaze upon the group of bipeds, its eyes instantly ablaze with fury. With a heavy plunge, the entire creature submerged beneath the waves, not in a strategic retreat, but in a deliberate offense. Moments later, the surface of the sea roiled violently before erupting, revealing a gargantuan tortoise that soared into the air, its terrifying maw wide open, as if to swallow the unsuspecting bipeds whole. It seemed to have forgotten the lesson learned from its previous encounter with the Golden Emperor, where it had attempted to engulf its foe, only to be decisively defeated from within. Now, it audaciously sought to consume once more, leaving one to wonder if it was simply naive or still unwilling to acknowledge the treachery of the human heart. However, at such speed, it was evident that it could not catch Tao-Tu and her companions, who had already distanced themselves from its attack range. The tortoise, having exhausted its momentum, momentarily froze in midair before crashing down into the sea with a thunderous roar, generating a deafening tsunami that reverberated through the skies, sending sprays of water soaring. The ocean writhed restlessly, tumultuously shaking, while the vessel, the Gulanai's Waluo, swayed perilously amidst the churning waves. Though the ship was immense, it was rendered insignificant in the face of such natural calamity. Indeed, no matter the size of the vessel, it was dwarfed by the might of nature. The naval soldiers aboard the ship, upon witnessing the colossal tortoise, erupted into a panic, stumbling and leaping about within the Golden City as it shook violently. Had it not been for the presence of Tao-Tu and Cha-Tun, their anchors of hope, they might have succumbed to despair. For ordinary soldiers were ill-equipped to confront such sea kings, and against this giant tortoise, they could only await their fate. Realizing that this could not continue, Tao-Tu understood that if the tortoise persisted in its rampage, the Golden City would surely collapse. She raised her hand and unleashed two cutting waves to divert the attention of the two tortoises, while she herself darted away, aiming to lure them far from the city, where they could be dealt with at leisure. Observing her action, Cha-Tun and Ban Lian Mianju coordinated with her, occasionally launching a few swift kicks to maintain the tortoise's ire. As the terrifying sea beasts departed, the soldiers within the city collectively exhaled in relief. some even sinking to the ground, breathless. This was not due to cowardice. Fear in the face of such creatures was an inherent human instinct. Meanwhile, Tautu and her companions managed to lead the two tortoises several kilometers away before they finally halted. The tortoise roared, baring its fangs to the heavens. Its voice resonating like the tolling of distant bells, invigorating and alarming. Were it an ordinary person, the sheer volume of that roar might have ruptured their eardrums. Exchanging glances, Tautu and her comrades prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques. Swift Slash, Void Flash, Alter. This strike does not emphasize penetration, rather. It significantly enhances the range of the attack, unleashing a magnificent pink wave that stretches over 100 meters, exuding an awe-inspiring and uniquely aesthetic aura. Though this beauty conceals a lethal threat. Meanwhile, the figure with the half-mask gathers energy and suddenly delivers a powerful kick, releasing a colossal avian-shaped white slash. This is the Gale Step, bird of prey. As for the T-Pig, its short legs kicked vigorously, unleashing several slashing waves that remarkably coalesced into an enormous white slash. Its formidable power evident at first glance. This is the Gale Step, 100 strikes. The three attacks struck the head of one of the turtles simultaneously, instantly carving 3 gaping wounds resembling deep ravines, with a torrent of blood gushing forth, resembling a crimson rain. The turtle, subjected to such a brutal assault, let out a sorrowful wail, eliciting tears from those who heard and heartache from those who witnessed. Although these injuries were not fatal to the colossal turtle, they inflicted considerable suffering, making it acutely aware of the formidable nature of the 3 bipedal beasts before it, realizing that it and its companion might truly be outmatched. Thus, it promptly retreated, issuing another cry as if communicating with its compatriot, who responded in kind, before both turtles plunged into the water. Tau Rabbit and the others, initially believing that the 2 turtles were preparing to execute a joint skill, such as shell linking, remained on high alert in the air, muscles tense. But after a prolonged period of vigilance, they observed no sign of the turtles charging at them. This belated speculation leads one to wonder if these 2 have indeed fled. Chapter 74. Wanted. After waiting a while longer and noticing the complete absence of any activity, the group finally concluded that these 2 had truly made their escape. It is indeed a situation that elicits both laughter and tears. You speak of such a formidable creature, yet it exhibits such timidity. After all, a mere few strikes should hardly have posed a threat to your grand stature. It seems rather trivial. Yet, they chose to flee. Upon reflection, however, this is not so surprising. If they were not cowardly, how could they have been so effortlessly dominated by the Golden Emperor for such an extended period? With the troubles resolved, Peach Rabbit and her companions sighed in relief and promptly returned to Gulan Taizolo. The soldiers discovered that their commander had successfully driven away the 2 terrifying beasts, erupting into fervent cheers. Peach Rabbit enjoyed considerable popularity among the troops. As she was undeniably a stunning beauty, her charisma undeniable. As for T-Pig, he was also somewhat esteemed, being a candidate for the position of general. And respect follows those of capability everywhere. Yet, when standing beside Peach Rabbit, he tragically became merely a backdrop. As for the figure beside the commander, the one half-masked, who was he? It was only at this moment that the group truly settled down, realizing that they had initially engaged in a skirmish with the immortal bird, Marco. They pondered the reason behind that confrontation. Now, in their calmness, it seemed rather perplexing. Had it not been for Peach Rabbit's flurry of storm-style swordsmanship against Diamond Jaws, which had considerably drained her energy, the Golden Emperor would undoubtedly have faced a far more formidable challenge today. In retrospect, the Golden Emperor had unleashed a tremendous outburst, dispatching 5 masked individuals and leaving the remainder in disarray. Yet, astonishingly, he appeared unscathed, or perhaps their attacks had not even grazed him, which was utterly infuriating. Thus, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig redirected their gazes towards the half-masked figure. Initially, it was their CP0 agents who instigated the chaos, and the altercation had commenced with them. They were now eager to hear the half-masked figure's account. The half-masked figure, having regained his composure, pondered the events but could not quite grasp how the conflict had erupted. It must have been the pirates who provoked them. Yes, that was certainly the case. Such trivial matters could be addressed later. For now, they needed to complete the recovery of the Golden Emperor's assets. With a cool demeanor, he stated this and instinctively glanced at Peach Rabbit, gauging her expressions, before retiring to a nearby seat to rest. Today had indeed opened his eyes. He had not anticipated that Peach Rabbit was a werewolf, exhibiting a fierceness that surpassed even the most ruthless. The memory of her storm-style technique now sent a chill down his spine. Had he not, in a moment of emotional instability, shouted at her? Was he perhaps in over his head? In light of his demeanor, what could Peach Rabbit and T-Pig say? They could only comply obediently. Upon investigation, the astonishing wealth of the Golden Emperor has been revealed. His holdings of gold are indeed formidable, ranking among the top 20 globally. The naval fleet dispatched for this operation, however, is inadequate to accommodate such a vast quantity of gold, necessitating the urgent mobilization of numerous transport ships. As the inventory of remaining treasures was conducted, the masked one suddenly realized that the earth fruit had seemingly vanished. Reflecting on the events, it becomes apparent that this natural-based fruit was the catalyst for the turmoil, yet it has inexplicably disappeared in the aftermath. The masked one recalled that, following the treasure vault's descent, the first to plunge into the depths were none other than the Phoenix and Diamond. Could it be that the Whitebeard pirates have laid claim to this fruit? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this possibility. It appears that Marco and his crew had initially set their sights on this very fruit. But the masked one found it perplexing that the Whitebeard pirates would suddenly embark on a quest for fruits. Was there a significant scheme afoot? Unbeknownst to Marco, he had inadvertently taken the blame for the Revolutionary Army as he sat aboard the returning vessel. Relishing the sea breeze and the completion of a task that had long troubled him, his spirits soared at this moment. The masked one had now firmly concluded that the fruit had indeed fallen into Whitebeard's possession, which stirred a sense of unease within him. He then considered that under Whitebeard's protection, the fortunate individual who consumed the earth fruit would undoubtedly experience robust development. This scenario could potentially give rise to yet another figure of immense power within the Whitebeard pirates. Akin to Marco or Diamond Jozu, merely contemplating this prospect sent shivers down his spine. Nevertheless, dwelling on such matters was futile. He needed to focus on his own predicament. While it was unfortunate that his entire team had perished, it was the failure to accomplish his mission that weighed heavily on him. He could only hope that the Gorosei would be in good spirits. Thus, tons of gold were dismantled from the Grand Tesoro and transported onto the naval vessels. Each transport ship possessed a remarkable capacity, able to carry thousands of tons of gold. With over 20 transport ships dispatched for this operation, they departed, laden to the brim with treasure. The remaining items were left behind, awaiting their descent into the ocean's depths. These treasures of gold could indeed drive any individual in the world to madness. Countless desperate souls would risk their lives for wealth, their minds consumed with the pursuit of riches. Should they become aware of the existence of this ship laden with gold, they would undoubtedly gather their accomplices without a moment's hesitation to seize it. Concerns about the ranks of naval admirals would be of no consequence to them. They would only ponder the possibilities. What if fortune favored them? What if the escorts were careless? What if divine providence smiled upon them, allowing them to succeed? The thrill of transforming a vessel into a warship could be irresistible. Fortunately, the knowledge of this treasure remains undisclosed, and the accompanying protectors happen to be formidable werewolves. Once this substantial shipment of gold is returned, a startling report emerges. The Golden Emperor, Taizolo, has fled in fear of facing justice for his heinous crimes. The Golden Kingdom has lost its status as a sovereign nation and has been obliterated. The specific nature of his transgressions remains shrouded in ambiguity, understood only by those in the know. Taizolo, once a king, has now become a wanted fugitive, a target for all, with a staggering bounty of 2 billion belly on his head. The irony is that Taizolo had never truly revealed his strength. Thus, many perceived him merely as a wealthy monarch, his power deemed insignificant. Even the world government had misjudged his capabilities, leading the populace to share similar sentiments. Consequently, in the eyes of some, Taizolo has transformed into a veritable walking bounty of 2 billion belly, an enticing prize. The Golden Emperor has suddenly become the object of admiration for bounty hunters. However, one can only imagine the despair that would ensue when a group of overconfident bounty hunters encounters the Golden Emperor, initially elated at the prospect of an easy fortune, only to be swiftly dispatched by a single blow from him. Such is the swift descent from heaven to hell. Chapter 75. Fleeting shadows, it must be said. The sea is indeed a realm of ever-changing fortunes. In a single night, the once glorious Golden City has fallen, the once mighty Golden Kingdom has crumbled, and the once invincible Golden Emperor has been reduced to a fugitive. The majesty of the Golden Emperor's reign feels as though it was merely yesterday. Yet the collapse of such a formidable power occurred without a sound, vanishing as silently as it came. One can only witness the rise of a grand edifice, the celebration of its guests, and then behold its disintegration. At the site of the former Golden City, only remnants remain, battered by the waves, and the splendor of its opulence will never again grace this place. Nevertheless, such grandeur will not be eradicated. it will merely relocate, manifesting elsewhere. For in the cycle of existence, when one falls, countless others shall rise in their place. The common folk, merely spectators, accept the narrative presented by the news, believing the Golden Emperor must have committed unforgivable sins, thereby justifying the naval force's intervention. Indeed, the military's willingness to act against evil demonstrates their role as our protectors. It is a pity for the Golden Emperor. Having once held such a lofty position, why would he choose to engage in wickedness? Alas, those privy to the deeper truths understand that the situation is far from straightforward. The Golden Emperor was never a paragon of virtue. Beneath the glittering facade of the Golden City lies a profound darkness. Moreover, the government was not only aware of the emperor's misdeeds, but also engaged in a form of collusion with him. This time, the Golden Emperor has undeniably encountered a downfall, which surely stems from some inadequacies that are not meant for public discourse. It certainly is not as straightforward as the news would suggest. Moreover, the swiftness of these developments is astonishing. Just days ago, the Golden Emperor was energetically distributing promotional materials across the vast ocean, grandiosely preparing for an auction, only to see his formidable influence dissipate overnight, which is utterly absurd. This indeed struck a chord with some individuals, rendering them somewhat more subdued, fearful that they might become the next Golden Emperor. However, they were overestimating their significance. They had yet to reach that level, and their annihilation was deemed unnecessary. A month after the Golden Emperor incident, the event remained a topic of lively discussion among the masses, but as days passed, the novelty wore off, and gradually, no one mentioned it anymore, shifting their focus to more current news. The legend of the Golden Emperor slowly faded into the background chatter of the ocean of discourse. On that day, Marco arrived once more at the archipelago of Shambadi, a magnificent bird adorned with resplendent fiery plumage, clutching a large chest in its talons as it soared from the distant horizon. This was his inaugural visit to the Shambadi Islands, and his heart was laden with uncertainty. Initially, he had ventured here merely on a whim, driven by desperation, and thus his approach was quite casual. He held little hope, akin to a mere formality of inquiry. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly futile endeavor would ultimately bestow upon him such a profound surprise? This profoundly altered Marco's mindset. The significance of his father in his heart was undeniable. Thus, even someone as carefree as he found it impossible to approach sea with his usual composure. This time, Marco chose not to land directly at the bar's entrance, but instead descended at the island's edge, transforming into his human form. He could not discern the reason for this sudden urge to walk to the bar. Previously, while taking a respite on another island, he had heard discussions about the Golden Emperor on the streets, some lamenting his absence, others boasting exaggerated tales, and many treating it as mere gossip. Such triviality was common, for the likes of the Golden Emperor felt worlds apart from them. However, today, as Marco strolled through the streets of the Shambadi archipelago, the buzz surrounding the Golden Emperor had dissipated. The populace had found fresh news to occupy their conversations. Humans, it seems, are prone to forgetfulness and prone to new fancies. Recalling the route he had seen from the air, Marco stumbled his way to Su Yu's bar and pushed the door open. Miran was still behind the bar, polishing glasses. Upon seeing Marco, he nodded in recognition before returning to his task, treating the ordinary glass as if it were a treasured relic. It was midday, and the bar was sparsely populated. In fact, it housed but a single patron, a frail old man, suggesting that business had been good lately, allowing him to indulge in a few drinks, though it was likely that his cravings were simply too strong to resist. Upon spotting the elderly gentleman, Marco was somewhat taken aback. "Rayleigh, Senior," he called out. Hearing his name, Rayleigh turned casually, and a pineapple-shaped head entered his view. "Ah, Marco, it has been quite a while. You have become quite the celebrity, haven't you?" The familiarity clearly lifted Rayleigh's spirits. Although he was curious about Marco's sudden visit, he was too indifferent to inquire. As long as there was alcohol, nothing else mattered. "Haha, not at all. You remain unmatched, Rayleigh." Marco observed the now silver-haired Rayleigh, reminiscing about the days when Gold. Roger was still alive, and their white-beard pirates frequently clashed with the Roger pirates. He had once sparred with Rayleigh, brimming with youthful arrogance, only to find himself effortlessly bested. He vividly recalled launching an attack with his crane claws, only for Rayleigh to deflect it with a mere finger, sending him flying. A painful memory etched in his mind. "Haha, I am but an aging man now, not comparable to you young folks." Rayleigh chuckled. "Oh, do you think I would believe that? You, an old rascal, claim to be aged, yet even a vice admiral would struggle to withstand your full might." Noticing Marco's evident skepticism, Rayleigh merely laughed it off, turning back to savor his drink. Since he had begun enjoying the wine, he had shifted from his previous boisterous drinking style to a more refined sipping, not out of choice, but due to financial constraints. At this moment, Marco, burdened with a box, approached Rayleigh and took a seat beside him. He glanced at the spot where Suyu had been reading and noticed it was empty. Just as he contemplated speaking to Miran to summon Suyu, footsteps echoed from the nearby staircase. Looking up, he saw Suyu descending. Prompting Marco to sigh softly, true to form, the boss always appeared at the most opportune moments. Chapter 76, A Stroll. Have you gathered the rewards? Suyu inquired as he reached the final step. Ah yes, boss. Thank you for your generosity. Here lies our reward, Marco replied, opening the large box to reveal 10 devil fruits, among which 2 particularly eye-catching fruits resembled pineapples. Though Marco's expression conveyed only a brief word of gratitude, the sincerity in his voice and the gratitude in his eyes were unmistakable. Rayleigh cast a curious glance at the box, his face reflecting astonishment at the sight of a full crate of devil fruits. To be frank, even he had never encountered such a multitude at once. It was indeed a striking visual. Among the 10, Rayleigh spotted 2 Logia-type fruits, leaving him to wonder what wish Marco had made to acquire such a bounty. Noticing Rayleigh's reaction, Suyu nodded and casually closed the box. In an instant, the crate vanished from his grasp, disappearing without a trace. The wondrous scene left Marco wide-eyed. Yet in the next moment, he found solace. After all, the individual before him had the capability to heal even his father, restoring him to his former glory. What then was beyond this man's reach? As for Rayleigh, Suyu's extraordinary feats no longer astonished him. Upon receiving his remuneration, the transaction was deemed complete. Inextricably, 2 luminous orbs, one large and one small, materialized and were subsequently absorbed by Suyu. The luminous orb represents the collective will generated by this transaction, embodying not only the essence of Marco but also that of Whitebeard. These 2 individuals are truly formidable beings. The willpower generated by ordinary people is merely the size of a ping-pong ball, while the willpower produced this time is as grand as a basketball. The magnitude of willpower is not only correlated with the strength of the individuals completing the transaction, but also with the significance of the wish to the wisher. In simpler terms, the more fervently one desires to fulfill a wish, the greater the willpower generated. Although the willpower produced by Sengoku during the last transaction was only the size of an adult man's fist, seemingly dwarfed by Whitebeard's basketball-sized willpower, it does not imply that Whitebeard is vastly superior to Sengoku. It merely indicates that Whitebeard places immense importance on this wish, while for Sengoku, it was merely a transaction. Having amassed a substantial sum, Suyu's spirits were evidently high. The atmosphere around Marco and Rayleigh, who stood beside Suyu, was suddenly imbued with a sense of brightness. Upon receiving his reward, Marco prepared to depart. Wait, Suyu's calm voice interrupted, causing Marco, who had turned to leave, to pause and look back at him with curiosity. Is there something you need, boss? Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking of taking a stroll, so I thought I might accompany you on your way. In truth, Suyu had grown restless after lingering in the bar for too long, and having received a significant income today, he felt inclined to venture out. As for where to go, with Marco present, he thought it a perfect opportunity to visit Whitebeard, whom he had only seen in comics, but never in person. Marco, puzzled, regarded Suyu, struggling to comprehend what he meant by accompanying him. However, Suyu did not respond to his questioning gaze, and turned to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, would you like to meet Whitebeard? Rayleigh paused, recalling that the last time he had seen Whitebeard was before Roger's execution in Logtown. Never mind, I've grown old, he muttered. Although the 2 pirate crews had often clashed, their relationship was not as hostile as it seemed. Their skirmishes often culminated in banquets. He had a decent rapport with Whitebeard, but knowing of his existence in a certain sea region was sufficient for him. Meeting him again was unnecessary. Seeing Rayleigh's reluctance, Suyu chose not to press further. Miranda, keep an eye on the store. Your boss is going out for a bit. His final words were directed at Marco. With that, and under Marco's bewildered gaze, Suyu casually extended his index finger and drew it downward through the air before him. In the next instant, a pitch-black rift tore open in the air, rapidly expanding until it formed a passage large enough for a person to traverse. In a certain oceanic region of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat in his colossal chair, indulging in a hearty drink. A connoisseur of fine spirits, he had long been unable to savor his drink due to his frail condition. But now that he had regained his strength, his foremost desire was to revel in copious amounts of alcohol, perhaps even several tons. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine, interrupting his revelry. Just moments ago, he had sensed an unusual feeling of being watched, not as if someone were covertly observing him, but rather as if the very heavens above had opened its eyes and cast a glance in his direction. In the next heartbeat, an unexpected rift materialized in the air before him, appearing without warning, as if conjured from thin air. As the rift widened, it transformed into a gaping black void. The crew, noticing this anomaly, instinctively surrounded their captain, instinctively protecting Whitebeard while warily watching the unknown black void. "Do not worry, I am still here." Whitebeard's boisterous voice resonated, immediately calming the tension among his crew. Although he was uncertain of the nature of the phenomenon, he felt reassured by his restored peak strength and was confident in his ability to handle any unforeseen situation. In the next moment, the surface of the black void began to ripple, and a human foot emerged, followed by a leg and a torso. In the midst of Whitebeard's and his crew's astonishment, a rather handsome young man stepped forth from the black void. But the surprises did not end there. As the young man exited, the void rippled once more, and another figure emerged. This time, it was Marco. Upon Marco's emergence, the void vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. "Father, everyone." As Marco emerged, the crew relaxed, knowing that since he had brought the newcomer, they were likely friends rather than foes. Marco surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was back aboard the Moby Dick, his face reflecting profound astonishment. Just moments ago, he had been at Sabaody Archipelago at the entrance to the New World, and now he found himself on his father's ship. He glanced at the composed Tsuyu beside him, who seemed to radiate an aura of sanctity. "Captain Marco, everyone." The cacophony around Marco pulled him back to reality, where he noticed the expressions of intrigue and confusion on the faces surrounding him, including that of Whitebeard. "Marco, who is this?" Whitebeard inquired, and the others leaned in, eager to listen. The peculiar manner of their arrival raised questions. Having known Marco for years, they were certain he possessed no such abilities, indicating that the calm young man beside him was responsible for this remarkable feat. "Ah, father, everyone, allow me to introduce this individual. This is Tsuyu, the proprietor of the Wishing Tavern." Whitebeard had harbored suspicions long before, as he felt an uncanny sensation, as if the heavens themselves had cast their gaze upon him prior to the appearance of these two individuals. He did not consider this a mere figment of his imagination. The intensity of that feeling was too profound, imbued with a sense of nobility and supremacy. The next moment, a tunnel-like black hole materialized, and Whitebeard was unconvinced that these two occurrences were unconnected. It was evidently a means of transportation, and that celestial scrutiny likely served a purpose akin to the observation hockey, a method of locating others. As the former strongest man in the world, the only one capable of evoking such a sensation in him was probably the recently infamous Tsuyu, who had so mercilessly tormented Kaido. However, upon Marco's confirmation, Whitebeard still found himself momentarily dazed. This was primarily due to Tsuyu's youthful appearance and the absence of any overwhelming aura. He resembled an ordinary commoner one might encounter on the street. For a fleeting moment, he even questioned whether Marco was jesting with him. The sentiments of those around were similar. They were astonished by Tsuyu's youth and could not help but doubt whether this was indeed the man who had succeeded their father as the new strongest in the world. It is a human tendency to be skeptical of things not witnessed firsthand. Once seen, they regard it as truth, unaware that sometimes seeing is not believing. This is a habitual flaw. Despite understanding this principle, one cannot ensure a rational perspective at all times, especially among a band of pirates. Whitebeard was the first to regain his composure, breaking into a distinctive, hearty laugh. "Gururara. So it was you, Mr. Tsuyu, who presented that apple earlier." "Thank you." Although Whitebeard's words were few, his stature as a formidable pirate meant he had rarely expressed gratitude before, rendering his language somewhat sparse. Yet, anyone could discern the emotion woven into his tone. Though it was Marco who had sought Tsuyu, Whitebeard acknowledged this kindness. Upon hearing their father's words, the others finally reacted, collectively expressing their thanks to Tsuyu. Regardless of the veracity of his strength, the fact remained that he had healed their father. It was only natural for sons to express gratitude to the one who had restored their father's health. In the hearts of these pirates, Tsuyu held a status that could be deemed nearly equal to that of Marco and Jozu. Pirates value straightforwardness and sincerity, often embodying a genuine disposition. "It was merely a transaction. Marco has already compensated me, so there is no need to dwell on it," Tsuyu replied calmly. "Though it was a transaction, even if I were to acquire 100 devil fruits, I could not return to my former peak. Thus, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude. I, Whitebeard, am not one to forget kindness." Seeing Whitebeard's insistence, Suyu chose not to elaborate further, nodding in acceptance. With that, Whitebeard erupted into his signature laughter once more. Gurara. After finishing his hearty laugh, his gaze returned to Suyu. Even seated, Whitebeard towered nearly 3 meters high. An intimidating presence indeed. Yet, Suyu remained unfazed. He had encountered far more colossal beings, having witnessed enormous beasts stretching hundreds of kilometers before him. May I inquire what brings you aboard my ship, Mr. Suyu? Whitebeard inquired respectfully, refraining from referring to himself in a boastful manner. Oh, it's nothing much. I had been home for too long, so I thought I would take a stroll, Suyu replied casually. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's expression shifted. A spark igniting in his eyes, akin to a swordsman who had long laid down his blade, suddenly encountering a masterful practitioner of the art. He felt an irresistible urge to re-enter the fray, a longing to unleash his pent-up energy. It had been ages since he had fought to his full capacity due to his physical afflictions, and now that he was restored, the prospect of engaging in battle thrilled him. However, as he reveled in his excitement, Whitebeard realized he had no worthy opponent to challenge. The other 3 emperors were either too formidable, like Kaido and Big Mom, or elusive, like Shanks. Furthermore, he pondered whether his sons could withstand even 3 of his punches. Perhaps Jozo might endure one more? Realizing he had no outlet for his pent-up energy left him feeling frustrated. Yet now that Suyu was before him, he was filled with elation, for he understood that with Suyu's strength, he could finally unleash his full potential in a battle. Whitebeard was aware that he likely wouldn't match Suyu's prowess, yet the thrill of facing such a formidable opponent was irresistible. He had even contemplated seeking out Suyu for a duel when his own body could no longer endure, believing that dying in combat held far more significance than passing away in a sickbed. After all, perishing at the hands of such a strong individual as Suyu would not tarnish his name. Yet, in a twist of fate, Suyu had granted him a new lease on life, and now stood aboard his ship. He felt as though it was destiny, and this battle was inevitable. Whitebeard's intentions were unmistakable, and Suyu discerned the fire in his eyes, prompting him to ask with keen interest, "Oh, it seems you wish to challenge me to a duel?" Chapter 78. I accept your challenge. Oh, it seems you wish to challenge me to a duel? Upon hearing Suyu's words, the flames of excitement in Whitebeard's eyes blazed even brighter. Indeed, let us engage in battle, old man. Marco, concerned, sought to restrain Whitebeard's impulsiveness. He was the most aware of Suyu's formidable power, having previously experienced a moment of helplessness when Suyu's mere cough had caused him to lose his devil fruit abilities. He would never forget that feeling of vulnerability. Hence, he had no doubts about Suyu's strength. If Whitebeard fought him, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Trust me, Marco. Have faith in me. This is not merely a matter of belief, my dear father. Marco felt a deep sorrow, yet he understood that once his father set his mind on something, no external force could sway him. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Suyu, his eyes filled with concern and earnestness. I won't be too harsh, Suyu smiled slightly. Secretly eager to stretch his limbs, perhaps Whitebeard would prove to be an admirable opponent. Marco opened his mouth, intending to dissuade Suyu from accepting Whitebeard's invitation. If Suyu was unwilling, then no one could compel him. However, it seemed that Suyu had developed an interest in engaging. Sai, do as you please. You two have your fun. I shall not interfere. I accept your challenge. Upon hearing these words, Whitebeard paused momentarily, but then realized that, given the disparity in their strengths, he was indeed the challenger. Garara, mister. Suyu was quite straightforward. With that, Whitebeard stood up, stretching his neck and muscles. As the two prepared to clash, the onlookers erupted in enthusiastic cheers. It had been a long time since they had witnessed their father in action, and their excitement was palpable. They were also intensely curious about Suyu's capabilities, struggling to believe that such a seemingly frail physique could truly harbor the rumored terrifying power. Noticing Marco's worried expression, Jaws asked curiously, "What's wrong, Marco? Why do you look so pale?" "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just worried about father," Marco replied. "They haven't even begun fighting yet. Father might not necessarily lose." Jaws displayed a blind trust in his father's strength. "You wouldn't understand. You haven't experienced that overwhelming power firsthand. Never mind, it will be evident soon enough." Jaws glanced at Marco but remained silent, eager to see if Suyu's strength was indeed as extraordinary as the rumors suggested. Just as Whitebeard was about to take his stance and launch an attack, Suyu interjected, "Wait a moment, Whitebeard. Are you planning to fight right on your ship?" At Suyu's reminder, Whitebeard realized his oversight. He had been too excited and hadn't considered the consequences. With his power, an all-out brawl would undoubtedly damage his ship. "Marco, which island is closest to here?" Marco was about to respond when Siyu added, "No need for such trouble." With that, Siyu approached the edge of the ship, and with a powerful push off his legs, he leapt into the air. The crowd rushed to the ship's edge to look, only to find Siyu standing directly on the surface of the sea, his footing solidified as if on impenetrable ice. The sound of water freezing resonated, and from the point where Siyu stood, the ocean rapidly crystallized, forming a vast expanse of ice in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, a nearby naval squad assigned to monitor Whitebeard silently succumbed to slumber. Having established the battleground, Suyu looked up at Whitebeard and stated, "Let us commence here." Witnessing such a miraculous spectacle, the crowd was left in stunned silence. Jaws could not help but exclaim, "Pirate's curse, isn't that the power of Admiral Akiji?" Marco, however, showed no surprise. He was already aware of Suyu's extraordinary abilities, so nothing he did would astonish him. The rumors of Suyu possessing multiple powers were indeed true. Whitebeard, undeterred, brandished his sword, Murakamijeri, and leaped from the Moby Dick onto the ice surface. He instinctively tested the ice with a stomp, which creaked loudly, revealing its formidable thickness. "Let us begin, Whitebeard." Suyu called as he gestured for Whitebeard to initiate the bout. Whitebeard, not one to decline, unleashed his signature move, enveloping his right fist in a layer of white light, and hurled a punch towards Suyu. Under the weight of Whitebeard's terrifying blow, the air fractured like a mirror. Shards splintering in every direction, the menacing cracks racing towards Suyu, accompanied by a cataclysmic tremor that obliterated everything in its path. The fragile ice could not withstand Whitebeard's assault, fissures spreading in the wake of the attack. Yet, Suyu appeared unfazed, standing motionless as if he had not witnessed the apocalyptic onslaught. Whitebeard hesitated momentarily, but his strike showed no signs of abating, while the gathered onlookers murmured critiques of Suyu's apparent disregard for their father. However, the events that unfolded next left them utterly astounded. The devastating shockwave reached Suyu but dissipated as if swallowed by the ocean, creating not even a ripple. The cracks in the ice only extended a mere foot before Suyu, as if an insurmountable barrier lay before him, warding off all destruction. Seeing this, Whitebeard's breath hitched. He had contemplated that he might not be Suyu's equal, but the scene before him exceeded all expectations. He had unleashed his full strength with that punch. Yet Suyu stood there, not even blinking, effortlessly nullifying his attack without a trace of effort. His astonishment was mirrored by the sons watching from the ship, none more aware of their father's might than they. It was a power said to have the potential to annihilate worlds, and yet, this was the result? Their expressions were akin to witnessing a ghost, while only Marco maintained his usual deadpan demeanor. "Carrara, splendid." Whitebeard quickly regained his composure, if he could not triumph. So be it. He had never truly believed he could defeat Suyu. He merely sought a good fight. Treading upon the shattered ice, Whitebeard charged towards Suyu at full speed, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki emanating from him, crashing into Suyu. Whether Suyu was affected was uncertain, but some of the weaker spectators aboard the ship had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Though Whitebeard appeared cumbersome, his speed was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Suyu, raising his massive blade to strike. This time, Suyu did not directly receive the blow with his head. In truth, even if he stood still and allowed Whitebeard to strike for 7 days and nights, he would remain unharmed. However, using his head to block the blade seemed somewhat peculiar and rather undignified. Thus, Suyu raised his hand, although it appeared to move slowly. In reality, it was executed with remarkable swiftness, creating a paradoxical sensation as if time and space were distorted. Silently, the immense blade imbued with shockwaves struck Suyu's seemingly fragile and soft palm, yet it could not even move his hand down by a millimeter. The terrifying force of the impact seemed to dissipate into his hand, causing no disturbance whatsoever. Subsequently, with a sudden exertion of his arm, he effortlessly sent the hefty Whitebeard flying. In midair, Whitebeard performed a somersault before landing securely on the icy surface. The onlookers aboard the ship were rendered speechless, their faces frozen in astonishment, feeling a sense of numbness. To be candid, had Whitebeard's earlier strike landed solidly, it could have easily obliterated a small island. Nevertheless, Suyu had merely used one hand to deflect it, and within Whitebeard's perception, Suyu had seemingly only extended his hand without employing any force. This elicited a profound sense of unfamiliar frustration within Whitebeard. No matter what, he must leave some mark on Suyu. Unbeknownst to him, Whitebeard's mindset had shifted. Initially, he sought merely an exhilarating battle to gauge Suyu's strength. After Suyu effortlessly blocked his shockwave, Whitebeard's thoughts morphed. He now felt compelled to at least inflict some damage on his opponent. However, he soon pondered whether it would be too embarrassing if he failed to even make Suyu flinch. With determination, he plunged his weapon, the Yasakani no Magatama, forcefully into the ice and crossed his arms before his chest. He then unleashed a powerful strike into the air on either side, causing the atmosphere to shatter like a broken mirror, riddled with terrifying cracks. Yet, this time, the fissures did not head towards Suyu. Rather, they spread outward into the surroundings. Suyu cast a curious glance at Whitebeard, impressed by his audacity. The shockwave continued to extend into the distance, its reach unknown. In the next moment, the previously tranquil sea began to churn violently, and in the far distance, two silver lines appeared, seemingly drawing closer to their location. The already cracked ice surface splintered further, yet the thickness of the ice remained unyielding against the encroaching sea. As the silver lines grew nearer, it became apparent that they were not mere lines but rather colossal waves sweeping toward them. The pirates erupted in exclamations, "The old man has lost his temper." The atmosphere became chaotic, with shouts of alarm echoing as the Moby Dick rose and fell amid the surging waters. The ice could no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into large chunks, resembling a white cake carelessly sliced apart, precariously floating on the restless sea, where Whitebeard struggled to maintain his footing. Whitebeard's gamble was indeed desperate. Having realized that his full-force strike had failed to even break Suyu's skin, his once-prized trimmer fruit felt as though it was merely massaging Suyu. Such a realization was enough to drive him to the brink of despair. Thus, he resolved to attempt one last desperate measure, hoping that this tidal wave might unsettle Suyu. As for the Moby Dick and his sons, Whitebeard directed a gentle shockwave toward the ship, gradually enveloping it and propelling it away from the perilous vicinity. Marco, quick as a flash, rushed to lower the sails, allowing the ship to glide further away, distancing itself from this chaotic place. At that moment, the cataclysmic waves roared forth, reaching the vicinity of the two men, with a deafening cacophony and ferocious winds. As tons of seawater cascaded down from above, the scene resembled an apocalyptic event, leaving no refuge, as every direction was fraught with lethal threats. What transpired was far more terrifying than the calamity unleashed by Whitebeard during the war at Marineford. It was a true disaster of nature. Yet, both Whitebeard and Suyu remained remarkably composed, as if the harrowing scenes around them were mere figments of imagination. "Whitebeard, you truly are reckless," Suyu remarked with a hint of amusement. Strangely, despite the cacophony surrounding them, Suyu's voice resonated clearly to Whitebeard. "Though it may not harm you, it can certainly leave you in a predicament, which is worth it." Suyu shook his head, bemused that he had put himself in such peril for this reason, as if he had forgotten his status as a devil fruit user. To think that a mere child's play with a tsunami could leave him flustered was an underestimation of the situation. With a delicate touch upon the ice, Suyu ascended gracefully into the air, palms pressed together before parting, conjuring a brilliant flame that flickered within his grasp. The flame resembled the profound depths of the night sky or the boundless expanse of the cosmos, with countless stars pulsating and shimmering within. Merely gazing at it invoked a sense of lethal nobility, exquisite yet perilous. As the flame manifested, the temperature around Suyu surged dramatically, causing Whitebeard to feel a slight burn upon his skin. This was merely due to Suyu restraining much of its power. Otherwise, that single flame could have incinerated the entire pirate world. In the next moment, Suyu raised his hands, and the flame split into two, each racing towards the colossal waves. In stark contrast, the flames appeared as mere insects attempting to shake the trees. However, in an instant, the flames surged with the wind, transforming into two formidable fire waves that charged toward the water. As the two forces collided, the waves that should have quelled the flames were consumed by them, disintegrating into nothingness under the inferno's embrace, as though the very fabric of space was being burnt away. In the blink of an eye, the once cataclysmic sea waves vanished without a trace, like a mere illusion, yet the resplendent flames remained, affirming the reality of the event. The flames converged, reverting to a small flicker in Suyu's hand before dissipating entirely. Having accomplished this feat, Suyu descended back onto the ice surface as if he had merely brewed a pot of water, returning with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, the ice remained intact, for it was conjured by Suyu himself and of guaranteed quality. Onlookers stared at Suyu, awestruck, as if beholding a celestial being, including Marco and Whitebeard himself. Chapter 80. Timing overcomes early arrival. What had just unfolded was beyond the comprehension of the crowd. Whitebeard's earlier tsunami, conjured through the tremor fruit, was no exaggeration to be over 1,000 meters high, a true force capable of annihilation and despair. Yet, Suyu had effortlessly unleashed a small flame, which, Although it grew larger, paled in comparison to the immense waves that could induce vertigo. The disparity between the two forces was stark, and indeed, the outcome was as the crowd had anticipated, devastatingly swift. However, the object of this destruction was entirely contrary to what they had envisioned. Thus, not only were the spectators left dumbfounded, but even the stalwart Whitebeard wore an expression of disbelief. At this moment, Suyu had landed on the ice. Addressing the still astonished Whitebeard, "All right, Whitebeard, our sparring session concludes here. Let us return to the ship." Oh. Whitebeard instinctively replied, then, almost reflexively, leaped back onto the Moby Dick. Observing this, Suyu lightly tapped the ice, floating back to the ship with the grace of a feather. Once Suyu departed, the ice swiftly melted back into seawater, as if it had never existed. It was only then that Whitebeard emerged from his stupor, glancing at Suyu before breaking into a hearty laugh. "Gwahaha, I concede." True to his character, even in the face of such a crushing defeat, he remained unperturbed. Had Suyu only been marginally stronger, Whitebeard would have accepted defeat with a fierce resolve to prevail in the future. However, the reality was that his attacks were utterly ineffective against Suyu's defenses, and whenever Suyu did engage, he could not withstand even a single blow. Such a situation left no room for lingering thoughts of vengeance. Whitebeard's resounding voice pulled the astonished onlookers back to reality. They gazed at Suyu, their expressions a tapestry of complex emotions. Previously, without having witnessed the clash, they could deceive themselves into believing that their father remained the world's strongest, dismissing Suyu as mere illusion, a ruse concocted by the Navy and Kaido. Yet now, clarity dawned. Their father had indeed been defeated, and not just defeated, but utterly overwhelmed. No, it could not even be termed a defeat, for Suyu had never attacked. He had simply existed on an entirely different plane of power. Perhaps sensing the somber mood among his sons, Whitebeard raised his arm and called out, "Come, my children, let us hold a feast." Indeed, this sentiment proves effective. For pirates, it seems that a feast serves as a remedy capable of dispelling any agony. "Oh, let the revelry commence. Huzzah for the feast. Long live the old man." Subsequently, a few minions emerged from the storeroom, hauling forth an array of libations and meats. While the presentation may not have been exquisite, the sheer abundance offered a sense of gratification. "Mr. Suyu, do join the celebration." Gula-la-la-la. Naturally, Suyu accepted Whitebeard's invitation, seeking solace amidst the unique atmosphere of the pirate world. A pirate's feast typically consists of a gathering where individuals indulge in hearty banquets, boastful tales, and lively banter, creating a cacophony of merriment. Suyu, however, chose to sit quietly at the side, sipping his drink and observing the exuberant revelers. After all, he had grown accustomed to his lazy demeanor, embodying the character of a slothful sea creature, making it incongruous for him to join in their raucous antics. At that moment, Suyu perceived something, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "How intriguing." "Huh? Mr. Suyu, what are you saying?" Inquisitively, Marco, seated beside Suyu, inquired about his seemingly cryptic remark. "Oh." Merely reflecting on the serendipity of arrivals, an interesting figure has appeared. Marco, perplexed, wore an expression of confusion. Fast forward to a few days prior. In the holy land of Mary Geos, within a spacious chamber, the five elders occupied their usual seats. Before them, a naval officer knelt on one knee, delivering a report. The terror etched upon his face and the beads of sweat on his brow suggested the gravity of the information he was conveying. Thus, "Our dispatched forces for surveillance and peacekeeping have been completely annihilated. Not a single soul remains." Upon hearing the report, the five elders fell into a collective silence. Then, the blonde-haired elder spoke, "Dispatch another naval team for continued surveillance. Additionally, the Navy must remain on high alert, prepared for immediate deployment. The meeting of those two individuals is no trivial matter. A misstep could ignite a conflict of cataclysmic proportions." "Understood." The naval officer acknowledged the command and quickly exited the chamber, hastening to inform Admiral Sengoku of the five elders' directives. Within the room, the five elders sighed in unison. Alas, what a tumultuous time we find ourselves in. The emergence of the formidable Suyu had already caused them considerable distress, as it introduced an uncontrollable variable, an intolerable circumstance for any authority figure. They were acutely aware that their current power could not subdue Suyu. Previously, they had sought the counsel of that esteemed figure, who, even with their influence, lacked absolute assurance of restraining Suyu. Consequently, they remained taciturn regarding Doflamingo's inquiries about the legendary battleship, tacitly consenting to his pursuits. They pondered that if they could amass two world-destroying weapons, coupled with that esteemed figure's might, they might be able to suppress Suyu. Fortunately, Since Suyu's emergence, he had remained remarkably composed, sequestered in his bar, causing the five elders to breathe a sigh of relief. Little did they know, while this new player remained placid, the previous one had become restless. The red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, was audaciously sailing towards Whitebeard, another of the four emperors. These two individuals are indeed perilous elements, belonging to the exceedingly dangerous category. With the red-haired one approaching, one can only speculate about his intentions. Should he seek a confrontation with the white-bearded man? It would be most fortuitous if they were to mutually perish, leaving only two pirate emperors in the world. The pressure on the navy would significantly diminish. For in their weakened state, they would not dare provoke the navy, and conversely, the navy would require their existence. However, they are aware that it is perhaps wiser to refrain from indulging in fanciful daydreams. Chapter 81. The most dominant man returning to the present, Suyu. Faced with Marco's inquisitive gaze, merely smiled in silence before taking a generous swig of his drink. The sensation of playing the enigmatic riddle-maker while observing the bewilderment of others was rather delightful. Noticing Suyu's disregard, Marco shrugged off his curiosity and took a hearty gulp of his own drink, exhaling the intoxicating vapors with satisfaction. Moments later, a subordinate on the lookout tower took a sip of his drink and casually raised his binoculars, seemingly amused as he cast a glance into the distance. The next instant, he questioned whether he had consumed too much alcohol and was hallucinating. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he confirmed what he had seen, only to find the same sight as before. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he collected himself, hastily descending from the lookout tower. He shouted towards the revelers engrossed in their festivities, "Father, everyone, we have spotted the red-haired ship." The once lively atmosphere abruptly stilled, as they instinctively questioned whether they had misheard, for such news was indeed staggering. "Are you certain you did not missee?" Whitebeard inquired after a moment of silence, allowing his slightly inebriated mind to regain composure. "Absolutely not. That is the Red Force." With his confirmation, the others lowered their glasses, sobering up, and it appeared that the festivities would have to be curtailed. At this moment, Marco finally comprehended the meaning behind Suyu's earlier riddle. It referred to the red-haired Shanks. The sudden arrival of a figure of his caliber instilled a sense of unease among the lower-ranked pirates. However, the captains remained composed, albeit with a slightly troubled countenance. They were oblivious to Shank's intentions. If they were friendly, that would be one matter, but if he harbored hostility, chaos would surely ensue. The banquet could no longer continue. The underlings hurriedly gathered their belongings and positioned themselves beside their captain, maintaining a state of vigilance, prepared for battle. Regardless of whether an altercation was imminent, they resolved to project an imposing demeanor. As time elapsed, the red-haired Shanks ship, the Red Force, gradually came into view, gliding toward them. The Red Force, a quintessential sailing vessel featuring two masts, sported an abstract dragon head ornament at the prow, flanked by cannon ports. As the ship approached, the underlings found themselves involuntarily swallowing hard, their tension palpable. Even the captains grew wary, with Whitebeard adopting a more serious demeanor. Shanks was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. In contrast, Suyu maintained his previously languid demeanor, for in his eyes, no opponent in this world warranted his earnest attention. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Red Force gently docked alongside the Moby Dick. Though the Red Force was sizable, it appeared diminutive next to the Great Whale, resembling a younger sibling. At this juncture, the crew of both vessels could discern one another with clarity. Shanks looked like an unkempt, ordinary man. His scruffy beard and casual attire complemented only by the striking red of his hair and 3 parallel scars adorning his left eye. Shanks then seized a disproportionately large jug of alcohol, disembarking onto Whitebeard's ship, descending the steps with an air of undeniable grandeur. Joza solemnly remarked, "The red-haired Shanks is coming." At that moment, Marco stood up and shouted to the crowd, "Youngsters, retreat. Take shelter in the cabin. It's unbearable." A nearby lackey, flustered, inquired, "What do you mean by unbearable?" Marco pointed towards the cabin with his thumb and retorted, "Enough chatter. Hurry and hide." No sooner had Marco finished speaking than someone collapsed beside him, losing consciousness. His fall acted as a signal, triggering a cascade of individuals who followed suit, all collapsing in unison. Those who remained standing were bewildered, frantically checking the status of the fallen. "What is wrong with you? What is happening?" Meanwhile, Marco and the captain displayed no signs of panic, seemingly indifferent to the grave incident unfolding before them, as if they had become accustomed to such sights. "Is it too late?" Marco calmly remarked. "What is wrong with you all? Answer me," cried the distraught individual. Unable to bear it any longer, Marco explained. There's no need to panic. Devi merely fainted. Next to him, Josu added, without sufficient mental preparation. One might even struggle to maintain consciousness in front of that man. Just as he spoke, a figure with red hair appeared at the staircase. What a sight it was. Though seemingly frail and ordinary, it radiated an aura of power that commanded immediate respect, as if this person had been imbued with extraordinary effects. Soaring above the clouds and disrupting the stars, he strode forward, dragging a massive jug of wine, and wherever he passed, lackey-level pirates fell unconscious one after another. His presence alone created a path of fallen bodies. The ship's railing seemed unable to withstand the force of the red-haired man, cracking decisively under its pressure. Marco sighed inwardly, truly the most formidable man. Finally, the red-haired individual stood before Whitebeard, lifting his gaze to meet Whitebeard's. He then flashed an innocent yet mischievous smile. Apologies. I just thought I'd bring a bit of intimidation upon boarding your ship. Whitebeard grunted non-committally. Seeing you reminds me of that scoundrel. The red-haired man laughed heartily and continued, I specifically brought healing water to present to you. I have no intention of fighting. I merely wish to discuss something. Whitebeard, seated in his designated chair, remained unimpressed by the red-haired man's charm, though he did not display overt anger. Stating in a low voice, a man who carelessly flaunts his power speaks such nonsense, truly a rogue. At this moment, Marco, unable to contain his frustration, boldly confronted red-haired Shanks, declaring, What do you mean by this? You have stunned our crew and damaged our ship. Although Shanks held the esteemed title of one of the 4 emperors, he did not react with offense to Marco's words. Instead, he responded with a congenial smile, saying, It's Marco from our crew. How about joining us? It was a rather absurd act to recruit a crew member right in front of the captain. A move only Shanks could pull off. Given Shanks' notorious personality, the others did not perceive this as a deliberate provocation, but Marco found himself bewildered by Shanks' whimsical thinking. Cut the nonsense, you scoundrel, Marco exclaimed, while Shanks laughed heartily, unfazed. Chapter 82. Is something amiss with your condition? Observing this, Jaws asked, So, old man, what should we do? Whitebeard pondered for a moment, glancing at Tsuyu, who nodded, indicating to proceed as he wished, as if he were invisible. Whitebeard then remarked, It seems he's not here to cause trouble. Let us have a moment alone. Subsequently, everyone, including Tsuyu, retreated to the back of the ship, leaving only red-haired Shanks and Whitebeard on the deck. At that moment, Shanks furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was more complex than it appeared. He perceived a subtle difference in Whitebeard, as if he were unchanged yet somehow felt peculiar. What was amiss? Shanks scrutinized Whitebeard closely, observing his headscarf, his visage, and his exposed chest, when suddenly he realized the crux of the matter. He recalled that Whitebeard bore wounds inflicted by none other than his former captain, the very scoundrel Whitebeard had just mentioned. Indeed, Shanks also possessed a notable background. He had once served as a sailor under the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. The 2 pirate crews had often clashed, and thus, Shanks was well aware of the injuries Whitebeard sustained. Yet now, Whitebeard's chest appeared unblemished, devoid of any signs of injury. Moreover, why did Whitebeard seem so youthful? Observing Whitebeard's current state, Shanks found himself in disarray. Why did it seem as though this man had suddenly regained his youth? Wasn't he said that Whitebeard required intravenous drips to sustain his life? Where were the drips? Where were the medical apparatuses? And what was the source of this overwhelming pressure that even he could perceive in the presence of Whitebeard? The sight left him somewhat dazed. This white-bearded figure felt both unfamiliar and eerily familiar, reminiscent of the peak Whitebeard during the era of battles against the Roger pirates. Yet, how could this be possible? Whitebeard was nearing 70. In his bewilderment, Shanks almost questioned whether he had somehow traversed time. Were it not for his understanding of Whitebeard's character, he might have suspected that the man had employed some forbidden method to retain such a state. Moreover, he noticed that when Whitebeard issued commands, he cast a deliberate glance at a young man, as though seeking the latter's opinion. This was baffling. When had the imposing Whitebeard ever sought counsel from another? The young man appeared unfamiliar. Could he perhaps be a new son adopted by Whitebeard? Whitebeard, observing Shanks standing there in silence with a constantly shifting expression, finally spoke up. You brat. What on earth are you daydreaming about? The sound of Whitebeard's voice jolted Shanks back to reality. Unable to comprehend the situation, he decided to inquire directly. Whitebeard, your condition. It seems somewhat unusual. Taken aback by the question, Whitebeard quickly grasped Shanks' meaning. After all, they had not seen each other for 22 years, and he still maintained his former vigor. Anyone would find it strange. This? It's all thanks to Mr. Tsuyu. At the mention of Suyu, Whitebeard instinctively infused a note of reverence into his tone. In the world of pirates, reverence for the strong was paramount. Only the powerful could command respect. Mr. Suyu? You mean the owner of the Wish Bar in Sabaody Archipelago? Indeed. It's all thanks to him. Gururara. So that means... Yes, just as you think. I have returned to my prime. Though Whitebeard's tone was casual, as if discussing trivial matters, to Shanks, it was akin to thunder striking from a clear sky. The name of Suyu was not unfamiliar to Shanks. He had been astonished by the news of Kaido's defeat, which led him to realize that a formidable figure had emerged on the seas. As for the rumors of wish-granting, he had dismissed them. For someone of his carefree nature had no wishes to fulfill. Yet, he never anticipated hearing this name again today, especially from Whitebeard, who had just revealed that Suyu had restored him to his former glory. Could it truly be possible for an aging man to regain his youth? Especially someone as extraordinarily powerful as Whitebeard? His mind wandered back to the young man Whitebeard had glanced at earlier. He recalled that Suyu was also reputed to be remarkably youthful. Could it be? Hey, you little brat. Stop daydreaming. What brings you here? Ah ha ha ha. I was just a bit taken aback. Such miraculous events are indeed rare. True to his carefree nature, Shanks quickly accepted the reality. Humph. So, what do you want from me? Haha. Let's have a drink first. This is something I brought especially for you. With that, Shanks poured himself a generous bowl, nearly the size of his own head, then tossed the remaining alcohol to Whitebeard. Whitebeard caught it, sniffed, and remarked, "This bar's liquor from the West Blue doesn't seem to be of high quality." A hint of disdain was evident in his voice. Yet Shanks savored a sip, exhaling contentedly. In my travels across the world, nothing compares to the exquisite taste of this water-brewed liquor that clings to the skin. This is the liquor from my homeland, Whitebeard. Do give it a try? Whitebeard observed Shanks before raising the jug and gulping down a hearty swig, then exhaled a deep breath. It's passable. He continued. 22 years have passed. Back then, you were merely an intern aboard GOLD, Roger's ship, yet now you've carved out a sky of your own. Shanks had indeed been audacious back then, a mere intern sailor who dared to provoke Whitebeard. This unique boldness left a lasting impression on Whitebeard, even back when Shanks was still unknown. Oh, and there was that other brave lad with the red nose beside you. The two of you, mere rookies, dared to challenge Whitebeard. Such courage is truly memorable. A reminiscent expression crossed Shanks' face as he sighed. Indeed, 22 years have passed. So, little brat, your purpose today is merely to reminisce and drink with me? Whitebeard queried, taking another hearty swig. As the topic turned serious, Shanks' expression grew grave. I am here today to ask a favor. Chapter 83. As long as you're happy, I have come to you primarily to request a favor. As he spoke of this, the playful demeanor vanished from Shanks' face, revealing a side more befitting the world's most formidable man. Oh, what is it? Do tell. Instead of answering directly, Shanks pointed to the 3 scars on his face, then spoke with solemnity. I have endured countless battles and sustained various injuries. Yet this scar still aches to this day. The one who left it on me is someone you should not be unfamiliar with, Marshal D. Teach, the Blackbeard. At the mention of this name, Whitebeard's composure faltered, his conqueror's hockey flared, and his expression darkened significantly. Blackbeard represented a profound anguish for Whitebeard. As a man who valued family, witnessing his sons turn against each other must have elicited a heart-wrenching sentiment, perhaps the stark opposite of familial joy. Shanks, undeterred by Whitebeard's reaction, continued, when I faced him, I was not careless in the least. Do you understand what I'm implying, Whitebeard? That man lurks in the shadows like a venomous serpent, quietly gathering strength beneath the illustrious name of Whitebeard. Such patience suggests his ambitions are anything but trivial. Whitebeard, ultimately, he will seek to dethrone you. Shanks' words were somewhat indiscreet, perhaps inappropriate given his standing, yet Whitebeard took no offense. He too bore complicated feelings towards Teach, remembering him as a classic good-natured character. However, it appeared that all of that had been a facade, one that had been meticulously maintained for 20 years. This was truly chilling, revealing the depths of Teach's ambition and resolve. So, what do you wish for me to do? That is the crux of the matter. Is it not? Shanks raised his gaze, resolute, and articulated with firmness. Stop, Ace. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's eyes widened, visibly unsettled. Shanks elaborated. Ace is strong. He has been appointed captain at a young age, but the time is not right. His notoriety will only exacerbate matters. He must not confront Blackbeard Teach. I implore you. Just this one request. Upon hearing the words of the red-haired man, Whitebeard gazed at him intently for a moment before erupting into a hearty laugh. A laugh so distinctive that it resonated throughout the entirety of the Moby Dick. Ha ha ha. Red-haired. Your words are reminiscent of a mere whelp. As he spoke of Blackbeard Teach, Whitebeard's demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat unstable. He was reluctant to utter that name, opting instead for a vague reference to that guy. That guy. He has slain his comrades. Such a transgression is utterly unforgivable aboard a pirate ship. Once a soul steps onto my vessel, regardless of their foolishness, they are my children. Where do the souls of slain children go? When one incurs a debt of loyalty, they cannot survive in this world. Is it not my duty to teach that scoundrel this lesson? By the end of his proclamation, Whitebeard's countenance darkened ominously. In truth, he understood that the red-haired man spoke with wisdom, yet he could never issue the command to bring Ace back, for he was a father. Some truths, though recognized, cannot be acted upon, and regrettably, such circumstances are all too common in this world. Do you comprehend, you insolent brat? As for your pointing fingers at me, we shall see in a century. With that, Whitebeard tilted his head back and drained the contents of the jug, only to hurl the empty vessel at the red-haired man afterward. Such an attack could hardly strike the red-haired, who merely tilted his head slightly to evade the incoming flask. Nevertheless, he understood that this was likely the signal of a failed negotiation, marking the purpose of his visit as a failure. Subsequently, without a word, hostilities erupted. He rose to his feet, gripping the hilt of his blade firmly, drawing the renowned sword, Griffin, as he solemnly declared, if this continues, this era shall descend into chaos. Whitebeard, undeterred, swiftly unsheathed his own weapon, the Tsong Yun Xia. And what of it? I am Whitebeard. In the next moment, their weapons clashed violently. The resounding impact of their haki reverberating through the air, causing the clouds above to churn tumultuously. The sky appeared to be torn asunder, divided by their confrontation. Even a mere collision of their weapons was extraordinary, for they were both formidable figures of the Yonko caliber. The spectacle was visually stunning, with effects and background heightened to the extreme. Whitebeard's sons remained unfazed, accustomed to even more breathtaking displays. However, the expressions of the newly assigned Navy observers were utterly captivating. They stood wide-eyed and aghast, clearly unaccustomed to witnessing such divine combat, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity. The overwhelming haki emanated freely, leaving them dizzy despite the distance from the clash. In the next instant, Whitebeard and Red-haired separated. Whitebeard stood firmly in place, while Red-haired instinctively took a step back. This at the very least indicated that Whitebeard's physical strength surpassed that of Red-haired. The stark disparity rendered the red-haired pirate momentarily speechless, followed by an overwhelming sense of awe. This was indeed the legendary Whitebeard. This was the rival of his captain from years gone by. However, the two did not continue their skirmish. It was merely a symbolic exchange, each landing a blow upon the other. The prospect of a full-blown confrontation was utterly implausible after all. They were both emperors of the sea, players whose every move could shift the tides of fate, making the declaration of war far too hasty. Thus, after this brief clash, they sheathed their weapons. Speaking of which, I must inquire about your arm, Whitebeard remarked, his gaze fixed on the right side of the red-haired pirate, where his left arm should have been, now conspicuously absent. It was indeed astonishing that a man of such stature, after venturing to the so-called weakest sea, the East Blue, returned missing an arm. Such a fact would astonish anyone. The red-haired pirate placed his hand over his left shoulder, a nostalgic expression crossing his face, evidently recalling a certain earnest young lad and the straw hat he had gifted him, perhaps also reminiscing about the Sea King that had bitten off his arm. Oh, you mean that? I wagered it on the new era. Whitebeard scrutinized the red-haired pirate for a moment before stating, as long as you are content. With their business concluded, the red-haired pirate took his leave, mindful that he was on another's territory, and lingering too long would be rather audacious. Although he did not achieve his intended purpose, the red-haired pirate remained true to his character, sporting a playful grin as he waved farewell to Whitebeard and his crew before commanding his navigator to set sail. Chapter 84. The beginning of your demise. Standing aboard his ship, the red-haired pirate gazed out over the distant sea, lost in thought. It seemed that the negotiations had not gone as planned. Beside him, Beckman, with a cigarette perched between his lips, leaned closer. The previous display had been intimidating, and they had been prepared for battle. Yet, unexpectedly, no fight had ensued. However, this did not indicate a harmonious atmosphere. Indeed, it was likely that the discussions had faltered. Alas, it has fallen apart. That old man Whitebeard is far too stubborn. I suspected as much before my arrival. It appears matters are heading in a dire direction. In this era of chaos, no one can escape its grasp. Although our crew is among the emperors of the sea, We are merely larger fish in these turbulent waters. Oh. Beckman maintained his impassive demeanor, responding to his captain's lament with but a single word. The red-haired pirate, accustomed to his first mate's aloofness, continued unabated with his musings. I have forgotten something crucial. The once serious red-haired pirate suddenly erupted into excitement. What happened? Did you forget to acquire a bottle of liquor from Whitebeard? Not at all. I just realized that the bar owner, you, might have been aboard Whitebeard's ship, but I forgot to ask before I left. Upon hearing the name, Beckman's expression shifted to one of seriousness. While the common folk may not recognize Suyu, or perhaps disregard him, powerful factions were acutely aware of his significance. For his name now embodied invincibility. Despite lacking an army, he had formidable strength, capable of standing alone as a force to be reckoned with. His mere presence aboard Whitebeard's ship was a matter of profound consequence. Are you certain? It seems so. I glanced at a photo earlier, and I thought I saw a young man on that ship, someone Whitebeard appeared quite concerned about. Oh, speaking of which, another significant matter. Whitebeard has returned to his prime. Returned to his prime? What do you mean? According to Whitebeard, it was Suyu who aided in his recovery. All his scars have vanished, and his imposing presence is identical to that of the Whitebeard who once battled my captain. At this revelation, Beckman's stoic facade faltered, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he gasped, inadvertently burning the tip of his cigarette. Yet he paid no mind to the discomfort, exclaiming, "Are you serious? So he is now at his peak?" The terror of a peak Whitebeard is truly despair-inducing. Indeed, it is true. The last clash we had left me at a disadvantage. This era is incomprehensible. A peak Whitebeard may not even be a match for Suyu. With the red-haired pirate's words, Beckman recalled the existence of this ultimate adversary. Given the reports, even if there were embellishments, the power was undeniably formidable. A peak Whitebeard might not be able to contend with him. Moreover, the fact that Suyu could achieve such seemingly impossible feats was utterly unfathomable. The two stood at the bow of the ship, letting the sea breeze wash over them in contemplative silence. Several kilometers away, a surveillance team, upon witnessing the two parties finally part ways, could not contain their elation, tears of relief streaming down their faces. What a relief! The agonizing wait had finally concluded. The earlier confrontation had nearly frightened them to death, fearing they would fall victim to an unforeseen calamity. Yet, the outcome was far less catastrophic than anticipated. This turn of events restored their peace of mind, a reminder that life is filled with such dramatic ups and downs. However, this was indeed good news. For the fact that they had not clashed suggested that the atmosphere between the two was less than amicable, indicating that whatever they had been discussing had likely fallen apart. For the Navy, the gravest fear was the possibility of an alliance between the two factions. Should that occur, the likelihood of an alliance between the Beast Pirates and Big Mom would grow exponentially. At that point, the Navy would find itself in dire straits. Fortunately, matters had not spiraled into the worst-case scenario, and the shaken members of the surveillance team hastily reported this favorable news to Admiral Sengoku. As the red-haired pirate departed, Whitebeard's crew gathered around him. "Father, what transpired? What was that rascal red-haired after?" Marco was the first to inquire, with the others watching Whitebeard with equal concern. They had distinctly heard their father laughing earlier, so how did it end in conflict? In response to his sons, Whitebeard did not conceal the truth. That scoundrel wanted me to summon Ace back. Upon the utterance of those words, a wave of indignation swept through the crowd. What does that even mean? Ace seeks vengeance. By what right do you prevent him from pursuing it? Is this not an instance of overreach? Their animosity towards the treacherous Blackbeard, who callously murdered their comrade, is palpable. Under the influence of Whitebeard, they have unconsciously come to regard one another as brothers. Thus, their fury is no less than that of Whitebeard himself. Although Shanks acted with good intentions, this matter lies within a realm that Whitebeard and his crew consider sacrosanct. They should have seized the moment to confront him then and there. Remarkably, it was Marco, typically laid back, who voiced this sentiment, highlighting the profound impact this situation had on them. It is not that they lack concern for Ace. Rather, Blackbeard has seldom revealed the extent of his strength, having ambushed and killed Satch. Consequently, they reasonably underestimate Blackbeard's capabilities. In contrast, Ace has risen to the rank of 2nd Division Commander through his own merit, his prowess unmistakable. Capturing Blackbeard should indeed be a simple endeavor. At that moment, Whitebeard instinctively glanced at Suyu, who was observing the scene with an enigmatic expression, as if witnessing a theatrical performance. A thought stirred within Whitebeard, compelling him to inquire about Suyu's perspective on the matter at hand. He turned to Suyu and asked, "Mr. Suyu, Do you believe that if these two individuals were to meet, it would truly incite an era of chaos? Only after posing the question did he suddenly realize that he himself had become somewhat muddled, for Suyu was not privy to the intricacies of the two individuals involved. It seemed he had merely asked a futile question. However, to his astonishment, Suyu nodded affirmatively and uttered a startling response. Indeed, this impending era of turmoil may very well commence with your demise, Whitebeard. Chapter 85. At worst, I shall go alone. Suyu confidently nodded once more, then proclaimed astonishingly, Indeed. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this tumultuous era will unfold with your death as its prologue. As those words escaped his lips, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even the formidable Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. Following this initial shock, an overwhelming sense of anger surged forth. One can only imagine the intensity of the fury that would ignite within a son upon hearing such a proclamation regarding his father's demise. This anger was so potent that they seemed to forget that Suyu was a fearsome adversary who could not even be bested by their own father. While they were grateful and respectful for the restoration of their father's peak strength, they could not tolerate such reckless words. It was fortunate that the tempers of these hot-headed individuals were tempered by their respect for Whitebeard, preventing them from lashing out immediately. However, Whitebeard himself remained composed, for he understood that a person of Suyu's caliber would not speak lightly. Observing the furious expressions of his sons, he spoke in a low, commanding tone. Calm yourselves, you rascals. Upon hearing their father's voice, although reluctant, they obediently retreated, tempering their anger. Once he had pacified these unruly youths, Whitebeard turned to Suyu with a serious gaze and inquired, Mr. Suyu, are you familiar with the two individuals I mentioned? Ah, of course. That would be Fire Fist Ace and Blackbeard Teach. They are indeed renowned figures. While it was understandable to consider Ace famous, to label Teach as such raised eyebrows. The surrounding individuals exchanged puzzled glances, yet refrained from voicing their confusion. But why do you say that? Do you truly believe I am destined to perish because of this? Father, someone attempted to interject, but under Whitebeard's stern gaze, they promptly fell silent. Ace is pursuing Blackbeard with the intent to kill, and their encounter will undoubtedly culminate in conflict. I trust that the red-haired pirates have informed you of Blackbeard's terrifying prowess. Oh, by the way, Blackbeard visited my bar previously, so we are acquainted. I surmise his strength is slightly superior to Marco's, which means Ace is likely to be defeated. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Whitebeard, only to find him offering no rebuttal. This revelation astonished them, as Teach had previously demonstrated capabilities merely on par with an elite soldier. Yet now he was being compared to Marco, a stark contrast indeed. Meanwhile, Marco's mind was tumultuous. He had no doubt about Suyu's assessment that Blackbeard was stronger than him. He recalled his encounter with Blackbeard at the Wish Bar, when he had intended to capture him, only to abandon the pursuit when Teach fled too swiftly. In hindsight, it seemed he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Suyu continued, As for Ace's identity, I trust you are aware of it. Should Blackbeard hand him over to the Navy, one can only imagine the significance they would attribute to it. Do you think the Navy would imprison Ace and impel down, or execute him publicly? At this juncture, Whitebeard grasped Suyu's intended message. Indeed, Ace's lineage was not so simple. His biological father was none other than the infamous pirate king, Joel D. Roger. Thus, in the eyes of the Navy, or indeed anyone, Ace represented the continuation of a nefarious bloodline. The very essence of his being was tainted with sin. His existence was deemed unacceptable. Although the notion of a cursed bloodline seemed absurd and illogical, all remained steadfast in their belief. If the Navy were to uncover Ace's true identity, a public execution would be inevitable, serving as a symbol heralding the end of evil. Ironically, Ace's demise in such a manner would hold significant value, irrespective of the Navy and the world government as perspective. The common populace would find a sense of peace and satisfaction. Yet, if Ace were to be executed publicly, Whitebeard would undoubtedly intervene with unwavering resolve. This may very well be the Navy's cunning strategy. They are convinced they will inevitably return to Ace, and thus, heavy troops will surely be lying in ambush, awaiting their arrival. Whitebeard, however, possesses a keen self-awareness. Although he has returned to his peak, the notion that he, along with Marco and the others, could successfully extract Ace from the Navy's staunch blockade is, in truth, somewhat unrealistic. To say nothing of the three admirals joining forces. Even that alone poses a considerable challenge for him, let alone the formidable figures of Garp and Sengoku stationed at the rear. One should not underestimate Sengoku simply because he is a strategist. He was once a powerhouse on par with Garp in strength. Yet, to abandon the rescue of Ace for this reason would be uncharacteristic of Whitebeard. This is precisely why Mr. Suyu expresses such sentiments. If matters were to progress in this manner, then his demise might already be foretold. Father, let us go retrieve Ace. The captains, all well aware of Ace's identity, understood the potential uproar that could ensue, and thus, they grew increasingly anxious. Whitebeard paused for a moment before stating, however, given Ace's temperament, unless we physically carry him back, he will not listen. He had been somewhat composed during his earlier conversation with red-haired Shanks, but now, upon Suyu's reminder, he recognized the gravity of the situation. Ace, with his stubborn nature, despite the matter not directly concerning him, stubbornly blamed himself for Satch's death simply because Blackbeard was a member of his second division. Perhaps this was a matter of pride. Whitebeard had counseled him numerous times when Ace intended to confront Blackbeard, but to no avail. Now, relying solely on the transponder snail seems utterly futile. Then let us go find Ace. Indeed, father. Let us go. However, do you know where Ace is at this moment? At this moment. C reminded the excited crowd of the most critical question. The fervent group was suddenly doused with cold water, left speechless. Indeed, where was Ace? He hadn't left behind any life paper when he departed. Even if they asked him, he wouldn't disclose anything. How could they possibly locate a person in the vast ocean? As everyone composed themselves, Whitebeard took it upon himself to restore their calm. He had resolved to retrieve Ace. He was no longer the frail old man he once was. As for that traitor, he could handle it himself. Whitebeard then turned to Suyu and inquired solemnly, since Mr. Suyu has claimed the ability to fulfill every wish, might I ask if you could reveal Ace's location? Upon hearing this, the crowd realized the presence of such a formidable figure and eagerly turned their eyes towards Suyu, filled with anticipation. Suyu, of course, did not disappoint them, gently nodding in response. Chapter 86. Water 7. The omnipotent Suyu did not let them down and nodded lightly. Observing this, everyone, including Whitebeard, exhaled in relief and erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Calm down. While we may be somewhat familiar, you must still pay the price for your wish, Suyu stated with composure. Naturally, our desire is simply to know Ace's whereabouts. Marco, well versed in the process, was the first to speak, confident that the Whitebeard pirates were not short on funds. Very well, that wish is quite simple. Suyu responded in a tone reminiscent of a mystic, declaring that it would require merely a devil fruit to fulfill their request. Isn't that a bargain? Truth be told, it was rather steep. Even a mere animal-type devil fruit could cost billions of berries. Yet, for the sake of locating Ace, Whitebeard and his crew readily accepted the price. They understood that any assistance in finding Ace was invaluable, regardless of what Suyu demanded. They would agree as long as they could afford it. Without hesitation, Marco hurried to the storeroom. Having found a couple of ordinary devil fruits during their previous search for a natural type, to their surprise, they were now of use. Shortly after, Marco returned to the deck, cradling an oddly shaped fruit. Mr. Suyu here. Suyu accepted it, and with a swift motion, the fruit vanished. However, the miraculous scene barely registered with Whitebeard and the others, who were eagerly watching Suyu for his next move. Having received his payment, Suyu was determined to deliver. He unleashed his vast mental prowess, instantly covering the entirety of the ocean, sweeping across countless regions. At that moment, some of the top-tier warriors felt a shiver run through them, as if they were being scrutinized by an unfathomable presence, one that was exalted and beyond their gaze, yet devoid of malice. This unsettling sensation was foreign to them. It had been ages since they felt such insecurity. Without delving into the reactions of these warriors, Suyu's mental force swiftly identified Ace's location amidst the sprawling sea of humanity. Found him, Suyu declared nonchalantly. Is that true, Mr. Suyu? Where is Ace now? Despite having seen Suyu standing still moments ago, the crowd trusted his words without question. If you set sail for Water 7 now, you should be able to meet Ace there. Water 7? That lies in the first half of the Grand Line. If we need to return, we'll have to pass through Fishman Island, and we need to coat the ship, someone exclaimed. But why would Ace go to Water 7? Upon hearing Suyu, the surrounding individuals began to discuss animatedly, without a hint of skepticism. However, Whitebeard furrowed his brow at the mention of Water 7. He knew a bit about it. Rumor had it that the ancient weapon, Pluton, was constructed on that island. Nevertheless, pondering this was futile. They should set off first. After all, he was Whitebeard. Nothing could deter a father from seeking his son. As a result, the members of the surveillance team were alarmed once more. They had just witnessed the two factions parting ways, and now, Before they could even exhale, they found themselves tensing up again, as Whitebeard's fleet seemed to be making new moves. Looking at the direction of their advance, it appeared they were preparing to leave the New World and head toward the Grand Line. The officer quickly contacted Sengoku. "This is Sengoku. Marshal, trouble is brewing. Whitebeard's fleet is on the move again, and it appears they are headed toward Fishman Island, the entrance to the New World." "What?" Sengoku was taken aback, pondering what Whitebeard was up to. While it was quite normal for Whitebeard's crew to visit Fishman Island, given that it was considered part of his territory, the timing was concerning, especially after the encounter between Red-Haired and Whitebeard. This warranted caution. Keep a close watch on all of Whitebeard's movements. Report any unusual activity immediately. Understood. It was merely a change of location, and even the Marines, however authoritative, could not prevent someone from moving. Yet this was a Yonko, capable of stirring up chaos with a mere presence. It was indeed a paradox. Sengoku wished fervently for these four individuals to remain in one place, avoiding any tumult, and to coexist peacefully. Alas, fate had other plans, and he could not restrain a Yonko's actions, leaving him with no choice but to monitor closely. In the vast expanse of the Grand Line, a tranquil sea was abruptly disturbed by a white splash. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this splash marked the path of a small boat. Further scrutiny would reveal a man with an orange hat and a bare upper body standing on the rapidly moving vessel, and if one looked even closer, they might spot the freckles adorning his face. The man in question is the 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas Diaz, a formidable individual who possesses the powers of the Mara Mara no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit that grants him control over fire. The small boat beneath Ace's feet is likely suited for him alone, as it requires the flames of the Mara Mara no Mi to function. Otherwise, maintaining balance would be a challenge. Ace is here, of course, to pursue the trail of Blackbeard. Despite Ace's current acclaim, his youth, his role as a division captain under Whitebeard, and the recognition of his strength among pirates, this young man is, in fact, quite fragile. His father, the Pirate King, is regarded as the source of evil, and it is easy to imagine the pain he endures as he hears disparaging remarks about his father wherever he goes, filled with insults and slander. The anguish within him must be profound. Consequently, Ace exhibited violent tendencies in his youth, embodying the archetype of a troubled child, simultaneously grappling with deep-seated insecurities. His aggression served as a facade to mask his self-doubt. It was only upon encountering Sabo, Luffy, and Garp that he gradually began to find a sense of normalcy. Eventually, he met Whitebeard, perhaps the most significant figure in his life, where he experienced emotions he had never felt before, perhaps that was paternal love. Yet, beneath his seemingly composed exterior, he remains that same insecure and vulnerable individual. Thus, Ace's reaction to Blackbeard is intensely passionate. He irrationally believes it is his failure to safeguard his crew under Whitebeard's command, shouldering the burden of responsibility. Therefore, if he does not personally apprehend Blackbeard, he cannot find peace and will endure lifelong torment. In Chapter 87, titled Mad Dog, Ace indeed manifests as an impulsive youth, and ultimately, due to his recklessness, he brings about the demise of his beloved father figure, Whitebeard. However, it is essential to recognize that the root of this calamity lies with Blackbeard, who ignited the chain of events. Ace merely acted in accordance with his duties, a course of action tacitly approved by Whitebeard. The situation cannot be easily categorized into right or wrong, for it transcends such simplistic judgments. Speaking of Blackbeard, following the fright he experienced from Suyu, he began to ponder a crucial thought. If he were to execute his original plan to eliminate Whitebeard and seize the formidable Gura Gura no Mi, would he not possess the strength to contend with Suyu, wielding the power of 2 devil fruits? Theoretically, a person can only consume 1 devil fruit in their lifetime. Attempting to ingest a second would result in explosive disintegration. Yet, Blackbeard is different. He is a rare anomaly, possessing 2 hearts. Truly, the world is full of wonders. Moreover, his Yami Yami no Mi grants him a fearsome ability to deprive others of their devil fruit powers, which he can then bestow upon another, thus creating the essential condition for seizing Whitebeard's abilities. What is most disconcerting is that, due to his 2 hearts, Blackbeard possesses an almost supernatural advantage. He does not require sleep. This endows him with double the time that others have at their disposal. What a perfect utilization of every fleeting moment. To be candid, Blackbeard has never fully comprehended the technique Suyu employed to seal his powers. He suspects that the more potent the ability, the greater the restrictions. Thus, he surmises he can only seal one ability at a time. Should he acquire another power, what then? In truth, Blackbeard is not entirely confident, as events unfolded too abruptly, leaving him unprepared. Reflecting on it now, he feels a shiver of dread, as if his fate rests precariously in another's hands. For someone like him, what is most intolerable? The loss of control over his own circumstances. If he cannot even govern his own life, what is left for him to pursue? Since that moment, Blackbeard has harbored a natural fear of Suyu, plagued by a sense of inadequacy regarding his own strength. Therefore, while he clings to his ambition of seizing Whitebeard's fruit, he has also turned his attention elsewhere, towards the most fearsome weapons of antiquity. Uranus, the celestial king, remains shrouded in mystery, with no credible rumors surfacing to date. This is a matter best left aside. Poseidon, the mermaid princess reputed to command sea kings, seems insufficiently powerful against a terrifying contender like Suyu. The greater the number of sea kings, it seems, the more they would merely serve as fodder for him. Thus, Blackbeard relegates Poseidon to a backup option. Lastly, he fixates on the vessel known as the Hades, reputed to be the most malevolent battleship in the world, capable of sinking an island with a single cannon shot. The sheer might of such a ship is exhilarating. Indeed, the allure of battleships is the epitome of masculine romance. Hence, Blackbeard designates Hades as his primary focus of investigation. And fortuitously, he uncovers some intriguing information. It is said that Hades was constructed by a group of shipwrights from Water 7. And the site of its creation was indeed Water 7. He muses that this place may harbor clues yet undiscovered. Now, he finds himself like a mad dog without direction. He is willing to follow any lead, proclaiming, Water 7, Hades battleship, here I come. On a certain island in the Grand Line, a tranquil atmosphere envelopes a small town. A meat shop swings open its door, and a tall figure emerges, carrying several sizable bags. After a quick glance around, he strides purposefully into the distance. The figure draped in a cloak moved through the crowd, revealing, almost inadvertently, strands of vibrant red hair peeking from beneath the hood. As the cloaked individual navigated the throngs of people, an inexplicable misfortune seemed to befall those who brushed against her. Some stumbled unexpectedly, while others found their footing compromised by a banana peel. After a brief moment, the cloaked figure departed the bustling town, entering a cave that appeared to be hewn by human hands rather than a natural formation. Upon stepping inside, she set down several large bags and removed her hood. Unveiling a delicate visage, it was none other than Bakara, the fortuitous warrior who once served under the Golden Emperor. "Boss, I have returned with the provisions," she exclaimed. "Ah, you have worked hard," came the muffled voice of a man within the cave. Suddenly, a flicker of flame illuminated the space, revealing a robust man with gray-green hair, Taisolo. The notorious criminal now wandered across the globe, formerly the Golden Emperor, now the Golden Demon. In a moment of crisis, Taisolo had unleashed a torrent of golden flames to divert attention, seizing the opportunity to escape the battlefield. Subsequently, he fled with Bakara aboard a submarine he had recently constructed, eluding the grasp of the Navy. Despite gold's tendency to lose its stability when submerged, the crafted vessel remained intact. Thus, under the Navy's stringent blockade, Taisolo managed to escape. His decision to bring Bakara along was not born from a deep master-servant bond. Rather, it stemmed from a necessity for her abilities, a stroke of luck that facilitated errands and ensured they remained undetected by the Navy or CP agents. Yet, the once revered Golden Emperor now found himself residing in a cave, a stark reminder of the unpredictable nature of fate. Nevertheless, the cave's furnishings were surprisingly opulent, adorned with gilded beds and amenities. After all, Taisolo's powers were indeed lavish beyond measure. However, Taisolo remained shrouded in melancholy. The dissonance between his previous power and his current plight weighed heavily upon him. A man who had risen from nothing, achieving a grandiose semblance of success, only to be cast back into obscurity overnight. Such a turn of events was impossible to accept, as reflected in the shadows of his countenance. "Have you procured the newspaper?" he inquired. "Right here, boss," Bakara replied. The newspaper represented Taisolo's only tether to the outside world, as he lacked even a phone. Grasping a piece of meat in one hand and the newspaper in the other, he began to eat while perusing the pages. Chapter 88 confirmed recognition. The articles within the newspaper detailed trivial matters, such as new wanted posters and the unfortunate destruction of a town by a merciless pirate. However, one report piqued his interest. It detailed the recent revocation of the title from one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, who was apprehended by the Navy and sentenced to life imprisonment and impelled down. The specifics of his crimes remained undisclosed, merely stating that he was deemed a heinous criminal unworthy of his title. As Tai Solo pondered this news, he felt a sense of familiarity. Oh, this sounds rather reminiscent. He mused. Isn't it similar to the article that was written about me? Still portraying him as a villain without clarity on his actions, yet executing the arrest with remarkable efficiency. In essence, they could not even be bothered to fabricate false charges. The message was clear. He was guilty, and thus apprehended without question. A sardonic smile crept across Tai Solo's face. He was well aware of the other members of the warlords, aside from Dracula Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma, who were truly the only honorable figures among them. The rest were mired in disgrace. The idea that the world government was unaware of this was laughable. With Crocodile's downfall, it was apparent he must have crossed an indelible line, one that involved the ancient weapon, Pluton. According to the original narrative, Crocodile would not yet have been discovered. He could have sustained his position until defeated by the upstart Straw Hat, who had only recently gained notoriety. However, spurred by the power of the elite and perhaps incited by reports of Kaido's defeat, Crocodile hastened his quest for Pluton, thus attracting the attention of the ever-watchful world government. The world government could not tolerate any transgression involving ancient weapons, given their immense destructive potential. Their knowledge of these weapons' capabilities made them acutely aware of the dire consequences should they fall into the wrong hands. Consequently, Crocodile was taken away. It is worth noting that Miss All Sunday, otherwise known as the historian Nico Robin, had detected some unusual signs and wisely abandoned Crocodile before his capture. As for Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had similarly crossed this line without consequence, his unique lineage as a celestial dragon afforded him a level of protection. The world government had no desire to intervene, especially given his potential allegiance in certain matters. Tai Solo held no particular opinion regarding these events, after all. He was no oracle capable of deducing the truth from a mere photograph. However, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Crocodile, which only intensified his longing for power. Previously, he believed that wealth could procure everything, but the harsh reality had delivered a crushing blow. His philosophy shifted. He now understood that true power was the only reality, rendering all else as mere illusion. With unparalleled strength, he could attain anything he desired. Thus, it was only natural that his gaze turned toward the ancient weapons. His own abilities had reached an impasse, and a decisive breakthrough seemed unlikely in the near future. Seeking external assistance was imperative. Having once held a position of significance in the underworld, Tai Solo found that there were still those willing to assist him, leading him to ultimately set his sights on the ancient weapon, Pluton. Tai Solo resolved to journey to Water 7 in search of clues regarding Pluton. Doflamingo, having transitioned from an initial state of trepidation and vigilance, now seems to have adapted to his circumstances, resuming his former flamboyance. It is not that he is overly confident. Rather, he has come to a realization. If Suyu intended to act against him, he would have done so long ago, rather than allowing himself to revel in his current state of affairs. Moreover, he has not previously offended Suyu. Their only point of intersection likely pertains to Mirande, the village that his pirate crew had ruthlessly ravaged. This, he believes, is the crux of the matter. Perhaps Suyu, due to his elevated status, is biding his time until Mirande possesses sufficient strength before sending someone to confront him, indicating that matters have not yet reached their nadir. Furthermore, worrying is futile. It would be more prudent to expedite the search for clues regarding the Underworld King. This way, should Suyu eventually make an appearance, he would possess leverage to defend himself. Regrettably, after an exhaustive search, there remains no trace of the Underworld King's warship. Ultimately, the only lead he manages to uncover pertains to the schematics of the Underworld King. With merely a design blueprint in hand, one cannot help but wonder how long it will take to truly construct a battleship worthy of the name Pluto. Nevertheless, it is better than having nothing at all. Thus, Don Quixote da Flamingo ultimately resolved to make a journey to Water 7. In an instant, Water 7 seemed to become a focal point of contention, drawing the attention of notorious figures such as the Golden Demon Tezelo, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Ruthless Blackbeard, and the Warlord of the Sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo himself. In the near future, they would all converge here, and one can only imagine the bustling scene that would ensue. This, however, only accounts for the pirate factions. The Navy had yet to enter the fray. A few days later, in a secluded area of Water 7, a fearsome figure stepped ashore, Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach. His eyes were alight with ambition and an insatiable thirst for power. Currently, he lacked a strategy for uncovering the clues to the Pluto's whereabouts. So he resolved to remain in Water 7 for a few days to investigate further. What he did not realize was that hidden within Water 7 was a covert team, CP9, who were also after the plans for Pluto, having been in hiding for 7 years. The following day, Ace arrived on this enigmatic island, pursuing the trail of Blackbeard. Shortly thereafter, while dining in a restaurant, Ace, having just awakened, began to devour his meal with fervor. In the next moment, he locked eyes with the very Blackbeard he sought, who had just pushed through the door. Chapter 89. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach. Confirming their gaze, Ace recognized him instantly. The moment he laid eyes on Blackbeard, his pupils widened, and a surge of fury welled within him. He abandoned his meal and charged at Blackbeard. "Hey, you haven't paid yet, you little brat. Stop right there. Someone's dining and dashing." The restaurant staff, witnessing Ace's abrupt departure, assumed he was attempting to skip out on his bill and immediately yelled after him. Meanwhile, the other patrons merely viewed the commotion as a delightful distraction, showing no inclination to intervene, as it did not affect them directly. Seeing Ace pursue him, Blackbeard had no intention of remaining stationary. He swiftly turned to flee. However, he was not afraid of Ace. Having spent considerable time with him, he was well aware of Ace's capabilities. He was confident that he could overpower Ace and intended to lead him to a more secluded location, for a bustling marketplace was hardly suitable for a confrontation. Upon encountering Ace, a cunning idea struck him: capture Ace and deliver him to the Navy. He was aware of Ace's identity, a scion of a notorious lineage, and such a prize would surely be welcomed by the Navy. He was certain that upon apprehending such a pivotal figure, they would opt for a public execution. At that juncture, he envisioned an opportunity for himself, should Whitebeard come to rescue Ace. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Blackbeard felt a surge of exhilaration, sensing that his ambitions were within reach. Thus, he dashed ahead while Ace pursued him, with a few restaurant staff trailing behind, attempting to catch up to Ace and demand payment. Yet, how could ordinary individuals hope to match the stamina of a powerhouse? In no time at all, the staff were left panting, helplessly watching Ace's retreating figure, exclaiming in disbelief, "What kind of monster is that?" Moments later, they arrived at a desolate rocky shore, littered with heaps of construction debris. Blackbeard, with his short legs moving swiftly, halted and turned to face Ace, who approached with measured steps. "Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach." Ace's voice bore an air of authority as he glared at Blackbeard, gritting his teeth as he uttered the name. "Ha ha ha. If it isn't Captain Ace. It's been quite a while. Surely you haven't come specifically to find me? Are you not aware of your own misdeeds, Blackbeard?" Unfazed by Ace's hostility, Blackbeard opened his arms and addressed him. "Captain Ace, why not come aboard my ship? I have acquired the most formidable power in the world. I have consumed the most fearsome Logia fruit. Together, we would be a force to be reckoned with." Ha ha ha. Blackbeard's invitation was anything but sincere. He knew Ace would never accept, and even if he did, Blackbeard would not trust him, as he could not risk harboring a potential threat. His words were merely a ploy to undermine Ace's resolve. Indeed, Ace's fury escalated as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting, Teach? You, who killed your own comrades, dare to dream of having allies?" Ace could forgive many things, even inflicting harm upon himself, but he would never pardon Blackbeard for murdering his companions, for destroying the family he had fought so hard to build. Blackbeard, seemingly oblivious to Ace's rage, continued to wear a malicious grin. "Ha ha ha. Don't be so hot-headed. Captain Ace. Yes, it is true. I killed the 4th Division Captain, Thatch, but blame his fate on the fruit he acquired. That fruit chose me. It was rightfully mine." "So you killed Thatch for that?" Ace's anger only intensified at Blackbeard's explanation. "Indeed, and I do not regret it. So come now, Captain Ace. Whitebeard is old. There is no future in following that old man." Unfortunately for Blackbeard, he never had the chance to finish his thought, for he had struck Ace's raw nerve. Insulting Whitebeard was a line that could not be crossed. Thus, thoroughly incensed, Ace erupted, unleashing his signature technique, Fire Fist. In an instant, Ace's right arm ignited into a blazing inferno, surging towards Blackbeard with tremendous force. The flames intensified, coalescing into a colossal fiery fist that radiated unbearable heat and an unstoppable momentum, barreling down upon Blackbeard. Without a doubt, Blackbeard was struck directly by the fiery assault and sent hurtling away. As the flames dissipated, he bore several singed patches on his face and chest, his body marred by burns, yet that was all. "Oh no, it burns. It burns," Blackbeard cried out, writhing on the ground as he attempted to extinguish the remnants of flames still clinging to him, momentarily stifling the fresh pain, gasping for breath. Logically, Blackbeard, who had endured for 2 decades aboard Whitebeard's ship, should not have been so easily undone by pain. However, the unfortunate reality was that the dark fruit, while immensely powerful, came with a torturous drawback. Any pain he experienced would be doubled. Thus, even with Blackbeard's fortitude, he would be writhing on the ground in agony at this moment. At this moment, the recuperated Blackbeard rose from the ground, casting a sinister gaze upon Ace. Ha ha ha. Captain Ace, your temper remains as volatile as ever. You may speak of anyone, but do not dare mention our father. To Ace's words, Blackbeard offered no response, instead raising his right hand. Ace, your body is of fire, while mine is of darkness. This time, Blackbeard directly called Ace by his name, refraining from addressing him as Captain Ace. As he spoke, a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from his right hand, a darkness so profound that it seemed poised to consume everything. In the next moment, more black mist billowed from behind Blackbeard, as if it sought to engulf the sun itself. However, Ace remained unfazed by this eerie spectacle. He spread his hands toward Blackbeard and proclaimed, Firefly, Fire Dharma. In the 91st chapter, titled Darkness, as green luminescence emanated from Ace's palms. Glowing orbs resembling fireflies drifted into the air, gathering unnoticed at Blackbeard's chest. In an instant, having amassed a sufficient number of fireflies, Ace's hands transformed from green to a fiery red, symbolizing intense heat and combustion. At the same time, Blackbeard's chest, devoid of hair, erupted in a violent explosion. A torrent of flames burst forth from Blackbeard's torso, the shockwave knocking him to the ground. Ouch! So hot. Ace smirked at Blackbeard, who lay sprawled on the ground. How peculiar, Blackbeard. As a Logia user, shouldn't you be able to easily nullify this attack? It seems your fearsome power is not all it's cracked up to be. As Ace's words faded, a wave of darkness suddenly enveloped Blackbeard, extinguishing the flames that licked at him, as if the darkness had devoured them whole. Witnessing this, Ace's eyes flickered with caution, a sense of alarm stirring within him. After extinguishing the flames, Blackbeard laboriously rose to his feet. Heh, darkness consumes all, be it bullets, blades, or flames. I cannot evade attacks like you ordinary Logia users. In fact, all pain is drawn toward me. Yet, in contrast, lies this ability. With that, Blackbeard raised his left hand toward Ace, his palm shrouded in profound darkness, transforming into a vortex intent on devouring everything. Observing Blackbeard's movement, Ace remained vigilant, ready to dodge any peculiar projectiles aimed at him. He was determined not to come into contact with whatever that darkness entailed until he grasped its true nature. What Ace did not anticipate was that Blackbeard's maneuver was not about launching something at him, but rather the complete opposite. In the next moment, an irresistible force of suction erupted from Blackbeard's outstretched palm, surging toward Ace. Taken entirely by surprise, Ace stumbled backward, and before he could react, Blackbeard's massive hand seized his shoulder. This is the gravity of darkness. With Ace caught, he instinctively attempted to elementally escape, only to realize he could not transform. Not only that, but it seemed his abilities had vanished entirely. Observing Ace's incredulous expression, Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. Ah ha ha ha. How does it feel, Ace? Have you realized it yet? Could it be? Ace's face reflected disbelief. However, Blackbeard did not allow Ace to finish his thought. He raised his powerful right arm and delivered a fierce punch to Ace's abdomen. With a powerful blow, Ace was sent flying, spewing a mouthful of blood midair before crashing into a heap of refuse, creating a substantial dent. Being struck like this must invoke a sense of nostalgia, wouldn't it, Ace? Ha! This is the formidable power of the dark fruit. The moment I make contact with your bodies, be it Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia, you shall be stripped of all your abilities. For those who rely on their powers, this is indeed their worst nightmare. Ha ha. At that moment, Ace, recovering from his ordeal, emerged from the gaping hole. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Blackbeard's earlier blow had indeed been severe, rupturing Ace's internal organs. However, given Ace's extraordinary physique, the injury could be considered merely superficial. TCH, as long as you don't catch me. With that, flames erupted beneath his feet, swiftly enveloping him. Flame Ring. Fire Fist Revamp. Enhanced by the Flame Ring, the potency of this Fire Fist surged significantly. One glance at the whitish flames revealed its formidable power. The menacing fiery fist surged forward with an indomitable spirit towards Blackbeard, who evidently was not inclined to endure the attack head-on. Surrounding him, an abyss of darkness unfurled, and with a mere gesture, it surged forth to confront the Fire Fist. Upon collision, there was no violent explosion. Instead, a haunting silence prevailed as the darkness devoured the upgraded Fire Fist entirely. Witnessing the futility of this assault, Ace's heart sank. Blackbeard's power far exceeded his expectations. This Fiery Fist technique was already one of his most powerful moves, yet Blackbeard effortlessly intercepted it, leaving Ace momentarily stunned. However, Blackbeard clearly had no intention of giving him time to recover. After completely devouring the flames, he stretched out his hand once more, repeating his sinister maneuver. Dark Vortex. An irresistible gravitational force surged forth. Though Ace was prepared this time and attempted to resist, he was still violently yanked forward. Mid-flight, however, Ace summoned twin flames in his palms and, harnessing the momentum, hurled them straight at Blackbeard. The blazing projectiles morphed into two fiery spears midair, piercing clean through Blackbeard's chest in a devastating strike. Divine Flame. Piercing Blaze. Despite the excruciating pain, Blackbeard gritted his teeth and retaliated, delivering a crushing blow to Ace's shoulder as he was pulled in, sending him crashing into a nearby pile of debris. With a single strike, the bones in Ace's shoulder were shattered. In stark contrast, Blackbeard was enveloped in darkness. The two flaming spears vanished completely, leaving no trace of the wounds, including the earlier burns. Yet, beads of sweat still trickled down Blackbeard's face, a testament to both the pain and the toll of absorbing damage, which drained his stamina. Futile. Ace. In the face of darkness, all resistance is in vain. Surrender. The gravely injured Ace struggled in the pit for a moment before finally managing to stand. Gasping for breath, he gazed at Blackbeard with eyes as proud and defiant as a solitary eagle. To yield to power, what purpose does it serve to be human? My life must be free of regrets. At this juncture, witnessing Blackbeard unscathed while he lay gravely wounded, Ace realized his chances of survival were slim. Yet, he harbored no regrets, for he had lived long enough to feel he had achieved something. Though aware that he could not win, Ace was resolute, determined to fight once more. Ah, what a pity, Ace, you shall perish in darkness. The shadows behind Blackbeard surged forth, like a dark canopy ready to embrace Ace's final flame. Chapter 91. Defeat the so-called cornered beast still fights. Someone like Ace, who is both self-deprecating and fiercely proud, would never simply submit. Thus, he poured every ounce of his strength into delivering one final blow. Standing defiantly before Blackbeard, flames swirled around him in an infernal vortex, with Ace at its center, a regal figure crowned by the worship of the endless fire. In the next instant, the fiery vortex soared skyward, a magnificent pillar of flames encircling Ace, even diminishing the surrounding darkness. Then, the column of fire erupted, revealing Ace within. His left hand was raised, and on his fingertip rested an extraordinarily large fireball, its flames roiling and billowing as if a sun had descended to earth. Great Flame Ring, Flame Emperor. Seeing Ace's extravagant move, Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback, yet he held unwavering confidence in his dark fruit. Ha ha ha. Whether sun or darkness, there can only be one victor. Indeed, there could only be one victor. With that, both sides charged toward one another, one a fervent, blazing sun, the other a profound darkness that devoured all. They collided with a tremendous force, as if the heavens and earth had been cleaved into two distinct halves, one radiant with light and warmth, the other shrouded in darkness. The flames sought to incinerate the darkness, while the darkness endeavored to engulf the sun entirely. Thus, the sun and darkness reached a stalemate. 10 minutes later, a contingent of guards hurried to the scene. The earlier display of flames and darkness had been too grand to go unnoticed, however. The overwhelming force that had erupted made everyone hesitate to approach. It was only after the flames had been consumed by darkness, restoring calm, that they dared to investigate. Yet, upon their arrival, they discovered nothing. Precisely speaking, there was nothing left, only barren land. They were acutely aware that this had once been a mountain of construction debris, and it was evident that the flames and darkness had obliterated everything in their path. This left everyone utterly astonished. Such power evoked a sensation akin to encountering a deity. However, they had arrived too late to ascertain who was responsible, which cast a shadow of concern over them. They were left wondering whether the perpetrator had departed or still lingered within the city of Seven Waters. Anyone who learns that a dangerous individual or individuals capable of dismantling an entire city has emerged in their hometown would undoubtedly find it difficult to rest easy. With heavy hearts, the guards departed from the scene. Once they had left, several figures emerged. One was a man clad in a tank top and overalls, yet adorned with a top hat. He possessed peculiar eyebrows and a cold, expressionless visage. Strangely, perched upon his shoulder was a pigeon dressed in a necktie, rendering him quite eccentric. Another individual wore a flat cap, notable for his lengthy, square nose, resembling a wooden stick protruding from his face. The final figure appeared relatively normal, yet his hair was styled in such a manner that it resembled two horns protruding from his head. The three individuals in question are none other than members of CP9 who have infiltrated this location. The one with the square nose is named Kaku, who masquerades as a dock worker at dock number 1. The horned fellow is known as Bruno, who poses as a bar owner and possesses the supernatural powers of a devil fruit, specifically the Opop no Mi, which grants him the ability to open doors anywhere. The man with a pigeon perch on his shoulder is named Rob Lucci. He also works as a dock worker at Dock Number 1. Despite his seemingly ordinary appearance, he holds considerable influence. He is the de facto leader of this operational squad of CP9 and is reputed to be the most formidable member in 8 centuries. Often referred to as the weapon of mass destruction, the 3 individuals have been lurking here for 7 long years. And now they are on the cusp of witnessing the dawn of success. Consequently, they are exercising utmost caution, fearful of any unforeseen incidents. Suddenly, a grand battle erupted, and it was difficult for them to quell their anxiety without investigating the commotion. Alas, just as their mission was nearing completion, an unexpected individual appeared, causing considerable distress. The aftermath of the clash between Ace and Blackbeard has left this place utterly desolate, with only the charred earth bearing witness to the ferocity of the recent skirmish. Previously, they had witnessed the magnificent flames and the enveloping darkness. Although the identity of the wielder of the darkness remains unknown, it is likely that the one commanding such extravagant flames is none other than Pordasti, Ace, the young captain of the 2nd Division under Whitebeard, who possesses the Maramara no Mi. As for Ace's departure from the crew, it has become somewhat of an open secret. It is widely known that he left in pursuit of the traitor Blackbeard. This hints at the identity of the person who just clashed with Ace. It is indeed astonishing that the previously obscure Blackbeard could defeat the illustrious Ace. Could it be attributed to the mysterious dark force he wields? The flames, once vibrant, were completely engulfed by the darkness, resulting in Ace's unexpected defeat. I am truly taken aback. Having found no clues, the 3 individuals were compelled to return, mindful of their ongoing infiltration and the necessity of not being absent for too long. They could only await future developments. In a concealed corner, a young man, stained with blood, lay unconscious with his hands bound by ropes, a foot resting upon him. The individual in question is none other than Ace, who has recently been defeated by Blackbeard. The man standing over him is indeed Blackbeard himself, who is currently engaged in a conversation via a den mushi. Ha ha ha, soldier, you should be able to reach Admiral Sengoku, right? I have significant news to share with him, and I am certain he would find it intriguing. Although the recipient of the call is unaware of the caller's identity, he decides to relay the message to the Admiral, as it may pertain to something crucial. Hello. This is Sengoku. Ha ha ha. Admiral Sengoku, it is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Who am I speaking to? My name is Marshal D. Teach. I trust the Admiral has heard of me. Blackbeard, what business do you have with me? Though this name lacks notable fame, Sengoku recalls its association with Whitebeard. Upon realizing the caller is a pirate, Sengoku's tone swiftly turns sharp. Do not be hasty, Admiral Sengoku. I possess information that I believe will pique your interest. Ha ha ha. Chapter 92. The despondent elder in the Marine Headquarters Admiral's office, Sengoku's expression darkens as he hangs up the den mushi. His conversation with Blackbeard has confirmed his long-held suspicions. The Marines have indeed been monitoring Ace when Ace first emerged. They even extended an invitation for him to join the 7 warlords of the sea. To their astonishment, the newcomer resolutely declined. Following that, Ace challenged Whitebeard, was defeated, and subsequently remained under Whitebeard's command. The reason Sengoku is particularly invested in this matter lies in Ace's full name, Pordasti, Ace, that has undoubtedly captured Sengoku's attention. For the name of the Pirate King also contains AD. Furthermore, Ace's meteoric rise to fame is indeed intriguing. Although individuals with their names are rare, they do exist, leading Sengoku to harbor mere suspicions. Yet now, this conjecture has been validated. Ace is the child of Roger. Despite the revelation originating from a pirate, Sengoku has an instinctual belief that he is not being deceived, and he cannot fathom a reason for such duplicity. However, his gaze falls upon Garp, who is lazily munching on senbei in his office, and his expression becomes complex. Sengoku, why do you stare at me so? Sengoku is acutely aware that although Ace is Roger's son, this old rascal before him clearly regards Ace as his own grandson. This realization is undoubtedly cruel for Garp, leaving Sengoku at a loss for words on how to convey this information. Sengoku, why are you suddenly stammering? This is not like you. Noticing Sengoku's silence and the tumultuous emotions in his eyes, Garp cannot help but prod, sensing an ominous premonition. Garp, Ace, has been captured. After a moment's hesitation, Sengoku decides to be forthright. Enduring prolonged suffering is less favorable than a swift revelation. What did you say? I must be growing old and hard of hearing. I thought I heard you say Ace has been captured. Ha ha ha. How could that be? Garp, you did not mishear. This is the truth. In an instant, Garp's expression freezes. He continues to mechanically stuff senbei into his mouth, but his jaw has ceased to move, and the senbei falls to the ground. Under normal circumstances, the two old comrades might lament the loss of the snack. Yet neither possesses the heart for such trivialities at this moment. Are you certain, Sengoku? For reasons unknown, Sengoku perceives Garp as extraordinarily fragile at this juncture. He is no longer the legendary hero of the Navy. He is merely an elderly man concerned for his family. Accept reality, Garp. Ace is a pirate. His capture was inevitable. Do not forget you are a Marine, Garp. Garp opens his mouth, yet ultimately remains silent. He sits there, his beloved senbei losing all appeal. Regret washes over him, as he wonders if he had been firmer in his stance. Perhaps Ace would not have chosen the path of piracy, but instead followed in his footsteps to become a Marine. Given Ace's prowess, achieving the rank of Vice Admiral would have been well within reach. Wait, Ace's strength. Who could possibly capture him? Sengoku, you are deceiving me. Akiji and the others are at headquarters. If the admirals do not intervene, who possesses the capability to seize Ace? You must be lying. Your acting has become remarkably convincing. However, upon witnessing Sengoku's heavy demeanor, Garp finds himself at a loss for further words. Who? Blackbeard. In that fleeting moment, Sengoku distinctly sensed a palpable aura of bloodthirst emanating from Garp. Blackbeard. Garp gently uttered the name, as if savoring its weight, reminiscent of reciting a death list. Garp. Remain calm. Blackbeard has leveraged Ace as a bargaining chip to demand entry into the Seven Warlords. I consented. As Sengoku reached the final words, his tone instinctively softened, almost as if he hesitated to face Garp. Indeed, given the years of camaraderie between Sengoku and Garp, it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as brothers by another mother. By extension, Ace could be considered Garp's grandson, and if circumstances allowed, he would wish to spare Ace, if only to alleviate Garp's sorrow. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was an admiral of the Navy, and Ace was of the bloodline of the Pirate King. The very name of the Pirate King signified a figurehead opposing the Navy, making the complete eradication of his lineage a matter of paramount significance for the Navy. This was an obligation that had to be fulfilled. Not because Sengoku deemed the Navy more important than his bond with Garp, but because it was imperative. Such matters transcended right and wrong, personal emotions, and merely illustrated the capriciousness of fate. Human effort could not surpass the force of power. Upon hearing Sengoku's statement, Garp turned to cast a glance at him. A look that sent shivers down Sengoku's spine, as if Garp might leap forward and strike him. Garp's fists were not to be trifled with. He was indeed a hero of the Navy, a man known for his iron fists. Sengoku felt a fleeting sense of dread for a brief moment. Garp genuinely contemplated smashing his old friend's head, wishing to subdue him in a fit of rage, but the remnants of his rationality halted such an impulse. Ultimately, he seemed to deflate, collapsing onto the sofa, lost in thought, while Sengoku maintained a silent vigil beside him. After a moment, Garp softly inquired, "Must it truly be this way?" "Indeed," Sengoku affirmed resolutely. "Then, where is he now?" Though Sengoku had no intention of revealing this, the pleading look in Garp's eyes softened his resolve. Water 7. Water 7. Garp instinctively echoed. "Hey, Garp, don't do anything rash. Remember, you are a Navy man." "Ah, I know. Rest assured. Your demeanor certainly does not inspire confidence." "Garp, I will dispatch Akiji and Kazuru to Water 7. If you wish to accompany them, you may, but before undertaking any actions, you must contemplate your own identity." Garp said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Garp lifted his gaze to Sengoku and asked, "Sengoku, Ace." "I understand." Sengoku anticipated Garp's inquiry, which inevitably pertained to Ace's identity and thus provided him with a definitive response. Garp parted his lips, yet no words emerged. He simply nodded despondently. In that moment, he bore no semblance of the heroic Navy officer, but rather appeared as a weary, disheartened old man. Chapter 93. Why do you seem a bit pleased? Upon hearing Sengoku's firm answer, Garp finally comprehended why Sengoku's stance was so resolute, and he realized that Ace's fate had been irrevocably sealed. The contempt the Pirate King, the Navy, and the world government held for one another ran deep, and the existence of the Pirate King's bloodline was absolutely intolerable to them. Consequently, Ace's fate would not be mere confinement and impelled down. It would culminate in a death sentence. This has extinguished the last flicker of hope within Garp. With Ace's identity revealed, the gravity of the situation is undeniable. Ace stands no chance now. Observing his old friend in such a despondent state, Sengoku felt a pang of sympathy. Carp, after successfully bringing Ace back, he will face public execution in a month. You have a month left. Cherish this final time with him. With these words, Sengoku gently patted Carp's shoulder, offering both solace and encouragement. Carp nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that he would be all right. Steady yourself. In a month, a fierce battle awaits. Are you referring to Whitebeard? Indeed. Upon learning of Ace's predicament, that old man will undoubtedly come to his rescue. When the time comes, Sengoku understood that this situation was exceedingly cruel for Carp. He would have to witness his grandson's execution while being powerless to intervene, forced instead to thwart others attempting to save him. It was a bitter irony, yet an inescapable reality. For a fleeting moment, Carp even wished that Whitebeard would take decisive action and overpower the Navy, successfully rescuing Ace. However, that notion was quickly banished by his own reason. After all, he was a Navy officer, a hero of the Navy, an utterly helpless justification. Yet, thinking of Whitebeard, Carp suddenly recalled intelligence previously relayed by a surveillance team. Sengoku. Whitebeard was preparing to return to the Grand Line. Do you think it could be? Upon Carp's reminder, Sengoku too recollected this detail. Whitebeard had recently shifted his position, seemingly intending to return to Fishman Island, likely to navigate back to the Grand Line from there. Previously, they had regarded this matter with some concern, yet it was not overly alarming. Whitebeard, although formidable, was not as unpredictable as some others, being a rational individual. Sengoku's earlier apprehensions were merely caution regarding his immense power. However, the situation had changed. Water 7 was indeed situated within the Grand Line. If Whitebeard were to learn of this news, the imminent clash might be hastened. Yet, this should be the worst-case scenario. After all, Ace had been captured and lost all means of communication with the outside world. Moreover, Blackbeard would likely not disclose such critical information willingly, making it improbable for Whitebeard to be aware of the situation. As Sengoku contemplated this, the office was abruptly filled with the sound of the din-din mushi. Hastily returning to his seat, Sengoku opened a drawer and retrieved a transponder snail. Hello, this is Sengoku. Admiral Sengoku, the trajectory of Whitebeard's fleet has been confirmed. Their target is Water 7. What did you say? The sudden revelation, even for Sengoku's composure, caused him to lose control and exclaim in disbelief. Admiral Sengoku. I said that the direction of Whitebeard's fleet has been confirmed, and based on their course, the focal point will be Water 7. This is truly unbelievable. Just moments ago, I was contemplating that Whitebeard could not possibly be aware of this matter and therefore would not come to Water 7. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a phone call shattered that illusion, revealing the harshness of reality. The Marshal? Sengoku, the Marshal? Ah, I see now. You have performed admirably. Continue with your surveillance. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku found himself in a prolonged stupor. What is it, Sengoku? Whitebeard is actually demanding Water 7. What? Does he know that Ace is in trouble there? For reasons unknown, Sengoku could even detect a hint of elation in Garp's voice. This is perplexing. It is truly dreadful. Could it be Blackbeard? That is impossible. Given the relationship between him and Whitebeard, he would be too busy hiding to actively lure Whitebeard here. Our foremost priority now is to reach Water 7. With that, Sengoku dialed for reinforcements. Observing Sengoku on the phone, Garp sighed internally, his feelings a tumultuous mix. Shortly thereafter, Akiji and Kazara sauntered in nonchalantly, followed closely by a stern man clad in a red suit, a large flower pinned to his chest, none other than Akainu. One of the three admirals. Marshal. Senior. Marshal. Mr. Garp. Akainu offered no greetings, merely nodding silently at the two men. Akiji, Kazara, Akainu. You are to lead the team to Water 7 at once. Bring back the criminal Portgas Ace. Upon hearing that name, Akiji instinctively glanced at Garp, only to find Garp's expression grim yet devoid of any fierce reaction. Evidently, he had been informed of this matter in advance and had reached an understanding with the Marshal. Is it really necessary to dispatch 3 admirals just to retrieve 1 Fire Fist Ace? Kizaru remarked, embodying a demeanor of nonchalance, one who prefers to evade trouble. Noticing similar expressions of skepticism on the faces of his comrades, Sengoku cautioned, Ace is the son of the Pirate King Gold. Roger, a lineage steeped in infamy. Hence he must be brought back. Furthermore, according to the surveillance team's report, Whitebeard is already en route to Water 7. His intentions remain unclear. At this, the 3 were left utterly astonished. Before they could fully process Ace's heritage, The subsequent news left them in a state of shock. Does this not imply that a single misstep could lead to a confrontation with the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard, a man whose very name evokes trepidation, cast a shadow of unease over their hearts. Even the most arrogant Akainu, despite his outward disdain for Whitebeard, cannot help but acknowledge the formidable strength he possesses. The prospect of war with the opposing side loomed suddenly, making it nearly impossible to remain composed. Akiji, do remember to bring that sacred garment. Yes. The matter of the sacred garment has reached Akainu's ears as well, though he outwardly scorns it, deeming it mere external aid. Insisting that a true man must rely on himself, deep down he harbors a tinge of envy. The three took their leave, hurrying to prepare. Upon witnessing this, Garp also began to ready himself for departure. Garp. Remember your identity. Chapter 94. The encounter in the haste of the moment. Sengoku could only rely on the three admirals, as the rest of his forces would be too fragile in the face of the four emperors' pirate crews. He contemplated briefly before dialing the world government to inform them of the situation. Clearly, the world government held the offspring of the Pirate King in high regard. Perhaps even more so than the Navy did. The Navy sought to eradicate the Pirate King's bloodline solely for their sense of justice and the maintenance of peace upon the seas, while the Gorosei had their own interests at heart. Upon learning that Whitebeard would also be arriving, they were taken aback. Could it be that Ace, so close at hand, was to slip away from them? Absolutely not. They could not allow it. Thus, they dispatched several hidden masters from CP0, whose combined strength could overpower an admiral. This marked one of the most proactive stances the Gorosei had taken in support of the Navy. As time passed, a day had swiftly gone by. The weather in Water 7 was splendid, basking under a bright sun. The island's inhabitants commenced their daily routines, their spirits lifted by the fine weather. At that moment, however, a whale ship gradually approached the tranquil isle. As it drew nearer, it became visible even from the shore. Blackbeard was intimately familiar with this vessel. He had lived upon it for 20 years, enduring its confines, and not long ago had taken a life aboard, seizing a fruit. The ship's owner was the one he feared most. Indeed, despite the fright he had experienced at Suyu's hands, his rational mind acknowledged Suyu's superiority over Whitebeard. Yet, the figure he truly dreaded remained Whitebeard himself, perhaps due to the deep-seated fear cultivated over 2 decades of cohabitation. Perhaps it was the cautious nature he had developed in those years of subterfuge, or perhaps it was the unforgivable betrayal he had committed against the man. In any case, upon sighting the whale ship, Blackbeard was utterly dumbfounded. Why? How could that old codger Whitebeard arrive here? Did he know of Blackbeard's presence and come to capture him? That could not be. He should have sent Ace to do so instead of coming in person. For a moment, Blackbeard even contemplated whether the Navy had betrayed him. Just after he had spoken with the fleet admiral, Whitebeard had found him here, making it hard not to suspect some hidden connection. Yet, in the next instant, he dismissed that absurd notion. How could that be? He understood the significance of a pirate king's bloodline in the Navy's eyes, which meant they would not publicize such a matter until they had secured Ace safely in their grasp. Thus, it must be that Whitebeard had become senile, or perhaps momentarily lost his senses for him to venture to Water 7. However, the ones in a worse predicament were those from CP9. They had just discovered the presence of a dangerous individual, whose location remained uncertain, only to find an even more perilous threat arriving. How could they possibly remain concealed now? Their mental state was in turmoil. Even the proud Rob Lucci dared not confront Whitebeard. What on earth is this formidable figure here for? They suddenly recalled the fierce battle that had erupted here previously, the outcome of which was Ace's defeat. After all, Ace is the second commander under Whitebeard. Could it be that Whitebeard has come for Ace? Alas, what are they to do now? Is there anyone who could enlighten them? Is this all but a dream? If it is indeed a dream, then let them awaken swiftly. Yet, reality, it appears, will not bend to their whims. In the blink of an eye, Whitebeard's ship has docked. However, just as they have arrived, a fleet proudly displaying the seagull flag emerges on the horizon. The Navy has arrived. Witnessing the majestic warships, CP9 finds themselves overwhelmed with emotion. In stark contrast, the true ruler of Water 7, Aspegu, the president of the Carrera Company, is beset with anxiety. Such formidable figures. Why must they all converge upon his island? A gathering, perhaps? Little does he know that even more formidable individuals may soon arrive, and a cataclysmic battle could erupt upon his territory. At that point, he may very well weep until there are no tears left to shed. At this moment, Whitebeard and his companions beheld the slowly advancing naval fleet. Initially, they paid it little heed. After all, It was merely a fleet of the Navy. Although pirates are often unsettled at the sight of naval forces, they were no ordinary pirates. In a sense, the four emperors' pirate crews equated to a small nation. However, upon noticing three individuals standing with their arms crossed on the foremost warship, each adorned in varying hues, they realized that the situation appeared to be more intricate than it seemed. What has possessed the Navy to dispatch these three individuals simultaneously? Moreover, they also noticed an elderly man with flowing white hair standing beside them. The others, naturally, recognized this venerable figure, for he is a naval hero, known far and wide by all. Their mood turned somewhat somber. Could it be that the Navy was coming for them? Yet, it was perplexing how the Navy could so suddenly provoke the four emperors of the pirate crew without cause. As Whitebeard pondered, a realization struck him, and his expression darkened considerably. He feared that Ace had encountered trouble. Whitebeard was well aware of Ace's background. This was something Ace had confided in him. He knew all too well how significant Ace's lineage was to the Navy and how desperately they sought him. Thus, if something had indeed happened to Ace, it would explain why the Navy had dispatched such formidable figures. However, the purpose of their visit likely also pertained to Whitebeard, as it seemed there were still surveillance operatives in the vicinity, indicating that the Navy had received advance notice of his arrival. As for why Ace might be in peril, it was hardly a matter for speculation. It was undoubtedly that treacherous scoundrel's doing. The mere thought of that scoundrel being on this very island caused Whitebeard's composure to waver. Father? What's wrong? Marco and the others sensed the shift in Whitebeard's aura and inquired. It is likely that Ace is in trouble, prompting such a grand mobilization from the Navy. What? How could Ace be in trouble? Whitebeard replied solemnly, perhaps. Ace has tracked down that individual. That individual? Marco and the others were taken aback, and their anger surged. Blackbeard. As they spoke, the Navy's fleet had already arrived at the docks, and the two factions found themselves face to face. Chapter 95. Go. I shall stand here. On board the Navy warship, Akainu wore an expression akin to someone owed a debt, casting a shadowy glare at Whitebeard and his crew. He was an unwavering proponent of absolute justice, believing that any entity embodying injustice deserved obliteration. Yet, the interpretation of justice was ultimately dictated by him. Pirates, in his eyes, epitomized the pinnacle of all injustice, and the four emperors represented the most formidable among them. Thus, Akainu aspired to capture Whitebeard and his men altogether, though it was evident that he alone could not accomplish this. As for Akiji, he seemed to embody a more humane disposition. This was evident during the O'Hara incident, where the orders given were to annihilate all inhabitants of O'Hara and eradicate the island from existence. Akiji was one of the enforcers of this command. Had he followed orders strictly, Nico Robin, being a member of the island's populace, would have had no chance of survival, even as a child, and even later. After her transformation from black to white skin, her chances of escaping the massacre would have been nearly non-existent. However, due to a dying request from his friend, Vice Admiral Saul, Akiji chose to spare Nico Robin. Moreover, Akiji's general conduct starkly contrasted with Akainu's. While Akainu would disregard civilian lives if he deemed it necessary, even valuing the lives of Navy personnel as expendable, Akiji was a person who respected life and exhibited mercy. In truth, neither of these two was particularly suited to the role of fleet admiral. Akainu was too violent and radical, while Akiji was overly conservative. A combination of the two might yield a more fitting leader. As for Kizaru, he appeared to be merely a salaryman, reluctant to involve himself in conflicts beyond his obligations, resembling a languid fish. Yet, one could also interpret this as a form of self-preservation, as his current existence seemed quite satisfactory. Thus, these two were not as volatile as Akainu. They merely observed Whitebeard and his crew in silence. Garp, too, gazed at Whitebeard, though his expression was notably complex. In his current capacity, he was a rear admiral of the Navy and a hero tasked with combating piracy. However, emotionally, he genuinely wished for the failure of their mission, hoping that Whitebeard would successfully rescue Ace. Yet, as he watched, he began to notice something amiss. He questioned whether his age had clouded his vision. How could Whitebeard appear so youthful? This should not be the case. He could not be much younger than himself. At this moment, a voice emerged from Whitebeard's side. It was Marco. I must inquire, is your Navy mobilizing such force against our Whitebeard pirates? Humph. It is only natural for the Navy to apprehend pirates. Of course, the one interjecting was none other than the notoriously hot-tempered Akainu. At this moment, Whitebeard spoke up. Marco, you and Josa take some men ashore first to find Ace. Whitebeard was absolutely convinced that Ace was currently on the island. Not only had you mentioned it earlier, but the current circumstances were more than enough to confirm Ace's presence there. Marco and Jozu were momentarily stunned but quickly responded, "Understood, Pops. All right, boys, follow us." They turned and called over a few underlings, preparing to disembark. Seeing this, Akainu and his forces naturally wouldn't allow it. Their mission was to intercept Whitebeard and retrieve Ace. If the two groups were to reunite first, they had little confidence in snatching anything from Whitebeard's grasp. This was a crucial opportunity they couldn't afford to miss, so Akainu struck without hesitation. Akainu, having consumed the Magu Magu no Mi, a superior Logia-type devil fruit that grants control over magma, was a formidable force. Logically, the Mera Mera no Mi Flame fruit should have been the superior one. Given that fire's temperature theoretically has no upper limit, whereas magma's heat is comparatively limited. But such were the peculiarities of devil fruits, science had no say in their workings. With a swift motion, Akainu's arms transformed into seething magma, droplets splattering onto the deck and instantly burning through the wood. Raising his hand like an erupting volcano, he launched a massive surge of molten rock toward Marco and the others, the scorching projectile hurtling with tremendous force to block their path. Such a terrifying maneuver was but a trifling skill for Marco and his companions. Without resorting to the powers of his devil fruit, Marco effortlessly soared into the air and dispatched the mass of magma into the sea with a single kick. Akainu. Marco's half-open eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze upon Akainu. They were in a desperate rush to locate Ace, and there was no time to waste on the red dog. "You little brat, is it your intention to bully my child before my very eyes? Am I invisible to you?" Upon hearing the rage laced in Whitebeard's tone, Akainu and his comrades silently cursed their misfortune. Whitebeard abruptly rose to his feet and advanced to the bow of the ship, delivering a powerful punch towards the Navy's direction. The air shattered with a crack, filled with terrifying fissures, as if a cataclysmic shockwave emanated from Whitebeard's fist, spreading relentlessly towards the Navy. Akainu, Akiji, and Kazara quickly ascended into the air, positioning themselves in front of the advancing shockwave with their arms raised and palms facing the oncoming force. With a unified shout, the three unleashed powerful shockwaves from their palms, meeting Whitebeard's onslaught and barely managing to neutralize it. Yet, the residual shockwave inflicted no further damage, merely sending them back onto their ship. What they had just employed was the Busashoka Haki. This form of Haki not only envelopes the body or objects to enhance defense and attack, but can also be projected outward to create offensive effects. The sheer power of Whitebeard's punch had genuinely startled the trio. They had not anticipated that their combined strength would nearly fail to withstand such a blow. Was this truly the manifestation of an aged and frail man? "Marco, Jozu, go. I shall handle this." Father Marco and Jozu exchanged a glance before swiftly making their way towards Water 7, determined to find Ace and return to assist their father. Under normal circumstances, Whitebeard would not so readily provoke the Navy, for despite his immense strength and influence, should the Navy become truly incensed and resolute in their pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, they would be unable to withstand the onslaught. However, the situation was different now. Whitebeard was prepared to fight for his son. The Navy, too, harbored similar sentiments. Although they were formidable, engaging in a brutal confrontation with Whitebeard would inflict severe losses upon them, making it an unworthy endeavor. Yet now, Ace was evidently worth the risk. Chapter 96. A telling tongue. Seeing that Whitebeard's men had already descended, the Navy realized they had lost the initiative. In their haste, several vice admirals led ordinary soldiers off the warship to search for them, as these troops would not significantly contribute to such a battle, merely risking minor injuries. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. Since Akainu had previously obstructed Marco and the others, Whitebeard felt compelled to retaliate. Thus, he decisively hurled a punch in their direction. The air fractured once more, and a terrifying shockwave erupted, as if the very fabric of space trembled. Akainu and his companions realized that if Whitebeard's punch landed solidly, the consequences would be dire. They hastily positioned themselves before the shockwave once again, employing Busashoka Haki. Though this time Whitebeard exerted slightly less force, allowing them to fully counteract it. Meanwhile, the Navy took advantage of the distraction to infiltrate Water 7. At this moment, Carp, who had been standing silently by the side, finally spoke. "Whitebeard, is your body, perhaps?" It was only then that he noticed how Whitebeard not only appeared younger but also bore no scars. Furthermore, the sheer force behind his casual punch evoked a sense of witnessing Whitebeard in his prime. "Gururara. Indeed, I am currently at my peak." Peak state? What exactly do you mean? At that moment, Suyu, who had been sitting quietly on the sidelines, stood up and exclaimed, "Ah, this is indeed the sight you have witnessed, Admiral Karp. Whitebeard has returned to the pinnacle of his power. The wish bar is fair to all, so tell me. Admiral Karp, are you tempted?" As he spoke, all eyes turned towards him. Kizaru immediately shivered, cold sweat streaming down his face. He had not noticed Suyu's earlier silence. But upon witnessing it now, he was taken aback, suddenly recalling the terror that Suyu had once instilled in him, as if it had occurred just yesterday. Akiji and Karp also cast curious glances at Suyu. They had long been intrigued by him, but had never had the opportunity to meet. The effect of the Swan Knight's armor had left a profound impression on them. Now, Akiji could match Karp in battle, and if fortune favored him, he might even cause Karp some trouble. This revelation left them astounded, for they understood that to enhance their own strength even slightly required years of effort. Meanwhile, Akainu maintained a brooding expression, his gaze shadowy. Humph, mingling with pirates. It seems the so-called wish bar is nothing special. Upon uttering these words, a hush fell over the surroundings. Karp and Akiji remained unfazed, but Kizaru and Whitebeard regarded Akainu with admiration, as if honoring his bravery, or perhaps mourning a fallen hero. Red Dog, were you addressing me just now? May I interpret that as a provocation? Suyu looked at Akainu with an impassive expression, his voice devoid of emotion. Being called Red Dog in front of so many people ignited Akainu's fury, and he was ready to explode. However, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have lost control over his own body. "Kneel," Suyu said calmly, and Akainu fell to his knees. It was not out of his own volition, but rather due to an overwhelming pressure that erupted from Suyu, forcing him down and causing the naval warship to sink several meters, the deck nearly level with the sea. Whitebeard remained relatively unaffected, but those near Akainu felt incredibly uncomfortable, as if they bore the weight of a mountain, struggling to breathe. Nevertheless, they managed to remain standing, which was a relief compared to Akainu's plight. At this point, Akainu was kneeling on the deck, his knees creating two depressions, his body trembling violently. The oppressive force targeted him specifically, rendering him utterly miserable. It felt as though every inch of his body was burdened by an immense weight that continued to grow heavier, yet his body stubbornly held together, as if his adversary sought to torment him endlessly. Although he possessed the powers of a Logia fruit user, it seemed as if those abilities had momentarily failed him, leaving Akainu unable to transform and evade the torment. Regret coursed through him. Why had he spoken out of turn? His foolishness was now painfully evident. He had heard rumors about Suyu and had gathered some impressions from Kizaru and others, but he never anticipated the extent of Suyu's terrifying prowess. It was truly absurd for a distinguished admiral to be so thoroughly humiliated without his opponent even lifting a finger. Time seemed to stretch. Moments felt like years, before Suyu finally retracted the overwhelming pressure that felt capable of suppressing the very heavens. As the weight lifted, the warship bobbed on the ocean, returning to a semblance of calm. Akiji and the others felt a sudden lightness, able to breathe again, but Akainu was not so fortunate. The instant the pressure dissipated, Akainu's body cracked like a ceramic statue struck by a hammer, fissures spreading rapidly across him. Ugh! Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality dwindling to a mere flicker, akin to a candle flickering in the cold wind. Akiji and the others gasped in horror. They could hardly believe their eyes. Was Akainu truly facing death? Despite their usual conflicts with him, they did not wish to see him perish so easily and contemplated pleading with Suyu for Akainu's life. However, before they could speak, Suyu interjected. "Considering this is your first offense, I shall spare you this time. I hope you remember this lesson and refrain from speaking so carelessly in the future." As his words fell, a green glow enveloped Akainu, and the horrific cracks vanished, restoring color to his pallid face as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the trembling of his body and the blood on the deck served as stark reminders of the reality that had just unfolded. Moments later, demonstrating the resilience of an admiral, Akainu struggled to rise, his countenance darker than before, yet his gaze towards Suyu now betrayed an undeniable fear. From that moment on, Akainu, like Kizaru, developed a profound dread of Suyu, although his symptoms were evidently far more severe. The surrounding onlookers gazed at Suyu with a sense of awe. Karp and Akiji, having never encountered Suyu before, now experienced firsthand the extent of his power. Finally grasping the sense of helplessness that Kizaru had previously described, a feeling that was utterly despairing. Whitebeard and his crew, however, remained relatively unfazed, having witnessed even more direct displays of might in the past. Chapter 97, The Dust Settles? Once Akainu regained his footing, he retreated to the sidelines, falling silent, clearly overwhelmed. The fear he inadvertently revealed when glancing at Suyu was enough to gauge the magnitude of his psychological trauma. At this juncture, Carp and the others suddenly recalled the conversation that had been interrupted by this episode. Whitebeard had directly affirmed his return to his peak form, and it was evident that Suyu was the architect behind this transformation. Given the earlier, apocalyptic atmosphere, Carp and his companions had no doubt that Suyu possessed the capability to achieve such a feat. Their current sentiment was one of sheer astonishment. What did it mean for Whitebeard to be at his peak? He was a man capable of confronting 3 admirals single-handedly, the very essence of world-destroying power. The combination of peak Whitebeard and the mightiest paramecia fruit, the tremor fruit, was enough to send shivers down their spines at the mere thought. Yet, a realization struck them. Standing beside Whitebeard was someone even more formidable. The earlier display of might had been utterly terrifying. A wave of newfound confidence surged within them. They began to perceive Whitebeard as merely a powerful individual. As for Suyu, in their minds, he had transcended the bounds of humanity. However, in the next moment, Carp and the others were confronted with a far graver question. Why was Suyu aboard Whitebeard's ship? What did this mean? Had Suyu joined the Whitebeard pirates? No, that phrasing was inaccurate. It was more appropriate to say that the Whitebeard pirates had come under Suyu's command. But surely that could not be the case. Given Whitebeard's character, he would not agree to such an arrangement. As for Suyu, with his power, he hardly needed an organization. He was a force unto himself. If the connection between Suyu and Whitebeard remains unclear, then today's proceedings cannot continue. It was who mustered the courage to speak. Mr. Suyu, may I inquire about your affiliation with the Whitebeard pirates? If Suyu were to side with Whitebeard, what hope would they have? Suyu would hardly need to lift a finger. They would simply kneel before him. Upon their return, the Navy could cease to exist, bowing submissively to Whitebeard instead. Oh, this? I merely wish to stretch my legs. You all carry on with your battle. I shall not interfere. Upon hearing this, Carp and the others collectively sighed in relief. Excellent. After all, he is merely a peak-level Whitebeard. There is still potential here. As long as Suyu refrains from involvement, there remains a chance. In truth, given Whitebeard's character, he would not desire Suyu's intervention. Although Suyu's involvement would guarantee success, it is a matter he wishes to handle personally. After all, he is Whitebeard. Observing the situation, leaped from the warship, landing gracefully upon the surface of the sea. Such actions prompted the devil fruit users to exclaim in astonishment. However, Akiji's fruit ability is ice-related, allowing him to freeze the surface of the water before it can reach him. With a crackling sound, Akiji's foothold transformed into ice, gradually spreading outward until the Moby Dick was ensnared in the icy grip of the sea. Having achieved his objective, Akiji leaped back onto the battleship with his long legs. In truth, the current situation did not necessitate a full-scale conflict. After all, Ace's whereabouts remained unknown. For now, both parties merely needed to contain each other's primary forces, and any potential hostilities could be postponed until Ace was located. Meanwhile, within the city, although the back-and-forth skirmish between Whitebeard, Akainu, and others had not directly affected Water 7, the immense commotion had certainly caught the attention of the populace. As for the overwhelming pressure emitted by Suyu, it went unnoticed by the crowd, as it was directed solely at Akainu and confined to the 2 vessels. One side represented the naval forces, while the other bore the flag of pirates aboard the whale ship, signaling an impending clash. The island's residents erupted into a cacophony of chatter, having recognized Whitebeard's pirate flag. While they may not have been familiar with every pirate banner, they certainly recognized the emblem of one of the most renowned and formidable pirates in history. At this moment, they began to feel a sense of panic. What was it? It was the 4 emperors. And what are the 4 emperors? They are, after all, pirates. Moreover, they are exceedingly formidable pirates. Although Whitebeard's reputation tends to lean towards the positive, and there has been no account of the Whitebeard pirates bullying ordinary civilians, who could remain unperturbed when Whitebeard stands at their doorstep. Ultimately, they are still pirates, and fundamentally, people instinctively harbor a fear of overwhelming power. It is an uncontrollable dread, a fear of imminent annihilation. Furthermore, as they observed, these pirates were now in confrontation with the Navy. Should a battle ensue between the 2 factions, irrespective of who may emerge victorious, the area of conflict would undoubtedly suffer. This is truly distressing. Consequently, those residing near the port hastily fled in droves, all heading away from this place. Meanwhile, Blackbeard had already concealed himself with Ace upon catching sight of Whitebeard. At that moment, he dared not confront Whitebeard. Even though he was unaware that Whitebeard had regained his prime, in his mind, Whitebeard remained frail and elderly, and he lacked the courage to face him. At this juncture, Marco and his companions, along with the Navy soldiers, had flooded into Water 7, desperately searching for Ace's whereabouts. Marco unleashed his observation haki, disregarding precision, striving to expand his perception range, for he was intimately familiar with Ace's aura. However, Water 7 was vast, and even with his efforts, progress was slow. The Navy, on the other hand, had the means to contact Blackbeard directly, thus obtaining Ace's location without delay. So why deploy so many personnel to feign a search? It was, of course, to confound Whitebeard and his allies. Thus, while Navy soldiers scurried about the streets like headless chickens, they simultaneously disrupted Marco and his comrades, while a rear admiral stealthily made his way to the designated rendezvous. At this moment, Ace had regained consciousness, realizing that his father had arrived. He was astonished, never expecting to see Whitebeard here. However, he found himself thoroughly bound by ropes. Although these ropes appeared sturdy, they could not contain Ace, for it was truly Blackbeard's powers at play. Soon, the Navy Rear Admiral encountered Blackbeard. Upon witnessing the Navy's arrival, Ace's heart sank, prompting him to struggle violently. But Blackbeard retaliated with a punch, causing him to spit blood. The Rear Admiral then produced a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs, securing Ace's hands, leaving him utterly defenseless. Chapter 98. A sense of desolation. Blackbeard. What do you intend to do? Ha ha ha. Captain Ace, you might as well obediently accompany the Navy. Father has already arrived. Though I am uncertain how he made it here, I know you shall not end well. No need for Captain Ace to worry. Who knows how much longer that old man Whitebeard can hold on? Ha ha ha. What do you mean? Blackbeard. Answer me. Black. Huh. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Ace's heart immediately became chaotic. He could not comprehend why Blackbeard would utter such statements, nor did he fathom the source of his audacity. Yet, he instinctively sensed something amiss, as though events beyond his knowledge were unfolding. However, the Rear Admiral did not allow Ace to finish speaking, delivering a punch to his abdomen that nearly caused him to lose his breath. Clearly, this individual aligned with Admiral Akainu harbored an exceedingly hostile attitude towards pirates. Having located the target, the Rear Admiral wasted no time, turning to leave without uttering a word to Blackbeard. It was evident that this dark figure was not to be underestimated. He feared that he might be tempted to apprehend Blackbeard as well, despite knowing that he likely could not defeat the formidable Ace. Watching the Rear Admiral depart, Blackbeard's smile gradually faded. To be frank, he was not as composed as he appeared. His heart was in turmoil. The moment he saw Whitebeard here, he realized the situation was spiraling beyond his control. He could not understand why, despite Whitebeard's advanced age, he remained so unruly. Initially, he had planned to abandon any rendezvous with the Navy and flee, but unexpectedly, the Navy had contacted him directly, informing him of their formation and assuring him of his safety. As long as they could secure Ace, everything would be manageable. With 3 admirals and a naval hero like Garp present, the lineup could be deemed extravagant, and it was rumored that support from the world government was on the way. Yet, Blackbeard still felt uncertain. Nonetheless, Blackbeard was reluctant to leave without attempting anything. After all, Whitebeard's companions were merely Marco, Jozu, and Vista. The two sides seemed evenly matched. If he could seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while Blackbeard indulged in such daydreams. The Rear Admiral, having taken custody of Ace, raced back to the warship, eager to conclude the Navy's mission. Unfortunately, some matters do not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Now transformed into the Phoenix, Marco soared high above, surveying the area when he spotted a figure in white, dragging Ace along. Ace. Upon identifying his target, Marco prepared to swoop down, thinking that dispatching a mere Rear Admiral would be a trivial task. In the next moment, a streak of pink sword energy sliced through his path, narrowly missing his hair. Recognizing the familiar sword energy, Marco froze. Just as he had deemed it easy to handle a Rear Admiral, he was confronted by a superlative one. He had witnessed the sheer ferocity of this woman during the Golden City incident, where even Jozu had been left bloodied by her strikes. Mr. Pineapple, I kindly ask you to refrain from proceeding further. With a swift motion, Peach Rabbit positioned herself in front of Marco. Though her demeanor appeared harmless, she was, in fact, a formidable swordswoman. Damn it, Mr. Pineapple. My name is Marco, you rascal. Jozu, quickly rescue Ace. 9 o'clock position. Marco turned to inform Jozu of Ace's location before bracing himself for the confrontation. Observing this, Peach Rabbit positioned her sword before her. For a swordsman relishes the battle against various strong adversaries, and she was now fired up. What a nuisance. Miss, can we postpone this duel? I am quite busy. Upon hearing Marco's words, a radiant smile graced Peach Rabbit's face. However, the bulging veins on her forehead suggested that her mood was less than pleasant. Who are you calling, miss? You detestable pineapple head. Peach Rabbit hissed each word, and by the end, she was gritting her teeth, launching the first strike. With her renowned blade, she executed a diagonal slash, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy that even the most skilled swordsman would aspire to behold. Yet, this was merely a customary opening move. It must be said, the disparity in strength can indeed be disheartening at times. Marco, enveloped in armament hockey, shattered the sword energy with his talons, but Peach Rabbit vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Marco. She sheathed her sword and, in a fleeting moment, unleashed 2 successive strikes, creating 2 intersecting waves of sword energy that hurtled toward Marco's back with astonishing speed. Divine speed, cross swallow. Yet, Marco reacted as though he possessed eyes on the back of his head. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared several meters into the air, allowing the intersecting sword energy to merely graze his talons, akin to a mere toenail clipping. That sword energy then cleaved a nearby building into 4 parts, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. This exemplified the prowess of a grand swordsman. Nothing could withstand their blade. Fortunately, due to the prior commotion caused by Whitebeard and the others, the residents had already evacuated to the island's center, leaving that building unoccupied. Truly, the prowess of a prospective admiral is impressive. Where, you are equally commendable, sir. Peach Rabbit deliberately emphasized the 2 characters' uncle, and indeed, from an external perspective, Peach Rabbit appears considerably younger than Marco. However, Marco seemingly remains oblivious to Peach Rabbit's subtle retaliation embedded in her words. With a powerful flap of his wings, he dove towards Peach Rabbit, extending his sharp claws in a striking motion, akin to a crane's talon. The clash of claws against blade resonated with a sonorous metallic sound. Both parties are exceptionally skilled masters, and it is impossible to determine a victor in such a brief span of time. Thus, they became entangled in a fierce exchange. Meanwhile, upon hearing Marco's words, Jaws felt a surge of urgency and decided to charge straight ahead, facing his 9 o'clock direction. As he did so, diamonds began to emerge upon his skin, leading to a ferocious collision. The journey has indeed wrought countless destructions upon the edifices, leaving naught but a litter of debris in its wake. However, the swiftness of this endeavor is undeniable. After navigating through numerous obstacles, Jaws finally beheld the naval admiral who had seized Ace. Clearly, the admiral had not anticipated the existence of a reckless individual like Jaws in this world. The sight of the shattered buildings left his countenance darkened with dismay. A pirate is indeed a pirate. Yet, he was acutely aware that he was no match for this impetuous man, and thus chose to evade a direct confrontation, leveraging his agility to dodge the barbaric charge and make his way towards the shore. You may amuse yourself here. Chapter 99. Should I let go? Seeing that his adversary had no intention of engaging further and had turned to flee, Jaws was, of course, quite displeased and pursued him relentlessly. The admiral ran, and Jaws chased. The admiral fled, and Jaws followed. Other naval officers, witnessing this spectacle, rushed to provide support, or rather, to create distractions for Jaws. Although Jaws' prowess far surpassed that of these sailors, they merely danced around him, intent on causing disruptions without engaging him directly. After all, none wished to compare their strength against a formidable diamond. That would be akin to illuminating a toilet with a lantern in search of excrement. This situation is indeed quite repugnant. In a moment of desperation, Jaws managed to shake off the bothersome flies with a ferocious charge, only to find that the admiral who had captured Ace was swiftly disappearing from view. This was unacceptable. Jaws immediately set off in pursuit with all his might. Gradually, the naval vessel docked at the harbor came into sight, and those aboard the ship naturally noticed him, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. This marked a success of sorts. However, only Carp wore a complex expression, his face heavy as he gazed at the figure being held aloft, familiar yet strange. Clenching his fists, Carp instinctively yearned to take action, but ultimately he despondently relaxed his muscles. Meanwhile, Whitebeard had also spotted Ace being held by the Navy, and his mood was understandably far from pleasant. Unable to contain himself, Whitebeard seized his weapon, the Murakumajiri, and leapt from the whale ship. A giant more than 5 meters tall, descending from above like a god of war. The visual impact must be tremendous, others may be unaware. But the admiral gripping Ace undoubtedly comprehends it. A colossal figure of Whitebeard suddenly appears before him, despite a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers. He feels an overwhelming lack of safety, especially as Whitebeard's piercing gaze is fixed directly upon him, or rather, upon Ace held firmly in his grasp. Though this admiral, a fierce hawkish figure, was already nearing the brink of panic. For who could remain unperturbed when under the unwavering gaze of a formidable overlord capable of obliterating them with ease? Especially considering that he currently held the overlord's son in his grasp. A wave of indecision washed over him. Perhaps it would be wise to release his captive. However, upon observing Whitebeard's movements, the several admirals positioned before him quickly interposed themselves. Among this trio, the most striking was undoubtedly Aokiji, who, with a mere flicker of intention, adorned himself in the illustrious Swan constellation armor. The resplendent metallic armor shimmered under the sun, nearly blinding Akainu and Kizaru with its brilliance. Indeed, this was a creation from the hands of Mr. Tsuyu, a sight of remarkable distinction. As he gazed upon Aokiji, resplendent in his formidable armor, Whitebeard could not help but commend the craftsmanship. "You do well to refrain from impulsive actions, Whitebeard," Akainu retorted darkly. "You three brats cannot hope to impede me." His words were not mere bravado. He swiftly launched an attack against Whitebeard, seeking to restore his dignity after the earlier humiliation inflicted by Tsuyu. Yet it must be said, he had chosen his adversary poorly. As Akaina's right hand morphed into molten magma, a fearsome hound composed entirely of lava surged forth. Propelled by a terrifying force and searing heat, its maw wide open as though to rend flesh from Whitebeard. "Is that all you've got?" Such a feeble flame is better suited for lighting candles on a child's birthday cake. Whitebeard, a man of indomitable spirit, effortlessly cleaved the hound's head with a mighty swing of his blade, causing it to lose its momentum and revert back to molten rock. However, before Whitebeard could fully recover from Akainu's assault, Kizaru leapt into the fray, crossing his arms and forming an unusual gesture. In an instant, a multitude of dazzling light orbs erupted forth, hurtling towards Whitebeard. Yasukani no Magatama. Yet, unfazed, Whitebeard retaliated with a powerful punch directed at Kizaru, shattering the air itself. A cataclysmic shockwave surged through the space, obliterating all the light orbs and continuing its advance towards Kizaru, compelling him to abandon his stance and evade. During this tumult, Aokiji was not idle. He performed a series of peculiar movements born from ancestral memories, then clasped his hands in prayer, raising them high above his head before plunging them downward towards Whitebeard. The next moment, a chilling gust erupted from his hands. Diamond Star Fist. Just as Whitebeard had been preoccupied with Akainu and Kizaru, he found himself unable to thwart this latest strike, resorting instead to fortifying his defenses with his haki. With a sound akin to a raging blizzard, fine ice crystals filled the air, causing those aboard the ship to instinctively shudder from the cold. Though Whitebeard braced for the blow, he was transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Old man. Seeing their father in peril, Whitebeard's crew was engulfed in anxiety. Biscuit, the sword-wielding fighter, leaped from the whale ship, eager to assist Whitebeard, yet others held back, acutely aware that they were ill-equipped for such a battlefield. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru stared in astonishment at the ice sculpture before them, bewildered by the turn of events. Was this truly the end? To their surprise, the legendary Whitebeard was not so easily vanquished. Unable to suppress his taunts, Akainu remarked, "So this is the renowned Whitebeard? Hardly impressive." Yet, even as he spoke, he instinctively shivered, the shadow cast by Tsuyu lingering in his mind. Undoubtedly, Whitebeard would not remain frozen for long. While the Diamond Star Fist was formidable, it lacked the unparalleled sharpness of a true master swordsman's technique, making it a challenge to inflict lasting harm. With a resounding crack, the ice began to shatter, revealing the unscathed form of Whitebeard beneath. Moments later, the ice fell away, leaving him with only a few shards clinging to his body. His physique was unblemished, a testament to his strength that rivaled Kaido himself. Whitebeard flexed his limbs, exhaling a cloud of mist, and launched into a signature taunt. "Aokiji, your ice cream is hardly cold enough." Seizing the moment while the trio remained momentarily stunned, he unleashed a powerful punch. The shockwave surged forth like an avalanche, infused with the potent aura of haki, targeting the three foes. Kizaru, being a speedster thanks to his Pika Pika no Mi abilities, managed to evade just in time, while Aokiji and Akainu, lacking enhancements to their speed, were left to brace for impact with their haki. The ensuing explosion echoed through the air, with Akainu feeling the reverberations threatening to tear him apart. As the dust settled, he gasped for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A single blow had left him wounded, the earlier confrontation with Tsuyu still weighing heavily upon him. Conversely, Aokiji fared considerably better. Clad in his divine armor, While the shockwave could not be fully mitigated by his attire, it had certainly lessened its impact, leaving his complexion far more favorable than Akainu's. What a terrifying display, he thought as he regrouped with Kizaru, both standing in defiance against Whitebeard. At this moment, the three individuals truly grasped the meaning of a power capable of annihilating the world, the essence of the strongest man in the former era. The sheer might exuded an aura that felt insurmountable by mere mortals. Observing their father's unwavering ferocity, Vista felt a sense of relief, however. Instead of retreating to the ship, he charged directly towards the naval rear admiral. Ace, Vista, Blackbeard remains on this island. Rest assured, Ace. Our father has arrived and will not allow that scoundrel to escape. I shall rescue you at once. In the blink of an eye, Vista reached the admiral, drawing forth two swords to strike. While he may not match Mihawk in raw power, in terms of pure swordsmanship, Vista was indeed on par with him, ensuring that the admiral would stand no chance against him. Upon seeing Vista advance, the admiral felt a rush of anxiety. He was acutely aware that he was not among the elite of the vice-admirals and could hardly hope to contend with such a formidable opponent. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and delivered a punch to Ace's neck, rendering him unconscious, before drawing his long blade to parry Vista's assault. You scoundrel! Witnessing the despicable admiral inflict harm upon Ace ignited Vista's fury, propelling him to unleash 120 of his strength, leaving the admiral in a state of disarray. Yet, even in his rage, Vista did not forsake elegance. Amidst the flurry of blades, petals danced around him, conjured from some inexplicable essence. Although the petals' contribution to the battle remained a mystery, their beauty was undeniably captivating. In just a few exchanges, the admiral was already bleeding profusely, desperately trying to keep pace with Vista. With Vista stabilizing the situation, Whitebeard was no longer in a rush, preparing to engage seriously with the three adversaries before him. Upon meeting Whitebeard's gaze, Akainu and his companions felt an unsettling chill in their bones. Whitebeard, a man of few words yet immense ferocity, raised his massive sword and struck. This was not merely a display of sharpness, but a tremor of devastating force. A pearlescent aura enveloped the blade as it cleaved through the air, unleashing violent shockwaves that seemed to tear the very fabric of space asunder. If this strike were to land solidly, even the cloaked Akiji would find it unbearable. However, fortunately, the tremendous force of this blow is not so swift that it cannot be evaded. The three engaged in a relentless dance around Whitebeard, employing techniques such as shave and moonwalk. At one moment, Kizaru unleashed a laser. At another, Akainu conjured a magma hound, and Akiji delivered a brutal ice pigeon. Yet, all their efforts were either deftly dodged by Whitebeard or effortlessly shattered by his shockwaves. Whitebeard's techniques may appear simple and unembellished, but they possess an unparalleled strength. However, it seems that these three agile adversaries have begun to irritate Whitebeard. He first executed a sweeping strike with his blade, forcing them back, then forcefully drove his weapon, the Murakumajiri, into the ground. Next, with both fists clenched, he struck them together fiercely at his chest. In the next moment, the very fabric of space around Whitebeard began to warp, as an overwhelmingly powerful shockwave emanated from him, spreading outward and infused with a potent armament color. The shockwave, titled Shockwave, Diamond Fragment, surged forth in relentless waves, as if it were an infinite tide, causing the very space itself to tremble under the weight of such power. The attack's range was so vast that it could be described as an all-encompassing area of effect, leaving no refuge for the trio of Akainu, who could only resort to defense. Yet, the terrifying tremor reached deep into their very core, making them feel as if their insides were clenched by an invisible hand that mercilessly kneaded them. This sensation was truly unbearable. It felt as though several seconds had passed, or perhaps even years, before the shockwave finally dissipated, prompting all three to simultaneously expel a mouthful of old blood. Seizing the opportunity while Whitebeard was momentarily vulnerable after his strike, Akiji swiftly approached him, cold air surging from his being. In an instant, a sword of ice materialized in his grasp. Though forged from ice, its power was no jest, enhanced by the abilities of the devil fruit and the hockey of armament. Gripping the icy blade tightly, Akiji descended upon Whitebeard with a decisive slash. Humph! Whitebeard grunted disdainfully, and then a torrent of Conqueror's hockey erupted from him, violently surging towards Akiji. With a resounding crack, the ice sword was shattered by the force of Whitebeard's hockey, leaving Akiji momentarily paralyzed by the sudden onslaught. Realizing the peril, Akiji quickly transformed into his elemental form, but just as he was completing the transformation, Whitebeard's colossal fist struck him. In an instant, Akiji's body fractured into several shards of ice, cascading to the ground. The ice shards twisted and reformed into his human shape, and after a few agile leaps, Akiji returned to the side of Akainu and Kizaru, the fresh blood seeping from the corner of his mouth betraying that he had not emerged unscathed from that blow. At that moment, Jozu, who had been trailing behind, caught up, witnessing the Vice Admiral entangled in combat with Vista and Ace, who lay defeated nearby. Without hesitation, he hastened toward Ace. However, just as he was about to reach Ace, a shadow loomed ahead, and he felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him, pinning him to the ground. The earth beneath him buckled, creating a deep crater. Taken aback by the sudden attack, Jozu was startled and attempted to rise. But the weight bearing down on him felt as heavy as a mountain. Despite exerting all his strength, he could not escape the pit. Vista, upon seeing the newcomer, wore a grim expression, silently cursing the situation, while the Vice Admiral appeared relieved, a smile forming on his face. Chapter 101. Is he charging up? Jozu could not raise his head, desperate to ascertain what had transpired. His attention had been solely on Ace, leaving him oblivious to the unfolding events around him. Yet the more he strained to lift his gaze, the tighter the pressure became, forcing his head deeper into the pit. From Vista's and the Vice Admiral's perspective, however, they could see a towering figure, an elderly man with silvery hair, effortlessly holding down the formidable Diamond Jozu with a single hand, rendering him unable to lift his head. The expressions of Vista and the Vice Admiral were a stark contrast to one another. The elderly man is undoubtedly Garp. His expression darkened to the point where it seems as though he could weep. Yet this gloom is not directed at Jozu, who nearly succeeded in rescuing Ace, but rather at himself. In truth, Garp had hesitated for a considerable time aboard the warship, even during the fierce assault on Whitebeard by the three admirals. He refrained from intervening, for fundamentally, he did not wish to act. As he witnessed Jozu charging towards Ace, the conflict within him escalated to a pinnacle of turmoil. He was acutely aware that once Ace fell into Jozu's grasp, he would be utterly safe, with no one capable of snatching Ace from Whitebeard's clutches. However, the weight of his duty as a Marine admonished him that this occurrence must not transpire. He had to thwart this event. Thus, he remained entangled in his dilemma until the very moment Jozu was about to reach Ace, at which point he sprang into action, not as a final decision, but as an instinctive response of his body. With a swift moonwalk, Garp traversed the distance between himself and Jozu in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that pinned Jozu to the ground. The smug expression of Vista, who had been reveling in his imminent success, vanished without a trace the moment he beheld Garp. What manner of fighter is Garp? He is the legendary figure who relentlessly pursued the Pirate King, Roger, across the globe, even cornering him on multiple occasions. Garp's title as a Marine hero is not merely an honor, it is one he has earned through the sheer force of his fists. Furthermore, as a pure martial artist, Garp has honed his physical prowess to its zenith, embodying an immense reservoir of physical energy, allowing him to maintain his peak strength for an extended duration. Thus, despite being older than Whitebeard, he exhibits no signs of decline whatsoever. This is truly terrifying. Although Admiral Garp may not be able to contend with Whitebeard at his peak, the disparity is not as vast as one might think. Currently, with Whitebeard entangled by the three admirals, Garp alone could easily subdue them all. Hey, what is happening, Vista? Who is pressing down on my head? Jozu muttered from the pit. It's an extraordinary figure, Vice Admiral Garp. Indeed, while Garp is an incredibly formidable individual who has made significant contributions to the Navy, earning the title of a true naval hero, his rank remains merely that of Vice Admiral. This is not due to reluctance from higher authorities to promote him, but rather Garp's own refusal. He prefers to remain a Vice Admiral, fully aware that higher status brings about greater constraints. Upon realizing that it was Garp restraining him, Jozu's heart raced with unease. Why has this fierce man chosen to intervene? Vista, too, remained vigilant. Yet he was puzzled as to why Garp maintained his current stance without further action. Ever since Garp had pressed down on Jozu's head, he had remained immobile, grappling internally with his thoughts. If he were to seize Ace at this moment, the Navy's mission would be accomplished, but was it truly right to do so? Garp found himself at an impasse. Thus he remained frozen in place. However, Vista was oblivious to Garp's internal conflict. Although the fact that Garp is Ace's grandfather was not a well-kept secret, it seemed only Whitebeard, the three admirals, and the onlooker, Sueyu, were aware of this connection. Consequently, Garp's dilemma appeared to Vista and the others as mere preparation for a significant move. Whitebeard, well aware of Garp's formidable strength, found it increasingly difficult to remain composed upon witnessing Garp's intervention. He aimed to swiftly dispatch the irritating flies and rush over to assist. Yet, The three admirals were no easy adversaries. Not only were they powerful, but they were also far from fragile. Since the commencement of the battle, the trio had endured numerous shockwave assaults, sustaining injuries and spitting blood, yet they remained vigorous, continuously circling around Whitebeard. Moreover, these three were adept at seizing opportunities. Noticing that Whitebeard's focus was diverted by Ace, they launched a fierce offensive. Akainu immediately transformed his arms into magma, targeting the sky. Like a volcanic eruption, several magma fists were propelled into the clouds above. In the next instant, the once pristine clouds appeared to be intoxicated, turning a deep crimson. Subsequently, the magma fist that had just been launched rained down with tremendous force, crashing toward Whitebeard. Thus, the eruption of the magma fruit, meteor volcano. This maneuver is a vast area of effect skill. The magma fist not only inflicts immense magical damage due to its intense heat, but also accumulates physical damage from its descent from great heights, showcasing formidable destructive power. In the original narrative, Akainu used this very technique to eliminate numerous Navy soldiers. Cough cough. Akiji directed his palm towards Whitebeard, generating a powerful shockwave of cold air that surged forward, freezing everything in its path. This is the ice fruit, ice time capsule. As for Kizaru, he continued to employ his classic laser technique, which possesses considerable force, characterized by extreme heat and penetrating power, and can be controlled by Kizaru to determine whether it detonates. Caught off guard due to his distracted state, Whitebeard was struck on his right arm, which held his weapon, by Akiji's freezing blast. In the blink of an eye, his entire right arm was encased in ice, glistening under the light. Meanwhile, the magma fist and Kizaru's laser were already barreling towards him. Humph! I'm going to save my son, yet you scoundrels insist on hindering me. With a jolt, Whitebeard shattered the ice into countless fragments, which fell to the ground, still exuding a chilling aura. However, Whitebeard was not entirely unscathed, despite his formidable physique. He had been caught unawares. Akiji, after all, is an admiral, and the ice time capsule is one of his more lethal techniques. So it was expected that he would sustain some degree of injury. Several patches of dark purple skin appeared on Whitebeard's right arm, a testament to the frostbite inflicted by Akiji's intense cold. At this point, Whitebeard had finally sustained a genuine injury, a cause for celebration. Just as Whitebeard's arm was freed from its icy prison, the laser struck before him, and the magma fist was about to descend. Chapter 102. The annoying voice. In response to the laser, Whitebeard resolved to withstand it with his haki, focusing instead on the magma fist above. However, he did not anticipate that the laser would explode upon impact, momentarily disorienting him, just as the magma fist came crashing down. The sound of a violent collision echoed as a cloud of smoke erupted around Whitebeard. The three admirals watched the billowing smoke with exhilaration, believing they had succeeded. At this moment, Akainu felt an overwhelming sense of pride, thinking to himself, my meteor volcano has finally achieved its purpose. I can finally stand tall. Kizaru mused that had it not been for his laser's explosion drawing Whitebeard's attention, Akainu's ultimate move would have surely missed. Akiji, on the other hand, believed that by freezing Whitebeard's arm at the outset, he had bought precious time for his allies to successfully attack. Thus, he deemed himself the MVP of this encounter. Yet, the three of them were oblivious to the theorem known as the smoke but no injury law. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed the cooled yet still slightly glowing redstone surrounding Whitebeard, who, aside from some burns on his left arm, had sustained minimal damage. However, the expression in Whitebeard's eyes was now terrifying, and that terrifying gaze was fixed on Akainu and his companions. At that moment, Akainu thought, "Don't look at me. That meteor volcano had such a long wind-up. If not for Akiji and Kizaru buying me time, how could I have hit him?" He gestured towards his colleagues. Akiji thought, "Wait, I merely froze your arm." The final attack was orchestrated by Kizaru and Akainu. He too directed the blame away from himself. Kizaru reflected, "Whitebeard's glare is truly fearsome. Yet, my laser did not breach your defenses. The injuries you bear are the result of Akiji and Akainu's efforts." He, too, attempted to divert attention from himself. However, it was evident that Whitebeard intended to retaliate against all three of them simultaneously. A pearlescent aura began to manifest around his right hand, growing increasingly intense as he charged towards them, unleashing three punches at an incomprehensible speed. In that moment, the air did not shatter. Yet the expressions on the faces of Akiji and his companions were gravely solemn, for this indicated that the potency of the attack was remarkably concentrated, devoid of any leakage. Indeed, Whitebeard had compressed the shockwaves into a cylindrical form, and with 3 powerful punches, these shockwaves surged forth like cannonballs towards Akiji and his companions, moving with astonishing speed and leaving behind 3 trails of translucent light in the air. The assault was not a result of the 3 individuals' desire to evade, but rather due to the sheer swiftness of the attack. In the moment Whitebeard unleashed his fist, the shockwave projectile had already reached them. Upon impact, they were first met with a violent force that contorted their bodies into U-shapes, followed by a ferocious tremor that left them momentarily paralyzed. As if their very organs were quaking in unison, their muscles and bones felt as though they might separate from the shock, and they each expelled a mouthful of blood, subsequently releasing another, perhaps feeling unsatisfied with the first. The shockwave projectile, however, did not dissipate upon striking the trio. It pierced through their bodies and collided with the structures behind them. Those buildings, far less resilient than the robust forms of the 3 admirals, disintegrated effortlessly. As this unfolded, numerous Navy personnel who had yet to evacuate the city were obliterated by the tremors, their bodies shattered and scattered about. Regrettably, some unfortunate members of Whitebeard's crew also fell victim to the aftermath, losing their lives in the process. Whitebeard was acutely aware that several of his pirates remained within the city, yet he proceeded with the assault. This was not out of a disregard for his crew, but rather a reflection of the complicated nature of relationships and loyalties. Despite his declarations that all who joined his crew were like family, it was evident that he could not treat every individual equally. The limitations of human emotion and energy are undeniable, and to attempt such equality would be inherently unjust to those closer to him, like Marco and Ace. For Marco and Ace, Whitebeard would expend every ounce of his strength to protect them. However, were a mere underling to be captured by the Navy, would he mobilize such efforts? It was likely he would not even recognize that underling as one of his own. Naturally, the Navy would not expend considerable effort to apprehend a mere foot soldier. Thus, the shockwave's devastation stretched for a full kilometer, demolishing numerous buildings before it finally expended its energy and vanished into nothingness. One must commend the resilience of Kizaru and his companions. Enduring such a formidable strike, they merely coughed up a couple of mouthfuls of blood. Witnessing the chaos, Marco understood that Whitebeard was enraged, likely due to Ace facing imminent peril. With this thought in mind, Marco feigned a maneuver and skillfully took to the air, extricating himself from the fray. Bidding farewell to the alluring beauty, he declared he would return to battle another day. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared swiftly towards the harbor. Naturally, Tsuru was unwilling to let Marco depart so easily. She unleashed a flurry of slashes in an effort to halt him, but Marco adeptly evaded each one. Observing Marco's indifferent retreat, Tsuru huffed in discontent before employing her moonwalk technique to pursue him. Having unleashed his wrathful strike, Whitebeard paused momentarily to catch his breath. While the tremor fruit wielded immense power, its use exacted a toll on the user as well. Although not as exaggerated as the recoil from the 7 Wounds fist, the backlash from a more potent attack was undeniably profound. Only someone of Whitebeard's physical caliber could endure such strain. Had it been another, they would scarcely have been able to execute such a blow, and the recoil alone might have sufficed to claim their life. At that moment, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji each clutched their abdomens, clearly feeling the repercussions of the assault. Yet being among the elite, and possessing Logia-type abilities, they were not incapacitated and could continue fighting. One need only recall the original narrative of the Marineford War, where Akainu weathered numerous attacks from Whitebeard, appearing on the brink of defeat, yet somehow managed to rise each time, still possessing the strength to retaliate. Thus, the vitality of these top-tier warriors is nothing short of extraordinary. Garp, do you truly wish to witness Ace's capture? Whitebeard shouted, observing Garp still holding down Jose's head. The content of the outcry left others perplexed. Regarding the lineage of the Pirate King, could it be that the Navy has no desire to capture him? Yet, it caused Garp's body to tremble, intensifying the turmoil within his heart. At that moment, a chilling voice, one that sent shivers down the spine, suddenly pierced the air. Chapter 103. Shocking news. As Garp wrestled with his thoughts while still holding down Jaws, a voice emerged, so cold it could raise goosebumps upon hearing it. Vice Admiral Garp, you are a hero of the Navy. Will you forsake the honor of the Navy and act unjustly simply because Ace is your grandson? The sudden sound captured the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned towards the port, where 5 figures clad in white suits stood conspicuously. They were aptly named according to their masks: the Cobra Mask, the Painted Face Mask, the Tengu Mask, the crying face mask, and at the forefront, the half-face mask. Do not be mistaken. This half-face mask was not the same as the one who had previously embarked on a mission to the Golden City. That particular half-face mask had been dismissed from CP0 due to an imperfect execution of the task and given the nature of his former role. Such dismissal often heralded a grim fate. Upon sighting these individuals, no one in the vicinity wore a pleasant expression, including the three admirals, with Karp's countenance being the most dismal. Even though they were aware that these masked figures were there to assist the Navy, their sentiments towards them remained decidedly unenthusiastic. Noticing the collective gaze, the half-face mask spoke again. Vice Admiral Karp, do not forget your identity. Even if Ace is your grandson, you should apprehend him with your own hands. At this moment, everyone finally grasped the significance of his earlier words. An earth-shattering revelation. Ace is, in fact, the grandson of the renowned naval hero, Garp. Could it be that the Pirate King is actually the son of Admiral Garp? The astonished expressions of Vista, Jozu, and that Marine Admiral reveal their utter surprise at this revelation. The identities of these two characters are indeed polar opposites. What, then, is the truth behind them? Little do they know, the Pirate King and Garp share no familial ties. They are merely adversaries. Ace was entrusted to Garp's care by Roger, knowing his own demise was inevitable. Garp's true son is merely a leader of the Revolutionary Army, hardly worthy of mention. As for Garp's genuine grandson, the future Pirate King Monkey D. Luffy, he too is just a minor character, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. At this moment, Vista finally comprehended why Garp had refrained from taking further action. It turned out that Ace was Garp's grandson. Observing their interaction, it became evident that a profound bond existed between Garp and Ace. Otherwise, Garp would not be so troubled. Yet, the question lingered. Why would Garp's grandson choose the path of a pirate? Upon hearing the words of the half-masked figure, Garp's expression darkened to an extreme. How I conduct my affairs is not for you to meddle in, he declared. You are merely a pack of filthy rats. Of course. This sentiment was shared by all present regarding the masked men. With a hollow chuckle, the half-masked figure continued. We certainly do not presume to interfere in the matters of Vice Admiral Garp. I merely expressed concern that he might inadvertently err in the heat of the moment. So I took the liberty of offering a reminder. However, with Vice Admiral Garp's conviction, I trust he shall not disappoint. Although the half-mask spoke with a veneer of politeness, his tone was laced with sarcasm. Garp let out a cold snort, his face twisted in disdain, unwilling to engage him further. Since Vice Admiral Garp finds himself in such a predicament, we five shall take it upon ourselves. The half-mask seemed to sense Garp's internal turmoil and continued, feigning understanding. Without waiting for Garp's response, he transformed into a blur, charging towards Ace, followed by the other four masked men. You dare! Whitebeard bellowed, unleashing a fierce wave of Conqueror's haki that swept through the air. He then raised his fist, sending a violent shockwave surging through the air towards the five masked men. Momentarily stunned by Whitebeard's overwhelming presence, the masked figures hesitated, yet the relentless shockwave barreled towards them. One of the masked men, adorned with a serpent mask, spread his arms wide in an attempt to absorb the shockwave with his bare hands. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Upon contact, the shockwave did not unleash its full force but instead reversed direction, hurtling back towards Whitebeard, clearly caught off guard by the rebound of his own attack. Whitebeard was unprepared and was struck by the returning shockwave, which erupted violently, engulfing him. Nevertheless, Whitebeard's formidable physique and years of enduring the repercussions of the Tremor fruit had granted him significant resistance to such forces. Thus, the shockwave, which would terrify an ordinary person, merely caused Whitebeard some discomfort. After a brief moment, he exhaled deeply, recovering from the earlier impact. The serpent-masked figure regarded Whitebeard with an expression that, though obscured, conveyed a sense of provocation. The serpent-faced mask clearly belongs to a wielder of a devil fruit, specifically one that grants the power of a paramecia-type reflection fruit. Its effect allows the user to rebound any object, with the sole exception of seawater. However, the rebound is contingent upon the initial kinetic energy of the object. Nevertheless, this does not render the user invincible, for the act of rebounding incurs a toll on the user, who suffers a portion of the damage. The greater the energy of the rebounded object, the more substantial the harm inflicted upon the user. Thus, while he may appear unscathed, it is merely a facade maintained to project strength. Though his abilities are not flawless, they do possess a certain efficacy against Whitebeard. The world government's decision to deploy him may well stem from this strategic consideration. At this moment, Akainu and his companions had regained their composure, resolutely positioning themselves before Whitebeard. Although the thought of Whitebeard attacking the masked men brought them a sense of satisfaction, relishing in the torment of CP0, their roles prevented them from remaining passive observers. Observing the obstruction before Whitebeard, the masked figures hastened towards Ace. Meanwhile, a naval rear admiral initiated a fierce assault, detaining the departing Bista. Garp, witnessing the advancing masked men, tightened his fists, only to release them helplessly, ultimately succumbing to despair as he closed his eyes. There was a fleeting moment when Garp contemplated directly rescuing Ace. Yet he was acutely aware that such an act would deliver a significant blow to the faith in the entire Navy, which was essential for the existence of the seas. Furthermore, he recognized that despite his strength, he was far from capable of opposing the world government. Thus, Garp was compelled to suppress his impulses, resigning himself to the act of merely closing his eyes. Chapter 104. Capture complete in the blink of an eye, the masked figures reached Ace. One of them seizing his hair and yanking him upward. Perhaps due to the pain, Ace stirred awake, blinking as he registered the sensation of being pulled from above. Before he could comprehend the situation, a chilling voice resonated near his ear. The bloodline of the Pirate King, Port Asti, Ace, has been apprehended. What nonsense are you spouting? My father is Whitebeard. I have no connection to that man. Ace retorted vehemently, his temper flaring. His entire perception of the Pirate King was shaped by others. While pirates revered him as a deity, aspiring to emulate him, the common folk harbored deep-seated animosity. Ace felt no familial bond with the man, whose existence had cast a shadow over his childhood, thus he vehemently rejected any association. Eventually, Ace encountered Whitebeard, experiencing a semblance of paternal affection. Acknowledging him as a second family member, the first being Garp, though Ace would never openly admit it, he had internally accepted Garp's place in his heart. In his mind, Whitebeard was his father, and he would not entertain any objections. However, to others, this was merely a futile struggle to evade culpability. Stop your futile denials, Ace. Your identity is abundantly clear, and soon you shall face execution before the eyes of the entire world. Upon hearing the word execution, Garp trembled involuntarily, instinctively glancing at Ace, who in turn met his gaze, their eyes locking in a poignant moment. Both Garp and Ace felt a ripple of emotion pass between them. Old man, are you here to capture me as well? Ace feigned indifference, speaking nonchalantly. Ace. Garp uttered his name, yet the remainder of his thoughts eluded him. In truth, he was at a loss for words. What more could he say? A life was about to be extinguished. Whitebeard, you're letting me down. How could you allow a Kainu and his companions to impede you? Enough, Vice Admiral Garp. As a member of the Navy, it would be prudent not to waste words on a prisoner. At that moment, the irksome sound erupted once more, shattering the atmosphere between Garp and Ace. Garp glared furiously at the half-mast figure, his anger inadvertently intensifying his grip, pressing Jose's face deeper into the ground. Indeed, Jose's visage was still lodged in the pit, and the increase in Garp's strength caused him to tremble slightly. Ace, on the other hand, wished to act, but alas, his hair remained firmly grasped by the assailant. Given Ace's successful capture, the masked man did not linger and prepared to return to the naval warship. Witnessing Ace being seized, Whitebeard was filled with urgency, ready to charge forward. However, Akainu and his companions recognized the critical nature of the moment and desperately obstructed him, enduring Whitebeard's onslaught without yielding an inch, successfully halting his advance. Unexpectedly, the scene underwent a dramatic transformation. In the direction of the masked man's movement, the ground suddenly morphed into what appeared to be liquid gold. A wall ascended abruptly, forcing them to halt. The masked man eyed the bizarre, seemingly animate gold with suspicion, his expression darkening. Anyone would feel discontent when their task was nearly complete, only to be thwarted by an unforeseen obstacle. Observing the situation, it was evident that this intruder was not affiliated with the Navy. However, Whitebeard's faction was equally puzzled, as they had no crew members capable of wielding gold in such a manner, and this method of utilizing gold felt oddly familiar. As members of the government's intelligence division, the masked men quickly recognized the origin of this technique. Tesoro, the half-mast figure hissed ominously. The only individual capable of manipulating gold in such a fashion was undoubtedly Tesoro, the awakened user of the gold fruit. Indeed, in the next moment, a golden statue emerged from the liquid gold, its outer layer gradually melting away to reveal Tesoro, still clad in his pink suit. Ah, I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be the fugitive Tesoro. You sacrificed the entire Golden City to escape, yet you dared to present yourself before us today. The half-mast figure derided. Tesoro himself was equally bewildered by his own appearance. Upon arriving at the island and discovering that Whitebeard and the three admirals were present, despair engulfed him. What a chaotic clash of titans this was. Furthermore, why had they come to Water 7 in such a frenzy? He had been prepared to withdraw, intending to devise a plan once the storm had settled. However, upon seeing Ace being taken by the masked man, he was suddenly reminded of his own despair alongside Stella. The party inflicting that despair was none other than the loathsome CP0 organization. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, Tazaro, in a moment of impulsiveness, instinctively stepped forward to confront the masked man. Noticing Tazaro's silence, the half-masked figure continued, "Tazaro, if you stand down now, I can plead with the celestial dragons on your behalf, securing the annulment of your crimes and the cancellation of your bounty. What say you?" Yet, this was merely a ruse to placate Tazaro's emotions, hoping that he might foolishly believe it, resulting in mutual satisfaction. Despite CP0 being universally despised and feared, they were, in reality, merely well-trained hounds for their masters, the celestial dragons. When pleased, they might toss a few scraps as rewards, but when displeased, they served as mere punching bags. They held no real authority, let alone the power to grant pardons. The mere mention of the celestial dragons was akin to pouring salt on Tazaro's wounds, coarse and unforgiving, sealing the injury with honey. Did they not understand the origins of his crimes? You speak of pardoning my crimes. How magnanimous of you. Tazaro could no longer endure the provocation, leading to his explosive reaction. The ground instantaneously transformed into liquid gold, from which 5 golden spikes abruptly erupted, gleaming with a metallic luster as they shot towards the masked man with ferocious intensity. The golden spikes moved with astonishing speed, creating a chilling noise as they sliced through the air, their surfaces faintly reddening from the friction. The masked men scrambled to evade, yet the serpent-masked figure remained stationary. As a user of the bounce fruit, he could rebound anything with initial kinetic energy, making such solid attacks as the golden spikes particularly suitable for his abilities. 4 of the spikes missed, leaving translucent trails in the air, while the remaining spikes struck the serpent-masked figure's outstretched hands, instantly reversing direction and hurtling back towards Tazaro with the same ferocity. This scene truly exceeded Taizolo's expectations. In a moment of panic, he forcefully stomped his right foot against the ground, causing a golden shield wall to rise before him. The sharp golden spike pierced through the shield with a satisfying sound, halting just a few centimeters from Taizolo's chest, its gleaming tip radiating an unsettling brilliance. As he gazed at the halted spike, a cold sweat broke out on Taizolo's brow. Moments ago, he had thought that the serpent mask was foolish enough to attempt to catch his golden spike with bare hands, only to realize that the true fool was himself. The serpent mask must possess some unique fruit ability, manifesting as a means to rebound others' attacks. It appeared that this ability required both hands for activation, although it could also be a feigned tactic to confuse foes. Moreover, he pondered whether there were limitations to such capabilities, and if so, what those limitations might be, making the situation rather precarious for him. With the serpent mask in play, Taizolo found himself treading cautiously. With another stomp, the golden shield wall and the spike transformed into a strange, fluid-like substance, sinking into the ground as Taizolo cast a dark look at the 5 masked men before him. One of the half-masked figures ominously declared, "It seems you've made the worst decision. No one can stand against the world government. However, it is too late for you to regret, Taizolo." To which Taizolo retorted without hesitation, "You can save your empty words for children." Recognizing that Taizolo was unlikely to back down, the half-masked figure placed Ace aside and struck him hard on the neck, rendering the barely conscious Ace unconscious once more. Clearly, the half-masked figure aimed to subdue Taizolo swiftly and decisively, as capturing a wanted criminal like Taizolo was a task for the world government. With Ace temporarily out of danger, Whitebeard let out a sigh of relief, his expression dark as he faced the 3 admirals before him. "You pitiful fools, let us have some real fun now." Meanwhile, Akainu and his companions wore expressions of utter disbelief, questioning where Taizolo had emerged from. Why did he choose to appear just as their mission was nearing completion? It was as if he were a pestilence, intruding at the most inconvenient moment. Moreover, to thwart Whitebeard, they had endured several of his attacks, leaving them in a rather uncomfortable predicament. Yet, being admirals, despite appearing as if they were on the verge of collapse, they could still unleash devastating attacks. Though they felt as if a slight push would topple them, they withstood the force of Whitebeard's shockwaves, refusing to yield. They had come to fully grasp the terrifying might of the peak Whitebeard. How to describe it? Perhaps it could be likened to the upheaval of oceans and the overturning of the heavens. At that moment, Garp found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel anger or joy. As a member of the Navy, he should have been furious at the obstruction of their mission. Yet, he couldn't shake a sense of secret delight. He did, however, feel inclined to land a few punches on the half-masked figure, irritated by their assault on his grandson. As the masked figures prepared to strike, Taizolo felt no fear. Although the serpent mask's rebound ability was somewhat troublesome, as long as he refrained from attacking, he would be fine. With a decisive stomp, the ground transformed into a strange, fluid gold, which swiftly enveloped Taizolo. In an instant, a 10-meter-tall miniature golden giant emerged, maintaining its original form but proportionately reduced. The muscular contours glowed with a reddish hue, indicating a high temperature, and the entire giant exuded an aesthetic of raw power. The reason this golden giant stood only 10 meters tall was due to the insufficient amount of gold available. Previously, within the Golden City, gold was abundant, allowing the Golden Emperor to create a colossal 50-meter giant. However, Taizolo was no longer in his domain, and the gold he conjured was solely derived from his own awakened abilities. If he truly wished to forge a 50-meter giant, he might exhaust his strength before he could even control it. With the transformation complete, the golden giant charged directly at the 5 masked figures. This is the terrifying aspect. Although the giant stands at a staggering 10 meters, it remains remarkably agile, devoid of any cumbersome presence. As the golden giant barrels towards them, a sense of dread envelopes the group. They have heard tales of this colossal figure before. These accounts were detailed in a mission report submitted before the previous half-mast figure met its demise. In that report, the former half-mast figure elaborated on the might of Taizolo's golden giant, perhaps to underscore the daunting nature of the current mission, ultimately leading to its failure. According to his narrative, during the last encounter in the Golden City, Taizolo had summoned a 50-meter-tall golden giant capable of unleashing powerful lasers from its eyes, which could trigger massive explosions even at a distance of several dozen kilometers. In a single punch, it obliterated 5 masked men, leaving only the half-mast figure, who was gravely wounded. Thus, Taizolo was portrayed as a golden demon. Now, the golden demon described by the previous half-mast figure materializes before them. Although not 50 meters tall, its 10-meter stature is sufficiently intimidating. The Golden Emperor initiates the confrontation with a signature attack. Behold my golden inferno. In utter disbelief, the onlookers curse in astonishment at the ferocity of the giant's opening move. Faced with the crimson, armored golden fist hurtling towards them, they are reminded of the previous half-mast figure, whose grave was likely still barren. It is not that they wish to evade the attack. Rather, Taizolo has already locked onto them, leaving no room for escape. Without hesitation, the remaining few push the snake-masked figure to the forefront. The snake-masked figure inwardly curses but finds himself with no alternative. He raises his hands, hoping to endure what lies beyond his limits. In an instant, the golden fist collides forcefully with his palms. Chapter 106, Fireworks. At that moment, where fist met palm, an explosion of seemingly infinite heat radiation erupted, as if seeking to incinerate everything in its path. However, the devil fruit indeed possesses an extraordinary quality. Despite the overwhelming power of the golden inferno, it was successfully rebounded. The entire right arm of the golden giant vanished, taking with it a significant portion of its body, with the gaping wound emitting a crimson glow and droplets of molten gold sporadically cascading down. Taizolo himself was faintly visible amidst the chaos at the last moment. He had wrapped himself in a layer of armed color, shielding himself from the backlash of the explosion. Yet, despite the successful rebound, the condition of the snake-masked figure was far from enviable. Evidently, while the devil fruit defies logic, it still has its limits. Or perhaps the snake-masked figure was simply too weak to fully harness the fruit's power. At this moment, the snake-masked figure was in a lamentable state. Both hands had vanished, with charred remnants at the wrists instead of blood. His attire had been reduced to ashes, and his exposed skin bore numerous burn marks. It remained uncertain whether his mask possessed any protective mystique, as it remained intact upon his face, albeit slightly scorched. He stood frozen, arms extended forward, resembling a grotesque tableau. Yet the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated that he still clung to life, a testament to his resilience. Ironically, the very figure dispatched to counter Whitebeard had not yet faced him and was already nearly incapacitated. The remaining masked men, sheltered behind the snake-masked figure, had avoided significant harm, merely feeling the scorching heat and having their hairstyles disheveled by the violent winds. Ignoring their comrades' plight, they charged towards Taizolo, seizing the opportunity presented by his momentary vulnerability to eliminate him. However, Taizolo was not to be trifled with. A mysterious energy emanated from him, altering the ground beneath into a liquid gold-like substance. In the next moment, countless golden spikes surged upward, aiming directly at the four masked figures. Simultaneously, one of the giant's eyes widened and glowed with an intense red hue, a fervent and energetic crimson, as the spikes launched forth. The masked men were left scrambling for survival amidst the chaos, desperately dodging while witnessing the increasingly radiant eyes of the giant, silently lamenting their fate. They had encountered this maneuver in the previous report concerning the half-face mask. Although this time it was the 10-meter giant version, its power was not to be underestimated. Faced with this, the group had no choice but to gradually retreat towards the snake mask. The next moment, a brilliant beam of laser shot forth from the eye of the golden giant, seemingly heralding death. Upon witnessing this terrifying beam, the masked men disregarded the threat of the golden spikes, and at the cost of several gaping wounds and streaks of blood, they hastily returned to the side of the snake mask. Initially, the snake mask felt a surge of gratitude, surprised that this group would risk their safety to return and rescue him. Could it be that these creatures had mutated, evolving to possess a sense of conscience? However, in the following instant, the snake mask felt his body grow lighter, and he was launched into the air, hurtling towards the laser. In their hearts, there existed no notion of camaraderie or mutual aid. Their sole desire was self-preservation. Thus, the act of betraying the snake mask unfolded with alarming ease and no hesitation. Their consciences remaining untroubled, for they possessed none. The snake mask, clearly unwilling to perish in such a manner, desperately summoned the powers of the devil fruit. Indeed, the reverse fruit did not necessitate the use of hands. What truly mattered was the energy of the devil fruit itself. If he could envelop his entire being with this energy, he could rebound from the impending threat. As he struggled, the golden divine fire was already upon him. In the midst of the snake mask's terror and despair, the laser struck his body directly. The explosion was magnificent, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. In truth, had the snake mask remained calm and refrained from fervently channeling the powers of the devil fruit in a desperate struggle, he might have had a chance at survival. Although the golden divine fire was immensely powerful, its force was highly concentrated. Thus, under normal circumstances, it would penetrate his body rather than cause an explosion. If luck favored him, and he avoided a critical hit, he might still live. However, in his frantic bid for survival, he recklessly summoned the energy of the devil fruit. And given the unique nature of his ability, rebounding, this resulted in a collision of energies, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. In such an explosion, survival was utterly impossible. As the tumult of the explosion gradually subsided, the snake mask was reduced to mere particles of dust, evenly scattered upon the ground. The remaining masked figures were filled with dread at this scene. Had it not been for their earlier decision to hurl the serpent mask to deflect the impending explosion, they might very well have been the ones caught in the blast. The tremendous noise drew the attention of combatants from other battlefields. Even Whitebeard nodded in acknowledgement of the impressive power of the laser. Meanwhile, Akainu and his comrades were astonished. Although they had heard of Tezolo's formidable strength, they had never witnessed it firsthand, leaving them without a tangible understanding until now. At this moment, Marco finally returned, accompanied by Peach Rabbit. The scene was quite chaotic. As the old man and the three formidable generals were entangled in a fierce battle, Jose's head was firmly pressed into the ground by Carp, creating a substantial dent. Marco was undoubtedly unaware that from the very moment Josu arrived here, Carp had relentlessly pinned his head down, and he had yet to relent. Meanwhile, in a third corner, the sudden appearance of Tezolo and the masked man added to the tumult. This unexpected situation caught Marco off guard, having never encountered these individuals before. Their sudden appearance was bewildering. However, the circumstances were not entirely dire, for he spotted Ace lying nearby, seemingly unconscious. Just as he contemplated rushing to his aid, a wave of sword energy sliced through the air behind him. "Are you not ashamed?" shouted Peach Rabbit, her voice imbued with indignation. "It is quite disrespectful to speak of a lady in such a manner." With that, she unleashed several more sword strikes. This was the audacity of a swordsman. Once one ascends to the rank of a master swordsman, even a simple attack carries an air of intimidation. With no other choice, Marco found himself forced to engage anew. At that moment, Tezolo also caught sight of the familiar pink sword light streaking across the distant sky, sending a shiver down his spine. It appeared that the formidable master swordsman, Peach Rabbit, had left an indelible impression on him during their last encounter. After unleashing a strike of golden divine fire, Tezolo reverted from his golden giant form, the incomplete giant melting into fluid gold that encircled him. He fixed his gaze upon the remaining masked adversaries, readying for the second round. Chapter 107 concluded with Tezolo. A mysterious wave emanated from beneath his feet. transforming a vast expanse of ground into gold that he could manipulate at will. The gold flowed around him like a river, rendering him an image of a regal golden monarch. The masked assailants were not to be underestimated. Their earlier disarray was merely a momentary reaction to Tezzalo's explosive onset. Now, acclimated to the battle, they commenced their offensive. For white blades of energy surged toward Tezzalo, who summoned the gold at his feet to encase himself within its protective embrace. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the 4 energy waves struck the fluid gold. Having withstood this assault, the gold transformed into various weapon forms, spears, swords, and more. In the next instant, these weapons were launched simultaneously, targeting the masked foes. The sheer number of weapons, dozens, perhaps hundreds, created an overwhelming spectacle. The masked figures reacted swiftly, employing the 6 technique to evade the incoming barrage. Yet, the Tengu mask was caught off guard by a golden spear, its tip glinting with a dark hue. Entwined with Tezzalo's haki, piercing through his left arm. The impact halted his movement, and he was struck by several more weapons, resembling a porcupine in his predicament. Yet, his vitality proved remarkably resilient. Despite being impaled by multiple weapons, he remained standing. Trembling, the Tengu mask pulled the spear from his arm. Extracting each weapon embedded in his body, the golden implement stained with crimson blood, exuding an unusual beauty. In the next moment, the Tengu mask began to morph. His upper body expanded, muscles bulging, height increasing from 2 meters to over 3, his hands transforming into clawed appendages. His clothing tore apart under the strain, revealing not human skin beneath, but a dense coat of black fur. Shortly thereafter, a bushy tail sprouted from behind. Having completed his transformation, the Tengu mask had transcended his humanity. He raised his head as if to unleash a primal roar, a release of pent-up ferocity. However, instead of a fierce roar, he emitted a mere bark. It seemed the Tengu mask had consumed the dog fruit, although its exact form remained a mystery, as the mask still adorned his visage. Thus, while Zoan-type users may lack extraordinary abilities, their regenerative capabilities are formidable. The wounds on Tengu mask's body had ceased bleeding and were beginning to mend. Seeing Tengu mask's transformation, the cat-face mask and weeping mask were unwilling to be left behind, hastening their own metamorphoses. However, the sudden change of Tengu mask had caught Tezzalo off guard, and now, attempting to change before him would be impossible. With a thought, Tezzalo commanded the golden river at his feet to surge toward the 2 still transforming masked adversaries. The Tengu mask and half-face mask showed no inclination to resist. Instead, they swiftly evaded their positions. The 2 transforming masks, however, were caught unprepared as the golden river enveloped their feet. They felt an irresistible force tugging at them, and before they knew it, they were flung away at a velocity that nearly produced a sonic boom. In the next instant, they crashed into the ruins of a building, stirring up a cloud of dust. Of course, the trope of smoke without injury also applies to villains, though it was possible that their grotesque resilience allowed them to heal rapidly. As the dust settled, sounds of movement emerged within the debris, and 2 humanoid figures gradually rose. One boasted an impressive mane of fur that had shifted from black to brown, his muscular upper body covered in short hair. The mask had vanished, revealing a visage reminiscent of a feline, with hardened black lips showcasing sharp teeth. He let out a thunderous roar, a true lion, a manifestation of the cat fruit, lion form. The other figure, though smaller, was no ordinary foe. Where his arms should have been were now wings, feathers sprouting in white, the edges tinged with black. His elongated beak signified a transformation into a white crane, a manifestation of the bird fruit, crane form. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended skyward, emitting a series of bird calls. The presence of 3 Zoan-type users now bore down upon Tezzalo, while the half-face mask lingered silently, leaving uncertainty about his capabilities. With their transformations complete, the trio of beasts lunged toward Tezzalo, a dog and a lion, both moving with newfound swiftness, while the crane swooped down from above, its beak gleaming like metal. The half-face mask, undeterred, launched a series of kicks to disrupt Tezzalo's movements. In an instant, the lion was upon Tezzalo, its jaws agape as it lunged toward him. Tezzalo, preoccupied with evading the half-face mask's kicks, was caught off guard. With a resounding roar, the lion's fierce cry disoriented him, leaving him vulnerable to the attack. The lion's teeth sank into Tezzalo's shoulder, piercing his skin with a sharp pain that sent chills through him. Almost simultaneously, the dog reached Tezzalo's legs, biting down with relentless determination. Their objective was clear: to restrain Tezzalo. The dog clung desperately to his leg, while the lion similarly gripped his shoulder, both beasts tearing at him mercilessly. The couple truly inflicted excruciating pain upon Taizolo, contorting his face in agony. Yet, in the next moment, he could no longer focus on the torment of his body. For the white crane had already descended before him, its sharp beak aimed menacingly at his chest. The beak appeared exceedingly razor-edged and possessed formidable piercing capabilities, especially considering that this feathery creature was diving from a great height. If it were to pierce him, it would result in a grievous wound. However, the two beasts clinging to his body were biting down with relentless ferocity, and despite Taizolo's desperate struggles, he remained ensnared, only intensifying his suffering. In resignation, he resorted to manipulating gold for defense, yet the golden shield was swiftly punctured. Clearly, Taizolo had misjudged the length of the crane's beak, which, resembling a nearly 3-meter-long spear, plunged directly into his chest. However, in a moment of desperate struggle, it was his right chest that ultimately bore the brunt of the piercing. At this moment, Taizolo remained in a state of confinement. If the half-faced mask seized the opportunity to approach him from behind and thrust his hand into Taizolo's left flank, thereby damaging his heart, the battle would be concluded. Indeed, the half-faced mask proceeded to do precisely that, swiftly maneuvering to Taizolo's rear. To bring an end to Taizolo, one could only blame oneself for meddling in such affairs, and thus, the classic monologue preceding a villain's fatal strike was uttered. It was during this very moment that Taizolo grasped a slim chance for survival. With a flicker of thought, a mysterious wave emanated from beneath his feet, radiating outward. In the next instant, the ground quaked violently, dislodging the poised half-faced mask and causing him to stagger. Fortuitously, that very strike did not go to waste. As it landed squarely on the lion. Suddenly assaulted, the lion instinctively roared in fury, its tremendous roar further disorienting Taizolo. Nevertheless, he seized the opportunity with both hands. He gripped the beak of the bird and exerted force, extracting it from his chest. In the next moment, the golden shield wall that the crane had just pierced began to constrict, ensnaring the bird within its confines. Subsequently, Taizolo bent forward, his right hand encased in a layer of golden armor, and struck at the jaws of the dog that had latched onto his leg. This is a significantly weakened version of the golden fire, known as the golden bomb, yet it still possesses the formidable effect of molten gold. The dog, upon witnessing the flickering red light of the golden fist, was nearly frightened to the point of losing control, hastily attempting to release its grip and flee. However, the Golden Emperor merely intended to instill fear, prompting the dog to loosen its hold, as it was still biting down on his leg. A strike at this moment would result in mutual destruction. As anticipated, the dog's release of its grip played right into his hands, creating a remarkably favorable environment for Taizolo to unleash his attack. Consequently, that punch landed squarely on the dog's muzzle, sending it soaring, leaving behind a few broken canine teeth in midair. Having finally escaped confinement, Taizolo concentrated his thoughts and submerged himself into the liquid gold beneath his feet. At that moment, he could have made his escape, but having endured such a vicious bite, he was resolute in avenging himself. The next instant, Taizolo resurfaced from the flowing liquid gold, leaping back a few steps to create distance from the masked men. With a flicker of thought, the ground beneath him glimmered with golden light, surging and bowing to his presence. At this juncture, the group of masked men had also spread apart. One with a half-face mask had inadvertently struck a lion due to a lack of balance, yet he showed no inclination to apologize. The lion, well aware of the nature of his companions, chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the bird with a beak ensnared by the golden shield wall struggled for quite some time to break free. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the half-faced masked individual launched a kick at the golden shield wall, shattering it into fragments. Ironically, a piece of the golden debris remained lodged in the bird's beak. But with the Golden Emperor's control now severed, the bird forcefully opened its beak, shattering the gold. The dog, which had just endured a blow from Taizolo's golden bomb, approached unsteadily, covering its mouth and trembling. Still dazed from the powerful punch that had dislodged several of its teeth, the dog felt a pang of sorrow for its predicament. The four of them regrouped, casting their fierce gazes back at Taizolo, who mirrored their ferocity with a glint of determination in his own eyes. Once again, it is Taizolo who initiates the sequence. Behind him, the ground undulates, rising to form a structure akin to a fountain. Countless golden particles, akin to droplets, are ejected from this fountain, and under Taizolo's command, they incessantly cling to the surfaces of the four masked men, even attempting to penetrate their very beings. This is the classic technique of Taizolo, the golden shower. Back when the Golden City still thrived, He relied on this move to establish his undeniable dominance over the arena. Upon witnessing this scene, the four masked men instinctively felt a sense of foreboding and quickly enveloped themselves in armament hockey. However, it was somewhat too late. A small amount of golden powder had already infiltrated their bodies. Though the quantity was insufficient to deliver a fatal blow, it was enough to cause them considerable discomfort. In the next moment, the masked men suddenly felt a sharp pain in their lungs and stomachs. While they could endure this pain, it nonetheless affected their movements. And in a battle between experts, even a minor hindrance could sway the tide of the confrontation. The fountain behind Tesalo ceased its emission of golden powder, only to transform into a multitude of weapons that surged forth towards the four adversaries. With no choice but to endure the pain, they evaded as best as they could. But as they dodged, the golden weapons embedded themselves around them. In an instant, the mist golden weapons swiftly melted into liquid gold and surged towards the legs of the four men. Alarmed by this development, they hastily performed moonwalks in an attempt to take to the air and evade the oncoming threat. Yet, at that critical moment, Tesalo seized the opportunity. He abandoned his control over the gold within all four and concentrated solely on one target. The unfortunate soul chosen by Tesalo was none other than the lion. The ferocity of the lion's recent bite was truly fierce. Even now, Tesalo's shoulders still throbbed with pain, and not only did this beast bite him, but it also roared at him, such a deafening roar. It left him dizzy, and this creature was exceedingly bothersome. Thus, Tesalo resolved to eliminate the lion before proceeding further. Under Tesalo's focused control, the lion suddenly felt an intense pain erupt within its body, causing it to freeze momentarily. It had no time to utilize its moonwalk technique to leave the ground, and consequently, its legs were ensnared by the encroaching fluid gold. Witnessing the successful entrapment of the lion, Tesalo offered a cruel smile. With his command, several golden pillars surged up behind him, swiftly coalescing into a shape reminiscent of a missile tip. The missile retracted slightly as if gathering strength, and in the next instant, it hurtled towards the lion with tremendous force. Observing what seemed like a commonplace move, the lion, however, sensed an overwhelming threat of death. Its fur bristled, and it appeared to swell in size. "Help me!" It cried out to its companions hovering in the sky, desperate for rescue. Having cast aside all other considerations in the face of impending doom, yet, one could always trust in the integrity of CP0. They would never risk their lives for what they deemed a mere comrade. If it were a trivial matter, they might have intervened, as evidenced by the half-mast figure rescuing the white crane from the gold moments ago. However, even while suspended in midair, their observation hockey constantly warned them. Although Tesalo's technique appeared ordinary, its power was indeed sufficient to obliterate them. Thus, they had no inclination to save the lion. After all, the attack was not directed at them, so they remained safely aloft, watching the spectacle unfold. In truth, this seemingly simple maneuver was Tesalo's most potent attack, blending the majority of his armament hockey, aptly named the Golden Divine Punishment. Seeing that the few scoundrels would not intervene, the lion could only helplessly watch as the Golden Divine Punishment drew nearer. What could be more despairing than witnessing one's own demise while utterly powerless? In the next moment, the Golden Divine Punishment struck the ensnared lion, silently and without dramatic explosion, yet the upper half of the lion's body was utterly obliterated, leaving not even a remnant. The three masked figures suspended in the air were shaken to their core, simultaneously feeling a wave of relief, fortunate that they had not attempted to save it, for the consequences would have been unimaginable. Indeed, this was their primary thought, and upon seeing the lion's lifeless form, they felt no emotional stirrings, even finding a hint of amusement. After unleashing this attack, Tesalo felt a twinge of exhaustion, gasping heavily. At this moment, the three masked figures were disinclined to continue the fight, sensing that it bore no significance. Their mission had been to capture Ace. As for Tesalo, he was merely a fortunate participant in this encounter. Given that their five-man team had just lost 2 members, leaving only 3, despite the apparent fatigue of their opponent, they could not be assured of their victory. Thus, they decided to withdraw. Completing their mission took precedence. They had no desire to follow in the footsteps of the previous half-mast figure. However, while they wished to cease combat, Tesalo was determined to press on. Having fought to this extent, how could he allow them to depart unscathed? Just then, Tesalo felt a violent tremor beneath his feet, as if the very island were shaking. What an opportune moment! Seizing the chance while Tesalo was momentarily distracted, the swiftest among them, the white crane, dove down, approaching Ace, and, with its nearly 3-meter-long beak, ensnared Ace within its grasp. Success! They had finally succeeded. Witnessing this scene, the masked figures were overwhelmed with an urge to weep for joy. And from whence did the tremor originate? Naturally, it was Whitebeard. It was certainly not a case of Whitebeard suddenly betraying his comrades, but rather a culmination of frustration as he found himself entangled with three admirals. In a moment of desperation, he resolved to unleash a fierce counterattack. Initially, Akainu felt a sense of triumph as his powerful dog-bite Red Lotus struck Whitebeard's shoulder, believing he had finally made a significant contribution. However, Whitebeard intentionally absorbed the blow, preparing to unleash his own devastating power. In the next instant, a violent tremor emanated from Whitebeard, sending shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. The terrifying vibrations engulfed the land, leaving Akainu momentarily stunned, as if his teeth might shatter, and his internal organs felt as if they were about to flee his body. He promptly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was instantly transformed into a frothy spray by the intensity of the shockwave. Kizaru and Akiji were not spared from the onslaught either. Kizaru found himself flickering between his tangible and elemental forms, effectively realizing the true potential of the Pika Pika no Mi. Meanwhile, Akiji, despite his ice-based defenses, struggled under the force, feeling as though his very insides might erupt from his throat. The violent tremors traveled underground, triggering a severe earthquake, and the entire island began to shake. At that moment, Jozu was in considerable distress, his head pinned to the ground by Carp. As the island trembled, his skull reverberated painfully, leaving him feeling as if his brain had turned to mush, and he was on the verge of nausea. Meanwhile, the masked figures who had captured Ace departed the battlefield, heading towards a warship. Their departure immediately drew the attention of all present, including Whitebeard, Akainu, and Carp, each wearing distinct expressions. Whitebeard's face contorted with rage. Akainu's group appeared relieved that the ordeal was coming to an end, while Carp's countenance was shrouded in a complex gloom. Marco, who had been vigilant, quickly realized that Ace had fallen into enemy hands, abandoning his fight and turning to leave. In response, Momonosuke unleashed a series of sword strikes aimed at Marco, yet, preoccupied with Ace's peril, Marco paid little heed to evasion. Several cutting winds grazed his form, while others struck his back, leaving deep gashes that sprayed blood into the air. Nevertheless, with a muffled grunt, Marco's body erupted in brilliant azure flames, engulfing the wounds. When the flames receded, the injuries had vanished without a trace, as if he had never been harmed. Undeterred, Marco pressed onward towards Ace. Whitebeard was incensed upon realizing Ace had been taken, not only at the captors, but also at himself, lamenting that had he been more resolute in dispatching the three admirals sooner, this calamity might have been averted. He lunged forward, but while Akainu and Kizaru were struggling, Akiji steadfastly positioned himself before Whitebeard, radiating an air of unwavering determination. Meanwhile, the masked figures had reached the warship, and at that moment, they spotted a young man lounging on a sofa at the dock, observing them with an air of leisure, sipping from a juice cup through a straw. The sight of this young man left the masked figure, half-face, utterly perplexed. What is this situation? Who can enlighten him on the matter at hand? They had been engaged in a fierce struggle, and yet there was someone nearby, seemingly an onlooker, watching them with detached amusement. Moreover, observe this individual, dressed in a neat shirt, reclining comfortably on a small sofa, sipping a beverage, exuding an air of utter leisure. In stark contrast, the two participants in the fray were a sorry sight, their faces obscured by half-masks, covered in grime, and their once pristine white suits now tarnished and gray. The disparity in their appearances and demeanor was striking. At that moment, the masked figure felt a surge of indignation. Why should this be? One misstep on their part could spell doom, and yet, in the eyes of this onlooker, they were merely performers, entertaining him for his amusement. Who were they, after all? They were agents of the world government, affiliated with the Celestial Dragons, the CP0 intelligence agency, out in the world, who would not tremble in fear at their presence, wishing to kneel before them. And yet, here they were, reduced to the status of jesters, already feeling the sting of humiliation from being bullied by Tazolo earlier that day. The provocation from this young man was unbearable. An imbalance of emotions ignited a fervor within him. When the mind becomes heated, rationality plummets, leading one to act in unexpected ways. Thus, the masked figure resolved to unleash his fury upon this young man. He would ruthlessly take his life. In an instant, he sprang into action, unleashing 4 slashing waves aimed at the young man's limbs. He did not intend to end the young man's life swiftly. Rather, he sought to sever his limbs first, intending to take him back for prolonged torment, rendering him unable to escape death, ultimately begging at his feet for release from his suffering. The half-mast figure was still contemplating the most exquisite tortures that could evoke the utmost pleasure from pain. Meanwhile, behind him, Whitebeard, Garp, Akainu, Akiji, Kizaru, Marco, and Jozu, though Jozu was rather indisposed, with his face pressed into the ground, stood in stunned silence at the sight of the half-mast figure's actions. Their expressions were not filled with concern for the young man's safety, but rather with awe at the bravery exhibited by the half-mast figure. Could it be that there existed such courage among CP0? Tizolo, who had never witnessed Su Yu's prowess firsthand, had certainly heard whispers of his reputation. However, he was only half convinced by the tales circulated in the news, and thus, he was eager to observe the legendary Su Yu's abilities for himself. Indeed, the young man who was about to have his limbs brutally severed by the half-mast figure's stormy kick was none other than the illustrious Su Yu. He merely felt that watching the spectacle from the ship was somewhat lacking, prompting him to draw closer, unbeknownst to him. This action had inadvertently pricked the sensitive nerves of the half-mast figure. Yet, what the half-mast figure failed to comprehend was that, as he savagely gazed at Su Yu, eagerly anticipating the severing of his limbs, the outcome was destined to bring him disappointment. The four slashing waves, upon nearing Su Yu by a mere meter, dissipated into nothingness. This scene caught the half-mast figure off guard, didn't it? Who would have thought he was a formidable opponent? Did you dare to resist? You truly overestimate yourself. The half-mast figure grew increasingly enraged, his rationality slipping further away, utterly failing to consider that he could silently neutralize the opponent's attacks. Instead, he was driven by an urgent desire to vent his frustrations. With a swift motion, he unleashed two more powerful strikes, and as the onlookers, including Whitebeard, gasped in astonishment at the audacity of the attack, the temperature at the dock seemed to rise by a degree or two. Tizolo was also taken aback. He could not comprehend Su Yu's methods, yet he was acutely aware that he could never match Su Yu's ability to effortlessly nullify the opponent's strikes. At that moment, Su Yu sat on the couch, his expression darkening. What kind of contender is this? You disregarded my initial attack, yet you dare to come at me again? Is this truly a deliberate provocation? Do you think I would hesitate to eliminate you simply because you are affiliated with the world government? Once again, the strike vanished without a trace, as if a gentle hand had merely patted Su Yu's shoulder. However, the half-mast figure remained oblivious. While the nearby animals had begun to sense the gravity of the situation, they recognized that this individual was undoubtedly a concealed master, a being they could not afford to provoke, and they slowly attempted to distance themselves. Yet, in a moment of sheer terror, they discovered they could not move. This realization chilled them to the core. It was not us who initiated the attack. It was all the half-mast figure. If you seek vengeance, go after him. Don't come near us. Whitebeard and the others stood in stunned silence. Never having witnessed such audacity before, they were truly enlightened. Akainu thought to himself, in terms of courage, I would gladly deem you the strongest. Seeing this fool still daring to strike, Su Yu's expression darkened further. Perhaps it is time for you to regain your senses. With a casual flick of his wrist, Su Yu sent a chunk of ice crashing down onto the half-mast figure's head, effectively cooling his heated mind. It must be said, physical cooling proved remarkably effective, as the half-mast figure immediately calmed down, his rationality returning, along with his ability to think clearly. He then realized that facing someone capable of neutralizing his attacks without lifting a finger was not a challenge he was equipped to provoke. As fear suddenly engulfed his heart, he acknowledged the truth. Yes, despite their indoctrination from a young age, the primal fear of impending death is deeply ingrained in humanity's essence, an emotion that penetrates the soul. Unless one is truly a machine, such instincts cannot be eradicated. Thus, upon realizing he had provoked someone beyond his capabilities, he understood that his life might soon be forfeit, and he began to feel genuine fear. Observing the half-mast figure's body tremble slightly, Su Yu inquired, Are you awake now? The half-mast figure nodded shakily and stammered, Why you are? Why you? I am Su Yu. Surely you have heard of me. Noticing his halting speech, Su Yu discerned the question lingering in his mind and proceeded to clarify. Upon hearing Su Yu's name, both the dog and the bird, along with the man, could not help but groan inwardly. They certainly had heard of him. His reputation resonated like thunder. The news of Su Yu's bloodbath against Kaido felt as recent as yesterday. He was a ruthless force of nature. They were no match for him, as evidenced by their current state of immobility. However, the instinct for survival is one of humanity's most primal impulses. And thus the half-mast figure clearly did not wish to surrender so easily. Behind him stood the world government and the celestial dragons, and he hoped that these two factions might instill some caution in Su Yu. As Sir Su Yu, I failed to recognize you earlier. I mistakenly believed you to be a pirate under Whitebeard's command. Had I known it was you, I would never have acted so disrespectfully. The world government and the celestial dragons have always regarded you with goodwill. Once I return to Mary Geos and report my mission, I will certainly come to visit you in a spirit of sincerity. True to his training, the half-mast figure's words flowed more smoothly after the initial stumbles. He emphasized his sincerity, making it clear that these were tangible expressions of goodwill. Yet, he knew full well that such gestures could only be offered after he was allowed to return, and in reality, he merely hoped to deceive Siyu into sparing him. Once back in Mary Geos, he would never again venture out, convinced that Siyu would not dare to seek him there for retribution. Do you have nothing else to say? Huh? You attack me without reason, and you can't even muster an apology? Indeed, the half-mast figure was reluctant to apologize. Though he recognized he could not overpower Siyu, he, like many, viewed Siyu as a mere commoner, an opinion buried deep within, never to be voiced aloud. How could he bring himself to apologize to someone he deemed beneath him? Noticing his hesitation, Siyu interjected, "Enough of your distress, even if you do apologize. I have no intention of letting you off the hook. So, do you have any final words? Why you're going to kill me? Of course, is that not abundantly clear? Why you cannot kill me? I am directly under the command of the celestial dragons. If you take my life, the world government and the celestial dragons will not let you go unpunished." Upon hearing his words, Whitebeard and the others could only express their disbelief, while Taizolo nearly burst into laughter. Just moments ago, Taizolo had killed 2 individuals, and now this fool dared to threaten a being far beyond his capabilities. How absurd. And who do you think you are? Do you truly believe the government and the celestial dragons care for you? How laughable. Huh? What is the government? What significance do the celestial dragons hold? So, is this your final proclamation? Huh? You are finished. You dare to openly disrespect the government and the celestial dragons. You are doomed. Did you all hear that? He just insulted the celestial dragons. He is finished. The half-mast figure screamed in madness, desperately seeking validation from Whitebeard and the others, but they turned away, feigning indifference. Well, since you have nothing else to say, let us part ways. As Suyu concluded, he leisurely approached the half-mast figure. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. I am the personal guard of the celestial dragons. You, commoner, stay away from me. As the formidable figure of Suyu approached, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere, causing the masked man to endure profound psychological torment. In this moment of sheer terror, he inadvertently uttered a truth. Killing a madman brings no sense of accomplishment. Suyu strolled leisurely towards him, deliberately moving at a languid pace to amplify the psychological pressure on the masked man, forcing him to confront the inexorable approach of his own demise. A torment of unparalleled magnitude. The masked man suddenly realized that his body had become unresponsive, an unwilling prisoner to his own will. He yearned to escape, to resist. Yet his body remained frozen, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Unfazed by his plight, Siyu advanced, placing his left hand firmly on the masked man's shoulder while raising his right fist, poised to strike. In the blink of an eye, that colossal fist crashed into the masked man's chest, creating a deep indentation, the ferocity of the blow reverberating through his very being, tearing a gaping hole in the garment behind him. The impact was so devastating that the masked man was compelled to tilt his head back and expel a torrent of blood, the crimson spray a macabre spectacle, evaporating before it could reach Suyu. Subsequently, Suyu tightened his grip on the masked man's shoulder, casting him into the air, then raising his leg high to deliver a crushing blow to his abdomen, sending him crashing back to the ground with a force that fractured the earth beneath like a spider's web. The masked man contorted into a U-shape, the point of his curvature directly beneath Suyu's foot. Before the masked man could fully recline, Siyu struck again, this time delivering a blow to his face that shattered the mask and drove his skull into the ground, creating a deeper crater. Not satisfied with just one strike, Siyu continued to batter the already broken visage, enlarging the pit with each powerful hit. Throughout this ordeal, the masked man remained silent, not from a lack of pain, but because he had been rendered incapable of uttering a sound. Yet, he was not dead. His consciousness remained painfully alert, a result of Suyu's deliberate restraint on his power, amplifying his senses in a truly diabolical manner. Observers like Whitebeard and his companions winced at the sight of Suyu mercilessly pummeling the masked man's face, feeling phantom pains of their own. Meanwhile, even the dog and bird were rendered immobile, unable to even close their eyes. However, the torment was far from over. With a mere thought, Suyu unleashed an unseen force upon the masked man, causing him to float uncontrollably, assuming a humiliating spread eagle position before Suyu. His face, now a grotesque mass of blood and flesh, was barely recognizable. What? Do you still want? The remnants of his mouth quivered, producing a hoarse and feeble voice. Suyu remained silent, his gaze fixated on one of the masked man's feet. Suddenly, the foot twisted grotesquely, blood and flesh splattering. The unexpected agony caught the masked man off guard, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream that would bring tears to the eyes of any listener. This torment did not confine itself to his foot. It crept up his leg, accompanied by a symphony of bone and sinew disintegrating, mixed with the crimson flow pooling beneath him. The devastation persisted until the entirety of his leg was obliterated, and with it, his screams faded, not from a cessation of pain, but from sheer exhaustion, his voice rendered hoarse. Just as Suyu's torment seemed to pause, a sheen of cold sweat enveloped him, soaking his shirt. The masked man had once believed he was on the brink of death, yet here he was, alive and painfully aware, wishing for unconsciousness to claim him. Each breath he took only amplified his suffering, a true embodiment of living hell. Suyu's attention shifted to the masked man's other leg, repeating the horrific process. The intense suffering compelled the masked man to emit piercing cries that echoed through the air. Finally, after what felt like an eternity for the masked man, the torment ceased. Although he was free from fresh agony, he remained ensnared in an endless cycle of suffering. Kill me. Please, end me. He rasped, each word a struggle, as if it drained the last of his strength. Once, he had envisioned bringing Suyu to his knees, begging for mercy. But fate had cruelly turned the tables, and now he found himself in the very position he had sought to impose on another. Consider it done, Suyu replied calmly. Those words, to the masked man, were the sweetest melody he had ever heard, a relief flooding his heart as he prepared to escape the torment. In the next instant, his consciousness abruptly faded, marking the end of his wretched existence. From an external perspective, the masked man vanished as if erased by an invisible hand, leaving behind a gruesome remnant of blood and flesh that served as a stark reminder of the violence that had transpired, casting doubt on the reality of the event. Even Whitebeard was left shaken by the brutality, unable to revel in the masked man's downfall, a flicker of sympathy igniting within him. Simultaneously, an unspoken vow emerged among them. A resolute commitment to avoid crossing Suyu, lest they face a fate worse than death. Red Dog, in particular, felt a pang of anxiety. His past insolence towards Suyu now loomed large in his mind. Having witnessed the fate of the masked man, he couldn't shake the fear of suffering a similar fate, and thus resolved to steer clear of Suyu henceforth. Taizolo was indeed taken aback, as it was the first time he formed a concrete impression of Suyu. To put it mildly, one could say he was one to hold grudges. To put it harshly, he was rather petty and exceptionally cruel. However, Taizolo had misjudged Suyu. He was not cruel at all, but rather easy to get along with. He merely showed no mercy to those who provoked him, and after all, Suyu had lived for several millennia, accumulating vast experiences. Having witnessed Suyu's display, Taizolo could sense the terrifying nature of his strength. Although Suyu remained entirely devoid of any flamboyance or ostentation throughout the ordeal, the mere sight of him effortlessly tormenting the half-masked figure to death was enough to reveal his extraordinary prowess. The remaining two individuals behaved like docile creatures, obediently watching from the side, which spoke volumes about Suyu's formidable capabilities. Taizolo could not fathom that these individuals, known for their defiance, would so readily submit to Suyu's torment. It was well known that they had previously engaged in fierce confrontations with him, yet in the presence of Suyu, they seemed as pliable as paper, a testament to Suyu's terrifying power. However, if one were to identify who felt the most panic at that moment, it would undoubtedly be the dog and the bird standing in the corner, both in a state of utter disarray. They were allies of the half-masked figure, and they had watched helplessly as he recklessly attacked Suyu. At this moment, the half-faced mask has paid its price. Next, could it possibly be their turn? No. They are not familiar with the half-faced mask. Meanwhile, Suyu's gaze had already shifted towards them. The instant Suyu looked over, the souls of the two were utterly terrified. Had they not been immobilized at that moment, they would have collapsed to the ground in sheer fright. Are you two lingering here with some particular intention? Upon hearing Suyu's words, the dog and the bird suddenly realized that the mysterious force binding their bodies had vanished. Instantly, their legs weakened, and they collapsed onto the ground. However, in the next moment, they mustered the strength to stand up again. Driven by an urgent desire to flee this terrifying place, they even neglected the presence of Ace, who was merely a few decimeters away, scrambling and rolling in their haste. The bird completely forgetting its ability to fly. In a brief moment, They had escaped back to the ship, seeking refuge. Chapter 111. Blackbeard's dream at that moment. Ace, who had succumbed to unconsciousness for the second time, gradually regained his senses. "Damn it, you scoundrel," he muttered, recalling that he had been struck down once more. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and he cursed under his breath. However, as he spoke, he suddenly noticed an unsettling silence enveloping his surroundings. Just moments ago, the air had been filled with the cacophony of a ferocious battle. Now, it had inexplicably vanished. Had it come to an end? Who had emerged victorious? Could it be that father had been defeated? Was he now imprisoned? A torrent of thoughts raced through Ace's mind. Yet, as he laboriously lifted his head to survey his surroundings, he realized he appeared to still be at the same dock as before, with father and the others present. Moreover, Josu's head was still pressed to the ground. But why had they abruptly ceased fighting and turned their gaze towards him? Were they looking at him? At that moment, Ace suddenly realized there was another person beside him. He nervously lifted his gaze to discern the identity of this individual, and upon noticing that the person was unmasked, Ace felt a wave of relief. Indeed, this person was rather handsome. To his surprise, the individual spoke with a teasing tone. "Excuse me, young sir, are you addressing me?" Upon hearing this, Ace remained largely unresponsive, while Whitebeard, having just witnessed Suyu's performance, felt a surge of anxiety, fully aware that Suyu seemed poised to take action. "Mr. Suyu," Whitebeard began, but Ace interjected. I apologize for the inconvenience. I was previously knocked unconscious by a detestable masked man. I thought he was still beside me. And in my panic, I blurted out my thoughts. I hope you can forgive me." It must be noted that Ace exhibited a remarkable degree of politeness towards strangers, maintaining a gentle demeanor. Interestingly, Ace had once been a quintessential hot-headed child, quick to ignite in anger, exhibiting a notoriously unpleasant attitude toward everyone. However, his transformation began when he encountered two young boys, namely Luffy and Sabo, who gradually helped him open up his previously closed heart. Subsequently, as Luffy's sworn brother, Ace sought to express gratitude to the red-haired Shanks for looking after Luffy during his absence. Given the nature of his gratitude, he could not simply utter a disrespectful remark. Thus, he took it upon himself to learn polite expressions from Makino, the owner of the bar in Windmill Village. This marked Ace's evolution into a courteous young man. Of course, this change applied solely to strangers. When in the company of familiar faces, such as Garp and Luffy, Ace tended to be more relaxed. "Oh, so you weren't speaking to me? Very well then," he remarked. "Why do you sound so disappointed?" Whitebeard and the others chimed in, albeit feeling relieved. "May I inquire, sir, if you have seen those masked individuals from earlier?" "Oh, those fellows? They just fled in a panic. I can't fathom what frightful sight they encountered to make them run so swiftly," he replied, almost bemused. Aren't you aware of what might have frightened them?" Whitebeard and the others silently scoffed. Upon hearing this, Ace surveyed his surroundings once more, realizing that apart from this handsome stranger, there was no one else nearby. He then pondered the identity of this person, wondering if he was a newcomer who had joined after Ace's departure, or perhaps someone from the Navy. Just as Ace was lost in thought, Suyu suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, are you all still fighting or not?" At this moment, Whitebeard and his crew began to regain their senses, as if they had just been engaged in battle. The pressing question arose, should they continue to fight? After exchanging glances with the three admirals, they reached a unanimous decision: fight. These young ones were hindering his efforts to rescue Ace, and he could not bear to let this grievance go unpunished. However, Carp suggested he would remain on the sidelines, keeping his hand firmly on Jose's head, admitting his age had rendered him too frail for combat. Peach Rabbit also expressed her lack of desire for battle due to her elevated blood pressure. Yet, unbeknownst to Peach Rabbit and everyone else, as she appeared, Suyu's gaze lingered on her for a fleeting moment, a hint of nostalgia gracing his visage. Meanwhile, Marco soared towards Ace, gracefully landing beside him, thus officially bringing the battle as catalyst, Ace, back into the embrace of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco helped Ace to his feet. "Ace, Marco, by the way, let me introduce you to Mr. Suyu, the proprietor of the Wish Bar in Sabaody Archipelago. With his assistance, Father has truly regained his former glory." Regained his former glory? Ace turned to Whitebeard, who, upon closer inspection, appeared revitalized and full of vigor, contrasting sharply with his previous lethargy. The powerful punch aimed at Akainu was a testament to this resurgence, filling Ace with awe and relief. Though initially taken aback, Ace quickly acclimated to this new reality and approached Suyu, bowing respectfully. "Thank you so much." "Oh, it's merely a transaction. No need for such formality," Suyu replied, patting Ace on the shoulder. Given your politeness, I shall remove these handcuffs for you free of charge. Without waiting for Ace's response, he grasped the sea prism stone cuffs, applying a gentle yet firm pressure, shattering the seemingly indestructible material as effortlessly as if it were mere tofu. This nonchalant display left Marco in disbelief, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. He had witnessed Tsuyu come into contact with sea prism stone without exhibiting any signs of weakness. Could it be that Tsuyu was not a devil fruit user? If so, what then explained his array of powers? In that moment, Marco felt enveloped in a shroud of mystery surrounding the striking man. Ace, oblivious to Marco's contemplation, enthusiastically expressed his gratitude to Tsuyu, who nodded before settling back onto the sofa. Now free from restraints, Ace was eager to assist his father still engaged in battle, but Marco halted him. Leave it to father. While he may not be able to best the three admirals in a fair fight, their earlier attempts to contain Whitebeard's fury had left them somewhat weakened, creating an illusion of parity in their confrontation. Marco, that scoundrel must still be on the island. Ace exclaimed. Are you referring to Blackbeard? Indeed. I underestimated him last time, but together, we can surely take him down. Marco hesitated to assert that it would be so simple. He had never witnessed Blackbeard in action, only hearing Tsuyu's claims that Blackbeard was stronger than him without specifics on just how much stronger. Perhaps with Ace's involvement, their chances might improve. Shall we give it a try? Ace, do you know where that scoundrel is now? Ace faltered. Previously, Blackbeard had handed him over to a marine in town, and even if Blackbeard were foolish enough to remain in one place, Ace could not recall where that might be. Yet sometimes, fate unfolds in curious ways. Blackbeard, having noted the arrival of Whitebeard and his crew, felt elated, only to later receive word from the Navy assuring him that reinforcements were on their way. Upon realizing the Navy had indeed sent a formidable force, including the three admirals and Carp, Blackbeard's ambitions reignited. Perhaps today would see the fruition of his minor goals? He believed that even without a Navy ambush, taking down an aging Whitebeard with the help of the admirals was within reach. Regrettably, his perception of Whitebeard remained outdated. He was unaware that Whitebeard had returned to his prime. Blackbeard envisioned a decisive strike against Whitebeard at a critical moment, believing it would secure his victory. With the tremor fruit in his grasp, he was confident that chaos would ensue, allowing his escape amidst the turmoil. The tremor fruit was perhaps the ultimate power for creating mayhem. Just then, as Blackbeard monitored the battlefield, he noticed the once tumultuous dock had fallen eerily silent, prompting a troubling thought. Could it be that Whitebeard had finally succumbed? How much time has passed? It seems that Whitebeard is no longer fit for the task. Indeed, age has caught up with him. Nevertheless, I must hasten to the scene, for if the Navy transports Whitebeard's lifeless body away, my chances of fulfilling my plan will dwindle to almost nothing. With this thought, Blackbeard felt a surge of urgency as he hurriedly made his way towards the dock, his short legs propelling him forward with determination. Consumed by his haste, he focused entirely on his journey, neglecting to employ his observation hockey to gauge his surroundings. In his frantic state, he could hardly afford to be cautious. Moments later, Blackbeard arrived near the dock, only to hear the sounds of combat once more. Though the intensity had diminished compared to before, this revelation brought a sigh of relief to Blackbeard. It appeared that Whitebeard's saga was far from over, and he might still have the opportunity to deliver the final blow and send Whitebeard off. Rest easy, Whitebeard. I shall wield your power in the times to come. Ha 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 ha. With dreams of grandeur swirling in his mind, Blackbeard hastened towards the dock. Happy New Year, everyone. Chapter 112. In a daze with visions of a splendid future dancing in his head, Blackbeard strutted towards the dock, already envisioning a life where he commanded darkness in one hand and tremors in the other. Apart from Tsuyu, he feared no one, even the three admirals, stripped of their devil fruit abilities, would fall victim to his seismic might. However, as he nonchalantly approached the battlefield's edge, he was struck by the realization that the scene before him diverged sharply from his expectations. Why did Whitebeard appear to be in better condition than the three admirals? Had he entered the fray incorrectly? Should he retreat and re-enter? Surely, the strength of these three admirals could not have been diminished to such an extent. How could they, in unison, fail to subdue a barely surviving Whitebeard? It was utterly disgraceful. They ought to retire post-haste. Were he in their position, he would have no shame in relinquishing his rank. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed an odd atmosphere surrounding the battle. It was peculiar. Despite the intensity of the conflict, there was an absence of palpable tension, as if the air were devoid of the sharpness that typically accompanied such encounters. What was the deal with the spectators? Carp, must you be so blatant in your idleness? Is that oaf Joza truly worthy of your personal intervention? And why do you both remain in that stance, unmoving? Even if Ace is your grandson, there is no need to be so overly lenient. Then there was the Reserve Admiral, Momonosuke, standing idly by. Why was he stepping in? Did he not see his senior being pummeled mercilessly? Was he hoping to wait until the three admirals were diminished before seizing an opportunity for advancement? Hiss. In the next moment, Blackbeard suddenly perceived an unsettling discrepancy. Whitebeard's state seemed markedly different from his recollections. The imposing aura and the vigorous display of power evoked memories of his early days in the Whitebeard Pirates. Back then, Whitebeard resembled a celestial warrior, his formidable spirit capable of clearing any obstacles in his path. It was during that time that Blackbeard truly desired to follow him. He even contemplated that if he failed to find the dark fruit in the future, aligning himself with such a person would not be a poor choice. However, how could that be possible? That was 2 decades ago, and Whitebeard had ceased to fight several years prior. Though still Whitebeard, he now exuded a different aura, one of impending decline. Yet, who could explain why this man, who had once required medical apparatus to sustain his existence, suddenly appeared revitalized as if under the influence of some elixir, seemingly returned to his former glory? Suddenly, a vivid image flashed in Blackbeard's mind, not long ago. During his visit to Sabaody Archipelago, he had intended to scout the Wish Bar, only to unexpectedly encounter Marco. At that moment, he had been so startled by the bar's proprietor that he had failed to consider Marco's purpose for being there. Subsequently, absorbed in gathering information about the Pirate King, he had gradually dismissed the encounter from his thoughts. Today, witnessing Whitebeard's astonishing transformation, he recalled that moment, and everything fell into place. It became evident that Marco's visit to the Wish Bar was indeed for Whitebeard's sake. This revelation left Blackbeard in a state of shock. Had his aspirations crumbled so easily? Uncertain whether Whitebeard's current condition represented a genuine return to his peak or merely a temporary state induced by external forces, he pondered the implications. If it were the latter, there might still be an opportunity. He did not believe such effects came without consequence, suspecting that Whitebeard's body would deteriorate further after such exertion. However, if it were the former, all hope would be lost. The peak Whitebeard was an indomitable symbol. Should this be the case, he had perhaps underestimated the bar owner's power, for he had seemingly breathed new life into the ailing Whitebeard, a true divine intervention. At that moment, Blackbeard's resolve wavered. Could he truly confront the bar owner with the power of the Pirate King? Overwhelmed by this unforeseen situation, Blackbeard fell into a state of despair. Yet, before he could wallow in his sorrow, he felt 2 piercing gazes, sharp as swords, fixated upon him. Following his instincts, he turned to find Marco glaring fiercely at him, alongside Ace, who had freed himself from the sea stone cuffs. To his dismay, he also spotted Tsuyu, the last person he wished to confront. The mere sight of Tsuyu ignited a powerful urge to flee, as their previous encounter had left a lasting impression. However, contemplating his last visit, Blackbeard realized he had acted normally, merely a curious patron at the bar. Thus, there was no true enmity between them. He was merely frightening himself unnecessarily. Resolutely, he attempted to quell his desire to escape. No, he must indeed flee. Despite the lack of personal animosity towards Tsuyu, his conflict with the Whitebeard pirates was significant. If they captured him, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, Ace and Marco were devising a strategy to confront Blackbeard, lamenting their uncertainty about his whereabouts, only to be surprised when he appeared before them. Although they were unsure of his audacity in showing himself, this was an opportunity. As Blackbeard exhibited signs of retreat, Marco took flight, wings beating fiercely as he charged towards him, shouting, "Blackbeard, don't you dare run." The mention of Blackbeard caught the attention of Whitebeard, who swiftly dispatched Akainu and his companions, then turned to follow Marco's trajectory. There, he beheld a figure he would never forget, the infamous Blackbeard. In that instant, Whitebeard's expression shifted from one of deep contemplation to one radiating lethal intent, resembling a hammer stained with fresh blood. Recognizing the change, Akainu and his allies hastily withdrew. After all, due to the foolishness of their comrade, they had already lost Ace, and continuing to battle Whitebeard now seemed futile. Sensing Whitebeard's focus shift towards him, Blackbeard felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end, drenched in cold sweat as if death had set its sights upon him. Whitebeard was a man of action, one who preferred to strike rather than waste words. Thus, he raised his hand and delivered a blow towards Blackbeard, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shook the very earth and sent violent shockwaves hurtling towards him. The familiar ability instilled dread in Blackbeard, halting his retreat. He summoned the powers of the dark fruit, and in the next moment, An endless darkness surged from behind him, swirling protectively before him. The shockwave from Whitebeard soon followed, colliding with the darkness, yet the mighty shockwave dissipated into the void, leaving no ripple in the shroud of shadows. Having successfully thwarted the attack that once instilled terror within him, Blackbeard's confidence surged, and he felt an exhilarating conviction of victory. "Father, do you see? This is the power I have always sought." Haha. Whitebeard, while somewhat surprised by the capabilities of the dark fruit, had previously witnessed the might of the soul fruit. To him, this was merely a minor spectacle, hardly worth noting. Even if the fruit's abilities were countered, he was still Whitebeard. His legendary name was not forged through fruit powers alone. Due to his delay in fleeing to counter Whitebeard's punch, Marco had already arrived beside Blackbeard. Observing how easily Blackbeard had deflected their father's wrathful strike, Marco felt a jolt of alarm. It was then he comprehended what Ace meant about countering fruit users. Yet this revelation did not daunt him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he positioned himself before Blackbeard, declaring, "Blackbeard, go to hell and repent to Sachi. Captain Marco, you are no match for me now." Haha. Besides, I told you, this fruit chose me. Blame Sachi for acquiring it first. Witnessing Blackbeard's utter lack of remorse ignited Marco's fury, prompting him to strike. If Blackbeard could nullify abilities, then he would resort to pure physical force. With a vigorous flap of his wings, Marco transformed his legs into sharp talons, launching an attack upon Blackbeard, Crane Claw. Blackbeard attempted to evade, but was a moment too slow, and Marco's talons carved a gash into his arm. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." In the next instant, the darkness recoiled, absorbing the wound on Blackbeard's arm. Then, with a swift motion, Blackbeard unleashed the gravitational pull of his darkness, drawing the unsuspecting Marco toward him. As Blackbeard's grip clasped around him, Marco's vibrant flames extinguished, and his wings and talons vanished, reverting him to his human form. There was no time for astonishment, for Blackbeard's fist had already crashed into his abdomen. The immense force sent Marco hurtling backward, and he spewed blood mid-flight. End of segment. Wishing everyone a prosperous year of the tiger. Tomorrow, we return to duel updates. This strike, fueled by the sharp pang of pain, was delivered with extraordinary force by Blackbeard, nearly dislodging Marco's very soul. Following this blow, Blackbeard suddenly crouched, his right hand pressing against the ground, from which an immense torrent of darkness surged forth, gradually enveloping the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, Blackbeard found himself shrouded in an abyss of shadows. This move is a particularly sinister technique of the dark fruit, known as the Abyssal Passage. In the next moment, the buildings within the area engulfed by darkness began to slowly sink, as if they were being devoured by the black void beneath. Accompanying this phenomenon was an immense gravitational force emanating from the darkness. Marco, having just sustained a heavy blow, hurriedly steadied himself, his wings flashing as he distanced himself from that ominous zone. One could say that Blackbeard's technique was exceptionally effective. The scene was overwhelming, reminiscent of an abyss descending upon the world. Though it appeared slow, in reality, it was swift, as darkness consumed the structures within its reach, leaving only a roiling mass of blackness on the ground, while Blackbeard stood unmoving amidst this sea of darkness, embodying the essence of a king crowned by shadows. Yet, the dark sea was not tranquil. It churned violently, crushing the buildings that had just been absorbed. It was evident that if a person were to be drawn into this darkness, the experience would be far from pleasant. It resembled a miniature black hole. At this moment, Whitebeard and Ace joined Marco's side, their vigilance fixated on the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, the previously spread-out dark sea began to surge towards Blackbeard himself, quickly coiling behind him to form a dark vortex. Before long, a torrent of debris erupted forth, cascading towards Marco and the others. Marco, Ace, and Whitebeard widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this it? After waiting so long, they expected a monumental move, yet he resorted to hurling building fragments at them. Do you truly believe these remnants could inflict any harm? Ace stepped forward, igniting his right hand in flames, and with a fierce sweep, conjured a brilliant wall of fire that incinerated the falling debris. Truly, Ace's monstrous resilience was commendable, despite sustaining severe injuries just days prior. He had fully recovered in a manner that would take ordinary individuals months, a sight to behold. However, after successfully thwarting Blackbeard's attack, neither Ace, Whitebeard, nor Marco wore expressions of relief. Rather, their faces darkened. They suddenly realized that Blackbeard could not be oblivious to the fact that such an attack was laughable against them. His actions must be a ruse to create chaos and divert their attention. He intended to flee. Ace quickly gathered the lingering flames around him, clearing his vision, and indeed, Blackbeard was no longer in place, though his silhouette remained visible. The once densely populated town had been transformed into a vast plaza, offering a clear view of his hasty retreat. Blackbeard was no fool. Although he had been bolstered by catching Whitebeard's tremor, his confidence waned the moment he saw Whitebeard, Ace, and Marco standing together. The presence of Whitebeard alone was intimidating enough, having nearly brought tears to the eyes of the three admirals. Now, with two more formidable adversaries, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Thus, he decided to make a strategic retreat rather than a mere escape. Exchanging glances, Whitebeard and the others pursued Blackbeard, determined not to let him slip away easily after such a long wait. Observing their chase, Akainu and the others exchanged knowing looks. Shall we assist Blackbeard? Haven't you had enough of Whitebeard's tremors? But Blackbeard is technically one of ours. Huh? How can he be considered one of us? He lost all his leverage and dragged us into this mess. Allowing him to escape would be merciful. Akiji and Kazara nodded in agreement, acknowledging Akainu's point. Thus, they resolved to be merciful and let Blackbeard fend for himself. Meanwhile, Carp, whose emotions were inscrutable, finally removed his hand from Jose's head, granting him the opportunity to see the light of day, a cause for celebration. However, as Jose scanned his surroundings, he realized he was alone, save for Vista. While three admirals and a naval hero loomed nearby, including the familiar figure of the admiral candidate who had inflicted considerable pain upon him. Jose suddenly sensed that his situation was precarious. Swallowing hard, Jose tentatively moved his legs and noted that the admiral showed no reaction. He cautiously stepped forward. And again, there was no response. Their attention was evidently elsewhere. Relieved, Josu approached Vista, and they exchanged a glance, deciding to return to their ship and await their father and the others. With Marco and Ace in action, capturing Blackbeard was surely within reach. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, the elusive Tazaro had vanished, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart upon witnessing the demise of Half-Face. Though he regretted not being able to eliminate him entirely, he relished the current outcome. The Navy had resolved to leave, their original mission having failed miserably. The three admirals had essentially endured a futile beating, a disheartening experience. Although they recognized that this predicament was unrelated to Blackbeard, none anticipated Whitebeard's sudden appearance, and thus, they unjustly attributed the blame to Blackbeard, believing he was responsible for their thrashing. Wishing him the worst fate at the hands of Whitebeard seemed all too fitting. As everyone returned to their respective ships, a towering pillar of fire erupted in the distance, resembling a flaming tornado, brimming with power. This was followed by a resounding bird call that echoed across the sky, akin to a silver vessel shattering, and soon after, a fierce tremor spread outward, sending ripples across the harbor's waters and rocking the vessels. Finally, an engulfing darkness rose, seemingly intent on swallowing the former spectacle whole. Subsequent commotion emanated from that location, its grandeur so immense that one could not help but wonder whether the beleaguered Water 7 could withstand such pressure without collapsing. Moments later, the tumult abruptly ceased, only to be followed by an even more explosive eruption. Flames, azure fire, bird calls, tremors, and darkness all erupted simultaneously, causing the entirety of Water 7 to shudder, leaving the hearts of the civilians racing in trepidation. However, this final violent tremor was merely a crescendo, akin to the exclamation point at the end of a dramatic performance, signaling the conclusion of the farce. With the last explosion, tranquility finally enveloped the realm. Moments later, three figures approached the dock from the distance. The central figure carrying something aloft. Blackbeard, far from being a diminutive individual, was robust, towering over 3 meters in height, yet in Whitebeard's grasp, he resembled a mere child. Such disparities in physique within the pirate world often led to bewildering comparisons. How could these two be spouses? How could they be mother and child? Such perplexity. At this moment, Blackbeard appeared exceptionally wretched, his body marred by severe burns, his face obscured in darkness, which was not particularly conspicuous given his naturally dark complexion. However, these injuries were merely superficial. The true cause of his grievous state lay in Whitebeard's tremor-inducing abilities. Even now, Whitebeard continued to unleash his power, his hand grasping Blackbeard, inflicting relentless high-frequency vibrations, rendering Blackbeard's body numb and seemingly robbing him of all strength. Witnessing the resolution of the conflict and the pitiable state of Blackbeard, the three admirals felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, the Navy summoned all soldiers still in the city, preparing to depart. The scene was indeed peculiar. A group of pirates stood nearby while the formidable Navy, led by the three admirals, was set to retreat. Such is the absurdity of reality. There was little choice. Defeat was unavoidable. Even Akainu, the staunch advocate of absolute justice, had to concede that sometimes compromise was necessary. As the anchor was raised and the warship cut through the waves, gradually sailing into the distance, the expressions of the three admirals darkened. None would find joy after being bested. Karp's countenance was complex, yet within him lingered a flicker of relief. As for Tsuru, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Having relished the battle, her duties not weighing on her mind. Ace gazed at Karp's receding figure aboard the warship, his expression fluctuating. Though Ace harbored a rather antagonistic attitude towards Karp, he recognized him as akin to Whitebeard. He understood that Karp genuinely cared for him and had always wished for him to join the Navy. Yet Ace had no regrets about his choice to become a pirate. He believed it was his rightful path, albeit he could not shake a twinge of guilt when faced with the old man. Chapter 114. The Downfall of Blackbeard. After a moment of despondency, Ace, with his indomitable spirit, regained his resolve. His life's ambition was to assist his father in becoming the Pirate King. In that instant, he reaffirmed his dream. Upon seeing Whitebeard return, Tsuyu remarked, "Whitebeard, it seems you have some family matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Tsuyu's intent to depart, Whitebeard made no attempt to dissuade him. As Tsuyu had noted, he indeed had personal affairs to address. Despite the respect they held for Tsuyu's prowess, he remained an outsider, and thus, certain considerations were necessary. "Mr. Tsuyu, please travel safely. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality this time. Next time, we shall prepare fine wine to welcome you." For Whitebeard to utter such words, offering fine wine, indicated the high esteem in which he held Tsuyu. "You flatter me. It was indeed an entertaining spectacle." Tsuyu replied, eliciting a bittersweet smile from Whitebeard. "You enjoyed the show, yet we toiled exceedingly hard for it. Our lives were at stake." Disregarding their reactions, Tsuyu waved his hand in the air, conjuring a dimensional portal, and promptly stepped into it. However, just as he placed one foot inside, he seemed to recall something. Halting to turn back to Whitebeard. "By the way, Whitebeard, have you noticed that Ace calls you father but refers to Karp as grandfather?" Upon uttering this, a mischievous grin spread across Tsuyu's face before he vanished into the portal. Hearing Tsuyu's words, a flash of realization struck Whitebeard. Indeed, Ace addressed him as father while calling that old fellow Karp grandfather. Reflecting on it, he pondered why he, being of similar age to Karp, was unjustly placed a generation lower. Moreover, it appeared that Roger was also a generation beneath Karp. That crafty old Karp certainly knew how to manipulate perceptions. Some matters, if not explicitly pointed out, seem inconsequential. Yet once brought to light, they become impossible to ignore. Whitebeard now found himself instinctively unsettled at the thought of Karp, feeling an oddity that had not previously crossed his mind. Meanwhile, Ace wore an expression of bemusement. He had never contemplated this before, and now, with Tsuyu's comment, it felt rather awkward. However, he was used to calling him father and grandfather alike. Surrounding them, the onlookers either gazed skyward, whistled, or examined their shoes as if they held some world-class secret, their expressions a mixture of amusement and restraint, caught between laughter and propriety. In truth, they found it remarkable that Tsuyu, despite his immense power, behaved like an ordinary individual. After regaining their composure, Whitebeard tossed the captured Blackbeard onto the deck, then sat down in his designated seat. At that moment, a subordinate approached with handcuffs made of sea stone, proceeding to restrain Blackbeard's hands. Given the Four Emperor's status, possessing sea stone was not particularly surprising. Now, Whitebeard sat regally in his seat, encircled by his crew, while the bound Blackbeard lay in the center of the surrounding space. The atmosphere thick with impending judgment. All eyes fixated on the trembling form of Blackbeard, their previous light-heartedness evaporating, replaced with a palpable dread. The sight of him conjured memories of betrayal and the loss of Sachi at his hands, casting a shadow over their spirits. Whitebeard regarded Blackbeard with an expression dark enough to drip with malice, while the others glared furiously at him. At this moment, Blackbeard gradually emerged from the relentless high-frequency vibrations. He slowly straightened his posture, attempting to stabilize his center of gravity, only to realize that his body felt utterly weak and powerless, rendering him incapable of utilizing his devil fruit abilities. He was acutely aware that this was the effect of sea stone, and a sense of despair washed over him. He had no chance left. He then slowly lifted his gaze and was met with the ocean-like eyes of Whitebeard, filled with an indescribable emotion, causing Blackbeard to instinctively tremble. In the next instant, a sycophantic smile crept across his face. "Father, it's been such a long time, hasn't it?" Hee. Silence, you traitor. You have no right to call me father. Before Whitebeard could speak, Marco, standing nearby, could no longer contain himself. The mere thought of this traitor addressing Whitebeard in such a familiar manner made him intensely uncomfortable. Captain Marco, there's no need to be so agitated. I have come to confess my sins. Upon hearing Blackbeard's shameless words, those around them were almost laughing out of anger. Confess? Your earlier arrogance hardly suggested a desire for repentance. If it weren't for Father and Marco bringing you back, who knows where you would have scurried off to? At this moment, the usually silent Whitebeard finally spoke. Teach, do you still not realize your mistakes? Before capturing Blackbeard, Whitebeard had been consumed by rage. Harboring nothing but fury towards Blackbeard for his heinous actions, vowing to bring him back to face justice. However, upon actually seizing Blackbeard, Whitebeard's emotions became exceedingly complex. For Blackbeard had spent 2 decades aboard a ship. He had called him father for 20 years and had been family for 2 decades. It would be unrealistic to claim that Whitebeard felt no affection for him. But why must it be this person? Why Teach? Must you be the one to transgress the sacred line that should never be crossed? If you had merely stolen the dark fruit, I could have forgiven you. But why did you have to kill Thatch? Father, I was wrong. I truly know my mistakes. I shouldn't have killed Thatch. We are brothers. I genuinely regret it. Father, I am still your son. Spare me. As he uttered these final words, it was unclear whether Blackbeard's remorse was genuine or born from fear of death. As he choked back tears. Blackbeard, what kind of act are you putting on? Did you not claim that the fruit chose you? Ace interjected angrily. Father, do not believe his words. These are merely his desperate struggles at the brink of death. Have you forgotten the tragic fate of Thatch? Seeing Whitebeard's hesitance, Marco hastily urged him. Indeed, it is all a facade by Teach, just as he had deceived us for 20 years aboard a ship, fooling himself and everyone else without revealing a single flaw. Though aware that Blackbeard was acting, Whitebeard found it hard to resolve himself. After all, he had regarded him as a son for 2 decades. How could he simply decide to kill him? Yet, the thought of the brutally slain Thatch reignited Whitebeard's fury. And he knew that Teach, who had committed such a crime, was doomed to die today. Taking a deep breath, Whitebeard exhaled slowly, as if finally reaching a resolution. He stood up and approached Blackbeard. Father, please spare me. I truly know my mistakes. I am your son. Witnessing Whitebeard's determination to end his life, Blackbeard pleaded for mercy, hoping that their past bond might sway Whitebeard, despite knowing the slim chances of that. Though Whitebeard seemed unmoved by Blackbeard's cries, every word pierced his heart. The distance between them, usually crossed in mere strides, felt eternal as Whitebeard took agonizingly slow steps towards Blackbeard. With a sigh, he said nothing. After a long gaze at Teach, Whitebeard closed his eyes and slowly raised his right fist, a milky aura enveloping it. Father, do you truly intend to kill your son? I truly know my mistakes. Spare me. It seemed Blackbeard's desperate pleas were having an effect. Whitebeard hesitated, and the milky glow gradually faded as he dejectedly lowered his hand, as if all strength had left him. Seeing this, Blackbeard's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated that his desperate struggle would bear fruit. He had underestimated the old man's feelings and was convinced he had been spared. Just wait, Whitebeard. I will not abandon your power. Father. Marco and the others grew anxious, eager to dissuade Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard simply waved his hand and turned away, maintaining his back to Blackbeard. Ace, you take action, he said weakly. Unable to personally kill Teach, Whitebeard had to delegate the task, and Ace, once Blackbeard's captain, was clearly the best candidate. Before Blackbeard could even muster a triumphant smile, it froze on his face. Whitebeard was indeed serious. Ace stepped forward, unable to tolerate Blackbeard's nauseating words any longer, finally ready to strike. Ace, are you truly going to kill me? I know I was wrong. Let me stay and atone. Ace was unfazed by Blackbeard's pleas, as he held no deep connection to him and had no hesitation. Flames gathered in his hands, gradually shaping into a long spear aimed directly at Blackbeard's head. Chapter 115. For her arrival as the fiery spear approached his head, Blackbeard realized it was all over. He had no chance left. Perhaps due to the imminent threat of death, his senses elongated, and he became acutely aware of one truth. The fleeting moments of life truly existed. Memories from 20 years prior, when he first joined the Whitebeard pirates, surfaced. His emotions then had been simple, a mild joy at achieving a small goal. Scenes from 2 decades aboard the ship flooded back to him. He recalled the night he had seen the dark fruit in Thatch's possession, a night filled with anguish as he finally found what he had long sought. Yet it was not meant for him. Blackbeard understood that this was his only opportunity and that stepping forward meant never turning back. However, for the sake of his 2 decades of effort, he had to make a choice. Even now, he did not regret his past decisions, only felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps had he known the outcome of today, he might have chosen a different path. He wanted to call out Father one last time. But it was too late. He felt something searing pierce through his skull, boiling his very essence. These were Blackbeard's final thoughts. The fiery spear penetrated Blackbeard's head effortlessly. And under Ace's control, it extinguished without explosion. Subsequently, Blackbeard's lifeless body thudded onto the deck, marking the end of a treacherous villain. Upon hearing the thud of the body hitting the deck, Whitebeard shuddered, instinctively wanting to look back but halting at the last moment. He knew Teach was dead, and he undoubtedly deserved it, yet a wave of sorrow washed over him, particularly poignant for a man yearning for family. Let Teach return to the sea. After uttering this, Whitebeard felt utterly drained, no longer the formidable figure he once was, but a frail, weary elder. Yes, Father, Ace replied, before lifting Blackbeard's massive corpse and casting it into the sea, where it sank without a splash, disappearing into the depths. The vastness of the ocean is overwhelming. Perhaps even a figure as formidable as Whitebeard would leave no ripple should he plunge into its depths. Thus, the incident of Blackbeard's betrayal reached its conclusion. Ace and his companions, gazing upon Whitebeard's solitary silhouette, felt a profound sorrow, for they understood that he bore the heaviest heart in this moment. In unison, they chose to withdraw from the deck, allowing Whitebeard a moment of solitude. Meanwhile, aboard the naval warship, Garp appeared unfazed, merrily savoring the rice crackers he had procured from Sengoku. His cheerful demeanor was hardly surprising. Although their mission had failed, upon returning, he would face little more than a tongue-lashing from Sengoku. Moreover, the fault did not lie with him, but rather with that half-mast fool who had succumbed to his own folly. The most significant relief, however, was that Ace was now safe, a truly joyous revelation. In stark contrast, Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji were far from pleased. Kizaru and Akiji maintained a semblance of composure. Yet Akainu's countenance was as dark as coal. His ire stemmed not only from the failure of the mission, which allowed the lineage of the Pirate King to remain at large, but also from the humiliation of the defeat, enduring the brunt of the attacks during the confrontation with Whitebeard. Thus, Garp's demeanor sharply contrasted with that of the three, as if they were characters in a comic strip, each framed by their own distinct backdrop. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity remained disparate. As for Momonosuke, she was never particularly invested in the mission. Whether it succeeded or failed held little consequence for her. Amidst the varied emotions of these individuals, a sudden darkness emerged on the previously empty deck, splitting open to reveal a gaping chasm, which swiftly expanded into a shadowy passage wide enough for a person to traverse. The unexpected occurrence captured the attention of Garp and others. Garp's fists were enveloped in a formidable layer of haki, while Akainu and his comrades emanated an aura of molten coldness. Tontada drew her sword, Kenpyra bracing for whatever was to come. The peculiarity of the phenomenon was so striking that, despite their formidable lineup, they instinctively felt a surge of tension, having never encountered anything like it before. However, they were not left in suspense for long, and the next moment, a dashing young man leisurely emerged from the passage. Upon seeing him, Garp and the others instinctively reined in their powers, not because the newcomer was one of their own, which would have relaxed their vigilance, but rather because he was someone beyond their capacity to contend with, rendering resistance futile. As Suyu stepped out, the passageway retracted into a mere fissure, vanishing into the air. "Ah, it's Mr. Suyu," Garp exclaimed with a hearty laugh. In theory, Ace owed his salvation to this young man, and thus Garp's admiration for Suyu's sword. "Ah, greetings. I hope you don't mind my sudden arrival," Suyu beamed as he addressed the assembly. Mr. Suyu. "Not at all. We are more than delighted to have you." The others replied, their faces adorned with awkward smiles. Even Akaina managed a stiff, subtle grin. "With your strength, you may go wherever you please. We wouldn't dare voice any objections." Garp, the boldest among them, ventured to inquire about Suyu's purpose. "Indeed, I have come for a reason," Suyu acknowledged with a nod. At his words, the hearts of Akainu and the others instinctively quickened. "However, it's nothing of great consequence. So do not be alarmed," he added, prompting them to relax once more. Such is the nature of those possessing power. Every action and word stirs the hearts of all present, provoking their senses. Perhaps this is another facet of the allure of strength. Turning to Tontada, Suyu remarked, "I have come specifically for her." This declaration startled not only Tontata, but also Carp and Akainu. What does that mean? Why would he come for Tontata? They have had no prior interactions, unlike Akainu, who had previously offended Tsuyu. What could he possibly want with her? Mr. Tsuyu, what is your intention in seeking Tontata? Carp interjected before Tontata could respond. As her senior, Carp held a vested interest in Tontata's well-being and sought clarity on Tsuyu's intentions. Why are you all so startled? I merely stated that I came for Tontata. Not that I intend to do anything untoward, Tsuyu replied, exasperated. His words alleviated the group's anxiety, not because they held an abundance of trust in him, but because they recognized that with his might, he could act as he wished without the need for deceit. Thus, when he claimed he would not harm Tontata, they accepted it as truth. Curiosity returning, Tontata regained her composure. Then, may I ask what Mr. Tsuyu wishes to discuss with me? The crowd here is rather large. Please follow me. I assure you, it will be beneficial for you, Tsuyu said, as a fissure opened beside him, revealing a spatial passage. Upon the emergence of the passage, Tsuyu did not wait for Tao Tu to speak and simply stepped inside. Tao Tu, curious about the benefits Tsuyu had mentioned, glanced at Carp first. Carp, realizing that Tsuyu had already made his intentions clear, merely nodded. Seeing Carp's assent, Tao Tu mimicked Tsuyu's actions and entered the still existing passage. Once she crossed the threshold, the passage vanished. The remaining individuals on the deck exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Tsuyu had arrived abruptly and then departed just as swiftly, taking Tao Tu with him. The entire sequence unfolded far too rapidly for them to react. However, they believed Tsuyu harbored no ill intentions towards Tao Tu. Otherwise, he could have acted with more aggression. Suddenly, a thought struck. Tao Tu was rather attractive, wasn't she? This realization opened a new line of reasoning. Tsuyu appeared to be a vigorous young man. If he were captivated by Tao Tu's beauty, well, this perspective seemed quite plausible. Yet, if that were indeed the case, Tao Tu would be in a position of great advantage. With a figure as formidable as Tsuyu to shield her, who would dare to bully Tao Tu in the future? Nevertheless, this could be a classic case of a hero faltering in the presence of beauty. Perhaps this was a chink in Tsuyu's armor? Yet, these were merely conjectures from the onlookers. They would have to wait and see what Tao Tu had to say upon her return. Meanwhile, as Tao Tu stepped into the spatial passage, she found herself in a wondrous realm unlike anything she had ever witnessed. Surrounding her was an inky darkness, though not entirely devoid of light, as countless luminous points twinkled in the distance, reminiscent of a breathtaking starry night. Nearby, several colossal spheres loomed, some large, others small, but even the tiniest of these spheres dwarfed her, instilling a sense of awe within her. They appeared quite beautiful, yet their nature remained a mystery. If only Tao Tu possessed some knowledge of astronomy, she would realize that she stood in a corner of the universe, surrounded by celestial bodies and stars twinkling in the vast expanse. Bathed in starlight, Tsuyu awaited her arrival, standing quietly in that ethereal space. Chapter 116. I, too, find it quite remarkable. Such an unprecedented scene rendered Peach Rabbit exceedingly anxious. To describe it, standing in such an environment, she inevitably felt a sense of insignificance, a sensation she had not experienced since her breakthrough as a grand swordsman. No, it would be more accurate to say it was the second time. She had a similar feeling when Tsuyu admonished Red Dog. How to articulate it? It was akin to an ant that had always lived underground, finally emerging to the surface and gazing up at the sky. Since you are here, come closer, walk with confidence, for you shall not fall. Tsuyu's voice jolted Peach Rabbit from her reverie. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, realizing she was standing above an expanse of void. The revelation startled her. Yet when she stomped her foot, she discovered it felt no different from standing on solid ground, which eased her mind. Peach Rabbit tentatively took a step forward. Quite stable. She then proceeded to Tsuyu's side. Tsuyu turned to face her, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he regarded her visage. He could not help but marvel at the uncanny coincidence. Her face bore an astonishing resemblance to someone significant in his life. It was not merely a passing similarity, but rather an exact likeness, even down to the position of a mole on her face. That person was slightly older than Tsuyu, presumably around 10,000 years old. No, more accurately, 18 years and 832 months. Because she was a tad older, Tsuyu had always referred to her as Sister Hua. To put it simply, Tsuyu's parents had perished in an accident during his childhood, leaving no trace of their remains, and it was Sister Hua who had ensured his survival. As Tsuyu's thoughts drifted into the past, Peach Rabbit perceived him merely staring intently at her, which caused her some embarrassment. She could not help but wonder if this esteemed individual had summoned her here for her beauty. The atmosphere felt so surreal. If he were to become enraged, where would she escape? Or should she fight to the death? Yet, on reflection, the esteemed figure appeared rather handsome. Peach Rabbit's mind began to wander, and as her thoughts spiraled, her cheeks flushed. In the next moment, her reverie returned to the present as Suyu, curious, glanced at her rosy complexion and inquired, "What are you thinking?" Suyu's sudden question startled Peach Rabbit, wiping away the images in her mind. Regaining her composure, she hastily replied, "Nothing at all. I wasn't thinking of anything." "You hardly seem as if you're not thinking of anything." Suyu mused silently, but chose not to pursue the matter further. He raised his hand and reached into the void, from which he drew forth a long blade, slightly curved and measuring 1 meter 33 in length. Upon seeing the sword, Peach Rabbit's expression transformed into one of sheer admiration. For a swordsman, what could be more enticing than a fine blade? It is indeed curious that in the world of pirates, despite the prevalence of swords, they still refer to themselves as grand swordsmen, an intriguing peculiarity. The sword Suyu had extracted from the void could undoubtedly be deemed a divine weapon. No matter the renowned blades such as the Great Blade or the Supreme Great Blade 12 Arts, they all paled in comparison to this sword. Indeed, those inferior weapons had not the slightest qualification to be measured against it. Every curve of this blade, every inch of its intricate patterns, the glimmering sheen, the sharp aura, and the air of nobility it exudes compel Tao-Tu to conjure but two feeble words: perfection. It is akin to the first whisper of spring's breeze, the initial glimmer of moonlight as night descends, or the final crest of a wave upon the vast ocean. Words fall woefully short in capturing the essence of this knife. It seems as if this blade exists as the quintessential embodiment of perfection within the realm of ideals, while all other knives in the world are but clumsy imitations of its grandeur. Tao-Tu could not help but draw forth her beloved Jean Bilo, yet in this moment, she questioned whether her own weapon could truly be deemed a renowned blade. However, Suyu appeared indifferent to Tao-Tu's musings, directly stating, "Tao-Tu, our meeting is fated. And now I shall teach you a set of sword techniques. Allow me to demonstrate." The term sword techniques piqued Tao-Tu's interest, momentarily diverting her from her discontent and disdain for her own knife. At that moment, Suyu took up a stance, proclaiming, "This technique is called the Starfall Blade, comprising 9 strikes. This is the first, Starfall like rain." As the matter at hand was addressed, Tao-Tu sharpened her focus and unleashed her observation haki to its fullest extent, scrutinizing Suyu's every movement. She observed as Suyu stepped forward. His hand wielding the knife moved with such swiftness that it left behind mere afterimages. In the next instant, countless razor-sharp blades of air cascaded forth, frantically slicing through the void before him, akin to a rain of stars falling from the night sky. Yet each droplet was lethal, despite their seemingly slow descent. The sheer volume created an optical illusion of speed. This maneuver is not only exquisite, but also profoundly thrilling. Although the Peach Rabbit cannot perceive the true power of this technique, the fragmented and crumbling space speaks volumes about its formidable nature. The scene before Tao-Tu filled her with trepidation. Her feelings mirrored those of a panicked ant caught in a torrential downpour, utterly powerless, deeply powerless, profoundly powerless, equally perplexed. She wondered how this formidable swordsmanship could be imparted to her by a man she had never encountered before. After executing the first move, Suyu paused for a second before unleashing a second strike. The second blow left scars like constellations. Suyu transitioned from a single-handed grip to a double-handed hold on the blade, raising it high above his head. Then, with a sudden, diagonal slash, an extraordinarily brilliant blade of light was cleaved into the void. In the following moment, that dazzling blade of light shattered abruptly. However, the assault did not cease there. The fragmented light transformed into countless smaller beams, which then converged at the center, frantically slicing through the air and forming a spherical array of slashes. One could only imagine the fate of a victim ensnared within such chaos. 10 minutes later, Suyu sheathed his blade and remarked, "This is the final strike. Tear the void, shatter the stars." Meanwhile, Tao-Tu gazed at the scene before her, rendered speechless, her expression blank. Surrounding her was a tapestry of shattered remnants, and the immense sphere that had once made her feel insignificant now lay in ruins, either reduced to mere fragments or cleaved in two by an unknown force. This 10-minute experience has undeniably revolutionized Tao-Tu's worldview. For the first time, she realized that swordsmanship could possess such formidable strength, bordering on the absurd. He, the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk is nothing but a mere shadow. He has certainly never described the immense, boundless radiance of a blade. Previously, Tao Tu was aware of Su Yu's prowess, yet it remained a vague impression. At this moment, however, she finally grasped a more tangible sensation. To say he is merely strong would be an understatement. He is explosively powerful. Tao Tu even began to question whether Su Yu is truly human. Is it conceivable for a human to attain such heights? Nonetheless, Tao Tu's composure was commendable, and she swiftly regained her mental equilibrium. As she surveyed the devastation around her, a new concern emerged in her mind. Could she genuinely learn such a skill? It is not that Tao Tu underestimates herself. Rather, she feels that even practicing with her head would yield no results. At this moment, Su Yu turned to Tao Tu and inquired, "What do you think?" Tao Tu replied, "What do you mean? You can't possibly be trying to teach me, can you? Do you genuinely believe that I could master such an absurd technique after just a single viewing?" Observing the expression of sheer disbelief on Tao Tu's face, Su Yu realized she had misunderstood his intentions. Thus, he clarified, "Oh, I was not attempting to instruct you. I merely demonstrated the power of this sword technique. So, what are your thoughts on it? Impressive, isn't it?" "Well, this is the most formidable swordplay I have ever encountered," Tao Tu admitted candidly. In fact, after witnessing Su Yu's demonstration, she felt as though she had never seen sword techniques before today. "Yes, I too find it quite remarkable." Tao Tu then asked, "So, do you wish to learn? Do you think I can really learn it?" Tao Tu responded, her expression wrought with uncertainty. The technique appeared far beyond the grasp of a mere mortal. "Forget about the rest. Simply follow your heart and tell me, do you wish to learn?" "Yes." This time, Tao Tu did not hesitate. Such a technique was undoubtedly something she yearned to master. For a swordsman, aside from renowned blades, sword techniques were the most alluring of pursuits. "All right then, step forward and close your eyes." Although puzzled, Tao Tu complied and stood before Su Yu, obediently shutting her eyes. After a moment of contemplation regarding Tao Tu's face, Su Yu let out a silent sigh. He recalled that this swordplay was the first technique bestowed upon him by Sister Hua, and now passing it on to Tao Tu felt like fulfilling an unfinished bond. He then raised his hand, pointing his finger at her forehead. Tao Tu suddenly felt a chill touch her brow, and immediately, a wealth of knowledge about the cultivation methods of the swordplay materialized in her mind. Moments later, as the transmission concluded, Su Yu withdrew his finger, causing Tao Tu to stagger back a few steps before regaining her balance. The sudden influx of information had left her momentarily dizzy. As she adjusted to the overwhelming amount of information flooding her mind, Tao Tu reflected on the elegant yet potent swordplay she had just witnessed. The cultivation methods were now indelibly etched in her consciousness. How could she describe it? It felt as if she were watching a movie unfold in her mind. Wait, what is a movie? Tao Tu pondered, baffled by the sudden emergence of such an unfamiliar term, yet somehow it felt fitting. Regaining her composure, Tao Tu approached Su Yu and bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude for the impartation of knowledge, which held particular significance for a swordsman. She felt a genuine appreciation for Su Yu, regardless of his motives or intentions. What he had given her was undeniably substantial. Su Yu accepted her bow with equanimity. Afterward, Tao Tu stood still, awaiting further instructions from Su Yu. She did not believe, nor trust, that there existed anything such as a free lunch. If it did, it would merely be a tempting trap, exacting an even greater toll from those ensnared. Thus, she suspected that Su Yu must have some ulterior motives. In truth, when she first heard Su Yu express his desire to teach her swordplay, she had been inclined to refuse, wanting to ascertain his intentions before making a decision. However, after witnessing his demonstration, she found herself unable to voice her refusal. Her mind was devoid of such thoughts. The allure of the swordplay was simply too intoxicating. She felt that any price would be worth paying for it. "What kind of expression is that? You look as if you're preparing for a death sentence," Su Yu remarked, bemused, as he observed the determined look on Tao Tu's face, which seemed to signal readiness for a noble sacrifice. "Ahem, I truly appreciate your kindness, Mr. Su Yu, but I can't help but feel you must have some ulterior motive for teaching me this swordplay." It was only natural for Tao Tu to think this way. Moreover, she couldn't deny her own beauty, so if Su Yu harbored intentions regarding her appearance, it would be perfectly reasonable. At this thought, a hint of pride welled within her. Understanding Tao Tu's implication, Su Yu chuckled and replied, "Oh dear, you're overthinking it. I merely have a sudden whim to teach you a swordplay technique. There is no need to burden yourself with ulterior thoughts." "Really?" Tao Tu's face betrayed a flicker of skepticism. "Absolutely," Su Yu responded with a shrug of his shoulders. "Well then, there must be a reason behind your desire to teach me this technique." Tao Tu pressed, her curiosity piqued. After all, among the myriad of human desires, curiosity is the most challenging to quell. Observing the stubborn determination in Tao Tu's expression, Suyu sighed and said, "If I must provide a reason, it's simply that you remind me of someone very dear to me. There's nothing more to it, so rest assured." Taken aback by Suyu's words, Tao Tu pondered this unexpected rationale. However, upon gazing into Suyu's eyes, she discerned a genuine sense of nostalgia, illuminating the truth behind his earlier peculiar looks. Suddenly, everything made sense. It was as though he was looking at her yet simultaneously gazing at another. "So, was she someone you loved?" Tao Tu asked instinctively, surprised by her own inquiry. She was aware that she harbored no special feelings for the man before her, yet she could not deny that he was undeniably handsome. Perhaps her question stemmed from an innate human desire for competition and jealousy. "Oh, not at all. She is my only remaining family," Suyu stated blandly. "Oh, I'm sorry." Tao Tu instinctively apologized, realizing she had inadvertently touched upon a painful subject for Suyu. "It's fine, after all these years. Such matters no longer stir any ripples within my heart," Suyu replied, his demeanor remaining placid as though discussing a trivial matter. The simplicity of the moment inexplicably stirred a pang of sympathy within Tao Tu's heart. She sensed that Suyu was deliberately concealing his emotions. After all, he was still so young. How could he possibly remain indifferent to such matters? Moreover, it suddenly dawned on her that the formidable power exuded by this young man might have been forged in a relentless struggle to protect himself and his only family member in these chaotic times. This realization deepened her compassion for him. Unbeknownst to Tao Tu, Suyu spoke the truth. Having lived for thousands of years, he had long since passed the point of being affected by the news of his parents' demise. Although he had once experienced the excruciating pain of that loss, it no longer held sway over him. As Suyu observed Tao Tu's increasingly pained expression, he felt a sense of bewilderment, his mind swirling with questions. The thoughts of women are truly inscrutable. So, what about your only family member? Curiosity got the better of Tao Tu, prompting her to ask this question. According to the Navy's records, Suyu had always appeared alone in the public eye, with only a boy in armor, Milan, occasionally by his side, devoid of any female presence. She is no longer in this world. The implication of this statement led Tao Tu to interpret that Suyu's only family member had perished in an accident. How tragic. Tao Tu never anticipated that the life of this young man was so sorrowful. Her expression of sympathy became even more pronounced. Suyu, feeling indifferent to Tao Tu's convoluted emotions, spoke. "Well, since I have imparted the swordsmanship to you, you may return now." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a familiar spatial portal materialized before them. Tao Tu hesitated, wanting to do something for Suyu. She felt uncomfortable with the notion of taking without giving back, especially after learning of his tragic past. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Suyu considered for a moment and said, "If you truly feel indebted to me, then please look after my tavern after I leave." You were leaving? With your abilities, you could appear anywhere in this world instantly. Why would you need me to help you? Upon hearing Suyu's words, Tao Tu glanced at the nearby spatial portal. Perplexed, "Yes, I will be leaving. If you wish to know more, you can speak with Rayleigh. Now, hurry along. You have been gone too long. And Carp will be worried," Suyu stated. "Rayleigh? Why does this involve Rayleigh again?" Tao Tu was utterly confused. Yet, she realized that even if she pressed further, Suyu would not divulge any more information. Thus, she resolved to leave obediently for now and perhaps seek out Rayleigh on Sabaody Archipelago later to inquire about the situation. With one last glance at Suyu, Tao Tu stepped into the spatial portal. As she vanished, the portal dissipated just as mysteriously as it had appeared. In a corner of the universe, Suyu gazed into the boundless void and stars, his thoughts drifting back to the past. It had been 1,000 years since he had embarked on his quest to reach the realm of true divinity. He wondered how Sister Hua was faring. Upon Tao Tu's return to the deck, Carp and the others immediately surrounded her. Carp was worried about her safety, while Akainu and the others were curious about the circumstances that led Suyu to take her away. "How is it, Tao Tu? Are you all right?" Carp scrutinized her, relieved to find that she appeared unchanged from when she had left. I'm fine, Carp-senpai," Tao Tu replied. The recent events had been surreal, and upon her arrival in that extraordinary place, she had felt overwhelmed by the new environment, which had heightened her sense of danger, leaving her mind in turmoil and unable to reflect deeply. Now that she stood back on the familiar deck, a sense of security washed over her, calming her restless heart. It was only then that she pondered where she had just been. She had never even heard of such a place before. Did such locations truly exist on the sea? Moreover, The swordsmanship Suyu had taught her was remarkably powerful and exquisite. It should have garnered attention across the oceans, yet she had never encountered any rumors about it. It was as if it had materialized from thin air. Could it be that Suyu had created this technique himself? Given his displayed prowess, it was not entirely impossible. Yet the impact it left on her was still overwhelming. The elegance of the swordsmanship had left her in awe, and regardless of how one viewed it, it could only be deemed the strongest. However, in her unsettled state at the time, she had neglected to consider these thoughts or to inquire further from Suyu, leading her to mentally chastise herself. Oh, Gion, how utterly useless you are. Ah, how infuriating. This insatiable curiosity. These perplexities left Tao Tu feeling quite distressed. Then she recalled Suyu's suggestion to speak with Rayleigh for more information. She wondered if Rayleigh would know about that remarkable place. Chapter 118. Envy. Meanwhile, Carp noticed that after Tao Tu spoke, she fell silent, standing as if in a daze, her expression shifting continuously, which worried him. Tao Tu, are you really all right? He asked. Carp's voice snapped her back to reality, and she was touched by the concern etched on his face. Carp and the others truly regarded her as one of their own. I'm fine, Carp-senpai. I was simply overwhelmed by something astonishing I encountered earlier. Reflecting on it still stirs my emotions. Astonishing? Akaina interjected curiously. Tao Tu glanced at him and replied, indeed, it was something truly astonishing. Kazan silently scoffed at the repetitive exchange between the two. Carp, what did he want with you, Tao Tu? Carp asked, his curiosity piqued. The others shared the sentiment, having wanted to ask but feeling hesitant about the implications of their assumptions. So you taught me a set of sword techniques? Tao Tu declared earnestly. Sword techniques? Carp and the others echoed instinctively. What kind of sword techniques? Akaina pressed further. A set of techniques that are utterly breathtaking, Tao Tu replied, casting a glance at Akainu. Kazan found the dialogue between them amusingly absurd. Tao Tu felt helpless. Words alone could not convey the might and elegance of these techniques. Demonstrating them, however, was out of the question, as she had just witnessed Suyu's display and had only recently acquired the training methods. It was utterly impossible. Moreover, Tao Tu felt that even if she trained until the very last second of her life, she would never reach the level of Suyu. As for whether this swordsmanship could be imparted to others, Tao Tu believed that although Suyu had not explicitly stated this, she was still reluctant to share this technique with anyone, as it was a skill that Suyu had specially taught her. However, upon reflection, she realized that her worries were unfounded. She thought that even if she meticulously depicted the training methods of this swordsmanship as it played in her mind like a film, no one would be able to master it. In this world, apart from Suyu, she was probably the only one capable of learning this technique. Kapu, on the other hand, was indifferent to the matters of swordsmanship. His concern was solely for Tao Tu's day. Thus, he inquired, what was the price for Mr. Suyu to teach you this swordsmanship? Tao Tu replied, her expression one of wonder. There was no price. Speaking of this, Tao Tu felt as if everything that had just transpired was a dream. No price. Kapu and the others were taken aback. Suyu had suddenly appeared on their warship and taught Tao Tu a sword technique without any cost. How could such a thing be so abrupt? They all had some understanding of Suyu, whose rules in the bar dictated that one must pay a price for rewards. So why had he broken his own rules? Could it truly be as they had speculated before? Had Suyu genuinely taken a liking to Tao Tu's beauty? At this thought, the expressions of Akainu and the others grew increasingly peculiar. Tao Tu, did this truly come without a price? Kapu asked with concern. If it was indeed Suyu who had taken a fancy to Tao Tu's beauty, Kapu found this notion somewhat acceptable. After all, Suyu was powerful and quite handsome, making him a suitable match for the single Tao Tuesday. However, this would ultimately depend on Tao Tu's own feelings. Aside from that, Kapu could hardly conceive of other possibilities, especially given Suyu's immense strength. If he indeed had ulterior motives regarding Tao Tu, he could have easily acted without such complications. Tao Tu glanced at the strange gazes of Akainu and the others, feeling utterly perplexed. What is going on? She then addressed Kapu. Really, there was no price. I specifically asked Mr. Suyu, and according to him, I resemble a dear relative of his, so perhaps he mistook me for her. At this point, Tao Tu recalled Suyu's tragic past. Alas, what a strong young man. As for the peculiar remark Suyu made about leaving, she had no intention of divulging it. Instead, she planned to check on Rayleigh's situation first. Kapu examined Tao Tu's face and found that aside from a hint of inexplicable sadness, there was no sign of distress, which put him at ease. Well, if Mr. Suyu said so, then it must be the truth. After all, he has no reason to deceive us. Once he confirmed that Tao Tu was indeed fine, Kapu felt a profound relief and began to rejoice at her fortunate opportunity. A person of Su Yu's caliber, would his swordsmanship be anything ordinary? The fact that even a great swordsman like Tao Tu found it astonishing spoke volumes about its exceptional nature. Ha 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 ha, Tao Tu, you were truly fortunate. If you master the swordsmanship taught by Mr. Su Yu, you might surpass that fellow Mihawk and become the world's greatest swordsman. If that day were to come, you could be the first woman in history to achieve such a title. Kapu spoke with unwavering belief in Tao Tu's potential to master the technique. In his eyes, even if Tao Tu was not as skilled as Mihawk, her prowess in swordsmanship was renowned worldwide. Thus, no matter how remarkable this swordsmanship was, it was merely a technique, and Tao Tu would undoubtedly succeed. However, Tao Tu herself lacked confidence. The scene she witnessed was almost unimaginable, transcending her worldview, which explained why Kapu held such beliefs. Moreover, if Tao Tu truly managed to master this swordsmanship, then what need had she to concern herself with the title of the world's greatest swordsman? With a single swing of her blade, she could cleave through anything. Meanwhile, Akainu and the others were expressions of envy, recognizing this as a stroke of fortune. In the cabin, a dog and a bird also looked on with envy, wishing they could tear off their own faces and replace them with one resembling Tao Tu's. The two creatures were utterly terrified when they suddenly heard the presence of Su Yu on the deck, fearing that Su Yu had changed its mind and was coming to eliminate them. Thus, they huddled together in the cabin, trembling with fear. However, to their astonishment, Su Yu was not in search of them. Rather, it was seeking the female naval officer known by the moniker Peach Rabbit. This revelation brought them a sense of relief. But in the next moment, they succumbed to schadenfreude. After all, the relationship between CP0 and the Navy had always been fraught with mutual disdain. Now that someone in the Navy was destined to face misfortune, they naturally relished the prospect. Yet, their joy was short-lived, for Peach Rabbit unexpectedly returned unscathed. Moreover, she returned not only intact but having gained some advantage. How could this be? Was it merely because of her beauty? How infuriating. They felt an overwhelming envy. Regarding Su Yu's prowess, they had already experienced it firsthand. A formidable force capable of rendering them motionless without warning. The sheer strength of such an individual's swordsmanship was unfathomable. Merely contemplating this drove them to the brink of madness with jealousy. As for the so-called reasons provided by Su Yu, they dismissed them entirely. Convinced that Su Yu was merely driven by lust and concocted a flimsy lie to preserve his image. Alas, they were inherently dark-minded individuals, and it is human nature to project one's own traits onto others. This explains why identical actions may convey vastly different meanings, even stark contradictions, in the eyes of various observers. However, in the next moment, they found themselves plagued by anxiety. The failure of this mission was absolute. Even if they returned and shifted all the blame onto the Navy, there remained a significant risk of facing dire consequences, even annihilation. Did they not witness the fate of the previous half-mast operative? He attempted to cast the blame onto the Navy, only to be unceremoniously stripped of his position without a shred of compassion. Comparing themselves to him, the previous operative at least accomplished part of his mission, aiding the elders in amassing a considerable fortune in gold, while they faced utter failure. The prospects of their return were too dreadful to contemplate. Yet, it appeared they had stumbled upon a potentially clandestine piece of information: Su Yu's weakness, his lustful tendencies. Moreover, it seemed evident that Su Yu harbored a peculiar affection for Peach Rabbit. Once a person has desires, vulnerabilities inevitably emerge. And perhaps Peach Rabbit was indeed Su Yu's Achilles heel. They chose to disregard the veracity of this deduction. What mattered was that Su Yu's visit here was genuine, and his intent to impart a specific sword technique to Peach Rabbit was equally true. They could hardly be accused of fabricating lies. This is indeed the last glimmer of hope. Once they seize it, they shall not relinquish it. Doflamingo is currently en route back to Dressrosa, having just encountered a shocking revelation that left him quite shaken, not due to the fierce battle between Whitebeard and the Navy, but rather because he witnessed Su Yu and observed the entirety of Su Yu's interaction with the masked figure. His initial purpose was to seek clues regarding the design of the Pluto in Water 7, but upon his arrival, he was unexpectedly engulfed in a fierce clash between flames and darkness. The following day, the formidable figures of the four emperors, Whitebeard, alongside the three admirals of the Navy and the relentless Garp, made their grand entrance, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. Ultimately, not only did CP0 make an appearance, but Su Yu, who had not left Sabaody Archipelago since he first came into the public eye, also emerged. and the two factions collaborated to demonstrate a rather amusing leg treatment for Doflamingo. With such distractions, he felt it was futile to pursue the design of Pluto and decided to return to Dressrosa to regain his composure. Chapter 119. A chance to try in Water 7. The Whitebeard pirates and the Navy had departed, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. While Whitebeard's tremor-induced cannonade merely destroyed a path of houses, Blackbeard's assault was particularly brutal, leveling the area near the docks to the ground. Fortunately, amidst the chaos, the residents were spared from fatalities, though many suffered injuries from the violent tremors. Once the instigators of the turmoil had left, Mayor Espejo promptly mobilized the citizens for disaster recovery efforts. Meanwhile, the CP9 undercover agents could finally breathe a sigh of relief, despite the uproar. It remained largely superficial and did not impede their mission. While the islanders wore expressions of concern, a certain group of individuals, those engaged in journalism, found themselves particularly elated. Though they were not exactly reveling in chaos, they certainly relished the opportunity for sensational stories. What appeared as disasters to ordinary people transformed into captivating news pieces for them, providing ample fodder for their headlines. The larger the spectacle, the greater the intrigue, and the more prominent the figures involved, the more substantial the news coverage became. The photographs taken on-site and the hastily written articles were transmitted back to headquarters, where the editors, upon discovering the explosive nature of the story, immediately replaced the original front page with the daring reporter's captured images. In those photos, the expressions of Whitebeard and the three admirals were vividly clear, showcasing the audacity of the reporter who dared to document such perilous events. Subsequently, the news agency swiftly printed the latest edition of the newspaper and distributed it worldwide. The headline proclaimed, "The four emperors' Whitebeard pirates clash with the Navy's admirals. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity?" The global populace was taken aback by the news, questioning the implications of a potential war between the Navy and the four emperors. A wave of unease spread, particularly among those navigating the Grand Line, as they pondered the implications of the four emperors abandoning the New World to engage in conflict within their waters. In truth, the destruction wrought by this confrontation was relatively minor, as neither side sought an outright battle. Both were intent on averting genuine conflict. Had they truly unleashed their full might, Water 7 would have been irrevocably lost. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Akainu and Akiji engaged in a 10-day duel over the position of admiral, which altered the very climate of the island they fought upon. The devastation that would ensue from a clash between the three admirals and Whitebeard is unimaginable, especially considering Whitebeard's abilities to reshape landscapes rather than merely inflict damage. For individuals of such caliber, the destruction of an island during a skirmish is quite commonplace. While the common folk remained anxious, stakeholders such as other emperors and the Revolutionary Army were not mere spectators. They pondered whether a genuine conflict was unfolding and if they could exploit the ensuing chaos for their own ends. Only Shanks, with a vague intuition, sensed the underlying motivations. After all, he had recently approached Whitebeard regarding Ace, and now Whitebeard had ventured into the Grand Line to confront the Navy, an event closely tied to Ace's fate. Given the significance of his lineage as the Pirate King's bloodline, at Mariewa, the residence of the five elders, a golden-haired elder spoke, his tone devoid of emotion, though his somber expression betrayed his displeasure. "So, you are indicating that your mission has failed?" Yes, I apologize. Ace was nearly within our grasp. But due to the Navy's inefficiency and the sudden intervention of the owner of the Sabayeti bar, Ace was rescued by Whitebeard and his crew. Before the five elders, Dog and White Crane knelt apprehensively, each word from the elder resonating painfully in their hearts. White Crane endeavored to mitigate their sense of failure, shifting the blame onto the Navy and Suyu. The golden-haired elder inquired, "Oh, are you referring to the owner of the Sabayeti bar, Suyu?" "Yes, indeed," White Crane affirmed. Upon hearing that name, the elder's expression grew even more grave, as it carried significant weight. The golden-haired elder pressed, "Did he intervene?" "Yes. He killed the captain directly." Consequently, Ace returned to Whitebeard. The captain being the masked figure, the bald elder interjected, "Are you suggesting that Suyu is allied with Whitebeard? Was his intent to assist him?" This truly is a terrifying notion. The reason they have not targeted Suyu all along is that he has remained quietly nestled in the Sabayeti archipelago, operating a bar and presenting himself as an ordinary citizen without any discernible inclination. However, his recent appearance alongside Whitebeard, and seemingly taking action on his behalf, is certainly not favorable news for them. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario has not materialized, namely, Suyu aligning himself with the Revolutionary Army, although pirates stand opposed to the world government. They clearly do not share the Revolutionary Army's central agenda of overthrowing it. While Suyu's actions were provoked by the reckless half-mast provocateur, his response could be deemed as self-defense. Nevertheless, their objective is to shift the blame for their own failings onto others. If the truth were to be revealed, despite the perpetrator's demise, they would undoubtedly face repercussions, so it is best to maintain the current narrative. After all, Suyu's actions have indeed aided Whitebeard, so they are not entirely fabricating the story. White Heron. Indeed. With White Heron's affirmation, the expressions of the five elders grew increasingly grim. Not only due to their rage over Suyu's unexpected interference, but also because of the formidable power he possesses. Truth be told, they possessed no reliable means to eliminate him. The emergence of such a ruthless character among the pirates has disrupted the balance of power. The world government cannot tolerate the existence of someone like him within the pirate ranks. Yet, to eradicate him, they find themselves at a loss. It remains uncertain who holds the upper hand between that esteemed individual and Suyu, particularly in conjunction with the ancient weaponry. However, it would be prudent to deal with these two useless individuals first. Curly-haired elder, do you have anything further to say? In light of the services you have rendered us, you may express your final words, though it seems your utterances hold little significance. Upon hearing this, the bird and dog understood the gravity of their situation, cold sweat cascading down their brows. However, they still possessed a justification they could use as a trump card, hoping it might spare their lives. White Heron. Master, I have crucial information to report. It pertains to Suyu. The five elders perked up at this remark. The bald, birthmark-bearing elder inquired with keen interest. Oh? Pray tell? White Heron hastily replied. Afterward, Suyu specifically visited a naval ship to seek out Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, presenting her with a unique cultivation method. Peach Rabbit is quite beautiful. Upon hearing this, the five elders exchanged perplexed glances. Are you implying that Suyu is a lecherous individual? As they pondered, it suddenly seemed plausible. Who decrees that the strong cannot possess personal desires? Who dictates that the powerful cannot be lustful? Moreover, considering Suyu's youthful vigor, it would seem entirely natural for him to have such inclinations. Furthermore, even if Suyu were not as they presumed, the mere fact that he sought out Peach Rabbit and bestowed upon her a rare cultivation method speaks volumes, at the very least. It indicates that she holds a special place in his regard. Suyu S-Bar has always emphasized equitable exchange, and someone capable of bending his established rules must hold significant importance in his eyes. It appears that Peach Rabbit is indeed his Achilles heel. In the future, this could be leveraged if necessary. The five elders exchanged knowing glances, confirming their shared thoughts, nodding in agreement. Truly, great minds think alike. Their attention then returned to the dog and White Heron, surprised that these two inept individuals might still prove useful. Well, given their benevolent nature, they decided to spare them this time. Blonde elder, you are no longer needed here. You may leave. Upon hearing this, the bird and dog exhaled in relief, realizing their lives had been spared. Indeed, they responded in unison before exiting the room. As soon as they left, they nearly collapsed onto the floor, their bodies weakened after having narrowly escaped death. With their minds now at ease, they found themselves somewhat drained. Inside the room, the five elders deliberated their perspectives on the matter. Blonde elder, I believe we should test the waters regarding this situation. Curly-haired elder, perhaps we should send Stussy to probe the matter first. Long-haired elder, I second that. Blade-wielding bald elder, sounds reasonable. Bald birthmark elder, agreed. Blonde elder, I think it is a viable plan. Chapter 120. Stussy S. Melancholy. Stussy has been feeling quite despondent lately, by all accounts. As a figure of immense stature within the underworld, known as the Queen of the Festival, she ought to be enjoying a comfortable life. Given her high status and striking beauty, one would assume that others would be eager to curry favor with her, so why does she feel such melancholy? In truth, the identities mentioned earlier are merely her public facade. Stussy harbors a secret, lesser-known identity. She is a member of CP0, the covert intelligence agency directly under the Celestial Dragons. This identity is indeed surprising. However, upon closer reflection, it is quite reasonable to attain a position akin to that of an emperor in the underworld, supported by the formidable presence of the government. Just a few days ago, Stussy received a phone call, a call that shattered her good spirits entirely. The call came from her superior, who elaborated on the specifics of a new mission assigned by the five elders. It was precisely this new task that left Stussy somewhat melancholic. In truth, Stussy could be considered a model employee. She consistently approached her duties with vigor and demonstrated remarkable competence, often completing her tasks exceptionally well. Thus, one would expect her to feel elated upon receiving a new assignment. rather than experiencing such discontent. However, her feelings were not entirely misplaced, for the difficulty of this mission was akin to a nightmarish inferno. Can you believe it? The 5 elders had tasked her with seducing the owner of the wishful bar, Siyu. Siyu's reputation was now known far and wide. Just look at how he had previously humiliated the formidable Kaido. To send her to seduce such a figure? While she had a certain level of confidence in her abilities, she could hardly compare to Kaido. With her slender frame, could she withstand the strikes of Kaido? Did they truly believe Suyu's willpower was so feeble? Or were they overestimating her allure? By the way, despite Stussy's youthful and strikingly beautiful appearance, her exact age remains a mystery. But one thing is certain, she is certainly not young. Even as a member of CP0, indoctrinated from a young age, the moment Stussy received her orders, an impulse to curse arose from deep within her, even considering confronting the 5 elders about their apparent lapse in judgment. Why, oh why? Did these old men provoke Suyu? Yet, despite her frustration, she realized that executing the mission carried significant risks. But failing to do so would lead to her certain demise. There would be no escaping the inevitable pursuit, no matter how far she fled. Unless they were to forget about her entirely, the hunt would never cease. Resigned to her fate, after several days of turmoil, she ultimately decided to venture to the Sabaody archipelago and give it a try. As she contemplated the situation, she surmised that the likelihood of the 5 elders losing their minds was quite low. Perhaps they had uncovered information unknown to her or possessed secret intelligence. Regarding the task of seducing Suyu, her reluctance stemmed from the daunting nature of facing such a formidable individual. Where a momentary lapse could lead to her untimely demise, a feeling no one relishes. However, in truth, she did not vehemently oppose the task itself. One might even describe her feelings as sweetly resigned, for Suyu is undeniably handsome, presenting an irresistible allure to someone like her, an eccentric older woman. Alas, if only Suyu were not so powerful. Nevertheless, since the mission had been assigned, she would proceed. Whether she succeeded or failed was left to fate. Even should she fail, if Suyu were to rebuff her advances, she could still portray herself as a love-struck girl drawn by his reputation. Surely, even a savage like Suyu would not harm an admirer. As for whether Suyu would discover her true identity, that thought never crossed her mind. Upon returning to the naval headquarters, Garp and Akaina reported the mission to Admiral Sengoku, while Momonosuke eagerly dashed into the training grounds. Impatient to try the sword techniques Suyu had imparted, Garp and the others spoke candidly to Sengoku, who wore a complex expression as he absorbed the unfolding events. Internally, he lambasted the incompetent masked men, berating them for returning the spoils they had acquired. It was Suyu who had acted, and indeed in self-defense. So Sengoku placed the blame squarely on the half-masked figure. He also recognized that Garp had been slacking off during the incident. Did Jozu truly require such a strong ally to keep him in check? Had Garp been present to assist, perhaps the outcome could have been different. Yet, as Sengoku glanced at his old comrade's innocent facade, his prepared reprimand faltered. Perhaps Sengoku himself had not realized that upon learning Ace had not been captured, he felt a sense of relief. After all, the situation had been precarious, and he could hardly envision how he would confront Garp. But now, with Ace having been rescued by Whitebeard, it seemed like divine intervention. However, had Ace truly been apprehended by the Navy, Sengoku would not have released him due to Garp's influence. Turning his gaze to the 3 admirals, Sengoku inquired. Whitebeard is already of advanced age and reportedly requires medical equipment to maintain his condition. How could he possess such strength to so easily incapacitate the 3 of you? Sengoku harbored serious doubts about whether Kazuru had been slacking off, and given Garp's connection, Akiji had likely not fought with full force throughout the confrontation. It appeared only Akaina had taken the brunt of the assault. In fact, Akaina seemed to have sustained the most severe injuries, while Akiji and Kazara had merely incurred minor wounds. At that moment, Garp spoke up. Did we not just declare that Whitebeard has returned to his peak? Sengoku fell silent, questioning whether Garp truly understood his own words. However, in the next instant, Sengoku regained his composure and, with a serious gaze fixed upon Garp's face, inquired. Garp, what do you mean by that? What do you mean Whitebeard has returned to his peak? Garp, seemingly indifferent, absent-mindedly picked his nose and replied, it's that old fellow Whitebeard. He paid a certain price and sought the assistance of Mr. Suyu. Now, his strength truly mirrors that of the strongest man in the world from back in the day. He is remarkably formidable. Such explosive news rendered Sengoku speechless. His mind consumed by a singular thought. Whitebeard had returned to his zenith, in a fleeting moment. Sengoku's thoughts drifted back to the past, to their youthful days when Whitebeard's formidable presence could indeed be described as cataclysmic. Yet, being a figure of command, Sengoku composed himself after a brief pause. Although the miraculous notion of Whitebeard's resurgence was astonishing, he had witnessed far greater tempests in his time. Even if Whitebeard had indeed returned to his peak, what of it? Hadn't they seen how Karp refrained from intervening, relying solely on the three admirals to thwart him? Furthermore, despite their advancing years, both he and Karp still possessed their formidable prowess. Thus, Sengoku's focus shifted predominantly to Tsuyu, who had achieved feats that seemed almost divine. However, the fact that Tsuyu aided the pirate Whitebeard, albeit through a transactional lens, left Sengoku with an uncomfortable sensation. As for Tsuyu's subsequent visit to Tosuke, bestowing upon her a set of sword techniques, Sengoku chose to conveniently overlook this matter. After all, a mere set of sword techniques could hardly be compared to the rejuvenation of one's youth. Yet, unbeknownst to Sengoku, should Tosuke master these techniques, even if only one, it would be sufficient for her to ascend to the pinnacle of the world's strongest. After Akainu and the others reported their tasks, they departed, while Karp remained ensconced in Sengoku's office, having keenly observed the senbei resting upon the desk. "Hey, you old rascal, that was meant for me," Sengoku lamented as he discovered his cherished senbei had fallen victim to Karp's thieving hands. "Well, I'll give you one," Karp conceded, perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for pilfering Sengoku's treats. However, after a moment's hesitation, he returned one of the pieces to the pile. The action was so outrageous it could have provoked laughter from Sengoku. He stepped forward and snatched the bag of senbei from Garp's grasp. Before Garp could react, Sengoku opened his mouth wide and poured all the senbei into it, crunching noisily with great satisfaction as he gazed triumphantly at Garp. "You old rascal, Sengoku. How dare you steal my senbei?" Garp accused, indignation evident as crumbs flew from his mouth. Their playful scuffle, remarkable given their age, demonstrated the profound camaraderie between Sengoku and Garp. After a spirited exchange, they eventually paused. With a look of melancholy, Sengoku remarked, "Garp, what do you think the fish means? Must we truly confront such individuals in the end?" This is both a casual conversation and an opportunity to hear the opinions of that old fellow Karp. Although Karp is often unreliable in his daily demeanor, he unexpectedly proves to be quite dependable in critical moments. At this juncture, Karp refrains from his usual jesting and adopts a serious tone, profoundly stating, "Sengoku, regardless of the circumstances, the Navy's presence is indispensable in these waters." Sengoku paused momentarily, scrutinizing Karp, an old friend with whom he shares a deep understanding, and in that instant, he comprehended Karp's unspoken message. Nevertheless, he felt that Karp was indeed quite trustworthy this time. Indeed, the Navy's presence is essential for these vast seas. Chapter 121. May I kindly ask you to step aside? On this day in the Sabaody archipelago, the sky was brilliantly clear, with sunlight glistening upon the gently rippling sea, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. On this splendid day, even Stussy, whose heart was somewhat burdened, found herself feeling lighter. Given the nature of her special assignment, she took great care in her appearance. Indulging in a fragrant bath and meticulous grooming, she adorned herself in attire that she believed would appeal to men. Drawing from her extensive experience that the allure of coyness, suggestive yet elusive, was undeniably captivating, her efforts bore fruit throughout her journey to the islands of Chambo. The eyes of every man who laid sight upon Stussy remained fixated upon her, as if they wished to extract their very gaze and affix it to her being. Even some women could not help but express their astonishment, only to swiftly transform their expressions into envy, casting fierce glances at their own partners who were utterly entranced, punctuating their frustration with a firm stomp of their stiletto heels. There were, of course, some men, oblivious to their own shortcomings and possessing decent attributes, who dared to approach her for a brief acquaintance. However, such trivialities did not faze Stussy. What spectacle had she not witnessed? Decades of life experience were no jest. Yet, this attention did elevate her spirits. Witnessing the effect of her allure reassured her that her efforts were not in vain, significantly enhancing the probability of her mission's success. Strolling down the street, Stussy radiated an unmatched beauty, turning heads at an extraordinary rate, while she maintained a composed demeanor. Her face adorned with a youthful shyness as she slightly lowered her gaze. Since her arrival on this island, she had donned a guise of innocence, crafting an image of a Navi young girl, convinced that this persona would resonate with Tsuyu. In no time, Stussy found herself at Tsuyu's wish bar, where she feigned hesitation at the entrance before timidly pushing the door open to step inside. At this moment, The tavern was still bustling with patrons, however. Despite being filled with pirates who likely hadn't bathed in ages, the air within the bar bore no trace of unpleasant odor. Instead, it was infused with a subtle, elusive fragrance. This took Stussy by surprise. While she had frequented bars before, those establishments were often permeated with the stench of sweat and the noxious fumes of pirate spirits. The odor was truly nauseating. However, the aroma of this particular bar was remarkably refreshing, leaving her with an exceedingly favorable first impression of Suyu. At that moment, the pirates within the establishment, indulging in their libations, could hardly ignore the entrance of Stussy. It was an impossible feat to overlook, a gaggle of rugged men, and suddenly, amidst them appeared a delicate beauty, as enchanting as a blooming flower. It was akin to a magnet intruding upon a heap of iron filings, their gazes irresistibly drawn towards her. Stussy, possessing an admirable appearance, had meticulously adorned herself for the task at hand, swiftly captivating the hearts of these marauding souls. Though they were notorious for their ruthless deeds, they still retained a modicum of aesthetic appreciation. Stussy evidently fulfilled every fantasy they harbored regarding femininity, leaving them in a state of utter mesmerization. Disgust welled within Stussy as she observed the pirates' crude demeanor, a strong desire to dispatch them with a flick of her fingers. Yet, in a bid to maintain her composure, she feigned a vulnerable demeanor, timidly surveying the bar's surroundings. "Young lady, what brings you to such a place?" one pirate rasped, deliberately lowering his voice, though the effect was rather grotesque and somewhat frightening. "Come, share a drink with us," another pirate called out, his breath reeking of alcohol. His gaze fixated on Stussy. "Are you seeking death? How dare you covet my woman?" bellowed a fierce-looking pirate, rising in protest. Then turning towards Stussy, "From this day forth, you shall be mine. Approach. Serve me well, and I shall provide you with anything your heart desires." Yet dissent arose once more, as a burly pirate clad only in a waistcoat thundered, "You are a fool to think you can claim her first." As soon as he began to speak, the murmurs surrounding him gradually diminished. "Hiss, this is the infamous face-ripper, Ragel, a pirate with a bounty of 245 million berries. It is said that he takes pleasure in tearing off the faces of others, preserving them as his grotesque trophies, a most twisted individual." The ferocious pirate previously present clearly recognized Ragel, yet he cast a glance at Stussy's enchanting visage, evidently reluctant to concede. He chuckled, "What of the face-ripper? I am Jackal. My bounty rivals yours." Meanwhile, whispers resumed in the vicinity. Hiss. Could this man be the notorious pirate, Jackal, known for his bounty of 250 million berries, the shield breaker? Truly, a battle of titans. How unfortunate for the woman caught in the crossfire of their interest, TSK, such a pity. These two individuals were inherently hot-tempered, easily ignited, and at this moment, their ire was further stoked by Stussy's presence. Thus, they were poised to engage in a fierce brawl within the establishment. However, those nearby swiftly intervened, restraining the two agitated figures while desperately signaling them with furtive glances and whispering phrases such as "Suyu forbids fighting." Remarkably, these two pirates, notorious for their uncontrollable rage, were pacified. The mere mention of Suyu's name doused their fiery tempers like a bucket of icy water, swiftly restoring their composure. Despite their confidence in their stature upon the tumultuous seas, they were acutely aware that they could not measure up to Kaido. In stark contrast, Suyu was a formidable force capable of ruthlessly overpowering Kaido. They realized that disregarding Suyu's regulations and disrespecting him could very well seal their fate within the confines of this hotel. A wave of trepidation washed over them as they regained their calm, leading them to harbor resentment towards one another and, simultaneously, towards Stussy. If it were not for this woman, how could they have become so provoked, nearly inciting the wrath of Suyu? Alas, such is the nature of pirates, who are unwaveringly self-righteous, convinced that they are never at fault, placing the blame solely on others. At that moment, the two men exchanged a glance and then simultaneously turned their gaze towards Stussy, who was trembling in fear from the scene unfolding before her. With fierce and menacing expressions, they proclaimed, "Woman, will you choose him or me? Make your choice." Regardless of whom she selected, if Stussy were truly a fragile girl, there would be no favorable outcome for her. The two had secretly resolved that whoever she chose would be subjected to torment until death after their own pleasure was satisfied. To allow this detestable woman to perish easily would not quell their burning resentment. They intended to inflict suffering for several months. Moreover, both men had inscribed each other on their respective lists of nemesis, signifying that from that moment forth, only one of their pirate crews would survive. Unbeknownst to them, the seemingly defenseless girl before them had also developed a deep-seated hatred for them. What sort of individuals were they? Did men solely think with their loins? If this were elsewhere, it would not matter. She could simply eliminate these two fools. However, she was currently on a mission. Her persona was that of a delicate and frail beauty. How dare these two miscreants disrupt her plans? She vowed that if they did not endure months of torment, she would not be called Stussy. Curiously, at this moment, the thoughts of the three individuals were strikingly similar. Stussy was aware of a rule within the bar. A regulation set by Suyu himself. No fighting was permitted. Thus, as long as she did not wish to engage, these two fools would not dare to act against her. Trembling, she stammered, I choose neither of you. You are both villains. Her quivering voice was enough to render any man weak in the knees. This remark immediately ignited the tempers of Jakir and Rajal, nearly rekindling their animosity. However, recalling that they were in Suyu's bar, they could only cast a fierce glare at Stussy before relinquishing their ire. Yet, after such an incident, it was evident that neither of them had the disposition to continue their revelry, prompting them to depart from the establishment. As they passed by Stussy, they exchanged a tacit threatening glance, silently conveying that once she exited the bar, she would face dire consequences. Moreover, they had mutually resolved to address the matter concerning the woman before settling their own disputes. Consequently, they had organized their associates to monitor the vicinity of the bar, awaiting Stussy's emergence. One could only imagine the tumult of emotions they would experience upon discovering that the seemingly malleable young woman they had underestimated transformed into a formidable adversary, a master of the 6 styles capable of single-handedly vanquishing them. After the departure of the two groups, few patrons remained in the establishment. The remaining individuals cast wistful glances at Stussy, lamenting the fleeting opportunity to behold such a rare gem, only to realize that soon she would vanish, leaving them with no chance to engage. With the dwindling crowd, the space felt more open, allowing Stussy's gaze to shift and land upon Suyu, who was quietly engrossed in a book in a corner, unfazed by the earlier commotion. Indeed, the absence of comparison dulled the senses. The previous rowdy pirates had been nothing short of menacing, their appearance a veritable insult, reeking of an unpleasant odor, rendering them true femme fatale. In stark contrast, Suyu exuded a refreshing charm with his clean-cut hair, youthful visage, delicate complexion, and pristine white shirt, complemented by an impeccably proportioned physique. Stussy, an eccentric lady, found herself momentarily captivated, particularly after witnessing the strikingly unappealing figures of the prior crowd. However, being a person of professional training, she quickly regained her composure and softly addressed the remaining pirates in the bar, saying, "Gentlemen, could you kindly excuse yourselves for a moment? I wish to have a few words with the proprietor." Chapter 122. Mr. Suyu, her melodious voice, imbued with just the right amount of tremor, echoed through the slightly vacant bar. "Gentlemen, could you kindly step outside for a moment? There are matters I wish to discuss solely with the owner." The impact of those words was evidently profound, as the faces of the surrounding pirates displayed a rapturous expression, clearly entranced by Stussy's words. However, they were still pirates. While they could be captivated, to assume that they would heed her command was indeed a fanciful notion. Swear words from pirates, one of them exclaimed without thinking, his mouth running ahead of his brain. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses upon this audacious woman, wondering if she was aware of her impending demise and thus sought to indulge herself in a final act of defiance. How dare she attempt to issue orders to him? Though the bar forbade physical altercations, there were no restrictions on verbal exchanges, and he relished the thought of berating her into submission. He even anticipated the delightful sight of Stussy breaking down in tears, a spectacle that would be quite entertaining to witness, even if he could not partake in the confrontation himself. Yet, before he could unleash his tirade, a swift companion clamped a hand over his mouth, stifling the vile words that threatened to escape. The pirate struggled desperately, but his companion continued to signal him with urgency. Reluctantly, he relayed a silent message to his ally, indicating that he would refrain from speaking. Upon seeing this, his companion released his grip, allowing the pirate to catch his breath before inquiring, "What on earth is wrong with you? Why did you suddenly cover my mouth? You nearly suffocated me. Don't be so ungrateful. I just saved your life." His companion retorted. With a look of disbelief, the pirate replied, "You almost choked me to death and still dare to claim you saved me?" His companion, however, regarded him with incredulity and said, "Think about what that lady just said." The pirate pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself, "She mentioned something about us going outside, and that she had something to discuss with the boss." Wait, the boss? Sue. Realization dawned upon him, and his eyes widened in astonishment.